With great excitement, Dalton finally landed on the ground from above the palace. Upon landing, he did not immediately head towards the mountain peak, but instead carefully used the luminous pearl to illuminate the area beneath his feet. Besides marking the location of this temple of creation, the most important content on the parchment scroll is actually the diagram of the mechanisms inside. There are a total of 14 temples here, and there is a mechanism for every 2 temples. The mechanisms are extremely powerful, and triggering any one of them will release a force that can obliterate a person. 3 in front, 7 on the right, 8 on the left, 9 in front. The temple floor was paved with thick stones, all of the same size, with clear dividing lines, making it look like a go board at first glance. Following the walking method he remembered, Dalton took 3 steps forward and then 7 steps to the right, gradually making his way to the center of the temple. At that moment, Dalton suddenly heard a series of rapid footsteps coming from above. He looked up in astonishment and saw a series of figures appear above, landing one after another on the roof of the temple. Dalton was horrified. How could someone have caught up with them so soon? He was certain that all the people hired above had been poisoned, and the people coming down now couldn't be them. If it were any extraordinary individual searching for ruins or members of the Church of Light, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the other party appeared just as he found the royal tomb. After much thought, Dalton concluded that there was only one possibility: the other party had been watching him all along, waiting for him to find the true temple of creation. Dalton was startled. Not long ago, he was gloating over how he had tricked Shang Wengsuan and the others, but he never expected that he was the stupidest one. Now he had done all the work for someone else. If the other side has even one superhuman, he's doomed. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Dalton remembered that he still had the diagram of the mechanism. Even if those people had superhuman abilities, they wouldn't be able to solve it in a short time. As long as he got the divine blood before them, that would be enough. Dalton calmed down and immediately began to walk forward at a faster pace, following the method he remembered. As soon as Delia, Han Fei, and the others landed on top of the temple, their expressions suddenly changed. There are no magical elements here. How is that possible? I can't use my battle aura either. Without magical elements, one cannot use magic. If a warrior cannot use battle aura, his combat power will be greatly reduced. Han Fei paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. That means we've found the right place. Only a place that bans magic and battle chi could possibly hold the secret to becoming a god. Look at that place. The direction Han Fei was pointing to was the temple on the mountaintop, several thousand meters away. Everyone looked in that direction and saw the spot that was emitting a holy golden light. That's divine blood? Whatever it is, let's go check it out. Delia's eyes shone brightly, and she was the first to leap down from the top of the temple. Her body plummeted rapidly through the air, and just before hitting the ground, she suddenly paused in midair before slowly landing on the ground. Although magic cannot be used here, mental power is not restricted in any way. With the powerful mental strength of a 5th-tier mage, one can control their body to fly briefly. However, no one else dared to do that. Even Han Fei, who was at the 4th level at this time, could not do what Delia did. He could only obediently hold onto Dalton's rope and slide down. Delia landed on the temple grounds and saw Dalton moving left and right on the ground before quickly walking towards the opposite side. Delia narrowed her eyes. She certainly didn't think Dalton was being deliberately mysterious. The stronger one's mental strength, the more sensitive one's intuition about danger. Dalton was just an ordinary person and couldn't sense the threat posed by the stone formation. With the strength of someone like Delia, even without using mental power to sense it, one can feel the boundless power unleashed from the rock before them, without any concealment whatsoever. Delia even felt her body begin to tremble slightly, her mental energy constantly warning her of the enormous threat ahead. After finally calming down, Delia immediately wanted to use her mental powers to bring Dalton back. However, when she extended her mental energy, she discovered that her mental energy, which could originally cover at least 2 kilometers, could not extend beyond the temple, which was only 100 meters or so long. At this point, Dalton had already passed through the first temple and climbed the steps to the second temple. Her spiritual power had reached that point, and she could no longer proceed. Delia was filled with regret. If she had arrived even a little earlier, this guy wouldn't have been able to escape. At this moment, Han Fei and dozens of extraordinary individuals from the Chris Empire also descended from above the temple. Like Delia, they simultaneously sensed the immense destructive aura emanating from the ground and dared not make a move for a moment. "Auntie, how did he get there?" Han Fei stared at the ground for a moment, then asked a question with a rather calm expression. Delia frowned. "The way he walks is unusual, it seems to follow some unique pattern. I only saw half of it. You should be able to write it down." "Certainly." With the mental power of a 5th-tier mage, even if he only glanced at the path Dalton had just taken, he could easily memorize it. Han Fei nodded and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was covered with various numbers and words like left, right, front, back written in the language of the Western fantasy world. "Are these the words Dalton translated?" Han Fei nodded slightly. Tell me what you saw. The reason Dalton was discovered by the people of the Chris Empire was none other than that he sought someone to translate the text of the Great Xia dynasty. There are not many people in this world who understand the written language of the Xia dynasty, and Han Fei knew very well that someone like Dalton could not possibly know it. Otherwise, the two passages he picked out at the time would not have mentioned divine blood at all, but would have been some irrelevant words. Therefore, although the Chris Empire has sent people to the capital of the capital in the past few months, its main focus has been on finding all people within the territory of the Church of Light who understand the script of the Great Xia dynasty. There aren't many people like this, and with the strength of the Chris Empire, it didn't take them long to find them. Dalton thought that since he had a human skin mask and made it very secretly, no one would find out. In reality, before he could find those who could read the Great Xia dynasty's script, the people of the Chris Empire were already secretly monitoring them. Therefore, the people of the Chris Empire not only found Dalton's whereabouts, but also completed his translation of the text of the Great Xia dynasty. What Han Fei didn't expect was that Dalton was too cunning. When translating the text, he completely scrambled the order, so even with his intelligence, he could only guess blindly. Especially the numbers above, and the words around them, which could be combined in any way, left him completely baffled. Now that Han Fei saw the stone formation in front of him, he instantly understood what those numbers were for. As Delia described the way Dalton had walked, Han Fei recorded it while removing unnecessary numbers, and then began to arrange and combine them. This mathematical process of elimination is completely incomprehensible to the natives of the Western fantasy world, but it is incredibly easy for Han Fei, who has already absorbed a vast amount of knowledge from various disciplines in the Marvel world. Previously, I couldn't handle it due to my limited brain capacity, but now I find it very easy to use. Everyone present, including Delia, was staring at Han Fei. Since returning from the Extraordinary Academy, Han Fei's performance has been remarkable. It can be said that the fact that the people of the Chris Empire were able to find this place before any other forces was basically due to Han Fei's efforts. Therefore, when people from the Chris Empire encounter problems, they unconsciously look to Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei was holding a pen and writing something rapidly on a piece of paper, crossing it out as he wrote, at an astonishing speed. What surprised them even more was that Han Fei's pupils were moving rapidly, as if he was engaged in a great deal of thinking. Lord Gordon, Lord Morrison, please go up there and throw down 10 corpses. After a long while, Han Fei suddenly closed his eyes and then spoke. The two men named by Han Fei were both fourth-tier warriors. They were taken aback at first, then nodded, climbed back up to the top of the temple, and quickly threw down 10 slave corpses. And, I'm telling you, you're controlling the body to move to the positions I tell you to. Delia looked at Han Fei in surprise. You know how to get through the temple. There are still hundreds of possibilities, and we can't be completely certain, so we need to test them out one by one. Good. Delia's eyes showed admiration. Anyone present would not have been able to deduce the correct path based on a mere string of disordered text. Take control of the corpse and see if you can make him fly over there. Delia nodded slightly and immediately used her mental power to control a corpse to fly above the stone formation. Just then, a blinding beam of light shot into the sky, connecting the roof and the ground of the temple and obliterating everything above the stone array. Everyone's expressions simultaneously turned grim. Although they had long guessed that the temple contained terrifying power, no one had expected it to be this terrifying. The corpse seemed to have vanished into thin air, not even a single piece of clothing could be found. It had disappeared completely. Sure enough, we can only get there by following the correct route. Han Fei smiled and continued, Auntie, 3 steps ahead, 5 steps to the right. Although Han Fei's words were simple, Delia understood them perfectly. She immediately used her mental power to control a corpse, making it step onto the first stone and then take 3 steps forward. At this point, the body did not react at all. But when the corpse took 5 more steps to the right and stopped, the light flashed again, and the corpse disappeared once more. It seems the top 3 were correct. Han Fei muttered to himself, then took out a pen and paper and quickly crossed out rows of text he had just written. Then, 3 in the front and 7 on the right. Han Fei then instructed Delia to conduct the test according to his instructions. After the 10th corpse was destroyed, he took a pen and paper and crossed out a section of text, leaving only the last line at the top. This should be it. Han Fei smiled and immediately stepped on it. Brooke! Delia gasped in surprise. Han Fei's statement just now clearly indicated that he had found the right method, but he didn't wait to test it on a corpse before stepping on it directly. If we fail, it will be a disastrous end. The expressions of the others in the Chris Empire also changed drastically. None of them had expected Han Fei to be so bold. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm confident. Han Fei smiled, handed the paper to Delia, and then quickly walked forward according to the final determined route. Delia was helpless. She had already tested it and found that once you stepped onto the stone formation, there was no way to retreat, because retreating meant certain death. Now she could only hope that Han Fei's calculations were true. Under the tense gazes of Delia and the others, Han Fei took less than 3 minutes to stand outside the first temple. Delia and the others breathed a sigh of relief and immediately followed the route map written by Han Fei to pass through the stone formation one by one. As the people of the Chris Empire passed through and began climbing the stairs to catch up with Dalton, Shang Wengsuan, along with Owen and the others, also appeared outside the cave. When Shang Wengsuan couldn't find Dalton despite offering a bounty and couldn't track him down even with the split-tooth hound, he used a very simple yet effective method monitoring Han Fei. Shang Wengsuan knew he couldn't find it, but Han Fei could, because he had the powerful backing of the Chris Empire. The Holy Sword Kingdom is still in its early stages and cannot yet compare to the Chris Empire. Take finding people as an example. The Chris Empire has a vast intelligence system and spies in various countries across the continent, which is something that the Holy Sword Kingdom cannot match at present. The Chris Empire has the largest intelligence network in the Church of Light, which has even infiltrated the upper echelons of the Church of Light. That's why they can easily find people who understand the Great Xia Dynasty's script. Shang Wengsuan knew that Han Fei would never give up the divine blood. He couldn't monitor the big shots of the Chris Empire, but Han Fei was no problem now. Even though Han Fei now possesses 4th-tier strength and is highly regarded in the Taylor family, he hasn't even earned a title since returning to the country and before achieving any merit. Monitoring him wouldn't be difficult. When the surveillance team discovered that Han Fei, Delia, and other members of the Chris Empire had entered the Pet Province and stayed in the Buenos Mountains for half a month, Shang Wengsuan knew that they had likely found the right location. So, Shang Wengsuan led Owen and the others to infiltrate the Kingdom of the Church of Light and rush to the Buenos Mountains as soon as possible. When he arrived, he found that the entire Chris Empire had come out of the valley. Shang Wengsuan naturally chased after them without hesitation, and then discovered the corpses scattered all over the body, as well as the pit that had been dug in front of him. "Let's go down." A smile appeared on Shang Wengsuan's lips as he led Owen and the others down the rope above. Shang Wengsuan didn't bring many people. Besides Owen and a Vice Commander Harry, there were only about 20 third-tier warriors from the Glory Knights and a few mages. As they descended, they also saw the golden light above the mountain peak, as well as the underground world where magic was forbidden and battle chi could not be used. Shang Wengsuan, on the contrary, felt that this situation was advantageous to him. Without the ability to use magic, they could only compete in terms of physical strength, putting mages at a significant disadvantage. In contrast, most of the teams from Delia and the Chris Empire were mages. After Shang Wengsuan led his men down, he narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the stone formation in front of him. Like Delia and the others, Shang Wengsuan's group also felt a great threat and dared not step on it casually. After a moment's thought, Shang Wengsuan casually tossed his sword toward the stone formation. A dazzling white light flashed by, and the sword vanished without a trace in an instant. Shang Wengsuan and the others' expressions changed slightly. The aura emanating from this power was extremely terrifying, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Shang Wengsuan frowned. He could hear footsteps in the distance. The people from the Chris Empire had obviously already gone there. How did they get there? He stared at the stone formation on the ground for a moment, and vaguely understood what was going on. However, even though Shang Wengsuan understood what was going on, he didn't know the route, so it was all for naught. "Light all the torches." Shang Wengsuan suddenly spoke up. They had only lit one torch, which illuminated a small area in front of them and did not allow them to see the entire temple. When Owen and the others lit all the torches they were told, the entire temple was revealed to them. The temple was built on a cliff, and apart from the stone array that led to the second temple above, it was surrounded by a bottomless abyss on 3 sides. Shang Wengsuan walked to the edge of the cliff and threw a torch down. As the torches continued to fall until they disappeared from his sight without reaching the bottom, Shang Wengsuan knew that the stone array was the only way forward. He pondered for a moment, then immediately returned to the temple to search for clues. Shang Wengsuan had already figured it out. This treasure hunt game was probably just a game instance created by the game's official team. However, this instance is quite large, dragging the entire continent of Yani into it. But if it's a dungeon, there must be other ways to get through it. Otherwise, Dalton could just play this dungeon by himself. Why make it known to the whole world? Shang Wengsuan, holding a torch, began searching the temple. Many parts of the temple had collapsed and blocked off, so they had to spend a lot of time and effort to get through the collapsed stairs and ramps to reach the center of the temple. Shang Wengsuan and the others searched the temple for a while, hoping to find some kind of mechanism, but after searching for a long time, they found that there were no clues at all except for ruins. "Your Majesty, there are murals here." At that moment, Owen suddenly noticed a huge mural on the deepest wall of the temple, which stretched all the way to the top of the temple. Shang Wengsuan immediately raised the torch and walked to the first mural. On the wall appeared a masked human who was bestowing a long sword upon a human kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing the style of the mask and the appearance of the long sword, Shang Wengsuan immediately knew what the mural was about. This was precisely the scene when the creator god bestowed the judgment sword upon Han Fei, and the description in the Great Xia script above was exactly what he had guessed. When Shang Wengsuan walked to the next mural, he saw Han Fei holding up the Judgment Sword, leading the human army in a decisive battle against the orcs, clearly depicting the First Epic War. The mural then depicts Han Fei holding the Judgment Sword, seated high on his throne, with all the people kneeling on the ground, beginning the massive construction of the Temple of Creation. The fourth mural depicts Han Fei wielding the Judgment Sword, fighting against the masked creator god, and ultimately being killed. Shang Wengsuan stared at the four murals thoughtfully for a moment, then his expression suddenly shifted slightly. There are only these four murals in the entire temple. If there are any other paths, they must be hidden in these four murals. Although these four paintings depict history, they all have one thing in common: Han Fei and the Judgment Sword. Shang Wengsuan ignored Han Fei and instead looked at the Judgment Sword on the mural. As Shang Wengsuan watched, he suddenly reached out and gestured in the air, then moved his body around as if searching for something. Soon, he stopped on a marble floor in the middle of the temple. Shang Wengsuan stretched out his foot and gently stomped on the ground. Finding nothing amiss, he immediately squatted down, tapped on the marble, found the edge of the marble, and with a slight effort, lifted the entire marble slab. The moment the marble was lifted, the stone formation suddenly emitted a light and then quickly disappeared. "Your Majesty, the light from that stone formation has disappeared." Irving and the others immediately noticed the commotion and shouted excitedly. Before Shang Wengsuan uncovered the marble floor, each stone in the stone array emitted a faint light, illuminating the ground very clearly. They all knew very well that the terrifying power came from every single stone in the stone formation. When the light disappeared, the immense pressure also vanished. Shang Wengsuan laughed. He had guessed correctly. Although the four swords of judgment on the mural are in different positions, from low to high, the extended lines pointed to by the tips of the swords converge at the marble floor just now. Shang Wengsuan walked to the stone formation and tentatively threw the torch onto the ground. When he found nothing unusual, he knew that the mechanism had been solved. "Your Majesty, please let me pass first." After his initial excitement subsided, Irving regained his composure and prepared to scout ahead. Although it's safe to go up there with a torch, no one can guarantee that it will be safe for a person to walk up there. "Commander, please let me go." "Wow!" Upon hearing Irving's words, the others immediately joined in the chorus of protest. While they were still vying to be the first to scout ahead, Shang Wengsuan had already stepped onto it. "His Majesty!" Owen and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed forward in a panic, trying to pull Shang Wengsuan back. Shang Wengsuan smiled and waved his hand, saying with absolute confidence, "Let's go, we won't die." When Owen and the others saw Shang Wengsuan stride over, they looked helpless but hurriedly followed, fearing that something might have happened to him. While Shang Wengsuan, Chris, and the others passed through the first temple, Dalton was already running and climbing to the third temple. He had already passed the second mechanism and continued to run upwards. He passed through the fourth temple without any obstruction and arrived at the fifth temple, where he continued to unravel the mechanisms inside. With the method for solving the puzzles on the parchment scroll, Dalton encountered virtually no obstacles along the way, only wasting a little time solving the puzzles. In less than half an hour, Dalton climbed to the 14th temple, which was the very top temple on the mountaintop. Dalton looked at the high platform in the very center of the temple, where a coffin made entirely of gold appeared, inlaid with colorful gems, luxurious patterns, and shimmering with various colors of light. But the golden coffin and the precious gems on it are not the most eye-catching thing. What is most attractive is the strong, sacred light emanating from inside the coffin. The holy light was clearly mostly blocked by the golden coffin, with only a wisp escaping. But even this single ray of light, like a bright pearl in the darkness, illuminated the entire temple. Dalton stared intently at the coffin, his breathing quickening instantly. He had no doubt now that the divine blood was inside the coffin. He was panting heavily and tried to rush into the temple, but he found that there was an invisible wall outside the temple, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in. Dalton was dumbfounded. He never expected that even though he had reached the 14th temple and the divine blood was within reach, he would still be unable to enter. The parchment only records how to activate the first 7 layers of mechanisms, but does not mention that the 14th temple has any mechanisms. Dalton, unconvinced, entered the temple from different locations, but the result was still the same. The temple seemed to be shrouded in some mysterious shroud, making it impossible to enter. Dalton stared wide-eyed at the coffin in the center of the temple, feeling utterly frantic. This feeling of having something right in front of you but being unable to get it is enough to drive someone to despair. Dalton forced himself to calm down. He knew he had to figure out a way in as soon as possible, otherwise he would be doomed if the people from the Chris Empire caught up with him. Dalton didn't know what was going on, but the people from the Chris Empire were always right behind him, only slightly slower than him. Dalton simply couldn't understand why, even if he memorized the methods to safely navigate these mechanisms, it would still take him some time to decipher them. However, the people from the Chris Empire seemed to have the correct way to activate the mechanism, and each time they caught up with him in just a little longer time. At this very moment, the people of the Chris Empire are already cracking the mechanisms of the 13th temple. Based on their previous cracking speed, they should be able to pass through within 10 minutes. Dalton took a few deep breaths, gradually calming himself down, and began to think about how to enter the temple. The scene before him reminded him of a magician's barrier. In certain important places, such as the royal palace and the treasury, mages will set up magical barriers to protect them, and it is impossible to enter unless you have the correct way to open them. Dalton guessed the reason, but could only stare helplessly, because he was not a superhuman and had no ability to break the barrier. No, we've come this far, there must be a way in. While trying to reassure himself, Dalton paced back and forth anxiously. Just as he was at a loss, his eyes suddenly widened as he saw a huge mural on the roof of the 14th temple. The image shows a giant human figure wearing a mask with strange patterns, holding a huge planet in his hands. Below, there are more than a dozen pillar-like structures supporting the planet, seemingly maintaining its stability. Dalton paused for a moment, then immediately recognized the masked man as the creator god. This is the Temple of Creation, which naturally enshrines the creator god, and his image appears in the murals of every temple in front of it. That's our world. Dalton stared at the sphere for a moment, and then he suddenly saw a familiar outline. With the rise of maritime trade on the continent of Yani, merchants have explored the entire coastline of the continent. Combined with the original maps of the continent's interior, they have pieced together a complete map of the continent of Yani. On the planet that the creator god held in his hands, there was a place whose outline was almost identical to the map of the continent of Yani. When Dalton uttered those words, his teeth were chattering, as if he realized he had discovered some incredible secret. Is our world a sphere? Are there really so many continents in the world? So what are the pillars that support our world? Dalton trembled as he carefully counted the pillars beneath the planet. There were 13 in total. Why are there 13 courses? Dalton was filled with endless questions, but soon his eyes widened as he suddenly noticed something very familiar on the pillar. Each of the 13 pillars is carved with strange patterns. On the very center pillar, a white holy symbol of the Church of Light appeared. Dalton recognized the holy emblem at a glance, because the flag of the Church of Light Kingdom bore this emblem, and almost everyone on the continent knew it. Before Dalton could recover from the shock, he spotted two more familiar holy runes outside the pillar. Although he hadn't seen these too often, Dalton had seen them before entering the Buenos Aires Mountains. One of them was a holy mark from the Church of the Underworld, and the other was a holy mark from the Temple of the Beast God in the Northern Orc Kingdom. It was clear that both groups of people had come to Pet Province to search for the Temple of Creation. Dalton only glanced at it at the time and left in a hurry, but just a few days later, he was still able to recognize at a glance that it was the symbol of the two faiths. The divine thrones are established, control over the laws, the cornerstone of the world, the 13 divine thrones. Dalton suddenly remembered a passage on the parchment scroll. He trembled all over and lost the strength to stand, collapsing to his knees. God of Hades, God of beasts. Dalton stared blankly, muttering to himself, I understand. The 13 pillars represent 13 deities, each of whom governs a rule to maintain the stability and operation of the world. So this is the truth of the world. Dalton roared like a madman, his whole body trembling slightly, tears streaming from his eyes, looking like a madman. The 13 sacred runes represent 13 laws. Apart from the goddess of light who has already ascended to the divine kingdom, there are still 12 divine thrones hanging in the air. Upon thinking about this, Dalton became so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Divine blood. If I obtain the divine blood, I will definitely become one of the remaining 12 divine thrones. Dalton finally remembered what his ultimate goal was. Dalton scrambled to his feet and frantically searched the temple, trying to find a way in. In his anxiety and madness, Dalton found it difficult to concentrate, especially when he noticed the light flickering in the 13th temple below, which made him feel increasingly pressured. In this situation, even after Dalton walked around the temple several times, he couldn't find any clues. Snap! Dalton suddenly reached out and slapped himself hard several times. Despite the excruciating pain, Dalton finally calmed down a little. Since we can't find it outside the temple, let's look inside the temple. Although the temple was several hundred square meters inside, it was empty except for the golden coffin placed in the center. Dalton's gaze shifted again, returning to the mural of the creator god on the dome. He only noticed the mural in the very center, but overlooked the many other murals surrounding it. Dalton looked down at the first mural below and saw an angel with wings on its back, and a boy kneeling before the angel, radiating light and filled with a holy aura. Dalton was familiar with this painting. Most churches of the Church of Light had this mural, which was recorded in the Church of Light scriptures as the scene of Pope Alexander I receiving divine revelation from the Archangel of Judgment, Laphais, in the city of St. Galli. The next mural depicts the Church of Light spreading its faith, its influence expanding, and the establishment of its capital in St. Galli, attracting countless believers to worship there. The content of the third mural sent a jolt through Dalton, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. The mural depicts a stunningly beautiful woman standing in the void, with a massive divine figure appearing behind her, and countless believers below bowing in worship. Countless rays of light emanated from the believers and merged into the body of the stunningly beautiful woman. This scene reminded Dalton of the magnificent scene 2 years earlier when the goddess of light ascended to the kingdom of gods. This scene was witnessed by all believers of the Church of Light, and was depicted by the Church of Light's painters, spreading throughout the entire continent of Annie. Although there was no sound or text on the screen, Dalton could understand its meaning and sense what the screen was depicting. It was a mysterious and profound feeling, gathering the faith of all beings. Dalton murmured the words aloud, his gaze immediately shifting to the next mural. After gathering the power of faith, the goddess of light began to burn with white holy flames, and at the same time, the holy runes of the Church of Light appeared on the goddess of light's forehead. Ignite the divine fire, solidify the divine position. In the fifth mural, a holy light poured into the body of the goddess of light, and then she slowly ascended the heavenly ladder into a divine realm. Call upon the divine to descend and ascend to the divine kingdom. Dalton was utterly shocked, his body trembling so much he didn't know what to do, because he knew he had discovered another earth-shattering secret. Whether it was the Church of Light, the Church of the Underworld, the Temple of the Beast God, or the Goddess of Light's ascension to the Divine Kingdom, all of these events occurred after the fall of the Great Xia dynasty. These murals appeared inside the tomb of the Xia king, who obviously could not have known what would happen in the future. Undoubtedly, this is a miracle of the Creator God, who foresaw everything long ago. This mural depicts the secret of becoming a god. It is the greatest gift left to this world by the great Creator God, and it is also the selection of the world's ruler. So this is how gods are born. If you follow this method, you can become a god. Dalton was excited and trembling for a long time, but he had to face the fact that he had not yet found a way to enter the temple. 13 divine thrones, beneath which are 13 temples, and each temple has 13 walls. Dalton suddenly snapped to attention, as if he had just remembered something, and quickly ran to the first wall of the temple to search earnestly. Soon, he found a tiny divine beast god rune on the tall wall. Dalton immediately ran to the next wall and, sure enough, found another divine symbol on that wall. Dalton felt he had grasped something, but couldn't quite put his finger on it, which plunged him into deep distress. Just then, the light from the 13th temple suddenly disappeared, and the group passed through the 13th temple and slowly appeared on the mountain path. Dalton's face turned deathly pale instantly. He had gone to great lengths to get to this point, and was almost able to find a way to enter the temple, but he couldn't find the entrance. Does this mean I'll end up doing all the work for someone else? Even if Dalton was unwilling, he could only stare helplessly at this moment. Because this temple is also surrounded by cliffs on all sides, with only one path leading down to it. To leave this place, you must return to the location of the first temple and climb out from there. When Han Fei, Delia, and the others came up, only 16 people remained out of the original 30-odd. The rest of the people died unexpectedly while trying to solve the puzzle. When Han Fei saw Dalton slumped against the temple wall, looking dejected and resigned, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Baker, didn't your ancestors tell you how to break the mechanisms in this temple? Delia was furious because half of her team had been lost. Those men were the elite of the Night Owl Knights, and even the weakest among them were at least tier 3. Now that half of the people were gone, Delia felt both heartbroken and furious, and naturally she blamed Dalton for it. With a thought, Delia used her immense mental power to lift Dalton into the air and move him over the cliff. If she released her mental power, Dalton would surely die. Dalton looked down into the abyss and was terrified. He started waving his arms and screaming, "You swore an oath in the name of our ancestors that you would not harm me." Dalton was truly at his wit's end. He had no power to resist and could only hope that Delia would keep her vow. But he also knew that this hope was slim. Compared to the secret of becoming a god in divine blood, oaths seemed so insignificant. Seeing the murderous intent in Delia's eyes, Han Fei quickly said, "Aunt, he may have information that we don't know. Let's spare his life for now, he might still be useful." Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Delia had no choice but to suppress her anger. She glanced coldly at Dalton before looking at the golden coffin in the center of the temple. Not only her, but everyone's eyes were drawn to her. The main reason is that the golden, holy light was so dazzling that it was impossible not to notice it. Delia's anger vanished instantly. She could sense the powerful aura emanating from the golden coffin. That was a very high level of power, far surpassing magic and battle aura, and even more powerful than the power of law she had just touched. At that moment, Delia was finally certain that the coffin must contain divine blood, otherwise, this power would be inexplicable. Delia and the others couldn't help but lift their feet to enter the temple, but as soon as they reached the gate, they found that an invisible force was blocking them, and they couldn't get in no matter what they did. It wasn't just Delia who was like this. Even 4th-tier warriors who tried to force their way in with their physical strength found that the more force they used, the stronger the rebound force from that layer of energy became. A 4th-tier warrior was nearly thrown off the cliff. If his companion hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed him in time, he would have fallen into the abyss. Delia's expression changed slightly, and she immediately ordered, "Try going in from other locations." They soon discovered that the temple had 13 doors to enter and exit, and that no matter which door they entered from, the result was the same: attack the wall. Upon learning the result, Delia ordered the warriors in her team to use brute force to break down the wall without even thinking. The result was no different from before. On the contrary, the soldiers were so shaken by the force transmitted through the wall that their bodies went numb. Lady Delia, what should we do? Delia frowned. The power of this barrier is unlike anything I've ever seen. Even if a saint-level expert came, they might not be able to break it. The people of the Chris Empire couldn't help but focus their attention on Han Fei, clearly placing their hopes on him. Han Fei's performance along the way was too dazzling. He was able to deduce the correct way to pass the level based solely on the messy text translated by Dalton and the clues left by Dalton in cracking the mechanism. This has already won everyone's heartfelt admiration. Han Fei seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled and turned his gaze to Dalton in the air. Mr. Baker, tell me about your discovery. Dalton looked completely panicked. I didn't find anything either. Our ancestors only left instructions on how to activate the first 7 mechanisms, not this one. Otherwise, I would have gone in already. Han Fei smiled faintly. Dalton was an extremely cunning man, and he would naturally not easily believe what he said. And, since we haven't found anything, it's not worth anything. Let's just throw it down. Delia sneered, immediately released her mental energy, and then saw Dalton plummeting straight down the cliff. Wait a minute. Dalton shouted frantically and screamed incessantly. Just then, Dalton found himself stopped in mid-air after a rapid fall, and then slowly rose up. Tell me, you don't have a second chance. Delia's expression was cold, clearly indicating that she was in a bad mood. Dalton was still in shock, but he knew he had no leverage to negotiate. He swallowed hard before hesitantly saying, "The secret to becoming a god lies on the roof of the temple." Upon hearing this, Delia and the others' expressions changed, and they all hurriedly looked up at the roof of the temple. That's the creator god? And the goddess of light of the Church of Light. What does this mural mean? How could it contain the secret to becoming a god? Is that our world? Most of the people in the Chris Empire couldn't understand it. They didn't have the key information about the god throne and the laws of the world that Dalton had in his mind. To them, it was just an ordinary mural. Only Delia and Han Fei stared intently at the murals, though their expressions differed. Delia had also touched a wisp of the power of the law at this moment, and naturally knew the power of the law. She could tell at a glance that what the creator god held in his hands was not only their world, but also that the 13 pillars on the sphere represented 13 powerful laws, which were the foundation of the world. Light, death, life, time, the ocean. It's not hard to recognize what these laws represent. The Church of Light goes without saying, and with the intelligence system of the Chris Empire, the two major faiths, the Church of the Underworld and the Temple of the Beast God, naturally already knew their doctrines and symbols. Delia's body trembled slightly. When she saw the scenes of the Goddess of Light ascending to the Divine Kingdom and other murals, she instantly understood what the so-called secret of becoming a god was. Unlike Dalton, Delia, though lacking the crucial information, had accompanied Chris to the Orc Kingdom of Braz 2 years prior. She witnessed Gosen's ascension to the sanctuary and Elizabeth's murder, followed by her resurrection by the Creator God and her ascension to the Kingdom of God. When Delia saw this scene back then, she was only shocked and had an urge to worship it. She didn't dare to think about becoming a god at all. Now that Dalton has said that, Delia immediately realized that it was the complete process of becoming a god. Although the Church of Light claims that Elizabeth is the human incarnation of the Goddess of Light, she is merely returning to the Kingdom of God. Now, when Delia sees this mural that was carved 1,000 years ago, she is startled and feels that she has guessed the truth. The Goddess of Light has not returned to the divine realm, she has just ascended to it. That means that no one has fully mastered the other 12 laws yet, and there are still 12 divine positions to be filled. Does this mean I also have the opportunity to become a god? Delia trembled even more violently at the thought, her face showing a complex mix of excitement and fear. Lady Delia, what's wrong? The others in the Chris Empire noticed Delia's unusual behavior and hurriedly asked her about it with concern. I'm fine. Delia slowly shook her head, but suddenly noticed that Han Fei's expression was a little strange. Han Fei was not a native of the Western fantasy world, so his perspective on the murals was naturally different. He immediately understood the meaning behind the entire mural. Wasn't this just the kind of thing depicted in Western fantasy novels in the real world, the gathering of faith and the ignition of divine fire? Han Fei had already figured it out. This was a dungeon created by the game's official team. The purpose of making such a big fuss was probably to make the secret of becoming a god known to the public. But what is their purpose? A battle for the throne? Let the natives of the Western fantasy world and the players compete for these 13 positions? Brooke, what did you see? Seeing that Han Fei remained silent for a long time, Delia couldn't help but ask. It's the same as what Auntie saw. Han Fei smiled. However, this method of becoming a god is too far away for us. What we should be thinking about now is how to get into this temple. have you found a solution? Delia had regained her composure. Although she was still very excited, she knew that Han Fei was right and that the most important thing at hand was to obtain the divine blood. Han Fei laughed and looked at Dalton. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Baker seems to have figured something out. Delia and the others were taken aback by what they heard, and all their eyes were focused on Dalton. When they noticed Dalton's sudden change in expression and the flicker in his eyes, they knew that Han Fei had guessed correctly. Mr. Baker, please speak, don't waste our time. Dalton wore a bitter expression. He had no choice at all, not speaking would mean certain death. I did discover something, but I'm not saying it because I'll die, and even if I did, I might not live. Why should I say it? Dalton was extremely resentful. He was the one who found the divine blood, but these people stole the credit. His heart was filled with resentment. Han Fei said calmly, aren't you a gambler? Then take a gamble. We don't have any deep-seated hatred for you. This is your last bit of value. As long as you tell us, we don't need to make things difficult for you. In a way, we should thank you for helping us find this place. Dalton's expression changed, and he fell silent instantly. His current situation was indeed as Han Fei had said. He could only gamble on the other party taking pity on him and letting him live. This temple has 13 walls, each with a symbol of a deity. Based on the mural on the temple ceiling, it is estimated that 13 people would need to push these 13 walls together to open the barrier. Dalton remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he understood that Dalton was referring to the situation where the 13 laws on the mural supported the planet of the Western fantasy world. Han Fei immediately addressed the people from the Chris Empire, saying, please check whether it matches what Mr. Baker said. Upon hearing this, Delia and the others immediately sprang into action, quickly inspecting all 13 walls of the temple. Brooke, he wasn't lying. Han Fei frowned slightly upon hearing Delia's affirmative reply, feeling that things might not be that simple. Auntie, let's try it first. The Chris Empire has 16 people left, which is enough, but most of them are mages, with only 5 warriors. When they stood in front of the 13 walls and pushed together, they found that the walls remained unmoved, just like the previous attacks. Is he playing tricks? A murderous glint flashed in Delia's eyes as she coldly looked at Dalton. Aunt, Mr. Baker isn't stupid. He should know the consequences of playing us for a fool. Han Fei shook his head, then suddenly looked at a 4th-tier warrior and asked, Lord Gordon, can you move the wall? Gordon paused for a moment, then quickly said with a puzzled look, that's a bit strange. When we attacked it just now, the wall didn't react at all, but when we pushed it with our bodies, it moved slightly. Although the movement was very small, it really moved. Han Fei laughed upon hearing this, I understand. Delia and the others all looked bewildered, wondering what Han Fei had figured out. It's not that the method is wrong, but that the strength is insufficient, Han Fei continued with a smile. Lord Gordon, Lord Morrison, try pushing a wall at the same time. The 2 men immediately understood Han Fei's meaning, quickly walked to a wall, and simultaneously pushed against it. Squeak! The wall in front of them made an unpleasant sound and shook slightly, but that was all, it quickly stopped. Mord, you're going too! Delia's eyes lit up with joy, and she immediately gave an order to another warrior. When the 3 4th-tier warriors pushed at the same time, the wall finally began to slowly cave in. However, all 3 of them had flushed faces and bulging veins on their arms, clearly indicating that they had used all their strength. The people of the Chris Empire were overjoyed, any movement meant that their method was correct. But the joy that had just appeared on their faces quickly froze. Because when they pushed it in about half a meter, the wall slowly retreated, and no matter how hard the 3 4th-tier warriors tried, it had no effect. It felt like an elephant gently pushing aside a swarm of ants with its leg effortless and irresistible. Everyone except Han Fei was stunned, clearly not expecting this situation, but they quickly understood what was going on. Pushing one wall won't work, you need to push all 13 walls at the same time. Otherwise, even if you manage to push them to their original positions, they will simply reset themselves. In other words, they need at least 39 4th-tier warriors, but they only have 4 right now. The others are all mages, and even all of them combined are not as strong as a single 4th-tier warrior. Gordon, immediately send a message to the capital, asking His Majesty to send more Tier 4 warriors. Without the slightest hesitation, Delia immediately gave instructions to Gordon. It's too late. Han Fei said something indifferently, then turned to look at the foot of the mountain. There, Shang Wengsuan had already led Owen and the others rapidly toward the mountain peak. The people from the Chris Empire all changed their expressions. They never expected that there were people following them, and that they were from the Holy Sword Kingdom. Shang Wengsuan is a 5th-tier warrior. With magic forbidden and battle chi unusable here, all of them combined are no match for him, not to mention the more than 20 warriors following behind him. Although the Holy Sword Kingdom is not their enemy, what they have before them is divine blood, and no normal person would give it up. Moreover, if Shang Wengsuan kills everyone present, who will know that he was the one who did it? Delia clearly realized this as well, and she whispered, prepare for battle. Auntie, don't do anything yet, let me talk to him. Delia paused slightly, then asked in surprise, what do you want to talk to him about? Cooperate. Delia was speechless. How could they possibly cooperate on something like this? Does this mean we should have Shang Wengsuan help open the temple, and then everyone go inside and divide the divine blood equally? Although the amount of divine blood is unknown, how could anyone be willing to share something like that, especially given that the Holy Sword Kingdom currently holds the upper hand? Han Fei ignored Delia's reaction and walked directly to the plaza on the steps, calmly waiting for Shang Wengsuan and his group to come up. As Shang Wengsuan descended the steps, he naturally noticed Han Fei. He smiled, but continued walking upwards at an even faster pace. Let's get to know each other formally. When Shang Wengsuan walked into the square, he spoke in Chinese, smiling as he extended his hand to Han Fei. Shang Wengsuan. Han Fei smiled, calmly extended his hand, and gently shook hands with Shang Wengsuan. Han Fei. The founding monarchs of the Xia dynasty and the Shang dynasty met in the same era. Logically speaking, Han Fei should have been very dissatisfied with Shang Wengsuan. After all, it was Shang Wengsuan who overthrew the great Xia dynasty that he had built with his own hands. However, both of them wore nonchalant smiles, seemingly unconcerned about the matter, and their gazes at each other were full of appreciation. The people from the Holy Sword Kingdom and the Chris Empire were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that these two people would shake hands like old acquaintances and speak in a language they couldn't understand. Did these two know each other before? Delia frowned, a doubt rising in her mind. Han Fei grew up in the capital and then went to the Extraordinary Academy. He had no connection with Shang Wengsuan at all. How did they meet? However, despite her doubts, Delia did not suspect that Han Fei was a spy for the Holy Sword Kingdom. Aside from the fact that Han Fei's ancestral glory influenced Delia's inexplicable trust in him, the most important reason was that if Han Fei really had a problem, there was no need for him to do this in front of everyone. Brother Han, what problem have you encountered? Shang Wengsuan was no ordinary person, he saw the problem at a glance. Otherwise, the people from the Chris Empire would have already gone into the temple to get the divine blood and wouldn't have waited for them to arrive. Let's use the language of the Western fantasy world, otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain. Han Fei smiled and immediately switched to the language of the Western fantasy world. We have indeed encountered a problem. We can't enter this temple, and the method to open it is very difficult. We need to cooperate. I would like to hear the details. Shang Wengsuan had no doubts, and simply waited for Han Fei to explain the reason. Han Fei was extremely frank, without hiding anything, including the murals above the temple and their meanings, as well as the method to become a god. Shang Wengsuan remained calm and composed throughout the conversation, without any change in expression. Those who achieve great things throughout history share a common characteristic: they are calm and composed, never showing their emotions, making it difficult for others to discern their inner thoughts from their words and actions. Although Shang Wengsuan was very interested in the method of becoming a god, his eyes and expression remained completely unchanged. I understand. Would you all mind if I went to take a look first? Please go ahead. Han Fei gestured for him to proceed. Although Shang Wengsuan did not doubt what Han Fei said, he still had to try it himself to know. When Shang Wengsuan reached the temple entrance and lifted his foot to enter, he discovered an invisible force blocking his way. He reached out and placed his hand on that invisible barrier, trying to push it away. With that push, Shang Wengsuan felt a tremendous force rebounding back, sending him flying. Shang Wengsuan only tested it once and knew that this was not something he could open with his own power. He could only play according to the rules designed by the game's official developers. Brother Han, how would you like to cooperate? Without wasting words, Shang Wengsuan asked directly. Let's open this temple together, and whatever amount of divine blood it contains, we'll divide it equally. How about that? Han Fei made the suggestion calmly. A smile appeared on Shang Wengsuan's lips. Brother Han, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you all after I open the temple? When Shang Wengsuan said this, it was as if he were talking about something trivial, but the expressions of everyone in the Chris Empire changed. Delia's expression turned very grim, which was exactly what she had been worried about. Shang Wengsuan's direct statement showed that he didn't take them all seriously. Han Fei laughed as well. I'm confident you can't kill us. Shang Wengsuan glanced at Han Fei in surprise. He could tell that Han Fei's words were backed by great confidence. He now knew that Han Fei had just graduated from the Extraordinary Academy, the source of extraordinary power in the Western fantasy world. It wouldn't be surprising if Han Fei had some extraordinary abilities. Since Brother Han has this confidence and is not afraid that I will abandon him after I have served my purpose, then cooperation is not a problem. Shang Wengsuan laughed and immediately agreed. But now there's a problem. Each wall requires 3 4th-tier warriors to push it open. All of our people who entered Pet Province are here. Are all of Brother Shang's people from the Holy Sword Kingdom here? Shang Wengsuan nodded and said, they're all here. If I bring too many people in, they'll be too conspicuous. That's troublesome. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. That's not necessarily true. Shang Wengsuan smiled slightly and said to the people behind him, Owen, Harry, come with me. Everyone present was puzzled, wondering what Shang Wengsuan was planning to do. Irving, you try pushing it. Irving respectfully responded, then immediately placed one hand on the wall and exerted force with both hands and feet, pushing the wall inward. When it dented in half a meter, the wall bounced back to its original shape. The people of the Holy Sword Kingdom were not surprised at all, while the people of the Chris Empire were dumbfounded, especially the warriors, who felt their faces burning. Both being 4th-tier warriors, Owen could move a wall by himself, while it took 3 warriors from the Chris Empire to move it. Although it wasn't intentional, it was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face for them. Harry, another vice-commander of the Knights of Glory, can also push a wall by himself. Shang Wengsuan didn't even need to try. If the gap between the 2 walls wasn't too large, making it impossible for his hands to touch both walls at the same time, he would have even tried pushing the 2 walls. Upon seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately realized the difference in strength between the 2 sides' warriors. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Brother Shang, let your tier 3 warriors give it a try too. Without Han Fei even needing to say anything, Shang Wengsuan had already called over the remaining tier 3 warriors. Starting with 4 tier 3 warriors, and continuing until 6 tier 3 warriors were added, it was only then that they managed to push down one wall. Shang Wengsuan checked the number of people. The 3rd-tier warriors of the Glory Knights could push all 4 walls. With the 3 of them, there were a total of 7, which meant they were still 6 short. He glanced at the people from the Chris Empire and asked, how many walls can you push down in total? Han Fei pondered for a moment. With Ant's mental strength, she should be able to push one side on her own. The remaining dozen or so mages can also push one side together using their mental strength. Adding the 4 4th-tier warriors, that makes a total of 3 sides. Shang Wengsuan frowned slightly. That means there are still 3 short. If Brother Shang has no other choice, it seems we can only call for more tier 4 warriors. Han Fei glanced at Shang Wengsuan thoughtfully and said. Shang Wengsuan also looked at Han Fei and laughed. Brother Han seems to have guessed that I have a way. Han Fei smiled as well. People like us always have some trump cards up our sleeves. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei exchanged a glance and laughed at the same time. However, both of them knew that the laughter contained more than one meaning. Shang Wengsuan could not allow the people of the Chris Empire to go out and ask for help, otherwise it would be Chris himself who would come instead of some 4th-tier warrior. Shang Wengsuan didn't have time to linger here. With so many people dead outside, sooner or later someone would notice something was wrong. If the Church of Light were to discover this at that time, Innocent V would be the one to arrive. Although Shang Wengsuan could easily defeat opponents of the same level, he had also possessed the power of the 6th level before and was well aware of the fundamental difference between the 5th and 6th levels. Both Chris and Innocent V could easily defeat him now. I do have some trump cards up my sleeve, but with my current strength, I can only push through 3 walls at the same time, which means I'm still 1 short. Han Fei laughed. Please demonstrate, Brother Shang. If you can really do it, then I have a way to solve the remaining wall. Shang Wengsuan glanced at Han Fei meaningfully, but said nothing. He then walked to a wall and stood there. Everyone stared wide-eyed, even the people from the Holy Sword Kingdom, clearly not understanding how Shang Wengsuan could push 3 walls at the same time. Even Chen Luo, who was above the divine realm, turned his attention to this place. He became somewhat interested and wanted to know what Shang Wengsuan's trump card was. He designed all the mechanisms here on the spot without putting in much effort, and even left some hints in front of the mechanisms so that they could be solved with a little thought. That's why he banned the use of magic and fighting spirit to prevent these people from causing destruction with brute force. However, he deliberately set up this 14th temple so that it required warriors of the 4th rank or above to activate it, and dozens of them were needed, just to prevent a single faction from opening the temple. Even though the temple is located on the territory of the Church of Light, it would still take them at least 10 days to half a month to gather so many 4th-tier warriors. Since it's impossible for all 4th-tier warriors to gather in one place, most of them are stationed in various parts of the Church of Light, and just traveling would waste a lot of time. After Shang Wengsuan stood in front of the door, he slowly closed his eyes. Everyone felt a powerful aura emanating from Shang Wengsuan's body, causing them to inexplicably feel a tightness in their chests, even Delia, who was also at the 5th rank. Just then, they saw Shang Wengsuan move, or rather, 3 Shang Wengsuans move. As Shang Wengsuan, who was standing still, rushed out, he suddenly multiplied into 3, each rushing towards one of the 3 different walls. Everyone present was stunned, thinking they were seeing things. Some people couldn't help but rub their eyes and look again. But upon closer inspection, it was discovered that 3 Shang Wengsuans had simultaneously placed their hands on the 3 walls and pushed them in. When the 3 walls were in place, all of Shang Wengsuan's figures moved simultaneously and retreated, gathering together and becoming one person again. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at Shang Wengsuan, wondering what had happened. That's interesting. Chen Luo laughed. While others couldn't tell, he could see it at a glance. Shang Wengsuan used the power of a domain, a power that only a 7th tier epic could wield. A more accurate description would be an incomplete domain power. The reason why Shang Wengsuan was able to advance from the 4th to the 5th rank so quickly was not only because he had trained twice again in the Marvel world, but also because he had abandoned his cultivation and briefly experienced the power of a 7th rank epic, and used the power of his domain. This experience is absolutely unique in the Western fantasy world, allowing Shang Wengsuan to gain a deeper understanding and appreciation of the power of laws. Although Shang Wengsuan could use it at this time, the duration would not be very long. Chen Luo estimated that he could only create 2 clones in a minute at most, and each clone would only have about 1/3 the strength of the original. However, even Chen Luo had to admit that this guy was indeed a cultivation prodigy, given that he could do that. If he cultivates in reality, will he gain extraordinary power? Chen Luo smiled and stroked his chin, an interesting idea suddenly popping into his mind. While Chen Luo was pondering, Shang Wengsuan turned to Han Fei and said with a smile, "Brother Han, can you reveal your trump card now?" Han Fei was still wondering in surprise what kind of power Shang Wengsuan possessed, but when he heard his words, Han Fei chuckled and, without any pretense, immediately walked to a wall and placed his hand on it. Those present were still in shock when they saw Han Fei's actions, and they couldn't help but be stunned again. While they were still wondering, they saw the wall slowly cave in, and when it reached half a meter, it bounced back. Both the people of the Chris Empire and the Holy Sword Kingdom were completely dumbfounded. Han Fei was clearly a 4th tier mage, so how could he possibly push that wall with his mental strength? Shang Wengsuan looked surprised, then suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, "Impressive, impressive. Brother Han is probably the first person to be able to cultivate both magic and martial arts." Those present were initially in a state of shock and uncertainty, but when they heard what Shang Wengsuan said, they all reacted at the same time. A 4th tier mage can't push this wall, but a 4th tier warrior can. But how is it possible to cultivate both magic and martial arts? To achieve dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, the prerequisite is of course to possess magical talent, but there are very few people with this talent to begin with, and those with the talent to become warriors are even fewer. Even those who possess both talents would mostly choose to become mages. Because mages have a higher cultivation speed and are stronger than warriors of the same level, mages actually have a higher status than warriors in Western fantasy worlds. It's not that no mage has tried to cultivate both, but the process of a warrior's cultivation is very time-consuming, requiring a lot of time to temper the physical body and cultivate battle chi. Human energy is limited. If time is spent on becoming a warrior, the cultivation of mental strength will be delayed. Therefore, they must face the problem of allocating time and energy. If you force yourself to cultivate both, the result is often that you become weak in both, and eventually you will be left far behind by others. Most importantly, both mages and warriors require a lot of resources, which ordinary families simply cannot afford. Therefore, most people with 2 talents will choose to cultivate the one with the higher talent. Han Fei actually discovered that his talent as a warrior far surpassed his talent as a mage as soon as he entered the Extraordinary Academy. He worked so hard to cultivate, squeezing out every bit of his energy, yet he always came in last place. It wasn't because he lacked talent, but because he was simultaneously cultivating both mage and warrior skills. However, Han Fei never revealed his ability to cultivate both magic and martial arts, because his mindset at this time was completely different from that of ordinary people. Others might obtain such powerful abilities and go out to flaunt them, letting the world know how talented they are, and then show off and get humiliated. But as Han Fei said, he only regarded this ability as a trump card, nothing more. "You guys are all quite interesting." Chen Luo was still pondering cultivation in the real world when he noticed Han Fei's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. After his initial surprise, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. However, if we really have to say who surprised Chen Luo the most, it would definitely be Shang Wengsuan. With his 5th tier strength, he can wield the power of a 7th tier domain. Even though he has experienced the power of a 7th tier epic once, his talent is unmatched. Strictly speaking, Han Fei was not the first to possess the ability to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Trolls can be considered the first race to master both magic and martial arts. Their powerful physical abilities are well suited to becoming warriors. With the warlock inheritance bestowed upon them by Chen Luo, they can be considered true combat mages capable of close-quarters combat. At this moment, the people from the Chris Empire were all staring at Han Fei, as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Delia's eyes, however, were filled with more surprise and delight. Just as Shang Wengsuan had said, Han Fei was the first human to truly achieve dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. There may have been others before, but there was definitely no one like Han Fei who raised the strength of both warriors and mages to the 4th tier. After Shang Wengsuan laughed, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He had a feeling that this was not Han Fei's last trump card. Because when Han Fei said he couldn't kill the people of the Chris Empire, his tone was very firm, showing great confidence. Although a 4th tier battle mage can sweep through opponents of the same tier, it is impossible for him to pose a threat to Shang Wengsuan. Shang Wengsuan didn't reveal the answer, and even if he asked, Han Fei wouldn't be able to tell him. Now that the last problem is solved, let's begin. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Shang Wengsuan immediately spoke up. After the initial shock, the people of the Chris Empire recovered and began to allocate the positions of the walls according to their respective factions. Since Shang Wengsuan needed to push 3 walls by himself, the position of issuing commands naturally fell to him. I counted to 1 and started to exert force at the same time. As Shang Wengsuan began the countdown, everyone focused their attention on the wall they were responsible for. When the countdown ended, they simultaneously exerted their strength, pushing against the wall in front of them. Rumble! As all 13 walls simultaneously caved inward, the entire temple emitted a thunderous sound and trembled violently. Soon, they discovered that it wasn't just the temple on the mountaintop that was trembling, all the temples were emitting a rumbling sound. At that moment, everyone felt a cold and majestic will locking onto them, and they felt that their entire being, from head to toe, and even their souls, were locked by this terrifying will. They instantly realized that it was the will of the world. The temple complex trembled more and more violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. People standing on it began to lose their footing and had to hurriedly grab the walls to steady themselves. A burst of intense light erupted from the golden coffin, piercing through the mountain wall that obscured the temple and shooting straight into the sky. The next moment, all the mountain walls above the temple complex disappeared, and the temple complex beneath their feet shook and rose up into the sky. At that moment, intense light shot up from the golden coffin in the sky above the Buenos Aires mountains, reaching the heavens and scattering all the dark clouds. The entire province of Pet looked up in shock at the sky, where the light was filled with an irresistible divine aura, causing a sudden surge of unease and an urge to worship in everyone's hearts. What happened? Is this the aura of Queen Elizabeth's descent? Oh my God, what is that? Has something important happened? The Temple of Creation? Such a dramatic change in celestial phenomena is noticeable to anyone who isn't blind. Those who entered the Pet province to search for the Temple of Creation, as well as the people of the Church of Light, naturally discovered it immediately, and they all thought of the Temple of Creation. Aside from the appearance of the temple, they couldn't think of anything else that could cause such a cataclysmic change in the world. Just then, a massive temple complex slowly floated up within the pillar of light, hovering in midair and ceasing its ascent. The powerful divine aura emanating from the golden coffin drew the attention of everyone who could see the temple, their gazes involuntarily drawn towards it. It's the Temple of Creation. The temple has appeared. Hurry up and go. The next moment, all the groups that had entered the territory of the Church of Light in search of the Temple of Creation went crazy and rushed toward the location of the temple in a frenzy. Cardinal Hawthorne of the province of Pete in the Church of Light immediately mobilized the local garrison to the floating temple, while ordering someone to urgently send a message to Pope Innocent V. Meanwhile, Shang Wengsuan and the others, who were above the suspended temple, had just adjusted to the dizzying sensation. By the time they recovered, the temple complex was already suspended high in the sky. After stabilizing himself, Shang Wengsuan found that he still couldn't use his battle chi, but he couldn't care less about that now. He moved his feet and rushed into the temple. As they had expected, the barrier outside the temple disappeared, and Shang Wengsuan rushed into the temple without any hindrance. As he rushed to the coffin, another figure of the same kind rushed over and reached out to grab the golden coffin. The people from the Holy Sword Kingdom and the Chris Empire reacted quickly, rushing into the temple in a flurry. But when Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei placed their hands on the coffin, their expressions changed simultaneously. There's even a barrier on top of this golden coffin. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei exchanged a glance, then both wore speechless expressions and silently withdrew their hands. Damn it, is this really necessary? A sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts at the same time. This damn official was just too incompetent. You guys are playing a puzzle game, you're addicted to it. They've already cracked 8 mechanisms, and there's still more? But despite their complaints, Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei still had to find a way to solve the puzzle. People from the Holy Sword Kingdom and the Chris Empire also entered at this moment, and they were stunned when they saw the reactions of the two people. Brooke, what happened? Han Fei knew what Delia meant by asking, and he sighed helplessly. There is another layer of barrier on top of the coffin. Those present fell silent instantly. They had all followed Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei through the various challenges, so they naturally knew how troublesome the mechanisms inside were. I thought that once I cracked the last layer of the mechanism, I could get the divine blood, but I didn't expect there to be a protective barrier. Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan, however, had no time to consider these things and instead began to study the coffin on the platform. Now that the world has changed and the temple is suspended in midair, it's obvious that this was intentionally done by the game developers to attract more people and spread the secret of becoming a god. Before long, not only will the people of the Church of Light arrive, but all sorts of forces that have come to try their luck will also flock here. It's one thing for others, but if Innocent V arrives, then all their efforts will have been in vain. However, after looking at it for a long time, they found nothing special about the coffin except that it was luxurious and grand in style. Even with their sharp minds, Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan couldn't find any clues right away. Han Fei's gaze suddenly shifted to Dalton, who was huddled in the corner. "Mr. Baker, do you have any other clues?" Dalton was truly on the verge of tears. He had gone through so much trouble to find the Temple of Creation, only to have it all go to their benefit, and now he couldn't even leave. When Shang Wengsuan and the others opened the temple, Dalton actually wanted to slip away, because he knew that even if the barrier was opened, he wouldn't get any divine blood. But just as he was about to slip away, the temple trembled and then flew into the sky. Dalton glanced at the distance between the floating temple and the ground. It was at least 500 or 600 meters above the ground. As an ordinary person, there was no way he could possibly get down. "I have one more piece of information. I don't know if it will be useful. But if I tell you, will you let me down?" Dalton looked at Han Fei pitifully, his face full of pleading. Han Fei did not answer, but immediately looked at Delia. "Aunt, Mr. Baker has provided a clue. Please take him downstairs." Delia knew that there was no time to lose, so she agreed without hesitation. Dalton had no choice but to gamble again that Delia would keep her promise. This is not only a temple of creation, but also the tomb of Han Fei, the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to divine blood, his remains should also be inside the coffin. What? Before anyone could react to Dalton's words, Han Fei gasped in shock, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Shang Wengsuan also looked completely bewildered. Then, he looked at Han Fei with a strange smile. He seemed to remember something, and his smile grew wider and wider until he almost laughed until tears streamed down his face. Apart from Han Fei, everyone else looked at Shang Wengsuan with complete bewilderment, not knowing what he was laughing at. "Ha, ha, brother Han, how do you feel seeing your own coffin?" Shang Wengsuan said this in Chinese, but he was laughing so hard he was bent over backwards as he asked the question. Han Fei gave a wry smile. "Not good at all. The game developers are mocking me." Han Fei had already realized that although he had died in his previous life, he was still the founding emperor, so he would not have been buried hastily. It must have been his good-for-nothing son, Hunyuan, who buried him in the Temple of Creation. He wanted to kill a god back then, and although he failed, it is estimated that the game's official team has taken notice of him and now deliberately put the god's blood in his coffin. "Are you that vengeful?" Han Fei was speechless. His previous life had been dead for so long, and now they wanted to dig up his body and whip it? "Ha, so brother Han, have you thought of any clues?" Han Fei glanced at Shang Wengsuan and said indifferently, "Brother Shang, you're laughing so happily. Have you forgotten that you were also buried in a tomb in your previous life? Who knows, one day the game developers might just make your tomb into a dungeon." Shang Wengsuan's smile vanished abruptly. What Han Fei said wasn't entirely impossible. "I didn't kill any gods, nor did I offend them," Shang Wengsuan chuckled. "Even if it's made into a dungeon, it doesn't matter, it's just a game anyway. Brother Han, you should think about whether there's a way to open your coffin." Han Fei sighed, but first looked at Delia. "Aunt, please take Mr. Baker downstairs." "Found a clue?" Delia couldn't help but ask. Han Fei shook his head. "Although I haven't thought of anything useful, what he said should be true." Seeing Han Fei's strange expression, Delia didn't ask any more questions. She directly used her mental power to control Dalton's body to fly out of the floating temple and fall to the ground below. When Dalton landed safely on the ground, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only now could he truly feel at ease. Just as Dalton was about to make his escape, he noticed a large number of people rushing towards him from afar. There were not only cavalrymen carrying the banners of the Church of Light, but also a large number of people who looked like adventurers and mercenaries, and even quite a few orcs. Dalton looked distressed. Although he was wearing a human skin mask and wasn't afraid of being recognized, if he went out now, he would definitely be arrested and questioned about what had happened here. Dalton's eyes flashed, and he decided to avoid the situation for the time being. He looked around and then suddenly looked down into the ground. After the Temple of Creation took off into the sky, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Dalton's eyes suddenly widened as he saw a white object appear in the center of the pit. Most of it was hidden in the soil, with only a small part protruding above the ground. Because it was too far away, Dalton couldn't tell what it was for a moment. Dalton suddenly had a jolt of realization what was hidden beneath the Temple of Creation. The next moment, he felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and without thinking, he took off running and rushed into the pit below. Dalton was rushing so fast that he didn't notice the protruding rocks on the road, tripped over them, and tumbled down from above. As Dalton screamed and fell to the bottom of the pit, he ignored the blood streaming down his face and immediately scrambled toward the white object. When Dalton reached the white object, he reached out and pulled it off the ground. It was a white sphere about the size of a soccer ball. Its material was unknown, but it was crystal clear and flawless, except for a sacred rune in the very center. This sacred symbol is very simple, with a black dot in the center and a black ring surrounding it. Dalton's heart pounded wildly. He was so excited he almost fainted. Although he didn't know what the white sphere was, he had seen this holy rune before. It was one of the 13 laws that supported the world. Dalton didn't have time to think about what it was. He hugged the white sphere tightly to his chest, then climbed up from the bottom of the pit and started climbing up the mountain behind him. People are coming from 3 sides, but there are no people coming from behind because of the mountains. This thing actually ended up in your hands. When Chen Luo saw Dalton carrying the white sphere up the mountain and slipping away in the divine realm, he couldn't help but laugh. However, your experience is quite a good match for this thing. After Chen Luo laughed, he showed no intention of intervening. This thing, like the divine blood, was just thrown away casually. It didn't matter who got it. Since Dalton was lucky enough to find it, the question is whether he'll be lucky enough to keep it. At this moment, Shang Wengsuan and the others on the suspended temple also noticed the unusual activity below. Your Majesty, they are members of the Church of Light. Owen stood at the edge of the temple, looking down at the cavalry rushing towards him, and his expression couldn't help but change. Shang Wengsuan noticed it too, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. No rush, we still have time. Below, besides the people of the Church of Light, there were also many people from various forces across the continent. Given the Church of Light's consistently domineering style, even if they are not expelled now, they will surely be cleared out when Innocent V arrives. It was one thing if they hadn't seen the divine blood before, but now that it's right in front of them, even the holy domain can't back down. There will inevitably be another bloodbath. Moreover, magic and battle aura cannot be used within the area of the floating temple. Even if Innocent V were to come up, he might not be able to deal with them using only mental power. However, the Church of Light has more than just Innocent V, it also has countless extraordinary individuals, including 3 5th-tier warriors and even more priests, totaling 5. Although it is impossible for all these people to arrive at the same time, the longer it is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Brother Han, we need to speed things up, otherwise when Innocent V arrives, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Han Fei stared at his coffin, deep in thought. He had examined every corner and every pattern of the coffin, but could not find a single clue. Han Fei even began to recall the various details of his encounter with Chen Luo, as well as what happened on the day he killed the god, but he still couldn't think of any connection. Han Fei frowned for a long time, then suddenly said with a strange expression, I think I understand a little. Shang Wengsuan's eyes lit up. Please speak. What we can confirm now is that this is a dungeon, so divine blood is the final equipment dropped in the dungeon. Han Fei smiled knowingly. In most games, equipment has a protection period after it drops, and only the killer can pick it up. It seems we're not the killer. The divine blood is currently under protection, and we can only open the coffin after that period ends. Although Han Fei used the language of a Western fantasy world, apart from Shang Wengsuan, no one else could understand what he was saying. Brooke, are you saying that this barrier has a limited lifespan and will automatically disappear after the time is up? Delia seemed to understand only a little, and she couldn't help but frown and ask a question. Han Fei nodded. That's true. Why is this happening? Delia pressed for an answer, voicing the question that had been on everyone's mind. Because the creator god wanted to tell everyone how to become a god. This time, it was Shang Wengsuan who answered. When he heard Han Fei say it, he guessed what was going on. The purpose of suspending the temple in midair and preventing people from immediately collecting the divine blood is very clear, to let the whole world know that there is treasure here, the secret to becoming a god, and that everyone should come and grab it. Delia and the others looked completely bewildered, and for a moment they didn't react. Why would the creator god make such a shocking secret as becoming a god known to everyone? Would the sky then be filled with gods? Shang Wengsuan did not continue to explain, but instead walked to the edge of the temple and looked down at the ground. As he had predicted, the situation below was exactly as the Church of Light's army was suppressing those who wanted to approach the floating temple. These people are not limited to the superhumans or ordinary people, even those from the Church of Light are no exception. The reactions of the various factions were remarkably consistent. They launched an attack on the army of the Church of Light without hesitation. The ground was in complete chaos, with shouts of fighting and screams reaching the suspended temple. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei lost interest after just one glance. The group below were all small fry. Even if they managed to fight their way to the top, they probably wouldn't even have the ability to ascend to the floating temple. To fly hundreds of meters into the air, one can only use wind magic. However, magic is forbidden in the area near the floating temple, so it's estimated that before you can even fly up, you'll fall down and be smashed into a pulp. For a mage to ascend the floating temple, they would need to reach the 5th rank, where they could barely fly up with their powerful mental strength. Before warriors reach the Holy Realm, they can only use flying magical beasts. However, flying magical beasts that can carry people are at least tier 3 or higher, and because they can fly, they are extremely difficult to tame. Let alone a 3rd-tier warrior, even a 4th-tier warrior might not be able to possess a flying magical beast. The floating temple naturally isolates those low-level superhumans. To ascend it, one needs at least the strength of the 4th rank. Their only concern now is when Innocent V will arrive. If he arrives within the protection period of the divine blood, they will be in big trouble. But to their surprise, Innocent V arrived even faster than they had imagined. The distance between Pet Province and the capital of the empire is extremely far. Even traveling non-stop on Black Flame Horse, it would take 3 days. It will take Innocent V several days to arrive after receiving the message. However, only 2 days later, on the third day, just as the sun was rising, Shang Wengsuan and the others noticed a strange movement coming from the horizon. A white light streaked across the sky, flying rapidly from afar like a shooting star. This white light was not only dazzling but also extremely fast. One moment everyone could only see it as small as a pinhead, the next moment it became as big as a mung bean, and a few minutes later it became the size of a fist. At that speed, it probably wouldn't take more than 10 minutes to reach the floating temple. They're here. Shang Wengsuan's expression changed slightly. Although he had never met Innocent V, he could clearly see that the white light contained a human figure as it approached from afar. In this world, nothing below the Saint Realm can fly at such a speed. Moreover, as the figure flew closer and closer, the intense pressure of the Holy Domain had already reached the floating temple. There are only 3 people in the Holy Land on the continent, and at this time, within the territory of the Church of Light, there is no one else besides Innocent V who has received news of the temple's reappearance. Brother Shang, let's try to see if we can close the temple again. Han Fei suddenly blurted out a sentence. Upon hearing this, Shang Wengsuan immediately understood Han Fei's meaning. He nodded and asked, "How long can the barrier on the coffin last?" "The barrier above has weakened by at least half. According to my estimate, it will disappear in 3 days at most. We just need to hold on until then." 3 days? The Church of Light doesn't know how to activate it. Even if they find the method, it will take time to gather manpower. One innocent can't open the barrier. Shang Wengsuan pondered for a moment, then immediately ordered everyone, "You all go inside the temple. I'll come alone." Those present reacted quickly. They understood what the two meant just by listening to their conversation. This was to use the barrier outside the temple to protect them. With the power of that barrier, even Innos V might not be able to break it. After seeing everyone enter the temple, Shang Wengsuan moved swiftly to the recessed wall and pushed it open. The wall that had been sunken in immediately made a cracking sound, and then slowly began to return to its original position. At the same time, the other 12 walls also retreated. King Innocent V in the sky was now less than 500 meters away from the floating temple. With his strength as a saint, he had naturally seen the divine blood that exuded a strong holy aura long ago. At the same time, we also saw Shang Wengsuan pushing the wall. Although King Innocent V did not know what Shang Wengsuan was doing, he could guess from the unusual activity at the temple that it was not a good thing for him. King Innocent V snorted angrily and casually swung out a holy light sword. A beam of white holy light appeared out of thin air, quickly coalescing into a giant sword 4 or 5 meters long, which shot rapidly toward Shang Wengsuan's location. The power of this holy light sword was astonishing. Even before the sword light arrived, it emitted a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, which even shocked the people on the suspended temple hundreds of meters away. The people of the Church of Light below the temple cheered. Seeing the holy sword and the figure in the sky, they knew immediately that Innocent V had arrived. However, Shang Wengsuan was not among them. He had experienced the power of the holy domain before, so he didn't have any special feelings. On the contrary, he felt that Innocent V was a bit weak. Compared to Gosen, there is a significant gap. Shang Wengsuan had watched the entire video series from the theft of the Sword of Judgment to Elizabeth's ascension to the Kingdom of God. Shang Wengsuan still vividly remembered the powerful aura Gosen exuded when he advanced to the Saint Realm. That feeling was no weaker than when he became a Saint Realm expert in the Marvel world. Shang Wengsuan even suspected that if the Creator God hadn't intervened halfway, Gosen, wielding the Judgment Sword, might not have been afraid of Osiris, who was at the 7th rank. However, Shang Wengsuan quickly figured out the reason Innocent V did not cultivate step by step on his own. Each time, the Goddess of Light forcibly boosted his cultivation at crucial moments. This was convenient, but the drawback was also obvious. Innocent V undoubtedly became the weakest of the sanctuaries. Even the weakest Saint Realm expert is still a Saint Realm expert, and can still easily defeat him. The moment the walls were restored, Shang Wengsuan rushed into the temple. The holy light sword arrived outside the suspended temple at that moment. To everyone's surprise, the formidable holy light sword vanished silently upon reaching the floating temple, as if it had never existed. This surprised not only everyone in the floating temple, but even King Innocent V was astonished. Shang Wengsuan and the others understood in a moment that the floating temple area not only prohibited the use of magic and battle chi, but could also neutralize the power of magic and battle chi. While Innocent V was still in a daze, Shang Wengsuan had already rushed into the temple, and the barrier had been restored. Everyone knew in their hearts that this barrier was both a protection for them and a prison, because they couldn't get out either. Although superhumans have very strong physiques and can go a week without food or water without any problems, they cannot go without food or water indefinitely. If they obtain the blood of the gods but cannot gain power greater than that of Innocent V, then they will only have death to await. Destroy the murals above. Delia suddenly gave an order to the people of the Chris Empire. Gordon and the other warriors were stunned for a moment, then they all reacted at the same time and began to throw their weapons toward the roof of the temple. Meanwhile, Delia used her mental power to control a weapon, which flew to the rooftop, intending to scratch off the murals there. The Knights of Glory looked at Shang Wengsuan, awaiting his orders. They could naturally see what Delia meant. She was preventing the people of the Church of Light from learning the secret of becoming a god, and she was also destroying the method to open the temple. Shang Wengsuan smiled and said calmly, "It's no use." As soon as Shang Wengsuan finished speaking, he saw that although the weapons of the Chris Empire touched the roof, they did not leave any mark on the mural, not even a scratch. "Auntie, don't waste your energy." Han Fei shook his head, stopping the futile efforts of the Chris Empire and the others. "Since that creator god wants the whole world to know this secret, he won't let us destroy the contents. Besides, Innocent V just saw these walls move. Even without looking at the murals, he can guess how to open the barrier." As Han Fei spoke, Innocent V had already landed in front of the temple from the air. "I see." As soon as King Innocent V landed, he immediately understood why the holy light sword had suddenly disappeared. There was not a single magical element within the entire area of the suspended temple, or within a 10-meter radius above and below it. Even the magical power that has already been cast will be disintegrated the moment it enters. If he had used the wings of light to fly over, he probably would have fallen down immediately. When Innocent V saw Shang Wengsuan and the others in the center of the temple, he frowned slightly. The group of people showed no fear or intention to run away when they saw him arrive, which was a bit strange. Although King Innocent V could not use magic either, he had just sensed that there was no power of the forbidden law here. Even if all of them were combined, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Is there some kind of trap? Innocent's thought had barely formed when he immediately dismissed it, for he saw the divine blood inside the golden coffin. The sacred light was so dazzling and so breathtaking that he couldn't look away. With their strength, what can they do to me even if there are traps? Innocent strode into the temple. As soon as Innocent V stepped onto the steps in front of the temple, he sensed the protective barrier. Like Shang Wengsuan and the others, he tried to break the barrier with his mental power and the laws of light, but all his efforts were in vain. At this moment, he finally understood why Shang Wengsuan and the others had stopped running. They clearly knew that this barrier was not something that could be broken by ordinary force. King Innocent V was not in a hurry when he saw that he could not go in for the time being. "Having lived for hundreds of years, I still have this much patience." King Innocent V calmly surveyed the people in the temple, but the only ones who caught his attention were Shang Wengsuan and Delia. Aside from the fact that these two people were Fifth Order, the main reason was that he had seen these two people before. Needless to say, Delia is a perfect example. The Chris Empire and the Church of Light are mortal enemies, and they know each other's high-end combat forces inside and out. When Shang Wengsuan established the Holy Sword Kingdom, his portrait was sent back to St. Gareth City. There are two fifth-tier beings present, and they haven't gone to collect the divine blood yet. It's easy to guess that it's not that they don't want to collect it, but that they can't. King Innocent V laughed. "Now all we need to do is open the outer barrier." If I hadn't seen Shang Wengsuan's actions earlier, I might have wasted some time finding a way to activate it, but now I don't need to go through all that trouble. King Innocent V walked to the wall that Shang Wengsuan had just pushed, released his mental energy, and easily pushed the wall through. But Innocent V discovered the next moment that the wall, which had dented in, slowly bounced back within seconds. He frowned slightly and stopped trying, because he could feel the irresistible force on the wall. After a moment's thought, Innocent V recalled the simultaneous movement of the 13 walls and guessed where the problem lay. The next moment, everyone in the temple saw that all 5 walls began to cave in at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly. Judging from this, King Innocent V had already guessed how to open the barrier. Those who can advance to the Saint Realm are indeed extraordinary people. Even though Innocent V was forcibly promoted by the gods, his experience was genuine. This guy didn't even look at the murals, but based on Shang Wengsuan's actions and the strange activity in the temple, he guessed the method in such a short time. At this moment, Innocent V's powerful mental strength was also fully revealed. Delia, a 5th-tier mage, could only barely push 1 wall, but Innocent V could push 5 walls by himself. However, pushing 5 sides or pushing 1 side yields the same result. The barrier still cannot be opened. Upon seeing the 5 walls restored to their original positions, Innocent V immediately took flight and headed towards the area below the floating temple. Innocent V appeared and flew away in just a few minutes. Apart from glancing at Shang Wengsuan and Delia, he didn't say a word, completely ignoring the people in the temple as if they were decorations. Everyone felt Innocent V's arrogance and contempt, and a surge of anger welled up in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do, because they knew that he truly deserved it. However, Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were not the ones who felt angry. Shang Wengsuan, needless to say, had never thought highly of Innocent V from the beginning. Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan felt similarly that they had lived for hundreds of years to reach the Saint Realm, and that was only because they were forcibly promoted. What was there to be proud of? He went to find someone. Shang Wengsuan frowned and looked at the ground. Innocent V left the floating temple and headed directly towards the army camp of the Church of Light. In just 2 days, not only did all the troops and superhumans from the Pet province arrive, but troops from the 3 neighboring provinces also rushed to the area beneath the floating temple. Now, an army of over 100,000 members of the Church of Light has gathered below, completely surrounding the area beneath the suspended temple. Anyone who dares to approach will be ruthlessly suppressed. Meanwhile, the various factions dispersed far away in the surrounding area, but they remained quiet and did not continue to attack the army of the Church of Light. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Church of Light, but rather that they had also discovered the problem. Even if they wiped out the entire army of the Church of Light, they still couldn't get to the floating temple. It wasn't that no mage capable of using wind magic tried to fly up there, but as soon as they reached the foot of the floating temple, they found that they had suddenly lost their connection with magic and fell straight down. If those mages hadn't reacted quickly enough, they probably would have been smashed into mincemeat on the spot. They were all waiting for reinforcements, waiting for their respective forces to bring flying magical beasts. Innocent V descended from the sky, and Bishop Hawthorne and others from the camp rushed out and knelt down respectfully to pay homage. Bring all warriors, priests, and clerics of rank 3 and above here. After Innocent V waved them up, he didn't say a word of nonsense. Yes, Your Majesty. Hawthorne dared not delay and immediately summoned all those who met the requirements in the camp as ordered. Why is there only so little? When Innocent looked at the team of less than 100 people, including only 7 4th-tier superhumans including Hawthorne, he couldn't help but frown. Your Holiness, the Pet province is mostly located in mountainous and remote areas, with a population less than half that of ordinary provinces, so there are fewer superhumans. Hawthorne looked terrified and hurriedly began to explain to Innocent V. Although Innocent V had known about the situation in the province of Pete for some time, he did not expect it to be so small. Based on the force he just exerted on the wall, it would probably take at least 30 3rd-tier warriors to push a single wall, and a single wall simply cannot support 30 people. Based on the mental strength of 3rd-tier priests and clerics, at least 100 people would be needed to push one wall. The problem is that the area outside the suspended temple is not large, barely enough to accommodate 100 or so people. In other words, only those at the 4th level or above can be selected, those at the 3rd level will not be very effective. Without much deliberation, King Innocent V made his decision. With a thought, he locked onto the 7 4th-tier superhumans and said, "Follow me." After Innocent finished speaking, he flew towards the floating temple, and the 7 people also found their bodies floating up with him. They were incredibly excited. Although they didn't know what Innocent V wanted to do, the Pope taking them to the hanging temple would undoubtedly help him. This would be a great honor for them. King Innocent V brought up 7 4th-rank officials and, without wasting a second, immediately began testing whether they could push a wall. When they realized they could only push against 2 walls, Innocent V suddenly looked towards the forces of various factions in the distance, sensing the presence of many 4th-tier superhumans there. Without saying a word, King Innocent V shot out once again. The next moment, the extraordinary individuals from all the major powers were doomed. Innocent V's mental power firmly locked onto those extraordinary individuals of the 4th rank and above, and he flew over to capture them directly. With the overwhelming power of the Holy Domain, those people had no way to escape. In less than half an hour, Innocent V brought more than a dozen 4th-tier superhumans and a 5th-tier warrior back to the floating temple. Seeing this, Shang Wengsuan and the others on the suspended temple were all stunned. They assumed the Church of Light couldn't possibly acquire so many 4th-tier superhumans in such a short time, but they forgot that the Church of Light's territory was now teeming with superhumans searching for treasure. Now that they have been captured by Innocent V, there is no doubt that they are intended to be used to open the door. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei exchanged a glance, their expressions remaining calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Although they are both at the 4th tier, their strengths actually differ. For example, a tier 4 warrior like Owen can push a wall by himself, while a warrior from the Chris Empire would need 3 people. Judging from the aura emanating from these people captured by King Innocent V, they were even inferior to the people of the Chris Empire. Sure enough, when Innocent V forced the captured superhumans to push open the door, the difference in strength immediately became apparent. It takes 5 of them to push a wall, while a 3rd-tier warrior of the Knights of Glory only needs 6 people. King Innocent V looked rather grim. He hadn't expected these people to be so useless. Immediately send a message to the cardinals of the nearby provinces, and have them lead the 4th level or higher superhumans to come here as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. After Innocent V gave the order, Hawthorne was immediately removed from the hanging temple. Knowing that all he could do was wait, King Innocent V sat cross-legged at the temple entrance to meditate and restore his mental strength. The people inside and outside the temple looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just heard Innocent V's order, but no one could do anything about it. Those inside the temple could only wait for the protective barrier of the divine blood to disappear. Outside the temple, those who had been captured were looking at the temple with suspicion and uncertainty, and their gazes finally settled on the golden coffin. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did the cardinals from the surrounding provinces arrive with a large number of superhumans, but the Crow family also arrived riding griffins. Your Highness has come at the perfect time, the divine blood is inside. Innocent V treated the Krause family very politely, unlike his arrogant attitude towards others. Since Elizabeth sent down the oracle to make Jasmine a saint, the power center of the Church of Light has changed from one pope to 2 people. Even though Jasmine only had the strength of a third-tier being, King Innocent V had no objection to this, because he knew very well that the foundation of the Church of Light came from divine authority. Jasmine is the closest person to the Church of Light and the Goddess of Light, and in a sense, she represents Her Majesty Elizabeth's will. Your Holiness, has the method for becoming a god been discovered? Jasmine's biggest concern wasn't the divine blood, but rather the method to become a god, because Elizabeth hadn't mentioned the divine blood at all. Little did she know that Elizabeth hadn't mentioned it not because it wasn't important, but because she simply didn't know about divine blood. By the time I found out, there was no way to send her a message. King Innocent V nodded slightly and pointed to the dome of the temple. Your Highness, please look. That depicts the method of becoming a god, and it is the scene of Her Majesty Elizabeth ascending to the kingdom of God. Innocent V hadn't just been meditating these past 2 days. After recovering his mental strength, he had already explored all 14 temples. When Innocent V saw the method for becoming a god on the dome, he trembled with excitement, but he knew it had nothing to do with him. Because all the faith power of the Church of Light rests on Elizabeth alone, all he can hope for is to become a follower of the Goddess of Light. When Jasmine looked up, Fang Xingchen immediately turned on his live stream and then looked up to see what was happening. Such a magnificent sight as a floating temple, along with a method to become a god, and the unexpected appearance of 2 powerful figures like Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei together. This is a situation that is not something you can easily encounter. These 2 big shots no longer do live streams, so it's too difficult to find out about them. Fang Xingchen naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Fang Xingchen no longer needs to write any eye-catching headlines. As soon as he starts a live stream, his followers flood in, and the number of viewers quickly surpasses 10 million. Holy crap, it really is a temple that flies into the sky. When I saw the screenshot on the forum, I thought it was photoshopped. Didn't you guys see the important part? That coffin is glowing. Isn't the focus on Boss Shang and Emperor Han? These 2 are standing so close together, whispering to each other. Damn, they're definitely having an affair. Get out. Don't slander my master. Brother Shang, the barrier's power has become very weak. You and I should try to attack it first and try to break the barrier before they get in. Shang Wengsuan nodded. Seeing the members of the Church of Light standing in front of the 13 walls, he realized that they could not sit idly by and wait for their doom. Before that, there's one more thing to do. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Owen, you guys go and block that wall, don't let them push it in. Owen and the others, along with the people from the Chris Empire, were all taken aback for a moment, then reacted simultaneously. Yes, they can push against the wall, but we can stay inside and stop them. They don't need to block all the walls. Even if one wall is blocked, the barrier cannot be opened. The next moment, the 2 sides split into several groups and stood in front of the wall. When the people of the Church of Light pushed, they also exerted their strength to push outwards, and a tug-of-war began. King Innocent V sneered, but didn't take it seriously. There are already enough 4th-tier superhumans present. Even without his intervention, they can push 13 walls simultaneously. Moreover, no matter which wall they stand in front of, he can provide support with his mental power. When Innocent V saw that the people inside had split into 6 groups, he immediately extended his spiritual power to help the people of the Church of Light outside. However, somewhat to Innocent V's surprise, the resistance from these people was surprisingly strong, especially the members of the Knights of Glory, whose leader Owen and vice leader were clearly only at the peak of the 4th tier, not only withstood the power of the 8 4th tier warriors outside, but even when he extended his mental power to help, they only managed to maintain a draw. Snort! King Innocent V snorted angrily and immediately released an even greater amount of mental power, especially strengthening Owen's side. Immediately afterwards, the 6 walls that had been resisting began to slowly move inward. At this moment, Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan had arrived in front of the coffin and simultaneously launched an attack on the outer barrier. Bang bang bang! The golden coffin remained unmoved, yet a series of dense impacts of energy rang out. As the sounds grew more frequent, the light in their eyes grew brighter and brighter. The barrier has weakened. But at the same time, the 13 walls also began to slowly embed themselves into the interior. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. He suddenly looked up at Shang Wengsuan and said, "Brother Shang, we're almost there. They won't be able to hold out for long. I'm afraid you'll have to go and hold them off for a while." Shang Wengsuan naturally noticed the situation around him and knew that what Han Fei said was true. If he didn't go over, Owen and the others wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Once the Church of Light enters, they will end up with nothing. However, Shang Wengsuan understood this, but he was still not at ease with Han Fei. Ultimately, they were barely more familiar than strangers, and a verbal promise was not enough to convince Shang Wengsuan to trust Han Fei. If Han Fei were to open the coffin and devour the divine blood all by himself, who would he be able to reason with? EDU, Fenglan District, number 175 Jifang Street, this is my home address, and Han Fei is also my real name. Han Fei seemed to sense Shang Wengsuan's doubts and immediately gave him his address in Chinese. He then said seriously, I'm not giving you my address to make you believe me, brother Shang. It's because I know you're currently being controlled by that man named Song Zhengxian, and I have a way to help you break free from his control. Shang Wengsuan was genuinely surprised. He stared at Han Fei in astonishment. How did you know? He contacted you. As soon as Shang Wengsuan asked the question, he immediately realized the reason. Besides seeking out Lei Changyang in him, how could Song Zhengxian possibly let go of Han Fei, who held the title of ancestor of humanity? Are you also being protected and monitored by them? Han Fei nodded. It started back in the Marvel Universe. Now they've just restricted my area of activity so I can cooperate with their research. Brother Shang should have noticed the anomalies in your body in reality, right? A glint flashed in Shang Wengsuan's eyes. The fact that Han Fei could ask this question undoubtedly meant that he, like himself, had also developed supernatural abilities in reality, otherwise, ordinary people would not know about it. Okay, I'll believe you for now. After Shang Wengsuan finished speaking, he moved and rushed towards Owen's location. He knew this was not the time to discuss this in detail. If they delayed any longer, the people from the Church of Light would come in. When Shang Wengsuan and Owen stood together, the wall that was about to be in place suddenly stopped and began to slowly retract. King Innocent V and the members of the Church of Light's expressions changed. They were about to succeed when Shang Wengsuan suddenly appeared and ruined their plans. King Innocent V glared angrily at Shang Wengsuan, ordering more people to push down the wall while also diverting more of his mental energy to help. However, a wall can only support a maximum of 10 people. If more people stand on it, there's nowhere for them to exert force. They were already barely able to hold off Irving and his group, but with Shang Wengsuan joining in, the tide suddenly turned and the situation became one-sided. Seeing this, King Innocent V had no choice but to change his strategy, sending those people to push the other walls while he devoted most of his mental energy to pushing Shang Wengsuan's wall. Dewey Prole. Are you going to make an enemy of our Church of Light? King Innocent V stared at Shang Wengsuan with a gloomy expression, his tone full of threat. If you continue to obstruct us, even if you obtain the blood of the gods, the army of my Church of Light will surely march south and destroy your Holy Sword Kingdom. Shang Wengsuan smiled faintly. I've been here for 2 days. Is His Holiness the Pope only now remembering that I'm an enemy of your Church of Light? King Innocent V was speechless. He had never taken Shang Wengsuan seriously before, but now that he had witnessed the strength of the Knights of Glory, he realized that Shang Wengsuan and his group were not easy to deal with. Delia sneered from the side, your Church of Light marches south, but my Chris Empire will surely march north. Delia was motivated by 2 reasons. Firstly, she couldn't stand Innocent V's arrogant attitude, and secondly, she was afraid that Shang Wengsuan might back down. If he gave up at this crucial moment, they would all be in big trouble. King Innocent V sneered, you'd better get out of here alive first. Seeing Shang Wengsuan's demeanor, King Innocent V knew that he was not the kind of person who would accept threats. He immediately went all out, using most of his mental energy to deal with Shang Wengsuan. Just as the wall had retreated, it began to retreat even faster. Shang Wengsuan glanced back at the direction of the golden coffin. Seeing that Han Fei had not yet broken through the barrier, he sighed helplessly and immediately used his domain power to create 2 clones to help him push the wall in front of him. Those inside the temple had seen it before, so they weren't too surprised, but the people from the Church of Light outside were stunned. King Innocent V had exceptional insight. He immediately recognized what it was, the power of laws. It's true that a 5th-order cultivator can touch upon the power of laws, but to actually apply it like Shang Wengsuan, one needs at least the strength of a Saint Realm cultivator. At this moment, King Innocent V felt an unprecedented threat. If it were just a matter of breaking through to the 5th rank in 2 years, it would be fine, but to be able to use the power of laws at the 5th rank was something he had never seen before. This man must die. A strong murderous intent surged within Innocent V. When players saw this scene in Fang Xingchen's livestream, they immediately went wild. Holy crap, is that shadow clone technique? Ninja techniques exist in Western fantasy worlds. What's wrong with Boss Shang unleashing sword energy or a shadow clone? Screw you. Didn't you hear what that old geezer Pope said? The power of laws. What is that thing? You'll never understand the world of the big shots. My master truly lives up to his reputation. With the support of the power of the laws, Shang Wengsuan stabilized the wall once again. However, he knew he only had 1 minute. If Han Fei didn't open the barrier within that time, everyone would be doomed. Han Fei knew that time was running out, so he began to hammer harder and harder. Just when he had lost count of how many punches he had thrown, he suddenly felt the barrier crumble like a broken eggshell. Han Fei's eyes lit up with joy. Without even thinking, he immediately reached out and placed his hand on the golden coffin, giving it a sharp push that flipped the coffin lid off. Inside the coffin lay a serene old man, his hands clasped to his chest. Over 1,000 years later, he still possessed a lifelike quality. Han Fei stared at the old man, momentarily stunned, for he recognized him as his past self. At this point, upon encountering outside air and light, the corpse gradually weathered away, dissipating into smoke until nothing remained. Although the body disappeared, the royal robe on the body did not. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, then noticed a golden light shining inside his clothes, as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire temple. All that met everyone's eyes was a golden yellow. Even the people pushing the wall and the others below the suspended temple couldn't help but look over. Han Fei ripped open his clothes and saw a golden gem inside the coffin. Inside its translucent interior, a drop of golden blood was faintly visible, rippling gently. It flowed slowly inside the gemstone, revealing golden patterns resembling clouds in rosy hues. The intense golden light emanating from the outside originated from this drop of golden blood. Han Fei was overjoyed. He knew immediately that this was divine blood, and he reached out and grabbed it in his palm. The moment he pulled it out, everyone in the entire temple stared intently at the drop of divine blood. Anyone who isn't a fool can see that this is undoubtedly divine blood. Drinking the blood of the gods can make you a god. Everyone instantly recalled those words, which struck their hearts like a storm. In an instant, everyone's eyes and breathing became extremely rapid. Innocent V was the first to move, unleashing all his mental power and crushing it towards the wall that Shang Wengsuan had pushed. The rest of the people from the Church of Light also had bloodshot eyes and, as if their lives depended on it, used all their strength to push against the wall in front of them. Even the extraordinary beings captured by Innocent V went mad, rushing to help the Church of Light push the wall. Seeing such a crazy scene, the players in the live stream went wild. They naturally recognized that it was divine blood, and they were all extremely envious. Whoa! Why isn't that person me? It's not me. This is going to be all taken by Emperor Han alone. Is Emperor Han on the verge of returning to his peak? Hey, streamer, as the king of thieves, how can you just watch someone else take the divine blood? Go and snatch it back. Fang Xingchen certainly wanted to get the divine blood, and he was very anxious, but damn it, he couldn't get in. Just as Fang Xingchen was getting anxious, he noticed that Shang Wengsuan had moved. The moment the divine blood appeared, one of Shang Wengsuan's clones rushed in front of Han Fei, and then the other two Shang Wengsuan clones also gathered together and reached out to grab the divine blood in Han Fei's hand. With Shang Wengsuan gone, the Knights of Glory and the people of the Chris Empire were no match for the power of Innocent V. In that instant, the 13 walls were pushed into place. The moment the temple opened, Innocent V flew out like lightning, simultaneously locking his mental energy onto Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan. Han Fei was about to crush the gem when Shang Wengsuan's hand also grabbed it, and the two of them grabbed the gem at the same time. Half for each of us. Han Fei spoke immediately without hesitation. When Shang Wengsuan saw Innocent V rushing over, he knew that this was not the time to bargain, and they had already agreed on the terms beforehand. Seeing that Shang Wengsuan agreed, Han Fei suddenly exerted his strength and prepared to crush the gemstone. However, at this moment, he found an invisible force surging from behind, dragging him backward. Han Fei's expression changed slightly, knowing that it was Innocent V who had made a move. He grabbed the base of the golden coffin with his other hand to steady himself, and then exerted force with his right hand again. As soon as Han Fei tried to squeeze, he found that his fingers were also bound by an invisible force, and he couldn't squeeze any further no matter how hard he tried. When Shang Wengsuan saw Han Fei struggling with all his might but still unable to crush the gem, and when the gem even seemed to be about to burst out of his palm, he understood what was going on. Shang Wengsuan, who was also holding half of the gemstone, immediately exerted his strength to squeeze it when he saw this. With this exertion, he encountered the same situation as Han Fei. His fingers felt as if they were bound by something, unable to move. A fierce glint flashed in Shang Wengsuan's eyes, and he immediately exerted all his strength, his fingers moving instantly. However, the speed was very slow, like a slow-motion scene in a movie, pressing down on the gem little by little. The moment Shang Wengsuan's finger touched the outer surface of the gemstone, a clearly visible crack instantly appeared on it. Just as Shang Wengsuan was about to exert his strength, he felt a heavy, mountain-like, and extremely hot current, like boiling water, surge out of the crack like a tidal wave. Even with Shang Wengsuan's current physical strength, he felt it was too hot to hold. He subconsciously wanted to let go, but he knew that if he let go now, he would probably have no chance to get the divine blood again. Shang Wengsuan immediately shut down the pain system and was about to continue exerting his power when he discovered that even with the pain system off, he could still feel a terrifying heat burning his body and soul. Han Fei, however, had a completely different feeling than Shang Wengsuan. The moment the crack appeared on the gemstone, he also sensed a surge of energy. But it was an extremely cold current, so cold and yin that it made him shiver involuntarily, as if even the blood in his body was about to freeze. Outside, the onlookers witnessed an incredibly bizarre scene. Shang Wangsuan was engulfed in golden flames, his body turning bright red as if he were about to be roasted alive. Han Fei, on the other hand, was enveloped in a white, chilling aura, with a layer of frost covering his body. The ground beneath his feet began to freeze, and the ice rapidly spread into the distance. King Innocent V's expression changed drastically. He clearly sensed the divine blood within the gem rapidly draining away and flowing into the bodies of the two individuals. Damn it! Although he didn't know what had happened, there was no doubt that the divine blood was being absorbed by these two people. Innocent V roared, releasing all his spiritual power as the law of light spread outwards. Bang! Shang Wangsuan and Han Fei were both jolted violently, falling to the ground one after the other as if electrocuted. The gemstone miraculously floated in the air, and the divine bloodlight within it suddenly increased exponentially, although the amount of divine blood inside had decreased by nearly 70%. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes turned red, and they rushed towards the gem in the sky like madmen. Han Fei and Shang Wangsuan lay on the ground, unable to move for a long time. The moment the divine blood surged into their bodies, they felt an extremely terrifying power explode inside them. This force was not only rapidly strengthening their physical bodies, but also giving them an astonishing power that they couldn't quite explain. It's not battle aura, not magic power, and not the power of laws. This power seems to be even higher than these levels. It was this force that paralyzed them on the ground, rendering them unable to exert any strength. While everyone was going crazy, the members of the Glory Knights ignored the divine blood and rushed to Shang Wangsuan's side immediately. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shang Wangsuan didn't know what state he was in at the moment, but there was no doubt that he could feel that he had become much stronger, but his body was unable to move. Get out of here immediately. Shang Wangsuan understood the principle of knowing when to stop. His current physical condition was very strange, and trying to steal the divine blood would be tantamount to courting death. If we don't take advantage of their fight for the remaining divine blood to slip away, we won't be able to leave later. Owen and the others were taken aback when they heard this, but quickly realized what was happening and immediately helped the immobile Shang Wangsuan up and walked out of the temple. Take him with you. Shang Wangsuan kept glancing at Han Fei. Although his body couldn't move, his eyes could. At this time, everyone in the Chris Empire was busy seizing the divine blood in the sky, and even Delia forgot about Han Fei. The Knights of Glory were all surprised that Shang Wangsuan would remember Han Fei at this critical juncture, and even Han Fei himself was somewhat taken aback. Although they couldn't understand it, they wouldn't disobey Shang Wangsuan's orders and immediately went to help Han Fei. No need, I have ways to protect myself. Brother Shang, you should leave quickly and remember to contact me after logging off. Han Fei suddenly spoke up, stopping the Glory Knight's actions. Seeing Han Fei's confident tone, Shang Wangsuan knew that his previous guess was correct. This guy really did have some trump cards up his sleeve. However, Shang Wangsuan couldn't care less at this moment, and he replied, okay. After Shang Wangsuan finished speaking, he looked at Owen and the others, let's go. The Knights of Glory formed a protective formation, surrounding Shang Wangsuan in the center, and quickly headed towards the place where the Church of Light kept its griffins. At this moment, everyone from the Church of Light rushed toward the divine blood. The square outside the temple was empty, with only Osiris and the two dogs remaining. The flock of griffins was also left unguarded. Osiris had naturally noticed the divine blood long ago and sensed that it would be of great help to him, but he couldn't get in. The temple was packed with people, and since it was only at the third rank, it couldn't squeeze in at all, and was so anxious that it was jumping up and down outside. Even the big dog could tell that the thing must be very delicious, otherwise so many people wouldn't have rushed to grab it, and even Jasmine and Fang Xingchen had swarmed over. But when it saw that even Dog Grandpa couldn't get in, it simply gave up. Although the big dog was greedy, it was very clever. Even the old dog couldn't get in, so it had no chance at all. And with the people inside fighting so fiercely, if this little thing went in, it probably wouldn't get any good food and would just end up as a dead dog. So it simply lay down in the square, with an air of, I'm so clever, I've already seen through everything, watching the group of people fight inside the temple. When it saw Osiris jumping around outside and unable to squeeze in, it felt an even stronger sense of superiority. The big dog hadn't been gloating for long when it saw a group of people rushing out, heading straight for its location. The big dog was startled and quickly scurried to the side. When it saw that the group of people ignored it and rushed towards the griffins behind them, it immediately felt relieved and even let out a few defiant cries at them. The Knights of Glory naturally ignored the big dog and hurriedly tried to get Shang Wangsuan onto the griffin. However, what they didn't expect was that even the weakest of those griffins were third-tier magical beasts, possessing a certain level of intelligence and recognizing their masters, so of course they wouldn't obediently follow orders. The griffins naturally wouldn't allow the Knights of Glory to climb up. Although the griffins were not tethered on the plaza platform, they all flapped their wings and took flight as soon as they saw the approaching group, leaving the Knights of Glory completely dumbfounded. Shang Wangsuan was at a loss for what to do. Even if he could use his battle chi, falling from a height of several hundred meters would mean that even a 5th-level superhuman would either die or be maimed. Even he wasn't sure he'd survive, let alone Owen and the others. Just as Shang Wengsuan was feeling troubled, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the sky, and nearly 100 red lights streaked across the sky, heading towards the floating temple. These red beams of light moved incredibly fast, reaching the top of the suspended temple in the blink of an eye. The strange movement in the sky made even those inside the temple, who were vying for divine blood, look up in surprise. Upon seeing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even with Shang Wengsuan's usually calm and collected demeanor, he was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the thing flying in from the sky and couldn't help but utter 2 words in Chinese, "Holy crap." At this moment, even Chen Luo, who was in the Divine Kingdom, stood up in astonishment, with a look of bewilderment. What the hell? What appeared in the sky was a group of red and yellow humanoid armors, with flames spewing from their feet. Any Earthling would recognize them at a glance. They were clearly Iron Man suits. Fang Xingchen's live stream chat exploded in that instant. My god, what am I seeing? I'm not the only one who saw that, am I? That's Iron Man's suit? What the hell is going on? I'm totally baffled. Why is Iron Man in a Western fantasy world? Should I knock you out? Are you kidding me, you dog of an official? Who's so awesome that they created Iron Man in a Western fantasy world? Holy crap, look at Emperor Han. Iron Man's nanotech suit. Holy crap, I knew it was Emperor Han. Ah, I'm on my knees. Emperor Han is awesome. How did he do that? The players went crazy because when they turned their attention to Han Fei, they saw a layer of red armor slowly emerging from his body and quickly extending to his entire body, turning into a complete Iron Man suit. Reeves, send those people away. Flames erupted from the feet of the Iron Man suit, causing Han Fei to float slowly into the air. He glanced in Shang Wengsuan's direction and gave the order. Yes, Master. A mechanical voice rang out, and then more than 30 Iron Man suits fell from the sky and quickly grabbed at the members of the Knights of Glory. Irving and the others didn't know what these things were, and they dared not let them grab them, so they prepared to attack Iron Man's suit. Don't attack them, they're here to help us. Shang Wengsuan immediately shouted loudly and glanced at Han Fei in the air. At that moment, he understood that this was Han Fei's ultimate trump card. No wonder this guy was so confident, he had been hiding this move all along. Han Fei is clearly returning the favor. If Shang Wengsuan hadn't thought about taking Han Fei away earlier, then the Iron Man suit wouldn't be helping them now. Many people know that this guy built thousands of Iron Man suits in the Marvel Universe. But how exactly did this guy manage to get the Iron Man suit into the Western fantasy world? Not only the players, but also many natives of the Western fantasy world were completely bewildered. Flying armor that can breathe fire, what is this thing? A magical beast with the ability to metallize? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. The Western fantasy world simply did not have the material basis to manufacture the Iron Man suit. Even if Han Fei had made the Iron Man suit in the Marvel world, there was no way he could make it in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo was too lazy to think about it anymore. With a thought, he immediately began to trace the origins of these Iron Man suits. The next moment, Chen Luo found the reason. These Iron Man suits weren't produced in the Western fantasy world, they were created by Han Fei in the Marvel Universe. As for why he appeared in the Western fantasy world, the origin of it all comes down to that skinny monster Zhang Shengan. After Zhang Shengan created the space worm, Chen Luo threw it into the universe. The worm absorbed hundreds of years of void energy and grew little by little. More than a decade ago, Zhang Shengan created the mother nest and began to develop stealthily, eventually creating the void flame. Void fire is of the same kind and origin, and even hundreds of millions of light years away, space worms can sense it. The appearance of the mother nest is equivalent to giving the space worm the coordinates of the Western fantasy world. Space worms inherently possess the ability to traverse space. Once the coordinates are known, they simply need to continuously traverse space. Despite the distance of hundreds of millions of light years, the space worm rediscovered the Western fantasy world in just 10 years. Whether it had become smarter or was acting on instinct, the space worm didn't openly devour the dimensional walls of the Western fantasy world this time, but instead chose the dimensional walls of the Marvel world. Moreover, it was extremely cautious, seemingly aware that some unknown entity was paying attention to the plane wall, so it only gnawed it a little bit each time, and continued to gnaw after the void fire in its body had been digested. In this situation, the amount of dimensional energy that disappeared each time was very small, so it did not attract Chen Luo's attention. Furthermore, Chen Luo hadn't paid any attention to the Marvel Universe during this period, and he actually managed to carve out a dimensional portal in the dimensional wall connecting the Marvel Universe and the Western fantasy world. That Marvel Universe was during the public beta testing period, in 2007, the year Han Fei left the Marvel world. After the passage between the two worlds opened, Han Fei immediately sensed something was amiss, because he felt that there were two versions of himself. Han Fei entered the Marvel Universe as a soul, but entered the Western fantasy universe as a separate soul. Just as the space worm could sense the void fire, Han Fei also sensed his own counterpart in the Marvel Universe. After the public beta begins, people who didn't die in the Marvel Universe can still log into the Marvel Universe. However, if you log into the Marvel Universe, you cannot log into the Western Fantasy Universe, and vice versa. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly discovered that he could control his Marvel identity without logging into the Marvel Universe. Although Han Fei didn't know what was going on, he immediately began to look for the reason. Han Fei was able to sense his counterpart in the Marvel Universe precisely because of that spatial portal. He could sense that the link came from the sky, but he couldn't fly up to check it out. However, Han Fei from the Marvel Universe has a way. The passage to the Marvel Universe is not on Earth, but in the universe. However, this was not difficult for Han Fei in the Marvel Universe, because he had already developed the Iron Man suit that allowed him to fly in the sky when he was here. And at this moment, it finally came in handy. He launched dozens of Iron Man suits, which were then controlled by the artificial intelligence Reeves. They flew in space for 3 years and finally found the space passage. The moment Han Fei saw the spatial passage, he vaguely guessed what was on the other side. Without any hesitation, he immediately had all the dozens of Iron Man suits crawl inside. As Han Fei had expected, the space passage led him to a Western fantasy world. The moment the Iron Man suit appeared in the Western fantasy world, Han Fei immediately modified more Iron Man suits suitable for space travel in the Marvel Universe and sent them to the Western fantasy world. However, due to the vast distance, only 125 Iron Man suits have been delivered so far, but hundreds more are en route to the space portal. When the second batch of Iron Man suits arrived, he also sent over the nanotech armor developed by the Marvel Universe, which is why players saw the appearance of the nanotech armor. After Chen Luo figured it out, he was speechless. This is actually possible. Han Fei's creation of the Iron Man suit, upon closer examination, reveals that he overlooked the Marvel Universe, allowing Han Fei to exploit a loophole. This guy is really something else. Han Fei has created the Iron Man suit now simply to try and steal that last bit of divine blood. Magic and aura cannot be used on the floating temple now, so the Iron Man suit, which has the ability to fight hand-to-hand in aerial combat, is simply too invincible. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Han Fei was clearly cheating. If this wasn't dealt with, it might lead to some unpredictable consequences. Moreover, Chen Luo has already given him and Shang Wengsuan enough benefits, so the Iron Man suit absolutely cannot remain in the Western fantasy world. Fine, since it was my oversight, you can keep it and play with it for now. Chen Luo smiled, and his figure instantly disappeared from the Divine Kingdom, appearing at the junction of the Western Fantasy World's dimensional wall and the Marvel world. A space worm, over 100 meters long, was crawling at the junction of the two worlds, gnawing at the energy on the plane wall. Given the strength of the dimensional barriers in the Western Fantasy World, it would have been impossible for the space worm to carve out a passage in 10 years. However, the plane wall at the junction of the two worlds was relatively weak, and the space worm grew very quickly, so it managed to gnaw a tunnel through it. If it weren't for the appearance of the Iron Man suit, Chen Luo probably wouldn't have noticed that this guy had grown so big right under his nose. Chen Luo glanced at the void fire inside the space worm's body. The amount was even stronger than that of Zhang Shengan's mother nest. Why is he so fat? Chen Luo smiled and made a grabbing motion in the air, extracting 99% of the void fire from the space worm's body, leaving only a wisp, which he then threw away billions of light years away. Just as the space worm was happily gnawing away, it suddenly appeared in a deathly silent void, its void fire so weak it was almost imperceptible. After a moment of silence, it let out an angry, silent roar into the void, seemingly angry at Chen Luo, or perhaps angry at its repeated fate of being slaughtered like a pig. Chen Luo naturally couldn't hear it, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. With a wave of his hand, he repaired the spatial rift. By the time Han Fei arrived, those hundreds of Iron Man suits would have been nothing more than cosmic dust. The moment Chen Luo sealed the spatial passage, Han Fei realized it, because he had lost contact with his Marvel counterpart. Han Fei was startled. He knew that the game's official team had intervened and patched the vulnerability. They might be going to touch the Iron Man suits next. Han Fei had studied the logic behind the game's official actions each time, such as his past life, the weakening of the human race's aura, and Zhang Junhao, that rascal, who would always appear and restore things to their original state whenever something went wrong. Over time, Han Fei discovered a pattern: the game company was maintaining the game's balance. Players and natives can become stronger, but they cannot disrupt the world's balance. Han Fei obtained the Iron Man suit several years ago, but he has never taken it out, for fear that the game's official team would discover it. While the Iron Man suit didn't disrupt the balance of the entire Western fantasy world with its extraordinary powers, it held an absolute advantage in an era without aerial combat. Moreover, in addition to its powerful mobility and firepower system, the Iron Man suit is also made of vibranium, making it so strong that even the Sanctuary might not be able to destroy it. Such a thing would be like a cheat code in a Western fantasy world. Once it appears, the game's official team will not allow it to exist. Han Fei had anticipated this, but he didn't expect the game's official response to be so quick, immediately patching up the spatial passage. What puzzled Han Fei was why they weren't dealing with these Iron Man suits now. However, Han Fei couldn't care less about that now. He had to get his hands on the remaining portion of divine blood first. Although he had only absorbed 1/3 of the divine blood, Han Fei had already sensed its power. If he could absorb the rest of the divine blood, he would most likely be able to advance to the 5th rank, and both his warrior and mage rank would advance to the 5th rank simultaneously. The only problem is that he still can't move his body and can only give commands through his mouth. Reeves, classify the people of the Chris Empire as allies, seize that gem, and execute anyone who obstructs you as an enemy. Yes, Master. Reeves' voice was cold and devoid of emotion as he swiftly began directing the more than 70 Iron Man suits in the air to attack the Church of Light. At this moment, the divine blood had already fallen into the hands of Innocent V. He was overjoyed and was about to swallow the divine blood when he saw dozens of white laser beams shooting down from the sky. King Innocent V's expression changed slightly, and he immediately took to the air, flying towards the outside of the floating temple. Once he flies outside the temple, he can use the power of the holy domain, so he doesn't need to fear these strangely shaped humanoid armors. But Han Fei knew exactly what Innocent was planning, and immediately ordered all the Iron Man suits to attack simultaneously, blocking Innocent's escape route. As soon as Innocent V took flight, he saw that the sky was filled with dense energy rays of all kinds. He dared not be grazed by this thing, because a 4th-tier warrior next to him had already been blasted through the body and was dead beyond any doubt. Innocent V was still a mage at heart. Even though he had reached the Saint Realm, his physical strength had not yet surpassed that of a 4th-tier warrior. He tried to use his mental power to move the rays away, but he quickly discovered that the rays were too fast and too numerous. Although he could move them slightly, he could not move hundreds of rays at the same time. King Innocent V was somewhat annoyed, and a holy white light suddenly erupted from his body, Sanctuary of Light. A white light burst forth, covering all the energy rays. Then, the white light flashed and disappeared, and all the energy rays vanished at the same time. Just as Innocent V was about to fly out of the temple, a faint voice rang out. Hand over the divine blood. Innocent V and all the members of the Church of Light changed their expressions at the same time and looked up at the sky. An Iron Man suit lifted Jasmine into the air, and more than 10 Iron Man suits lit up their hands, aiming at Jasmine's entire body. Otherwise, she dies. King Innocent V was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Han Fei's attack just now was a feint. His real purpose was to capture Jasmine and threaten him to hand over the divine blood. King Innocent V turned his gaze and prepared to go find the people of the Chris Empire. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that the people from the Chris Empire had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Delia and the others inside the Iron Man suit stared down in disbelief, still not understanding what was going on. Just moments ago, they were being besieged by members of the Church of Light when suddenly a humanoid suit of armor flew down from the sky. After disintegrating in an instant, it forcibly fitted them and carried them into the sky. Delia, who was 70 years old, could not comprehend the situation before her. She was even more shocked when she heard Han Fei's voice in her ear. "Aunt, I'll send you back to the Empire first, and then I'll explain in detail to you later." Before Delia and the others could react, they saw the humanoid armor carrying them rapidly away into the distance. When Han Fei caught Jasmine, the viewers in the live stream started making a lot of sarcastic comments again. "Emperor Han, are you even a man? How could you take a woman hostage? Pa, you've probably forgotten who Emperor Han is. He didn't even blink when he killed Black Widow. She's just a saintess from the Church of Light. Naive. You think you can use propriety, morality, and a sense of shame to bind someone like Emperor Han? Ha ha ha, that old geezer Pope. He'd better be smart and hand over the divine blood." Fang Xingqian's expression changed drastically. He never expected Han Fei to take Jasmine hostage. Han Fei must have been aware of Jasmine's position in the Church of Light and knew that her strength was not high, which is why he suddenly made his move. Fang Xingqian had also watched Han Fei's live stream and had a general understanding of what kind of person he was. Han Fei can be summed up in one sentence: he was a complete utilitarian. To achieve his goal, he could study and read for years on end in the Marvel Universe. Even with immense wealth, he could still resist all temptations and remain unmoved by anything. Fang Xingqian was certain that if Innocent V did not hand over the divine blood, he would kill Jasmine without hesitation. However, a strong anger also welled up in Fang Xingqian's heart. That was his sister, and no one could hurt her, even if you were Han Fei. Fang Xingqian moved swiftly and rushed to Innocent V's side. "Your Majesty, please give me the divine blood." King Innocent V was staring at Han Fei in the sky with a mixture of shock and anger. He knew that Jasmine absolutely could not die, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Her Majesty Elizabeth, but the divine blood could not be lost. Just as Innocent V was caught in a dilemma, Fang Xingqian suddenly came over and said something that made him pause slightly. King Innocent V's expression changed several times. After a moment's thought, he decisively handed the divine blood he was holding to Fang Xingchen. Jasmine is Fang Xingchen's younger sister, and her family has a close relationship with Her Majesty Elizabeth. It would be best to leave this matter to Fang Xingchen. King Innocent V harbored a selfish motive now that the divine blood was in Fang Xingchen's hands. Whether it was lost or not, and whether the holy maiden was safe, was no longer his responsibility. In the divine realm, Elizabeth was somewhat surprised when she saw the Iron Man suit. She wanted to see what it was, but then she remembered that Chen Luo had blocked her senses. When Elizabeth saw Han Fei grab Jasmine, her expression changed immediately. Without thinking, she prepared to rescue Jasmine. But at this moment, she discovered that she couldn't use any of her divine powers. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment, and instantly knew that Chen Luo was responsible. Her face turned pale, and she immediately ran towards the main temple. "Uncle, why won't you let me save Jasmine?" Chen Luo glanced at Elizabeth indifferently. "I warned you long ago that you have to consider the consequences of everything you do. If you hadn't encouraged Jasmine, would things be like this now? Since you made your choice, you have to bear the possible consequences." Elizabeth's expression changed drastically. "Uncle, you watched Jasmine grow up too. Are you really that heartless?" Chen Luo's expression was indifferent. "You're wrong. I treat all living beings in this world the same. I won't show any favoritism to anyone, nor will I be heartless to anyone. I'm very disappointed. In the past few months, you've witnessed all the birth, aging, sickness, and death in the mortal world, yet you still haven't understood that the Crow family is ultimately just mortal. They are not gods, but will eventually turn into a handful of dust." Elizabeth stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. She knew, of course, that the Crow family were all mortals, and that if they couldn't cultivate their way up, they would eventually succumb to the passage of time. That's why she wanted to turn the Crow family into gods, so they could live forever. And now, just as Chen Luo said, because of her excessive interference, Jasmine has fallen into a critical situation. "Uncle, I know I was wrong, but just this once, could you let me save Jasmine?" Elizabeth knelt before Chen Luo, her eyes filled with pleading. Chen Luo sighed softly and waved his hand to make Elizabeth stand up. "Why don't you understand? The more you interfere, the more things will go astray." Elizabeth's body stiffened, and she said in a trembling voice, "Then, what if something happens to Jasmine?" Chen Luo interrupted Elizabeth without hesitation. "That's her fate too. Now you can only pin your hopes on Russell." Elizabeth's face turned pale. Judging from Chen Luo's attitude, she knew that nothing she said would make a difference. At this moment, on the suspended temple, Fang Xingchen held the gem containing divine blood and looked at Han Fei in the sky. His expression was cold, and he spoke in Chinese. "I also heard your home address just now." Han Fei, inside the Iron Man suit, had a slight change in expression. He had told Shang Wengsuan the address in Chinese and not in a loud voice, so he wasn't worried about being overheard. However, he didn't expect Fang Xingchen to be able to hear him. Han Fei naturally recognized Fang Xingchen, and he had no doubts, because if Fang Xingchen hadn't heard it, there wouldn't have been such a remark. The thought of this person's profession as a thief made him frown. Thieves are sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, so it's not surprising that they could hear conversations from that far away. Fang Xingchen's words clearly meant, "I know your home address, so I can find you." Han Fei sneered, "So what if you know? Do you want to come to my door and kill me?" Fang Xingchen said coldly, "Not bad." Han Fei was slightly taken aback. He had originally meant it as a joke, but Fang Xingchen's expression and tone were very serious, and it was definitely not a joke. "You're getting too caught up in the role, it's just a game." Han Fei suddenly chuckled. Fang Xingchen's expression was icy. "For someone like you, it's just a game, but for me, she's my little sister who's depended on me since childhood, the closest person in the world to me. I can assure you, if she dies, I will definitely kill you, not here, but in reality." Fang Xingchen's tone was calm, but it conveyed a sense of determination. There were nearly 200 million viewers in his live stream at the time, and they were all intimidated by his aura, so no one spoke. Han Fei chuckled, "If you have the ability, then come and try." Han Fei was not afraid of Fang Xingchen's threats at all. Not to mention that Song Zhenxian's men were protecting and monitoring him nearby. Even without them, as long as he moved, where would Fang Xingchen find him? Fang Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. "I don't have that ability, but I've heard a rumor that many foreign spies are looking for you in Sense-time, and there's a very high bounty on their heads. And right now I'm live streaming, with over 200 million viewers. If I were to reveal your address in the live stream, what do you think would happen?" Han Fei's expression finally changed. If Fang Xingchen really did this, many spies would probably come knocking on his door within a day. Even with Song Zhenxian and others protecting him, he might not be absolutely safe. Moreover, once you're targeted by spies, a whole series of troubles will follow. Holy crap, this is a disaster. Isn't Fang Xingchen's behavior too despicable? Leaking Han Dadi's real-world address is an attempt to destroy him. What if someone else kidnapped your sister and threatened you with her life? What would you do then? But this is just a game. Game my ass. The natives in this world are living, breathing beings. If you've never been to a Western fantasy world, don't spout nonsense. A heated debate broke out in the live stream, with some supporting Fang Xingchen and others supporting Han Fei, creating a complete mess. Han Fei spoke up at this moment. I said, as long as you give me the divine blood, I will not harm a single hair on her head. Fang Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Han Fei's softened attitude meant that his threat had worked. Release her first, and I will give you the divine blood. Han Fei frowned slightly. How can I believe what you're saying? Fang Xingchen said coldly, with so many Iron Man suits, even if I break my word, you can kill us at any time. Why would I need to lie to you? After a moment's thought, Han Fei quickly said, I will put battle armor on you all. Do not resist. Fang Xingchen wasn't stupid, he knew what Han Fei was planning in an instant. So when he saw an Iron Man suit flying over, he didn't make any move and let it be put on him. These two Iron Man suits are capable of self-destruction, you should understand what that means. Fang Xingchen knew perfectly well that if he didn't obediently hand over the divine blood, Han Fei would destroy both mechs, killing not only Jasmine but also him, eliminating any future trouble. Put Jasmine down first. Han Fei didn't waste any words. He controlled Jasmine's Iron Man suit and made her land below the temple. Now bring out the divine blood. Remove the battle suit from Jasmine. I'm in your hands now. What else do you have to worry about? I have no patience to bargain with you. Hand over the divine blood, or you will all die, Han Fei said coldly. Even if you die, I can still get the divine blood. Han Fei could actually control Fang Xingchen to leave right now, but he was a little worried that the guy would reveal his address in the live stream. This is the 10th time Song Zhengxian has made him move, because he was targeted by spies the previous times and had to move several times before finally getting rid of them. Fang Xingchen realized that Han Fei was only going to act after seeing the benefits. He slowly said, I will take out the divine blood, and you will release the Jasmine battlesuit from its control. Can. Han Fei immediately removed the battle armor from Fang Xingchen's right hand, allowing him to take out the divine blood gem. Upon seeing the divine blood appear, Han Fei immediately removed the battle armor from Jasmine's body. Jasmine, step back. Big brother. Jasmine looked at Fang Xingchen, who was wrapped in the battlesuit, with a face full of worry. Fang Xingchen and Han Fei used the language of the players he mentioned throughout their conversation, which Jasmine couldn't understand at all. However, she could tell that Fang Xingchen was negotiating with Han Fei. Even without Fang Xingchen saying anything, Innocent V and the people from the Church of Light had been keeping an eye on Jasmine. As soon as she came out of the mecha, they rushed up and shielded Jasmine behind them. Your Holiness, please take Jasmine and leave first. King Innocent V nodded slightly, then immediately grabbed Jasmine and flew into the sky, ignoring her struggles and reluctance to leave. Han Fei had already controlled an Iron Man suit to fly towards Fang Xingchen, reaching out to grab the divine blood gem from his hand. As the Iron Man suit, clutching the divine blood gem, flew toward Han Fei, everyone suddenly realized that Fang Xingchen's Iron Man suit had vanished. Han Fei paused slightly, then immediately realized something and turned to look to the side. It was discovered that not only Fang Xingchen's Iron Man suit was disappearing, but the remaining 70-odd Iron Man suits in the sky were also disappearing one after another. However, they disappear in a very regular pattern, roughly one per second. Han Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew that the game's official team had finally taken action to deal with these Iron Man suits. By having one Iron Man disappear every second, it was clearly a warning to him that he only had 70 seconds left. Han Fei made a decisive move, immediately ordering Reeves to take control of all the Iron Man suits and chase after the direction the Chris Empire's people had left in. Anyway, since that Iron Man suit has already obtained the divine blood, there's no point in leaving it here. With the Iron Man suit moving at full speed, its speed had long exceeded the speed of sound. Innocent V and the others didn't even have time to react before they lost track of Han Fei. What's going on? Why did the suit disappear? No need to ask, the corrupt officials must have found out and are dealing with Emperor Han. Tisk tisk, how long has Emperor Han been so powerful? As expected, no matter how strong they are, they can't beat the corrupt government. What's the use? Emperor Han has run away with the remaining divine blood. When he comes out of the mountains again, he'll probably cause chaos again. Wait, now that Emperor Han has taken the divine blood, the question is, what is Fang Xingchen holding now? Holy crap, why is there another divine bloodline? The viewers in the live stream were stunned at that moment, because after Han Fei left, Fang Xingchen suddenly had another divine blood that shone with dazzling light in his hand. Not only were the players dumbfounded, but even the members of the Church of Light present were stunned. They clearly saw that the humanoid armor took the divine blood, so how come it's still in Fang Xingchen's hands? Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, Han Fei, who had just caught up with Delia and the others, let out a furious roar. Because when he took the bloodstone from the Iron Man suit, the bloodstone, which had been shining brightly just moments before, suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished instantly. Although Han Fei didn't know what was going on, he guessed that Fang Xingchen had done something wrong, otherwise this situation would never have occurred. However, he had no power at the time and was in a hurry to leave, so he did not notice anything unusual. Chen Luo laughed when he saw this, knowing exactly what was going on. When Fang Xingchen went to Innocent V to get the divine blood, he activated a robe's inherited skill, Shadow Mirror. The name itself reveals the ability of this skill to copy an object's image. The simpler the object, the easier it is to copy, even a human can do it. The objects copied by the Shadow Mirror will have the same aura as the original objects, but usually the effect will not last long. The stronger the caster, the longer the duration. Fang Xingchen didn't know this skill before, he only learned it after Chen Luo passed on the remaining thief skills to him. Unexpectedly, Fang Xingchen used this at this moment and even tricked Han Fei. Seeing this, Chen Luo knew that the battle for the divine blood was over, and he had basically achieved his goal. The secret to becoming a god has now been spread and will soon be known throughout the world, prompting the natives of the Western fantasy world to strive for the remaining divine positions. As for the players, Chen Luo never intended for them to become the gods who manage the Western fantasy world. Even if they cultivate to the 10th level, it will not affect the overall development of the Western fantasy world. In fact, while they were fighting over it, their attention was completely drawn to the divine blood. They never realized that what was truly important was not the glittering divine blood, but the thing that Dalton had taken away. That white sphere was no ordinary thing, it was the divine essence of destiny. Although this thing cannot directly make one a god, it can gradually become stronger as long as it absorbs enough faith power. The reason Chen Luo casually left it at the bottom of the temple was because it was the destiny divine essence. Whoever picked it up would be affected by the laws of destiny, and he would not interfere. If Dalton was able to find it, that was his fate. As for whether he could ultimately keep it, that was up to his luck. Chen Luo glanced at the suspended temple below, thought for a moment, and decided not to deal with it. The method for becoming a god still exists. As long as it's there, someone will eventually see it. After Chen Luo decided that there was nothing important, he immediately disappeared from the divine kingdom and returned to the real world. What interests him now is whether ordinary people in reality can cultivate extraordinary powers. If one can cultivate, it means that one can mass-produce a batch of superhuman subordinates. While in the real world, Song Zhengxian could be made to do things by using his mysterious identity as a game company, everyone knew what his true purpose was. Such cooperation is based on the premise that he has value to be exploited, and it is inherently unreliable. No one can guarantee that they will not harbor malicious intentions. Moreover, Chen Luo doesn't know what dangers lie ahead in the next 3 years, so having some subordinates with extraordinary powers would be helpful in dealing with future crises. The strongest players in the Western fantasy world right now are undoubtedly Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this, because when he was searching for the strongest player, he found that Zhang Junhao was also at the 4th level. He already possessed the mental power of a 4th-tier mage before he became an undead creature. After surviving for so long on the continent of Alvin, I finally became a 4th-tier necromancer and even developed a series of necromancy spells. However, Zhang Junhao is still keeping a low profile, hiding in a cave in the Eternal Night Forest to develop his strength, and has no intention of causing trouble. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't go to Zhang Junhao, that rascal, for testing. He had already decided on Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei from the beginning. Chen Luo returned to his lab at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. After adjusting the time flow of the two worlds to a 1:1 ratio, he took out his phone and dialed Song Zhenxian's number. Make arrangements to have Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei come to see me. Although several months have passed in the Western fantasy world, only half a day has passed in the real world. Upon hearing this, Song Zhengxian was taken aback. He had been paying close attention to the situation in the Western fantasy world and naturally knew about the major events that were currently taking place there. He had originally planned to go to Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei to ask about the changes that had occurred after obtaining the divine blood, but he didn't expect that Chen Luo would also request to see these two people. May I ask why Mr. Yang wants to see them? Song Zhenxian's tone was cautious, yet he had to ask, because Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were important subjects of their observation. Now the whole world knows that becoming a superhuman in a Western fantasy world can enhance one's spirit and energy in the real world. Some of Song Zhenxian's men became superhumans, but the strongest among them was only at the 2nd rank. Although tens of thousands of people have entered the Western fantasy world, less than half actually have the opportunity to become extraordinary beings, and of those who can become first-tier extraordinary beings, another half will be eliminated, and of those who can become second-tier extraordinary beings, half will be eliminated. With this gradual reduction, only Han Fei and Zhang Junhao remained at the 4th tier, and only Shang Wengsuan remained at the 5th tier. After their tests, they found that Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei's physical strength had not changed at all, it was only their mental strength that had increased rapidly. However, there are no instruments to detect mental strength, nor are there any measurement standards, so they don't know exactly how much these two people have improved. Don't you want to gain superhuman power? I'll conduct a test to see if they can obtain it. Song Zhengxian was stunned for a moment, and then a surge of joy welled up in his heart. No matter what experiments Chen Luo conducts, if they succeed, it means they have acquired their own extraordinary powers. Even if you fail, it's okay. At least you can learn a lot from observing. Although they couldn't replicate the longevity serum that Chen Luo provided last time, the academicians benefited greatly from studying its components and even improved the body strengthening serum. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. They should be here by tomorrow at the latest. Very good. Chen Luo had just hung up the phone when he suddenly frowned, because when he released his mental energy, he sensed a familiar presence outside the laboratory. Chen Luo sighed, immediately got up and left the laboratory, and went to the campus. Two black Mercedes-Benz cars were parked on the street outside the laboratory building. As Chen Luo walked toward the car, the door of the black Mercedes in front suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a white dress ran quickly toward him. Four men in black suits got out of a Mercedes-Benz and hurriedly chased after them. Chen Luo immediately stopped. Seeing the woman running towards him, looking like she was about to pounce on him, he immediately stretched out his hand, as if to say, "Stop." But the woman didn't care at all. With a look of surprise and delight on her face, she opened her arms wide and was about to hug Chen Luo. Chen Luo moved slightly, taking a step away, causing her to miss her target. "How did you find me?" Chen Luo was speaking Korean because the woman was Bei Suyan. Pei Ziyuyan missed her target, but she wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she smiled and walked towards Chen Luo again. "How annoying, is this the first thing you ask me when you see me?" Seeing that Pei Ziyuyan was still poised to pounce on him, Chen Luo was speechless. He had no choice but to take a few steps back again and say, "Speak properly." "No." Seeing Chen Luo's aloof attitude, Pei Ziyuyan laughed even harder. Chen Luo said calmly, "No matter how you found me, go back to South Korea right now." Chen Luo didn't bother to find out the reason. His appearance had already spread throughout Hunyuan University of Science and Technology in the past few days, and it was estimated that many photos of him had been circulated online. With the power Bei Suyan possesses now, if she really wanted to find herself, she could search the world with her photo and find her in a little while. Chen Luo hadn't expected this woman to be so persistent, ignoring such a large corporation and coming all the way here to find him. "That won't work unless you come back with me." Bei Suyan refused without even thinking. "You think I'm discussing this with you?" Chen Luo suddenly looked directly into Bei Suyan's eyes and slowly said, "Go back to Korea immediately." Bei Suyan's smile froze instantly, turning into a blank expression. She then turned and headed back the way she came. The bodyguards in black who caught up saw that Bei Suyan had been perfectly fine just moments before, but suddenly walked back looking completely bewildered. They were all quite confused. "President, are you all right?" Bei Suyan remained expressionless, uttering only two words without a trace of emotion, "Go back to the country." The bodyguards looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew how excited Pei Ziyuyan had been when she arrived, so how could she have changed so drastically in an instant? They glanced at Chen Luo with suspicion, then hurriedly opened the car door for her and drove towards the airport. Chen Luo watched Pei Ziyuyan leave, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. Bei Suyan obediently left because he had tampered with her. After the divine offspring's genes were enhanced by the X gene, and with the explosive increase in mental power, Chen Luo discovered that after releasing his mental power, he could not only locate a person by the aura they emitted, but also sense the brainwaves emitted by others, thereby reading their thoughts and achieving a level similar to mind reading. Chen Luo then made slight improvements, allowing him to influence people's behavior by affecting brainwaves with his mental power, thus turning it into a form of mental hypnosis. With Chen Luo's current mental strength, if he were to use hypnosis, it would be on a completely different level from the hypnosis used by psychologists. The mental strength of ordinary people simply couldn't withstand it. After enhancing his divine genes, Chen Luo entered the abyss world and the Western fantasy world, but never had the chance to use the skill. "It was my first time using it on Bei Suyan, and I didn't expect it to work so well." Chen Luo is starting to use this now, naturally, in order to create absolutely loyal subordinates. Currently, he can only hypnotize, but as his mental strength increases, he will be able to brainwash and command. After Chen Luo tested the hypnosis technique and found it effective, he decided to try its power again. Chen Luo released his immense spiritual power and began walking around the school. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. Is he a man or a woman? This guy is so beautiful. I have to pay off my Huobi Alipay's installment payment service again. Who can I borrow money from?" As Chen Luo walked along, he quickly received a large number of brainwaves from passersby, which indicated what they were thinking at the time. After testing his mind-reading skills, Chen Luo immediately cut off the sensing of their brainwaves and switched to group hypnosis. He projected his idea that he was of very ordinary appearance through his mental power, which then permeated the brainwaves of everyone on the road. As Chen Luo expected, the effect was almost immediate. The passers-by who had been staring at him intently all looked away, as if they had seen no one, and no one stared at him anymore. Chen Luo laughed. It seems he won't need to wear sunglasses when he goes out anymore. However, that would be too troublesome. You can't just hypnotize every person you meet. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get a new face. Chen Luo muttered to himself and began to think of a solution. After much thought, he couldn't think of any other solutions besides plastic surgery and disguise. To avoid being stared at, getting plastic surgery is something Chen Luo can only dream of. He doesn't have time to waste on such trivial matters. As for disguise techniques, Chen Luo recalled the human skin mask he gave Dalton in the Western fantasy world. The awkward thing is that Chen Luo gave it to him, but he himself had no idea how to make it. He gave the human skin mask the function of changing appearance, without specifying the materials used in its creation. Hey, isn't there that thing too? Chen Luo suddenly remembered that there were disguise tools in the Marvel Universe, and they were even based on advanced technology. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Black Widow used a gadget called a facial simulator to impersonate a member of the SHIELD Security Council, successfully infiltrating the council and thwarting Hydra's plot. This device is incredibly advanced. Once worn on the face, it projects a simulated subject's face directly onto the face. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately walked to a deserted corner, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot and appearing in the Marvel world. After extracting the technology of the facial simulator, he quickly analyzed the necessary knowledge in his mind, then stored it in his memory before returning to the laboratory. Now the Marvel Universe has become a place where Chen Luo can extract knowledge. Whether it's cutting-edge technology or any other skill, he can acquire it freely as long as he enters, and he doesn't have to worry about not being able to learn it. After some research, Chen Luo concluded that the core technology of the facial simulator was actually holographic projection and virtual reality, which can be understood as a kind of illusion technology. The most common example is the use of holographic projection and touch technology when designing the Iron Man armor by the Iron Man Studio. Tony can perform a series of operations such as magnification and rotation in the air, which is achieved through this technology. After reading it, Chen Luo closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then walked to the computer and quickly searched for the relevant technologies and materials currently available on Earth. In less than an hour, Chen Luo was certain that he could manufacture this thing. Chen Luo quickly compiled a detailed list of materials, then added many unrelated materials to it before dialing Song Zhenxian's number again. I need some materials. Okay, Mr. Yang, are you in the lab? Yes, come and get it. Half an hour later, Song Zhenxian appeared in the laboratory with a big smile on his face. I need to see the materials within 3 days. Chen Luo handed the printed list of materials to Song Zhenxian and said directly. Song Zhenxian glanced at the materials, which were densely covered with thousands of documents, some of which he had never even heard of. But without any hesitation, he immediately smiled and said, "No problem, I'll arrange it right now." Song Zhenxian took the materials and immediately took his leave politely. After returning to his office at the Research Institute, Song Zhenxian handed the materials to his subordinates, instructing them to prepare them urgently. He also sent a copy to the academicians, asking them to analyze what Chen Luo intended to do. Have the results of that person's genetic analysis come back yet? Inside Song Zhenxian's office, a group of people in white coats were sitting in front of his desk. Based on our analysis of the saliva, hair, and skin flakes left behind after the meal, we can basically conclude. A middle-aged man wearing glasses looked astonished, but didn't say anything more. Song Zhenxian frowned. Stop keeping me in suspense. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile. Director, it's not that I'm trying to keep you in suspense, but the result is just too astonishing. We still can't quite believe it. Explain. I can't believe it, Song Zhenxian said impatiently. That one can basically no longer be considered human. Even though Song Zhenxian had witnessed Chen Luo's various amazing abilities and knew that he was no ordinary person, he still did not expect to hear such an answer. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Seeing Song Zhenxian staring at him with a bewildered expression, the middle-aged man hurriedly explained, as you instructed, we first analyzed that person's cells and found that his cells stored a large amount of high-energy unknown substances. These high-energy substances made his cells extremely powerful, not only granting him superhuman strength but also slowing down the aging of his cells. According to our estimates, his physical strength alone is probably more than 5,000 times that of an ordinary person, and because his cells age exceptionally slowly, his lifespan can reach at least 400 years. Are you saying that such a person is still human? Song Zhenxian's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape for a long time. 5,000 times the strength of a normal person, that's almost 100 tons of force? Are you kidding me? You can make such a judgment based on just one cell. Director, if you try to understand it in the same way as a normal human, of course it's impossible. But in fact, we analyzed that person's gene fragments and found that about 13% of his genes are completely different from those of humans. Perhaps it is those mutated genes that caused his cells to produce a large amount of high-energy substances. Song Zhengxian stood there dumbfounded for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Is it because of the longevity serum?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No, we also extracted blood from test subjects who had taken the longevity serum for analysis, and they were not on the same level as that person at all." Song Zhengxian gasped. Such terrifying data was beyond what a normal human being could achieve. Describing it as superhuman would not be an exaggeration. Even by Marvel standards, 100 tons of force is roughly equivalent to the Hulk in his normal state. For some reason, Song Zhengxian asked again, "Will those high-energy substances make people glow?" The middle-aged man was taken aback upon hearing this. Glowing? The middle-aged man noticed Song Zhengxian's expression and immediately guessed what was going on. He quickly asked, "Director, have you seen that glowing person? What kind of glow?" Song Zhengxian nodded. "It was golden, like sunlight, but I only saw it once, and I haven't seen it since." The middle-aged man immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote it down, then asked, "Director, could you please tell us the details of what happened?" Song Zhengxian interrupted him speechlessly, "That's all I know. Now, put together the analysis report and I'm going to submit it." "All right." The middle-aged man looked regretful, but seeing that Song Zhengxian clearly didn't want to say anything more, he could only obediently agree and leave with his men. Chen Luo had already returned to the hotel and was about to begin preparing the test techniques for Shang Wenxuan and Han Fei. Given their intelligence, those two must have tried practicing the techniques from the Western fantasy world in real life. However, Chen Luo knew without even thinking that the effect would be negligible. Just as the rules of the Western fantasy world and the Abyss world are different, the rules of the Western fantasy world and Earth are also different. They can cultivate battle chi and magic power in the Western fantasy world, but that won't work on Earth. Even Chen Luo himself couldn't do it. His extraordinary power came entirely from the genes of the divine lineage. If it weren't for the 9 heavens of annihilation technique, he wouldn't have been able to possess divine power. Of course, the 9 heavens of annihilation couldn't be used for testing. Chen Luo first searched the sealed memories to see if there were any cultivation techniques that could be practiced on Earth. A moment later, Chen Luo's body suddenly trembled. Before he could find the cultivation technique, he found an unexpected memory. The 9 swords formation that Shang Wenxuan comprehended from sword energy was actually derived from 9 heavens of annihilation. However, after countless improvements by himself in the future, the original technique had been completely altered, and its power had been weakened many times over. Chen Luo was astonished. He already knew the power of the 9 swords formation. Even with his current second-tier strength, he possessed the power to destroy a small island. This is actually a weakened version of the silent 9 heavens? Chen Luo couldn't resist wanting to test the power of the technique in his mind, but there was still an important piece of information in his mind. Never use any moves from 9 heavens of annihilation unless absolutely necessary. There were no other prompts. Chen Luo's brain started working rapidly. If he wasn't allowed to use it, it must be because there would be trouble or danger if he did. So, my future self wanted to give Shang Wenxuan the 9 swords technique so that he could have a certain ability to protect himself and cope with future crises. But if you don't want him to use it, you can just not give it to him. Why give it to him again at the second level? Chen Luo couldn't help but frown, but he quickly figured out the reason. This undoubtedly shows that the future self was not confident about the crisis mentioned 3 years later, which is why he left him this technique in the end, and said not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The meaning is clear: if you really can't hold on any longer, then use it anyway. If you can't get through it, you're doomed anyway. What exactly is it? Chen Luo felt a headache coming on, and he had no memory of any clues about that crisis. Chen Luo couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it anymore. There was only 1 year left until the 3-year deadline, and he would find out eventually. It's only been 2 years. Chen Luo paused for a moment when he thought about the time. Although only 2 years had passed, it felt like 2 lifetimes had gone by. He was a completely different person from the person he was 2 years ago. Not only has her appearance changed dramatically, but her personality has also become very different from her former self. Chen Luo sighed, dismissed the useless thoughts in his mind, and began to continue searching his memories of the cultivation technique. He quickly found a solution. The 9 swords formation is not a martial art from a Western fantasy world, nor does it seem to originate from Earth. It is not affected by the different rules and powers of the 2 worlds. Shang Wenxuan is unable to cultivate in reality because Earth has now entered the Dharma ending age, which makes it impossible for ordinary people to draw spiritual energy into their bodies to temper their physical bodies and obtain the spiritual power to drive sword techniques. If Shang Wenxuan wants to obtain extraordinary power, he would either unlock his genetic lock in reality like I do, or cultivate the 9 heavens of annihilation, which, like me, does not require spiritual energy but rather divine power. Chen Luo didn't know how to unlock other people's genetic locks in reality, and the 9 heavens of annihilation was impossible to give to anyone, but he found a method in his memories to help others draw spiritual energy into their bodies. If Shang Wengsuan could draw spiritual energy into his body through the 9 swords technique, he would naturally gain extraordinary power. However, given the current depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, his cultivation would be exceptionally slow. As for Han Fei, Chen Luo also found a qi cultivation technique from Earth in his memory. It was obtained by his future self while searching for ancient sites on Earth, and it was just an introductory cultivation technique. Chen Luo didn't know what level of cultivation technique it was, because his memories were very fragmented and not coherent. However, since it is an Earth-based cultivation method, it can adapt to Earth's rules. As long as Han Fei can draw qi into his body, he can cultivate normally. After finalizing the cultivation method, Chen Luo saw that it was already dark outside, and too lazy to think about it anymore, he immediately got up and went to the restaurant for dinner. Although Chen Luo can go 10 days or half a month without eating and not feel hungry, eating, bathing and sleeping have become decades-old habits that he cannot change in a short time. When Chen Luo arrived at the restaurant, he was naturally greeted by someone. The hotel is now closed to the public and does not accept any guests. The 100 or 200 people inside are all serving Chen Luo, and they are on call 24 hours a day. Even if he gets up at 2 or 3 in the morning to eat, the waiting time won't be too long. Besides trying to please Chen Luo, Song Zhengxian did this primarily to get what Chen Luo inevitably left behind, such as saliva and hair. Chen Luo had noticed that they were doing this, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Firstly, he still needs to eat and drink, so he can't possibly destroy his saliva every time. Secondly, when hair and dander fall out, he can't possibly pick them up one by one. Chen Luo is lazy and doesn't have time to do such things. Moreover, Chen Luo was quite certain that even if they obtained it, they couldn't possibly research the divine offspring gene. Chen Luo frowned halfway through his meal because he noticed something unusual happening at the hotel entrance. At that moment, outside the hotel, a group of people were arguing with the security guards at the hotel entrance. I clearly booked a room on the official website, and when I arrived you told me the hotel was closed for renovations. A middle-aged man in a suit shouted angrily at several security guards. Although the 4 security guards at the hotel entrance were dressed in security uniforms, they were actually special forces soldiers. Their orders were to prevent outsiders from entering the hotel, so they didn't care whether this group of people had made reservations or not. Regardless of the commotion from outsiders, they insist that the hotel's official website not being updated in a timely manner was a mistake, and that they are currently undergoing internal renovations and unable to receive guests. What interior renovation? If it's renovation, why isn't there any sound from inside? The middle-aged man persisted and tried to force his way in. The 4 security guards naturally wouldn't allow it and immediately stepped forward to stop him, pushing the middle-aged man out. Hey, when did security guards become so arrogant, even daring to hit people? The middle-aged man was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the security guards and said, "I'm going to go in and see if you're really doing renovations or just pretending." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he continued to try to force his way in, but this time the security guards didn't hold back and kicked him out. The middle-aged man staggered and fell to the ground, furious. "Fine, you dare to hit me? I'll make you pay today." The middle-aged man yelled angrily at the man behind him who looked like a bodyguard, "What the hell are you all looking at? Kill them for me." The men, as if waking from a dream, immediately rushed forward and attacked the security guards. The 4 people didn't take it seriously at first, nor did they call for backup. They simply thought it was just ordinary guests causing trouble because they couldn't check in. But when the group of bodyguards rushed up, they immediately realized something was wrong, because as these men got closer, they pulled out pistols with silencers from behind their backs. While they were still in shock, those men had already pulled the triggers, aiming at their hearts. Thud! Thud! Several soft gunshots rang out, and the 4 security guards fell to the ground before they could even scream. The men who fired the shots steadied them and then rushed into the hotel. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man's angry expression instantly turned into indifference, and then he made a gesture towards the distance. Soon, several cars sped over, and then a group of masked men in black, armed with guns, rushed into the hotel. It was at this moment that Chen Luo noticed the anomaly, and he waved to a male waiter not far away. The waiter immediately came over with a smile. "Mr. Yang, what would you like? Tell your men that the enemy has broken in from the outside." The waiter was stunned for a moment, looking incredulous. Chen Luo was sitting right there, so how did he know that an enemy had broken in? Chen Luo could tell what the waiter was thinking from his expression, so he didn't bother with any more words and directly used hypnosis to issue the order, "Warning, enemy attack." The waiter's eyes went blank for a moment, then he pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket and quickly said, "Attention all units, enemy attack." The waiter repeated it several times before recovering from his daze. He looked around blankly, not quite understanding what had just happened. Chen Luo's mental power instantly enveloped the hotel, hypnotizing everyone inside and forcing them to retreat. The hotel staff had already noticed the intruders, and most were ready to fight, while non-combat personnel were also looking for cover. At that moment, they all momentarily lost their focus, and then quickly began to evacuate the hotel. In their minds, they had received a retreat order from their superiors. After sensing that more than 100 people in the hotel had evacuated through the emergency exits immediately, Chen Luo leisurely continued eating. When the middle-aged man and his gang rushed into the hotel, they also realized something was wrong, because there was no one left in the hotel. They had done their research before the attack, there must have been over 100 people inside, but now there wasn't a single one left. Did they sense it beforehand and thus slip away? The problem is, there are over 100 people in the hotel, so there's no reason to be afraid of those 30-odd people. Go find the target. The middle-aged man shouted urgently at his two subordinates behind him. A cold smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips as he muttered to himself, "They're actually from the island nation." It was easy for Chen Luo to tell that this group of people were from Japan, because the middle-aged man was speaking Japanese. Chen Luo quickly thought about it and instantly guessed why the Japanese had come knocking on his door so soon. The fact that the female spy knew that Hunyuan University of Science and Technology was conducting human experiments and that it was the formula for the super soldier serum indicates that she was able to enter the laboratory or have contact with the laboratory staff. After the incident of the experimental subject going out of control was resolved, Chen Luo appeared at Hunyuan University of Science and Technology. Song Zhengxian, the person in charge, personally took him into the laboratory and isolated the laboratory, allowing only him to enter and exit. Chen Luo made no attempt to conceal himself, and Song Zhengxian dared not ask him to stay home or cover his face when he did go out. This situation has persisted for so long that even ordinary students at Hunyuan University of Science and Technology can see that something is wrong. Those spies hiding in the shadows, unless they were fools, could all guess that Chen Luo's identity was not simple. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. The islanders were the first to act, so people from other countries wouldn't wait long to wait and see. This means he'll be in a lot of trouble, and he's currently very afraid of trouble. Looks like we need to get that facial simulator out there as soon as possible, or we'll be driven crazy by all the hassle later. Chen Luo sighed, his gaze suddenly shifting to the restaurant entrance. A group of masked men dressed in black appeared at the restaurant entrance. When they saw Chen Luo, their eyes lit up at the same time, and they immediately pointed their guns at him and rushed over. Just then, a muffled thud was heard, and a shadow flashed by rapidly under the light, hitting a man in black on the head. In an instant, the man in black fell to the ground without a sound, a chopstick appearing between his eyebrows. The chopstick pierced through the man's skull, and bright red blood and white brain matter flowed from the base of the chopstick. The other man next to the fallen man in black turned around, staring at the scene in disbelief. It took him several seconds to react before he shouted in Japanese, "Watch out! He has a ranged weapon." Although he could tell it was a chopstick, he thought it was some kind of special weapon and never imagined it was thrown by a person. Without warning, another black light flashed in front of them, and the man who had just shouted was also struck between the eyebrows with a snap. The man didn't even utter a sound, his pupils widened, and then he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 people stared in disbelief at their 2 fallen companions, and when they saw their target calmly pick up another chopstick from the table, they simultaneously felt an immense sense of impending danger. It felt like the end of the world had come, making them tremble involuntarily. They knew what to do without waiting for orders. A gunshot rang out, and someone fired the first shot. Immediately afterwards, a series of gunshots rang out as all 5 men simultaneously opened fire on Chen Luo. Facing the hail of bullets coming from all directions, Chen Luo remained indifferent, calmly raising a chopstick and throwing it at the third person. The next moment, the third person collapsed to the ground without warning. The 4 survivors were astonished to find that the bullets they had fired had stopped, with countless bullets hovering in the air, densely covering Chen Luo's front, making it impossible for him to advance even an inch. In that instant, it was as if the whole world had stopped. 2 full seconds passed before the warheads, suspended in mid-air, began to fall like raindrops, landing on the restaurant's tiles with a crisp, clattering sound. The 4 men stared in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. Before they could even finish their surprise, a shadow flew towards them, and 4 chopsticks pierced their foreheads, causing them to fall into pools of blood. Chen Luo didn't even glance at the corpse before getting up and slowly strolling out of the restaurant. As Chen Luo reached the door, he suddenly stopped, seemingly remembering something, and made a gesture behind him. More than a dozen bullet casings that had just fallen to the ground flew over and landed in his palm. Chen Luo casually tossed the still-warm bullet casings in his hand and continued walking outside. At this moment, the middle-aged man leading the group also heard the gunshots and quickly led the rest of the group towards the restaurant. Chen Luo slowly walked into the corridor, and upon seeing the masked man in black, he threw out a spent bullet casing. When the middle-aged man saw Chen Luo, he knew that this was their target for the operation, because once you saw his face, you would never forget it. But just as he was about to draw his gun and order Chen Luo to go with them, he noticed that one of his men had fallen to the ground without warning. The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at the bullet hole between his subordinate's eyebrows, his expression suddenly changing. It's one thing if no gunshot was heard, but it's quite another that the bullet that pierced his subordinate's forehead was a spent casing, not a bullet tip. What kind of weapon is this? Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, another of his men fell to the ground beside him. The exact same location, the exact same shell casings, the exact same way of dying. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Chen Luo, just in time to see him pick up a spent bullet casing with a faint smile on his face and throw it in their direction. A sharp whooshing sound rang out, and another subordinate fell to the ground. The middle-aged man's face had turned deathly pale. Although he couldn't believe it, what he was seeing made him realize that the bullet casings thrown by the other party with his bare hands had the same power as bullets. How is that possible? Not only him, but the other 20-odd island nation spies all showed a look of fear in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. In their moment of hesitation, 2 more people fell to the bullet casings. Find cover. The middle-aged man shouted and immediately ordered his men to find a place to hide. Upon hearing his command, the people suddenly realized what was happening and rushed to break open the hotel room doors in the corridor, running inside to hide. Unlike the previous group, the middle-aged man did not panic and immediately order an attack on Chen Luo. He knew the purpose of their mission. They wanted prisoners alive. A corpse was of no use to them. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly noticed that another of his men had silently fallen to the ground. He looked over in astonishment. The subordinate still had a bullet casing stuck between his eyebrows, blood flowing freely. A sense of utter absurdity welled up in the middle-aged man's mind. He clearly saw Chen Luo in the corridor, so how could he possibly have hit the person inside the room? Can bullet casings turn? Snap! Another crisp sound rang out, and one of his men in the opposite room fell straight to the ground. Now everyone in the island nation understood that Chen Luo's bullets could indeed turn, and they were always accurate. The middle-aged man finally realized that they seemed to have kicked a hornet's nest, and that they had found the real deal. The other party must be in existence with extraordinary power, otherwise how could a normal person possess such terrifying power? Honorable sir, we are not here to attack you, we have come in sincere invitation. The middle-aged man shouted it out loud in Chinese, but before he could finish speaking, another of his men fell to the ground. Sir, we really... A scream rang out, and yet another islander collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man understood perfectly well that Chen Luo had no interest in what he was saying. He was simply trying to create immense psychological pressure on the people who were killing them one by one. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale, and sweat poured down his forehead. He now understood that not only was it impossible for him to take Chen Luo away, but even getting out of here alive was a question. The middle-aged man's expression shifted several times. Between his own life and his mission, he quickly made his choice. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" With his roar, the island nation spies, already overwhelmed by the immense pressure, immediately drew their guns and rushed outside, firing at Chen Luo in unison, scorching flames sweeping across from all directions. Amidst the hail of bullets, Chen Luo continued walking forward as if oblivious. Just as the bullets were about to reach him, they all mysteriously froze in midair. Then, he waved his hand. Half of the bullets flew back, this time not hitting their foreheads, but rather their torsos or other non-lethal locations. The middle-aged man was right. Chen Luo was gradually instilling psychological fear in them, causing them to die in terror. Any islander hit, whether in the torso or limbs, will immediately have their flesh ripped and bones broken, and even if they don't die, they will lose their mobility on the spot. Soon, the ground was filled with Japanese people, one after another, screams and groans filling the air, and not one of them was able to stand up. Chen Luo slowly strolled over to the middle-aged man, only to see that his chest had been pierced, and he was coughing up blood while rapidly operating a mobile phone. Chen Luo frowned, and with a thought, the phone flew into his hand. He opened it and found that there was nothing on the phone, no call logs or text messages. Chen Luo immediately understood that this was most likely an encrypted phone that could remotely erase important information at any time. Chen Luo didn't even need to look to guess what the middle-aged man had sent out. It was nothing more than confirming his identity and relaying the news of his extraordinary abilities back to the island nation. How many of you are still in Zhongcheng? Chen Luo asked the question in Japanese, but he used mental hypnosis. The middle-aged man was no match for him and instantly lost focus, replying in Japanese, "There are only 4 non-combatants in the van outside." Chen Luo moved swiftly, transforming into a shadow as he left the hotel and began searching outside. A moment later, they found a black minivan. But by then, the people in the car had clearly received the message and had already started the engine, speeding away into the distance. Chen Luo sneered, "You think you can just come and leave? There's no such thing as an easy way out." Chen Luo located the 4 people, then with a flick of his wrist, threw out the few remaining bullet casings he had in his hand. Under the precise control of his divine power and mental strength, the bullet casing, though fired later, arrived first, swiftly slicing through the air and piercing the glass of the van, accurately piercing the back of the heads of the 4 men. The out-of-control van swerved wildly on the road like a drunkard, finally crashing off the road and slamming into a wall with a deafening bang. Fortunately, there were few pedestrians on the roadside, so no injuries or fatalities were reported. On the contrary, many pedestrians took out their phones to take pictures immediately after being frightened, and some even called the police. Chen Luo didn't bother with any of that. He glanced back at the 4 soldiers lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh softly. By the time he realized it, the other side had already fired. There might be a way in the Western fantasy world, but in the real world, Chen Luo was powerless to help. At that moment, Chen Luo's phone rang. "Mr. Yang, are you alright?" Chen Luo said indifferently, not even bothering to answer Song Zhenxian's question, and directly said, "There are still a few living Japanese in the hotel. Arrange for someone to deal with them. Also, find another place to stay, and don't have anyone stationed nearby. Whether it's for protection or surveillance, I don't want to see it. If I really want to contact people from other countries, do you think you can stop me?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhenxian was startled. Hearing Chen Luo's tone, which seemed somewhat displeased, he quickly said, yes, Mr. Yang, it was my oversight. I will arrange accommodation for you immediately. Do you have any requests? Whatever, as long as it's quiet. Okay, I understand. Time flies, and it was soon the next day. In the laboratory, Chen Luo not only received the materials prepared by Song Zhenxian, but also saw Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. Chen Luo had already seen their information, but seeing them in person, he still found that they were quite different from the people in the photos. The most obvious change is in the person's overall demeanor and eyes, which are now more in line with the character's temperament in their Western fantasy world. While Chen Luo was sizing up the 2 of them, Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were also secretly sizing him up. They didn't know what they were supposed to do before they came. Song Zhenxian wasn't as respectful to them as he was to Chen Luo. He simply told them that he wanted them to cooperate in an experiment and then had them brought over. Shang Wengsuan had originally planned to contact Han Fei privately to ask him how to get rid of Song Zhenxian and his gang. Unexpectedly, Song Zhenxian contacted them first and brought them to Zhongcheng without giving them a chance to refuse. This made the 2 men suspicious, thinking that Song Zhenxian had discovered them and wanted to imprison them. When they saw Song Zhenxian introduce them to Chen Luo with a beaming smile and a respectful tone, the 2 were immediately shocked. It wasn't because of Chen Luo's appearance, but because they knew very well what kind of power Song Zhenxian wielded, yet he was so respectful to a young man who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old. However, they could tell at a glance that this person was not simple, because Chen Luo was not only beautiful, but also had a lazy demeanor, and his eyes were bright and clear, like stars that pierced straight into people's hearts. They had only ever seen such a look in the eyes of extraordinary beings in Western fantasy worlds. Countless questions immediately flooded Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei's minds. Who is this person? What does he want with us? Chen Luo didn't waste any words, and didn't even bother to introduce himself. He simply reached out and used his mental power to forcefully grab Shang Wengsuan and bring him to his side. Shang Wengsuan looked at his body flying up, his expression changed drastically, and he didn't realize what had happened for a moment. Not only Shang Wengsuan, but also Song Zhenxian and others, as well as Han Fei, all changed their expressions. Shang Wengsuan even looked back, but there was no one behind him or in front of him. It was as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand and was flying uncontrollably toward Chen Luo. Han Fei was stunned for a long time, and a word seemed to flash through his mind like lightning: an extraordinary individual. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why Song Zhenxian was so respectful to Chen Luo. It turned out to be because of this. How high is his mental power level if he can control people to fly with his mental power? Chen Luo was just about to help Shang Wengsuan draw spiritual energy into his body when he suddenly turned around, looked at Han Fei with some surprise, and asked with a smile, "Mental power scale? A unit you created yourself?" Han Fei was startled, goosebumps rising all over his body. Those were clearly his thoughts, yet Chen Luo knew them. Mind reading? A smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips. "That's right, it's the one you're thinking of." Han Fei stared at Chen Luo in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was now finally convinced that Chen Luo truly possessed mind-reading abilities, because the thought he had just had was still lingering in his mind. The conversation between Chen Luo and Han Fei was only being spoken by Chen Luo. Everyone else was completely bewildered, thinking that Chen Luo was talking to himself. When they saw Chen Luo looking at Han Fei, and Han Fei looking like he'd seen a ghost, they were even more confused. Chen Luo's words seemed rambling and incoherent, so why did Han Fei's expression look so strange? According to your unit of measurement, how many mental energy scales do you have now? Han Fei was forcibly controlling his thoughts, trying not to think about anything that might expose his secrets, so as not to reveal his ideas to Chen Luo. However, Han Fei helplessly discovered that the more he thought about it, the more his thoughts drifted uncontrollably in that direction. 60? The moment Han Fei thought about his mental strength level, Chen Luo read it out. He muttered to himself and then asked, how heavy can an object be controlled? Chen Luo didn't even ask Han Fei if he could control objects with his mental power, but instead asked him directly how heavy they could be. Because Han Fei's initial idea was exposed, if he couldn't control objects with his mental power, he wouldn't have mentioned how many mental scales he could control a person. A pencil. Han Fei spoke directly this time, without waiting for Chen Luo to read the thoughts in his mind. Can it fly, or is it just able to move? They can barely move. Chen Luo nodded, not particularly surprised. This amount of mental energy was still far too little, a far cry from that of an extraordinary being. If calculated using Han Fei's method, Chen Luo estimated that he probably only has 60,000 mental energy points now. Chen Luo stopped looking at Han Fei and turned his gaze to Shang Wenxuan. I'll guide you through the 9 swords formation now. Try to see if you can cultivate it in reality. Upon hearing this, Shang Wenxuan was visibly shaken. He stared at Chen Luo in disbelief and exclaimed in surprise, You're from the game company. Shang Wenxuan was able to recognize Chen Luo's identity immediately because he had never revealed the 9 swords formation to anyone, whether in the Western fantasy world or the real world. Even when Song Zhengxian asked him in real life, he just made up a name on the spot. Aside from people from the game company, Shang Wenxuan couldn't think of anyone else who knew about the 9 swords formation. You reacted pretty quickly. Song Zhengxian and the others already knew, so they weren't too surprised. Han Fei and Shang Wenxuan were so shocked by Chen Luo's words that they were speechless for a long time. Although they had all sorts of speculations about the game company, even imagining that aliens had gone up there, they never expected that people from the game company would appear in front of them like this. No wonder the other party has extraordinary power. If it's someone from a game company, then it's not surprising at all. They can enhance their mental strength simply by playing a game, and the other party directly has control over the game. Obtaining extraordinary abilities is not difficult at all. Shang Wenxuan was even more excited. What the other party had just said was that they wanted to help him cultivate the 9 swords formation in reality. Shang Wenxuan was perfectly aware of just how powerful this technique was. If he could truly cultivate in reality, it wouldn't be long before he gained extraordinary power in the real world. Chen Luo naturally sensed Shang Wenxuan's thoughts. He glanced at him with a half smile and said, All right, I don't have much time. I don't have time to waste on meaningless things. As Chen Luo spoke, he placed his hand directly on Shang Wenxuan's crown. Close your eyes, use your mind to follow the flow of energy in my hand, and guide the spiritual energy into your body. Without any hesitation, Shang Wenxuan immediately closed his eyes as Chen Luo instructed and began to feel the airflow coming from above his head. Shang Wenxuan didn't completely trust Chen Luo, but he knew very well that if the other party wanted to deal with him, there was no need to go through all this trouble. Moreover, he has lived in the Western fantasy world for hundreds of years, so he still has some discernment. Chen Luo's eyes and the aura he exuded did not make him feel any malice or danger, so he decisively chose to believe him. Focus on the airflow. Chen Luo sensed the various speculations in Shang Wenxuan's mind, and immediately shouted in a deep voice to bring Shang Wenxuan's attention back. A strange feeling welled up in Shang Wenxuan's heart, and he quickly focused his attention on the warm current emanating from Chen Luo's hand. He focused his mind and followed the flow of energy throughout his body. Under Chen Luo's guidance, this energy flow slowly began to circulate within his body along a fixed route, growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, Shang Wenxuan suddenly felt a cool energy enter his crown chakra, which quickly merged into the energy flow, further strengthening it. Immediately afterwards, the two converged and were injected into the danshan in the abdomen. Shang Wenxuan was shocked. He instantly understood that he had successfully drawn spiritual energy into his body. The fixed cycle within his body was precisely the operational root of the 9 swords formation, which was what he cultivated in the Western fantasy world, so he recognized it immediately. It actually works. Shang Wenxuan suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. He had tried to practice the 9 sword stance in real life more than once, but he always felt that something was missing, and no matter how hard he tried, it was ineffective. Especially after advancing to the 5th rank, in addition to his mental strength becoming stronger like Han Fei's, the most important thing about his physical body in reality was that he seemed to be able to sense a special power in the air, which was very similar to the fighting spirit in the Western fantasy world. Shang Wenxuan keenly realized that this was the key to obtaining extraordinary power in reality, but what troubled him was that he could never master these powers. When Chen Luo was talking about drawing spiritual energy into the body, Shang Wenxuan understood that the special power he couldn't capture was spiritual energy. Don't get excited yet. Chen Luo glanced at him. With the little spiritual power you have right now, you can only emit a little sword light at most. If you want to release sword energy like in the Western fantasy world, you'll have to cultivate for several decades before you can even think about it. Shang Wenxuan was taken aback and released his sword energy, something he could do when he was at the 2nd level. Judging from Chen Luo's words, it would take decades to cultivate to the second level in reality? Chen Luo naturally sensed Shang Wengsuan's thoughts at this moment. The spiritual energy on Earth is depleted, which is completely different from the Western fantasy world. I have overestimated you by decades. Hearing their conversation, Song Zhengxian and Han Fei were also excited. Anyone with half a brain can see that Shang Wengsuan has succeeded and is now able to cultivate in reality. Mr. Yang, is it really possible to cultivate in reality? Song Zhengxian looked at Chen Luo with a trembling voice, as if seeking his affirmation. If cultivation can be carried out in reality, it means they can mass-produce extraordinary individuals, and the implications of that are self-evident. Chen Luo smiled and said, he's just an exception, and he doesn't represent everyone. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Han Fei. Now let's see if you have the talent. Chen Luo walked a few steps to Han Fei and placed his hand on the top of Han Fei's head. Close your eyes and focus your mind on the airflow in my palm. Han Fei had already heard Chen Luo say this to Shang Wengsuan and understood what he wanted to do. Han Fei immediately closed his eyes excitedly and began to focus all his attention on Chen Luo's hands. Soon, he felt a stream of energy slowly flowing into his body from the top of his head, then circulating and converging towards his dantian in his abdomen. When Chen Luo sensed it, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Han Fei had managed to draw spiritual energy into his body, the speed was extremely slow. Even after circulating the technique many times, he had only generated a wisp of spiritual power within his body. It's still that subtle, almost imperceptible state. You can't detect it at all unless you look closely inside. Although Shang Wengsuan's spiritual power was also small, it was far greater than that in Han Fei's body. Chen Luo quickly figured out the reason after a moment's thought. It must be the difference in cultivation techniques. Although the Nine Swords formation, which originated from the Nine Heavens of Annihilation, has been weakened considerably, its grade is certainly not much worse. However, Han Fei's technique is probably just an ordinary qi cultivation method from Earth, and the cultivation speed is very slow. Based on their current cultivation speed, Shang Wengsuan's speed is at least 3 times that of Han Fei, and the longer this time goes on, the greater the gap will become. However, Chen Luo didn't care. He just had these two people conduct an experiment. Now that it was confirmed that ordinary people could indeed gain extraordinary powers, his goal had been achieved. He didn't care at all how fast they cultivated or how powerful they became in the real world. Chen Luo had initially considered making these two his subordinates, but then changed his mind and gave up. Both of these guys are restless. Chen Luo needs someone who is absolutely obedient. They don't need to be very smart, they just need to listen and do as instructed, without having too many ideas. Alright, the experiment is over. You can leave now. Chen Luo didn't bother with any more words and directly told them to leave. Shang Wengsuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. That was it? Han Fei also sensed the spiritual energy entering his body at this moment. Unlike Chen Luo's disappointment, he was filled with ecstatic joy. He knew that as long as he practiced according to that method, he would eventually gain extraordinary power. But now Chen Luo has started kicking people out, leaving them all completely baffled. Aren't you leaving yet? Are you waiting until the new year? Chen Luo glanced at them sideways and asked indifferently. He's about to start making a facial simulator. Does he expect a bunch of people to stay here and watch? Song Zhengxian was the first to react and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, we'll leave right away. Song Zhengxian gave Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei a look, and immediately walked towards the door. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei had countless questions they wanted to ask Chen Luo, but seeing his impatient expression, they knew he had no desire to answer any of them. After learning about Chen Luo's identity, they were eager to get to know him better and see if they could find out anything about the game company. The game company is so mysterious that people all over the world are curious about who is behind it. Although they can stir up trouble in the Western fantasy world, they are nothing to the game company and can wipe everything out at any time. In reality, the other party also possesses extraordinary power, and even Song Zhengxian, who represents a national level of power, treats him with utmost respect. They are not people that can be contended with. But now Chen Luo clearly has no interest in them anymore, and there's no reason for them to stay, so they have no choice but to obediently leave. The two left the lab and exchanged a glance, both seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes. It was a mixture of astonishment, doubt, and an irrepressible excitement. Before they could get excited for long, Song Zhengxian spoke up, come with me. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei's expressions changed simultaneously. As people, they immediately guessed what Song Zhengxian wanted to do by calling them over. Half a day later, in a room at the Research Institute, Song Zhengxian frowned as he looked at Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan. You haven't been hiding anything, have you? Shang Wengsuan remained calm. I haven't hidden anything. I've told you everything except the 9 swords technique. Han Fei remained calm. I wrote down everything I felt at the time, and I even told you the operating route of that technique. If Director Song doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Song Jiangxian squinted at the two of them for a moment before slowly saying, "You two stay in Zhongcheng for now. We might need you for our later experiments." Song Jiangxian pressed a button on the phone on his desk and said, "Arrange for them to stay at the base." "Yes, Director." As soon as the phone call ended, someone knocked on the door and came in, leading Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei out of the research institute and heading towards the outskirts of the city. The two remained silent throughout the entire journey, but their expressions changed simultaneously when the car arrived at its destination. Because this is a military base, and it's full of soldiers with live ammunition. After they left, Song Jiangxian began writing a report in front of his computer. Based on Yang Guo's fragmented words, and the descriptions of Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei, spiritual energy does indeed exist on Earth. However, in this Dharma-ending age, spiritual energy has been depleted, and ordinary people are unable to guide it into their bodies. Yang Guo can use a special method to help ordinary people guide spiritual energy into their bodies. This method might be their way of creating extraordinary individuals. If we obtain this method from him, we might be able to create more extraordinary individuals. Chen Luo spent 3 days in the lab and created the facial simulator. He looked at the object in his hand, which was about the size of a fingernail, and immediately went to the computer. After connecting it to the computer, he searched online and found tens of thousands of faces, which he then downloaded. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo disappeared from the laboratory with the facial simulator and appeared in a seaside villa in Hawaii, USA. Chen Luo walked to the mirror and placed the black facial simulator inside his sideburns. After seeing the thing automatically attached to his hair, Chen Luo reached out and gently pressed the corner of the mirror. Suddenly, the face in the mirror transformed into an ordinary-looking face. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, and after nodding several times, the faces inside kept changing. The only drawback is that the facial simulator can only change the face, not the skin color or eye color, meaning it can only use Asian faces. However, it's enough that he's done this far. Chen Luo just doesn't want to be treated like a rare animal when he goes out. Chen Luo adjusted his face to resemble that of an ordinary person, then left the villa and headed towards the sea. This seaside villa is one of the teleportation points set up by Chen Luo. The location is excellent, with mountains to the south and the Pacific Ocean to the north, enjoying an endless sea view and magnificent mountain scenery. Of course, it is also expensive enough, with the cheapest one starting at $50 million. Chen Luo chose this place not because it was expensive, but because of its quietness and privacy. Ordinary people simply couldn't get in, which greatly reduced the chance of the teleportation array being damaged. The facial simulator worked well. He walked all the way to the beach, and many people didn't even glance at him. After testing it and seeing that it was effective, Chen Luo disappeared and returned to the laboratory to start cleaning the materials inside. After confirming that no clues had been left behind, Chen Luo went straight out. As for the guards at the laboratory entrance, they were completely hypnotized by Chen Luo, and even when they saw different faces, they still thought it was Chen Luo's original face. Chen Luo had no particular destination in mind, so he simply left Hunyuan University of Science and Technology and began to stroll leisurely along the street. Although only 2 years have passed, Chen Luo feels like he hasn't walked down the street like this for hundreds of years. Chen Luo wandered aimlessly for a while, and when he passed a commercial street, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked into a clothing store on the side of the street. A television was hanging in the shop window, playing a news video. Many passers-by noticed the content of the video and stopped to watch it. In the blink of an eye, a crowd of people in front of the television were exclaiming in surprise, "Holy crap! What kind of monster is that? They can't be killed by guns? That's unbelievable." This was filmed on a mobile phone, and the footage doesn't look fake. Let's make a movie, Godzilla. Judging from the background, it looks like an island nation. There are plenty of scenes like this in movies. What movie? Don't you even look at the channel? It's CCTV News Channel. How could this be fake? On the television screen appeared a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex that looked like something out of a biology textbook. It was 4 or 5 meters long, its body was completely black, covered with bulging muscles, and had a streamlined shape, giving it a powerful yet iron-like appearance. Its sharp fangs were exposed, and its claws were covered with sharp claws that gleamed with a dark light. Its face was ferocious, like a demon crawling out of hell. What's eerie is that it's surrounded by a black aura. Is that the aura of the abyss? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Even though he was separated from the television screen, he could still sense a familiar aura from the black mist. That was the abyssal demonic energy emanating from the abyssal creatures of the abyssal world. How could abyssal species exist in the real world? Moreover, they look somewhat different from ordinary abyssal creatures. Chen Luo frowned and looked at the upper right corner of the TV. When he saw the live broadcast displayed on it, it was clear that this was what was happening. Chen Luo locked his gaze on the background behind the monster, and when he saw several iconic buildings, he instantly knew where he was. Chen Luo quickly found a deserted spot, his figure vanished in an instant, and he appeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper in Tokyo. It was already night, but Chen Luo wasn't afraid of being seen. He flew directly towards the area in the city where gunfire and artillery fire were most concentrated. In just over 10 minutes, Chen Luo appeared in Ginza, Tokyo's most famous and busiest commercial district. This is a major business district in Chuo Ward, Tokyo, known as the most expensive place in Asia, symbolizing the island nation's prosperity and famous worldwide for its high-end shopping stores. Chen Luo landed on top of a building and looked down. Below, police from countless island nations, armed with various weapons, fired at the 4 or 5 meter tall monster. Fire erupted, gunfire erupted, the dense gunfire deafening, countless bullets struck the monster's body, producing dull bang 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 echoes. Although these bullets posed no threat to the monster, they instantly enraged it. Its thick neck stretched forward, and its crimson eyes stared intently at the Tokyo police below, its pupils revealing a deep killing intent. The monster stomped its feet on the ground and its massive body shot out with lightning speed, rushing into the police force in 2 leaps. Then, it suddenly raised its hand, and its huge claw swung down at the police officers in front of it. With a crack, the police car, which the police officers were using as cover, was severed by the monster's claws, which then slashed across the officers' bodies. Screams rang out, and 5 or 6 policemen were instantly cut into pieces, their bodies gushing blood. Chen Luo could see clearly from a distance that not only were the cuts on the police cars neat and smooth, like water-cutting tofu, but the wounds on the police officers were also the same. Chen Luo, of course, didn't care about the lives or deaths of the Japanese, he simply focused on observing the black aura emanating from the monster. A moment later, he was certain that it was indeed abyssal demonic energy. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel speechless. Although he didn't know how this thing appeared in the real world, he figured it must be related to the Japanese. With a swift movement, he vanished from Ginza once more and reappeared in the Abyss world, in Amaterasu Castle, the main city built by the island nation. This Amaterasu is not a dojutsu from Naruto. Amaterasu, also known as Amaterasu Omakami, is the most central goddess in the mythology of the island nation, the sun goddess, revered as the ancestor of the royal family, and honored as the principal deity of Shintoism. Therefore, when the islanders established their main city in the Abyss world, they used the name Amaterasu. Chen Luo focused his mind on Tianzhou City and quickly detected the aura of the abyssal species. Chen Luo transformed into Wang Zioqi's appearance, took a step forward, and appeared in a huge laboratory within Tianzhou City. Inside, there were transparent glass prisons filled with all sorts of abyssal creatures, making it almost like a museum of abyssal species. However, most of these abyssal creatures are newly born and have little combat power. However, Chen Luo also sensed the roars of abyssal demons coming from underground, indicating that there were still many powerful abyssal creatures underground. At this moment, the Japanese in the laboratory also noticed Chen Luo's sudden appearance. They all took out their gaming equipment and loudly questioned his identity, clearly preparing to take action. Chen Luo gave them a cold look, and then all the Japanese players' bodies exploded, and they logged out of the game. Backtracking. In a short moment, Chen Luo had a complete understanding of what had happened since the beginning of this time. After reviewing the events, Chen Luo was speechless once again. The greed of the human heart truly knows no bounds. Since the Abyss world appeared, hundreds of years have passed according to the time flow rate in reality, and here, everything here has been built up quickly from scratch. However, the main purpose of giving a country is to use the time flow ratio between the two worlds for scientific research. Therefore, their main focus is on manufacturing various experimental equipment in reality and bringing it to the Abyss world. Chen Luo had naturally noticed this long ago, but he did not intervene, because the rules of the Abyss world were completely different from those of Earth. The elements that make up the world are naturally different. There are no chemical elements familiar to Earth here, not even the elements used to produce explosives, let alone any weapons of mass destruction. Unable to research weapons, they had to shift their focus to natural sciences such as astronomy, physics, and biology, because the two most important pillars of natural science are observation and logical reasoning, which do not require a large amount of experimental equipment. For example, those unsolved mysteries in mathematics don't require any experimental equipment, all you need to do is use your brain. Each country has its own area of research, but while studying these things, the island nation has set its sights on deep-sea species. In the Abyss world, even players who only care about scenery and don't level up much can easily catch newly born Abyss creatures. Knowing that players in the Abyss world cannot take their power out of the world or enhance their mental strength in reality, the islanders naturally shifted their focus to the Abyss species, who also had powerful goals. After 100 years of research, they finally deciphered the genes of the abyssal species and attempted to cultivate them in the abyssal world. Despite countless failures, the island nation has not given up. This continued for over 100 years until they finally succeeded in creating a low-level abyssal species. Although they managed to create them, new problems arose. These abyssal species were not under their control. Whether they are juveniles or abyssal demons fed with spirit coins, they only have the instinct to devour and do not obey our commands at all. Chen Luo understood what was going on. The abyssal species were originally created by the will of the abyss. Even though the rules here had been synchronized with the Western fantasy world, it could not change their essence. Abyssal creatures will only obey the commands of the abyss's will, regardless of who created them. After more than 200 years of research, the islanders discovered that no matter how they tried, the result was the same. They realized that they could not create abyssal species in the abyssal world, so they decided to risk conducting experiments in reality. You guys are really asking for trouble. Chen Luo sneered and casually erased all the laboratory data, experimental data, and the memories of the relevant personnel. Chen Luo did not destroy Amaterasu City, but instead kicked all the Japanese people out of the abyss world and prohibited them from landing again. This city was built by the island nation at great expense, and it is considered one of the largest cities in the abyss world. As for who occupies this place after the islanders have been driven away, Chen Luo doesn't care. Chen Luo returned to the real world. He glanced at the dinosaur-shaped abyssal creature below and guessed what kind of experiments the islanders had probably conducted. It was mostly created by combining the genes of abyssal species with the DNA of lizards or dinosaurs. Chen Luo watched for a moment and then lost interest. This was trouble created by the islanders themselves, so naturally they should clean it up themselves. As for how it ends up, that's none of his business. Just as Chen Luo was about to leave, his gaze sharpened slightly, and he looked back at the ground in surprise. After quickly dispatching the Tokyo police officers in front of it, the monster moved again and jumped in front of another group of police officers who were attacking. With a swift swipe of its claws, it had a policeman in its grasp. The policeman struggled desperately in the monster's claws, letting out a terrified scream like a chicken being slaughtered. "Help! Help me! Help me!" Before he could finish speaking, the monster opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit down on his neck. The screams were abruptly cut off in that instant. Chen Luo was not surprised by the policeman's tragic death, but by the fact that his body visibly deflated as if a balloon had been punctured. His limbs, which had been struggling violently at first, now hung limply, powerless. His entire body slowly shrank, becoming wrinkled and withered. His skin, like the bark of an old tree that had weathered hundreds of years, became withered and dry. Chen Luo's expression was strange. The corpse reminded him of vampires from a Western fantasy world. After being drained of their blood by vampires, they will turn into what they are now. This thing can suck blood? Did the island nation's people also incorporate vampire bat genes? While Chen Luo was wondering, the monster had already consumed 7 or 8 policemen and was leaping into the crowd on the street. Ginza is already one of the busiest areas in Tokyo, and the incident happened so suddenly that many people were already gathered there. When the police arrived, many others fled. Those who stayed behind to watch the spectacle instead of running away were either daring individuals or reporters who had come from nearby. They had assumed the police could handle the monster, or at least stop it from continuing its rampage. But they never expected that the police would become food for the monster. Seeing this, even the bravest person wouldn't dare to stay any longer. People were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they scrambled away to escape to a more distant place. Screams and cries of terror filled the air and echoed throughout Ginza. In the blink of an eye, the monster caught up again. It was incredibly fast. With a single movement, it could grab several people, stuff them into its mouth, and suck them clean in one gulp. Within minutes, more than a dozen civilians who were too slow to escape perished in the monster's jaws. Chen Luo's gaze darkened slightly. After consuming nearly 30 people, he noticed that the monster's size had increased slightly. The change is so small that it is imperceptible to the average person. However, Chen Luo's eyes had already been modified to be many times larger than those of ordinary people, and with the aid of his mental power, he was certain that the monster's size had increased. Chen Luo instantly locked onto the monster with his mental power and quickly calculated its current size. Chen Luo remained calm as he watched from above the building as the monster devoured civilians on the street. About 10 minutes later, just as Chen Luo had predicted, the monster's size had grown a little larger without him noticing. Chen Luo kept counting. The monster had just drunk the blood of 50 people. Its body size had increased by about 5 centimeters in the upper part and about 10 centimeters in the lower part. The abyssal demonic energy around its body had also become a little thicker. Chen Luo understood at this point that this thing probably wasn't this big at first, but grew by consuming a large amount of human blood. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly realized why the Japanese were so impatient and willing to use force to kidnap him in China. The problem probably lay with this monster. They realized there was something wrong with the test subject, but they couldn't solve it, so in their desperation, they grabbed him and took him back without considering whether Chen Luo actually had a solution. They estimated that Chen Luo was at most an expert in genetics. Given the high regard China placed on him and the large number of soldiers protecting him, it was obvious that he was a key figure, and perhaps even the recipient of the super soldier serum. Moreover, it is highly likely that they are searching for genetics experts worldwide in an attempt to cover up this matter. But while they were still kidnapping and hiring genetic experts, their own backyard was already on fire. Judging from the monster's current size, it must have devoured thousands of people to grow this large. The Japanese can no longer hide it, and it has even made the news in China. At this moment, the whole world probably knows about this monster and is paying attention to this place. In fact, Chen Luo was right. At that moment, at least 2 billion people around the world were watching the monster incident in Tokyo's Ginza district through their respective countries' news broadcasts. Because the news value of this incident was so high, a monster attacking the streets of Tokyo, resulting in the deaths of numerous civilians and police officers, it was incredibly sensational. The whole world was shocked by the live broadcast. There are all sorts of theories about this monster around the world. Some say it's Godzilla, some suspect it was created by terrorists, while some clever people have recognized that the monster is emanating from the abyss. Many people had a vague feeling that something was wrong. First, there was the incident of experimental subjects going out of control in China, and then, less than a month later, a terrifying cannibalistic monster appeared on the streets of Tokyo. The world seems to have changed. As Chen Luo watched the monster grow larger and larger, he couldn't help but frown. Abyssal monsters only had the instinct to devour and evolve. In the abyss world, evolution requires the fire of the soul, but after being fused with various genes by the islanders, they can now evolve and become powerful by devouring human flesh and blood. If left unchecked, this abyssal monster will likely grow stronger and stronger, and might even wipe out the entire island nation. Although Chen Luo didn't care whether the island nation would be destroyed, he had to consider what would happen after that. Driven by the abyssal monster's instinct to devour and evolve, it wouldn't stop even if it devoured all the humans on the island nation. It will definitely go looking for more prey, and the closest island nation to it is South Korea. Once it lands in South Korea, it won't be long before it reaches China. This will trigger a series of chain reactions. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He suddenly realized that the way he had handled things earlier had been a bit too simplistic. With so many countries, it's clear that not just an island nation would think of researching abyssal monsters. Chen Luo's figure disappeared from the spot again, returning to the abyss world. With a thought, he locked onto all the towns built by humans and began searching for the aura of abyss species. Upon investigation, Chen Luo discovered that it wasn't just one island nation that was courting disaster. Apart from island nations, almost all major countries have some research on deep-sea species, and even China and large companies and organizations have such laboratories. The only difference is the time they spent on research and the manpower and resources they invested. Chen Luo was speechless for a moment. He was a little annoyed. Without saying anything, he destroyed all the laboratories and the abyssal species inside with a thought, and also erased the relevant memories of the experimental personnel in that instant. As for whether there are any archives in reality, Chen Luo no longer cares. Immediately afterwards, he issued a system announcement. The abyss world prohibits all research on abyss species. Any individual or country found to be involved will not only be permanently banned from logging in, but their guild and the entire nation involved will also be permanently banned. What is happening in the island nation now serves as a warning. At the same time, the time flow ratio between the abyss world and the real world will be restored to the normal 1:1. As soon as this announcement was released, all the players in the abyss world were filled with lamentations, and it also caused a huge uproar on the forums. Whether they are from major powers or ordinary players, they all understand what happened in the island nation. Many players in the abyss world were puzzled when they saw the news, wondering why it looked so much like an abyss species. The game's official sources have now confirmed that the incident was caused by research on abyssal species by the island nation, and almost no one doubts the authenticity of this news. However, everyone can accept the fact that they don't study the species in the abyss. But because the islanders adjusted the time flow ratio of the abyss world to a normal 1:1, most people can't accept it. The biggest appeal of this game, besides its 100% realism, is its incredibly fast time flow ratio. The flow rate suddenly returned to normal, which meant that their idea of extending their lifespan in the abyss world was no longer possible. From now on, they would have to fight tooth and nail for a spot in the Western fantasy world. Damn it, these island nation people really have nothing better to do than ruin my game. You damn government officials, you should just sanction the Japanese. Why did you have to adjust the time flow ratio? No, why do we need to adjust the time to flow ratio? Does adjusting it mean they can't conduct their research? You're really stupid. It's because of the time flow ratio that they had plenty of time to study it slowly, which led to the current situation. These island nation people really brought this on themselves. Chen Luo adjusted the time flow ratio to 1:1 with the real world to prevent such a thing from happening again. Even if they don't study the species of the abyss, they will study other things. A day is a year, and a year has 365 days. You can make quite a splash by researching anything you want. Chen Luo was terrified of this group of people, so he simply cut off the possibility at its source. Once the time flow rate returns to normal, they will have no choice but to move the experimental base into reality. Although this might lead to a significant loss of players and slow down the conquest of the abyss, Chen Luo didn't care at all. The Abyss world was dispensable to him. What he cared about most was the Western fantasy world. When Chen Luo returned to the real world, the abyssal creature had already broken through the encirclement of the police and special police, and was charging towards the area with the largest crowd outside. Clearly, the police officers in front of it were far too few for it. At that moment, several live-streaming helicopters from major Tokyo television stations were following the monster's path, broadcasting live to the world and showing the chaos on the streets of Tokyo. As the abyss monster charged into the crowd, police, reporters, and civilians alike scrambled to escape. Because ordinary guns are useless against it, and even grenades can only cause minor damage, while the abyss monster can quickly heal those minor wounds by sucking blood from humans. The camera was filled with screams and cries for help, interspersed with occasional shrill screams and gunshots. The abyss monster was like it had entered its own playground, hunting down humans rapidly and intensely, killing and sucking their blood one by one, as easily as if it were taking a leisurely stroll. Wherever it rushed, there was blood and screams. Countless mummies were carelessly scattered on the streets, and Ginza was instantly transformed into a living hell. Chen Luo watched this scene indifferently, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Chen Luo knew that he had to take advantage of the abyss monster's weakness and eliminate it here. Because this thing is different from that out-of-control experimental subject, it can devour and evolve. Once it grows up, it will be a huge problem. But Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. This thing was created by the islanders. At least they should taste the bitter fruit of their own creation. Only when they feel the pain will they learn their lesson. Moreover, Chen Luo had another task to complete. He needed to destroy all the information the island nation had about abyssal species. Otherwise, if they went mad in the future and used this information as a weapon, and then dropped it on other countries, it would be a huge problem. Chen Luo moved and slowly flew down into the skyscraper. The building where he was located had long been evacuated and was now completely empty. Chen Luo casually broke through the building's outer wall, flew inside, found a computer, and turned it on. He first searched for news about the monster on his computer and began to pinpoint its location. Once the approximate location was determined, Chen Luo immediately got up and flew out. Meanwhile, in the air, on a news helicopter marked with Fuji Television, the beautiful news anchor Haruko Takemura was holding a microphone and rapidly broadcasting the news. This station has just received confirmation from the Metropolitan Police Department's countermeasures headquarters that the Metropolitan Police Department's SWAT team and special police officers who went to Ginza suffered a crushing defeat, with hundreds of casualties. The Metropolitan Police Department's SWAT team has collapsed and is no longer able to fight. His Excellency the Prime Minister has convened an emergency meeting with key officials from the Ministry of Defense, the Self-Defense Forces, and other relevant security agencies to discuss whether to deploy the Self-Defense Forces to deal with this monster. The meeting is still in progress and it remains to be seen whether the Self-Defense Forces will be deployed. Ah, we've found the monster. Haruko Takemura's bright red lips parted in surprise as she looked down at the street below, and the cameraman adjusted his lens accordingly, focusing on the street. The abyss monster broke through the police's first line of defense and rushed towards areas with higher population density. Prior to this, police had cordoned off most of the surrounding streets, prohibiting anyone from entering. However, Ginza is the busiest area in Tokyo, with a very dense flow of both vehicles and people. While it's easy to disperse people, it's not so simple for vehicles. Their blockade immediately caused an unprecedented traffic jam, with road blockages stretching for more than 10 kilometers. The abyss monster was incredibly fast, and in just a few minutes it rushed to the area with the densest traffic and crowds. It swept through the police's defenses with unstoppable force, charging in recklessly. Everyone was terrified. The car owners abandoned their vehicles and fled. For a time, the streets that stretched for more than 10 miles were filled with people opening their car doors, turning around, and running away. The abyss monster moved like the wind, leaping 5 or 6 meters into the air with a casual bound, then grabbing fleeing pedestrians and tossing them into its mouth. It darted left and right, and several-ton vehicles were like paper in front of it, easily kicked aside with a single kick. In just a short while, more than 10 people screamed as they were fed into the stomach and had their blood sucked out. Haruko Takemura was so frightened by the bloody scene that she couldn't speak for a long time, and everyone in front of the television fell silent. Even the viewers were stunned. Most of them had fought against abyssal creatures in the abyss world and, despite possessing extraordinary powers, had never taken them seriously. Only now do they realize how vulnerable humans are to the creatures of the abyss. They thought the powerful firearms couldn't even penetrate the monster's skin. Just then, Haruko Takemura suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing downwards and shouting, "Cameraman, please turn the camera over there. I saw something fly over there." The helicopter began to turn, and the camera lens extended out of the cabin window, projecting downwards. The next moment, not only Haruko Takemura's eyes widened, but everyone in front of the television also stared in disbelief. Because a flying person appeared in the sky. Although his speed is not as fast as that of a helicopter, it is much faster than the speed of an ordinary person running at full speed. Haruko Takemura exclaimed excitedly, what did we just see? That really is a human. How can he fly? Is he Superman? Pilot, quick, come closer so we can get a better look. Without her saying anything, the pilot had already realized it and immediately adjusted his direction to give chase. Chen Luo noticed the helicopter in the air, but he didn't care. The face he was wearing wasn't his own, so it didn't matter if he was discovered. Moreover, at his current flying speed, he couldn't shake them off. When the helicopter flew over Chen Luo, its searchlights shone down, clearly illuminating his figure. It really is a human. Not only did Haruko Takemura shout out excitedly, but those watching on television were also stunned after confirming the news. Not long ago, a flying Spider-Man appeared, who was said to be able to turn invisible. Now, another flying human has appeared. At this moment, many people realized that not only has the world changed, but perhaps starting tonight, the world will be divided into a new era. Unfortunately, this Superman has his back to us, so we can't see his face. However, judging from the direction he's heading, it seems he's going towards the monster. Is he going to destroy that monster? After her initial shock, Haruko Takemura suddenly became excited again, as if she had just remembered something. Under Haruko Takemura's expectant gaze, Chen Luo flew over the head of the abyss monster, and then he just flew away. He completely ignored the monster and flew off into the distance. For a moment, everyone was stunned. According to common sense, when such a monster was rampaging and slaughtering civilians, and a flying Superman appeared, shouldn't he go down and fight the monster like Ultraman? Why did they just leave like that? Haruko Takemura really wanted the helicopter to catch up, but right now the most important news was clearly the monster in the abyss below. She hesitated for a moment, but then ordered the pilot to fly back. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Chen Luo found the place where the abyss monster first appeared. He released all his mental power and began to search for the abyss creature's aura while flying in the air. In just a short while, Chen Luo sensed the faint aura of many abyssal species inside a building ahead. Chen Luo immediately landed on the ground, where he was actually running faster than when he was flying. The moment he landed, Chen Luo slammed his foot on the ground, and his figure shot out like an arrow. The people in that area had long since disappeared, and Chen Luo made his way through without any hindrance, reaching the building 2 kilometers away in less than a minute. The building was now filled with mummified corpses, as well as various limbs and internal organs, with blood flowing everywhere, resembling a scene from hell. Once Chen Luo went inside, he didn't need to worry about not being able to find his way, because he sensed movement from people in the building's basement. Chen Luo could guess without even thinking that the Japanese were packing up the things inside. He sneered and rushed into the basement even faster. Sure enough, when Chen Luo entered the basement, he saw a large group of Japanese people cleaning up the data inside, and some were burning the remaining abyssal creatures. The moment Chen Luo appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the guards at the door, who drew their guns and pointed them at him, demanding to know his identity. Chen Luo had no time to pay attention to them. His whole body suddenly flashed with blue lightning, and he rushed out in an instant. As the guards were still in shock, they felt a huge electric current surge into their bodies, and then they all convulsed violently and collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo moved with lightning speed, and no one could resist him wherever he went. All the people in the basement felt a flash of blue lightning, but before they could see what it was, they convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, the guards in the distance panicked and immediately drew their guns, firing wildly at the blue lightning bolt. But what's even stranger is that these bullets flew back halfway and hit them all. In just a few minutes, Chen Luo had dealt with everyone in the laboratory. His gaze swept across the room and he spotted a computer case that was already half disassembled. Chen Luo immediately went over, reinstalled the computer, turned it on, and started searching inside. A moment later, Chen Luo found the information he wanted. After glancing at it and confirming that it was research data on abyssal species, he began to delete it. At the same time, his fingers flew across the keyboard, creating a highly destructive virus. Once this virus activates, not only will all the data on the hard drive be lost, but the original contents of the BIOS on the motherboard will also be completely destroyed, making the host unable to boot and essentially rendering it unusable. Moreover, it's not just the computers in this lab. Anyone connected to the lab's network will be infected by this virus, even if the Japanese back up their data. After Chen Luo uploaded the virus, he stretched out his finger, and a wisp of void fire emerged from it. He casually tossed the wisp of flame forward, and seeing everything around him ablaze, he turned and walked outside. The power of the void fire was terrifying. In less than a quarter of an hour, it not only burned the entire laboratory to the ground, but also destroyed the foundation of the building. The entire multi-story building could no longer stand and collapsed with a roar. Chen Luo's figure had already taken to the sky, heading towards the location of the abyss monster ahead. At that moment, on the live television broadcast, the sound of aircraft wings roaring could be heard from the sky. The sound was so loud that people scattering and running on the ground couldn't help but look up. As night fell, a row of bright dots appeared on the horizon. As the lights drew closer, they soon revealed clear outlines. It turned out to be a line of armed helicopters, about 20 in number. Not only the civilians and police below saw it, but also Haruko Takemura, the host of Fuji TV. Upon seeing the helicopter formation, she suddenly became excited, her voice trembling with emotion, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, there are a large number of armed helicopters ahead. And there are also a lot of lights behind them, which means our troops have been deployed. It seems that His Excellency the Prime Minister has finally made a decision." Haruko Takemura's face was flushed, and she looked extremely agitated. The abyss monster below was slaughtering civilians in the bustling city center, treating humans as food. Several hours had passed since the incident, and there was still nothing that could be done about it. This made every person in the island nation feel both indignant and ashamed. Now that they have finally mobilized their army, not only Haruko Takemura saw hope, but the audience in the island nation also felt a surge of energy. The armed helicopter was extremely fast, quickly passing the Fujiday helicopter and swooping down towards the abyss monster. As they approached the attack range, two long streaks of flame suddenly shot up from below the two helicopters in front, hurtling towards the monster on the ground. In an instant, all four rockets struck the abyss monster's body. But that wasn't the end of it. More than a dozen helicopters behind them launched rockets. Dozens of rockets rained down on the abyss monster's body. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, crimson flames shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens with their dazzling light. The ground was instantly blasted into a huge crater, and even the glass facades of nearby buildings were shattered. Glass shards rained down like raindrops, making a crisp sound. Upon seeing the monster being hit, the Japanese viewers in front of their televisions and the police officers at the blockade line became excited and couldn't help but cheer. In their view, no matter how powerful the monster was, it would surely be dead under the barrage of so many rockets. On the television screen, Haruko Takemura's pretty face was flushed with excitement. She shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, the rockets fired by the army have hit the monster. They've hit it. Pilots, come closer so we can see the monster's corpse." The smoke and dust from the explosion filled the ground, obscuring everything, but Haruko Takemura was already impatiently urging the pilot to fly over. Roar! Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the billowing dust. The sound was even louder than the explosion of the rocket, shooting straight into the sky like a howling wind, making everyone's scalp tingle. Upon hearing the sudden roar, Haruko Takemura trembled in fright and exclaimed, What is that sound? Could it be?" Before she could finish speaking, a black, gleaming light shot out from the smoke and dust, striking an armed helicopter in the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the armed helicopter suddenly exploded in mid-air, turning into a huge red fireball. The shockwave from the explosion also caused nearby armed helicopters to shake violently for a while before they regained their footing in the air. At this moment, the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, and a huge black body slowly emerged from the smoke. It was none other than the abyss monster. Several large, bloody holes appeared on its body, the damage caused by the rocket explosion. As the camera zoomed in, viewers not only saw the monster's hideous face, but also its wounds healing rapidly. It looked up at the sky, its eyes flashing with a fierce light as it glared menacingly at the armed helicopters. Haruko Takemura exclaimed in shock, "My God! Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the monster was hit by the rocket, but it didn't die. Even heavy weapons couldn't kill it. What kind of monster is this?" Just as she was shouting and yelling, the monster on the ground let out a deafening roar. The camera quickly panned to the ground and then to the monster. At this moment, the viewers in front of the television could see clearly that the monster looked up at the sky, opened its blood-red maw, and a black light suddenly shot out from its mouth and into the air. Several loud bangs were heard. 5 or 6 PLA armed helicopters exploded in mid-air and then crashed to the ground. The group of armed helicopters overhead seemed to be startled by this scene and panicked. All the helicopters stopped attacking and began to climb or turn rapidly. Like a flock of startled birds in the sky, they scattered and fled in all directions, trying to escape the monster's attack range. But the monster refused, its wounds enraging it to the point that it no longer wanted any of the blood food. It chased after the retreating helicopter group, stopping from time to time, with the armed helicopters pointing at the sky spitting out black lights. As soon as it opens its mouth, one or even several armed helicopters explode. Chen Luo watched from afar and couldn't help but frown. The more blood this thing devoured, the denser the abyssal demonic energy became, and it even gained the ability to attack from a distance. Just as only 3 of the first batch of armed helicopters were destroyed, a second batch of armed helicopters flew in. They had clearly received orders. Upon arrival, they fired small rockets at the monster and then dispersed to prevent the monster from destroying them in one hit. The dense barrage of rockets struck the monster's body again. With a deafening roar, it was blasted to pieces, its entire body thrown to the ground by the force of the missiles and the explosion. Amidst the agonizing screams, beams of black light shot out one after another. In its agony, the monster fired wildly into the sky, accidentally hitting the scattered armed helicopters and forcing them to scramble to avoid it again. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from below, and the monster actually turned around and fled. Haruko Takemura's face had turned pale. She hadn't expected the monster to have anti-air attack capabilities and was already considering having the pilot turn back. The monster escaped. It escaped. Haruko Takemura had barely shouted excitedly when she saw the monster rush towards the group of police officers who were being cordoned off outside at an extremely fast speed. It reached out and grabbed several officers, throwing them into its mouth. It didn't even bother with sucking blood, it just swallowed it whole. Fresh blood spurted out with a spurt, and its hideous appearance made it look extremely terrifying. To everyone's horror, the monster's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it moved again and devoured the police officers one after another. As it devoured more and more people, its wounds healed even faster. In just a short while, the wounds on his body completely disappeared. But the monster did not stop. Its eyes were filled with deep hatred as it stared at the armed helicopter in the sky. With a burst of speed, it rushed towards the crowd in the distance. The monster stopped fighting head-on and instead attacked civilians, instantly reversing the situation. It simply grabs people from the crowd to feed on. When armed helicopters come, it spews black light to attack them. After forcing the armed helicopters back, it immediately pounces on the next group of people. As it devoured more and more people, its body began to swell as if it were being inflated. Its original 4 or 5 meter body quickly doubled in size, becoming nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. This scene stunned everyone. They never expected that the abyss monster could grow so big. Moreover, as the monster's size increased, its aura rose sharply, emanating a terrifying and ferocious aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. He could tell at a glance that this abyssal species had advanced from an ordinary abyssal species to a low-level abyssal demon. Above that were mid-level and high-level demons, and then demon lords and abyssal monarchs. At this rate of advancement, it won't be long before he becomes a high-level demon. Once he becomes a demon lord, even Chen Luo will probably have a hard time dealing with him now. Just as Chen Luo was pondering, he suddenly saw the abyss monster let out a fierce roar towards the sky, and an invisible ripple suddenly spread out in the air. Immediately afterwards, a black vortex appeared in the air. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the vortex, as if peering into the entire world. Those who sensed this chilling will shivered, as if their souls had been frozen. The will of the abyss. Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. He never expected that the first thing this monster did after advancing in rank would be to communicate with the will of the abyss. Once the other party senses your presence, the consequences will be unimaginable. Putting aside other things, if it were to spend a certain amount of money to open a spatial passage from the abyss to Earth and release all the abyssal species into it, then things would truly spiral out of control. For the first time, Chen Luo truly felt threatened. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking that if he had killed the abyss monster earlier, none of this would have happened. He never imagined that this abyssal monster would become the anchor point for the will of the abyss on Earth. Chen Luo suddenly felt a chill. Could this monster be something the will of the abyss had planned all along? Chen Luo thought about it more and more and it seemed more and more likely. Otherwise, how could this abyss monster have the ability to communicate with the will of the abyss when it had just become a low-level demon? It is highly likely that the will of the abyss secretly intervened, and it must have been subtly influencing the Japanese while they were conducting experiments. Chen Luo was initially puzzled as to how the islanders could create abyssal species using elements from two different worlds, but now it seems to be the work of the will of the abyss. Chen Luo realized that he had been far too careless. He was omnipotent in the Western fantasy world and did whatever he wanted in the real world. Gradually, he got used to it and became so arrogant that he didn't take many people and things seriously. In the abyss world, he suppressed the abyss will, while the other party obediently remained hidden in the deep abyss world and did not come out. This caused Chen Luo to become a little careless. He even forgot that this guy was the previous owner of the Hunyuan Brush. As the previous owner of the Hunyuan Brush, it also possessed the ability to create worlds and knew that its original body would exist in another world. Clearly, the will of the abyss has not been sitting idly by for the past few hundred years. Seeing players continuously conquering the first level of the abyss world, it was already making preparations in secret. The abyss will knew very well that it could not defeat Chen Luo in the world created by the primordial brush, so it thought of the world where his original body was located. Over hundreds of years, the will of the abyss must have been constantly observing those players, enough time for it to figure out their language, habits, and purpose for entering the game. Chen Luo doesn't pay much attention to the abyss world and appears very rarely, giving the abyss will enough time and ability to influence countries that study abyss species. After Chen Luo instantly understood the reason for the situation, he calmed down. Now that the will of the abyss has found Earth, there is no point in having any more emotions. At this moment, it wasn't just the people of Tokyo who saw this black vortex and felt its chilling aura, people all over the world saw it at the same time. This black vortex, like a black sun, devoured the surrounding energy, as if even light could be swallowed up. For a time, the whole world was thrown into chaos. The black vortex was extremely eerie, giving off a very dangerous feeling, as if it were being watched by some terrifying monster, to the point that no one dared to look up at it. Everyone was speculating about what this black vortex was, and all sorts of panic talk, such as natural disasters and the end of the world, emerged and instantly flooded the internet and social media. But no matter who it was, everyone felt that the black vortex was not a good thing. At this moment, the will of the abyss covered the entire planet and quickly began searching, soon locking onto Chen Luo, who had flown into the air. So this is your world. The will of the abyss is emitted through mental fluctuations, not in any language, yet it can be understood by everyone in the world. This statement once again shocked the world. They all felt that the sound came from the black vortex in the sky, but what did the words mean? There's someone in the black vortex? Chen Luo stood in the air, coldly watching the black vortex in the sky, and also released a thought through his mental power. Do you want to die? The mental fluctuations from the abyss world came again. Shouldn't I be saying that to you? Although the tone of voice was not discernible from the mental fluctuations, the emotions were expressed very clearly, and Chen Luo immediately heard the mockery in the tone of the abyss will. Chen Luo sneered, "You think you can deal with me just because you found this place? Isn't that so?" The will of the abyss calmly countered, "If I destroy this world, how long can you live?" The moment the abyss will uttered those words, the entire world was stunned once again. They couldn't hear Chen Luo's words, but they could tell that the will of the abyss was talking to someone. But the content of this conversation was far too terrifying. It actually wanted to destroy the world. If just anyone said that, they would be considered crazy. However, no one dared to disbelieve the thoughts emanating from the black vortex. What exactly is happening in this world? The appearance of a Godzilla-like monster was already terrifying enough, but now a being that wants to destroy the world has suddenly appeared. The next moment, many people realized that the black vortex was created by the abyss monster. There is clearly some connection between the two, and it is not impossible for them to destroy the world if they really want to. Chen Luo understood what the will of the abyss meant. It could open any spatial passage in any layer of the abyss and let the abyssal creatures inside in. Although he can stay in the Western fantasy world forever, he still has to return to Earth every now and then. At that time, he will face the endless abyssal creatures alone. You're welcome to give it a try. The will of the abyss remained silent for a while, unsure of what to do with Chen Luo's attitude. Is he really not afraid of letting abyssal creatures in? Just then, the will of the abyss suddenly sensed a massive force surging into the abyss world, heading directly toward the 13th level of the abyss where it was located. A sense of panic crept into the abyss's mental fluctuations. We're not done yet. As the will of the abyss uttered those words, the black vortex in the sky vanished instantly. Everyone was stunned again. The black vortex appeared abruptly and disappeared just as abruptly, lasting only a minute from beginning to end. However, when the will of the abyss left, it seemed to have an air of fleeing, which was completely different from its arrogant demeanor when it first appeared. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. He had deliberately spoken to the will of the abyss just to buy time so that his will in the Western fantasy world could capture the sky. However, its vigilance was too high. Chen Luo concealed his aura and silently went from the first floor to the 12th floor without being detected, but he was discovered as soon as he reached the 13th floor. Chen Luo searched the 13th floor several times, but could only sense endless abyssal creatures. He couldn't detect even the slightest trace of the abyssal will. Chen Luo was speechless. This thing had become increasingly lewd over the past few hundred years, managing to conceal its aura so deeply. Chen Luo searched back and forth several more times, but still found nothing, so he had no choice but to leave the abyss world. On the 13th floor, Chen Luo's power was greatly suppressed, and he was unable to eliminate all the abyssal species there. Moreover, there is a monster from the abyss in reality that we must deal with now. Chen Luo withdrew his will from the abyss world and turned his gaze to the monster below, which had grown to 7 or 8 meters tall. He naturally had no more hesitation at this moment, and the divine power within his body began to surge. A golden sword light quickly appeared around Chen Luo. As divine power was injected, the sword began to grow rapidly, and its light became increasingly intense. As the golden light gradually grew to a massive size of 5 or 6 meters, the golden divine light it emitted illuminated the entire area, much like a sun rising in the darkness. Such an astonishing phenomenon naturally attracted everyone's attention immediately. Haruko Takemura immediately pointed the camera in that direction, and then she gaped in astonishment. "Oh my god, what is that? That person looks like the one who could fly earlier?" Not only Haruko Takemura noticed this, but people watching on television also noticed it at the same time. At that very moment, in the military base in Zhongcheng, Shang Wenxuan and Han Fei also noticed this scene. "Brother Shang, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this your 9 swords formation?" Han Fei stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment. When he turned his gaze to Shang Wenxuan, he found that the other man was also shocked, clearly not expecting to see the 9 swords formation in reality. "It's definitely the 9 swords formation." Shang Wenxuan stared at Chen Luo on the screen in surprise, but there are some differences as well. What's different? Shang Wangsuan said with a strange expression. After that person helped me guide the spiritual energy into my body, I tried to release the sword energy, but there was only a wisp, and the color was not gold, but cyan. The colors are different, but that's not a big deal, is it? No, there is a difference. Shang Wangsuan shook his head and said, having obtained divine blood in the Western fantasy world, didn't you notice any changes in your body? Han Fei suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had remembered something. My battle aura changed from purple to gold. Is that related to this? Although I originally had golden battle aura in the Western fantasy world, since being transformed by divine blood, it has become more, how should I put it, the same battle aura now has at least twice the power it used to have. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, because his battle chi in the Western fantasy world was the same as what Shang Wangsuan had said. It seems to be because of the extra power in my body after absorbing divine blood. Not bad. Shang Wangsuan nodded, staring at Chen Luo's figure, and said, that is a higher level of existence than extraordinary powers such as battle chi, and it is very similar to the aura released by this person. Then he must be someone from the game company. Han Fei was naturally referring to Chen Luo, who was watching television. Shang Wangsuan shook his head. His identity isn't hard to guess. What I'm curious about is what's inside that black vortex. Han Fei suddenly laughed. Brother Shang should be able to guess, right? Seeing Han Fei's expression, Shang Wangsuan knew that he had probably guessed it too, and that his guess was almost identical. Then here's the question, Han Fei continued, if the Abyss world is very likely real, and it might even invade Earth, then what exactly is this game company? Shang Wangsuan shook his head and sighed, I can't guess right now, but one thing is certain, a great change is about to happen in the world, and we must strengthen our strength in the real world as soon as possible. Han Fei nodded in deep agreement and then turned his gaze back to the television. At this moment, the astonishing sword light that Chen Luo had condensed had already attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, it wasn't just Han Fei and Shang Wangsuan who recognized the sword light. Many people who followed Shang Wangsuan's live streams found it strangely familiar because Shang Wangsuan had used it more than once. Holy crap, could that guy be Boss Shang? That's quite possible. It's exactly the same technique that Boss Shang used in the Western fantasy world and the Marvel world. My god, you can cultivate in a Western fantasy world and gain extraordinary power in the real world. Terrifying. This game is terrifying. No way, that person is really Boss Shang? Shang Wangsuan has never shown his face in the real world, and people outside have no idea what he looks like. When Chen Luo unleashed the nine-sword stance, many people mistook him for Shang Wangsuan and excitedly shouted in front of their televisions. Because if it really is Shang Wangsuan, it means that if he becomes stronger in the Western fantasy world, he can also gain extraordinary power in reality. On the streets of Ginza, Tokyo, after the will of the Abyss left, the abyssal monster began searching for prey again. As the gold was about to appear, it also noticed the anomaly in the sky. The abyss monster immediately sensed a great threat, because it could feel that the sword light was coming towards it. After Chen Luo saw the golden light stabilize, he raised one hand, and the sword light transformed into a golden beam that slashed down towards the abyss monster. Before the sword light even arrived, the golden radiance was already so blinding that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Roar! The abyss monster realized something was wrong and let out an angry roar. Immediately afterward, the abyss demonic energy in front of it spread rapidly, quickly becoming so thick that it blotted out the sky and the whole world turned pitch black, as if it had entered the dead of night. At this moment, only two beams of light, one black and one blue, remained in the world. Boom! When the two beams of light intertwined, a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder were seen, and the sky was filled with radiant light as countless clouds surged and spread out. A sudden, violent downpour began, causing the camera lens to shake violently before finally stabilizing after a while. When the people watching the live broadcast could see the scene clearly again, the clouds had dispersed and the rain had stopped, and Chen Luo stood proudly in the air, while the abyss monster's body was cut in half and crashed to the ground. Black blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining the ground completely black. The audience watched this scene in shock, speechless for a long time. The monster, which even heavy weapons couldn't harm, was actually killed by Chen Luo with a single sword strike. This is beyond human capability, it's practically divine or demonic. At that moment, Haruko Takemura shouted excitedly, "Dead! Dead!" The monster was killed by this flying man. Haruko Takemura thought for a long time but still didn't know how to address Chen Luo, so she simply called him Flying Man. Countless islanders cheered as the entity that had plunged the entire island nation into panic was finally dead. Chen Luo's expression was indifferent, but he only felt a sense of annoyance. Cleaning up the messes of the island nation is annoying enough, but now there's an abyssal will that has found Earth's coordinates and could open a spatial portal at any time to let abyssal species in. Chen Luo sighed and landed swiftly in front of the abyss monster's corpse. He casually released a burst of void fire, igniting the corpse. After Chen Luo watched the body being burned to a crisp and made sure there was no chance that the Japanese would collect it, he disappeared from the spot. As for the uproar that would result from disappearing into thin air in front of everyone, that was not something Chen Luo was considering. Chen Luo did not return to Zhangcheng, but instead appeared in the abyss world. He hesitated for a moment, then separated a wisp of his soul. This wisp of divine soul doesn't need to do anything, it only needs to monitor the movements of the 13th level of the abyss. As long as the abyssal creatures inside make any unusual movements, or if the abyssal world opens a spatial passage, it will immediately be reported to Chen Luo. He has no way to extract the will of the abyss from the tortoise shell for the time being, so he can only monitor the abyss world for now. Even if the will of the abyss opens a spatial passage to Earth in the abyss world, Chen Luo can stop it in the abyss world. But Chen Luo also understood that while this might stop it temporarily, it couldn't stop it forever. Once the abyss will opens a spatial channel, it's fine to let in low-level abyss species, but if it's something like a demon lord, it will pose a great threat to Earth. After leaving his divine soul to monitor the abyss world, Chen Luo returned to Zhangcheng. He was about to begin preparations to create superhuman subordinates in reality. Originally, these people were intended to help deal with future crises, but now they'll probably be kept to deal with potential abyssal creatures. Have you found a place to stay? Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Song Zhenxian's number. Everything is ready. Shall I take you there now? Can. Half an hour later, Song Zhenxian brought Chen Luo to a residential area called Century Spring City not far from Hunyuan University of Science and Technology. Although Song Zhenxian knew that Chen Luo had the ability to teleport, he still chose a location that was relatively close to Hunyuan University of Science and Technology. In addition to considering that it would be more convenient for Chen Luo to go to the laboratory, it was also because the research institute was nearby. Song Zhenxian instinctively wanted to get closer to Chen Luo, especially after what had just happened in Japan. Chen Luo was looking around the apartment. The room was on the top floor of the building, with an area of over 300 square meters, offering a wide view and complete facilities. There are only 2 households on the top floor, and the other one is empty, so Chen Luo is the only one living on this floor, which is very quiet. There are no residents on the floor below, so it's very quiet. Chen Luo nodded indifferently. This place is fine. Also, don't arrange for anyone to live next door or downstairs, and don't bother buying up the houses downstairs or next door. Song Zhenxian was stunned for a moment. This was indeed his thought just now, but he didn't expect Chen Luo to say it first. Yes, I understand. After his initial surprise, Song Zhenxian asked hesitantly, Mr. Yang, was that person in Tokyo you? Although the person looked different from Chen Luo, Song Zhenxian still instinctively felt that the person was Chen Luo. It's me. Upon hearing this, Song Zhenxian's expression tightened. May I ask what it is that wants to destroy the world? The whole world is now speculating about what's inside the black vortex and why it wants to destroy the world. After learning that Chen Luo had dealt with the abyss monster, Song Zhenxian's biggest concern was, of course, how much of a threat that thing posed to them. Chen Luo sighed slightly. In the end, this whole thing was caused by him. It would be good to tell Song Zhenxian so that they could prepare in advance. The will of the abyss. Song Zhenxian's expression changed drastically. Although the research institute had long suspected this, he still found it hard to believe when he received Chen Luo's confirmation. Because of the opening cinematic of the abyss world, everyone now knows what the will of the abyss is. If it is truly such an evil being, then Earth is in real danger. Then, does that mean the abyss world is real? Chen Luo nodded slightly. Yes, and it may open a passage from the abyss world to the real world at any time. Song Zhenxian's face turned deathly pale instantly. He had a role in the abyss world, so he naturally knew how powerful the abyss demons were, otherwise, they wouldn't have studied the abyss species. If the creatures of the abyss are truly as powerful as the abyss world itself, even a random abyss demon could cause a terrible catastrophe. Does it really have the power to destroy the world? Song Zhenxian asked hurriedly. He had to panic. With such a massive number of abyssal species, once they all entered, destroying Earth wouldn't be difficult at all. You don't need to panic so much. We've been monitoring the abyss world and won't let it release a large number of abyss species, but it has now locked onto Earth's spatial coordinates through that abyss monster, and there might be some that slip through the net. You'd better be prepared. Upon hearing this, Song Zhenxian breathed a slight sigh of relief. He tentatively asked, if abyssal monsters appear, will Mr. Yang help us? Chen Luo nodded without hesitation and said, as long as I'm on Earth at that time, I will naturally help you. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Song Zhenxian had an excited expression on his face. Most creatures in the abyss are afraid of light and heat, so you can prepare accordingly. I see. Song Zhenxian nodded solemnly, then seemed to want to say something, but found it difficult to speak and remained silent. Chen Luo didn't bother to read Song Zhenxian's thoughts and simply said, speak your mind and don't waste my time. Well, after the higher UPS learned that Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei could cultivate, they wanted to ask Mr. Yang if it was possible to. Song Zhenxian seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Yang, could you help our people cultivate? Chen Luo wasn't too surprised. He had anticipated that Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei would have this idea when he was using them for experiments. After all, being able to draw spiritual energy into one's body means one can become an extraordinary being. Although Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were Chinese, Song Zhengxian knew who they were and knew they certainly wouldn't obediently follow orders. Just like Chen Luo's idea, he needed subordinates who were absolutely obedient. At the national level, the same kind of people were needed, who, like the military, placed orders above all else. If it were before the abyss will appeared, Chen Luo would definitely have refused without even thinking. Because they have gained extraordinary power, it means they have the ability to threaten me. But at this moment, Chen Luo needs to carefully consider this matter. I cannot give you an answer right now, that is beyond my authority. Chen Luo casually offered an excuse and continued, I will consult with my superiors, and I will inform you of any reply. Of course, of course. When Song Zhengxian heard that Chen Luo did not refuse outright, his face immediately lit up with joy. When he issued this order, he felt that he might offend the other party, since it seemed a bit greedy. However, they were helpless, because although Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei could draw spiritual energy into their bodies, they could not help others draw spiritual energy into their bodies. In other words, the only way to obtain extraordinary power is to start with Chen Luo. You can go now. Okay, Mr. Yang. Song Zhengxian was also eager to report the news he had just received, saying, please feel free to contact me if you need anything. After he left, Chen Luo sat in the living room and closed his eyes to think. It wasn't difficult for him to select subordinates who were completely loyal to him. Players enter the Western fantasy world through their souls, which is essentially handing their souls over to Chen Luo. Although he cannot directly control the player's souls, he can influence them. For example, at the start of the PUBG map, Chen Luo would directly shock the souls of those who violated the rules, making them feel pain in reality. However, this only has a temporary effect. Once they stop logging into the game, it can no longer influence the soul. Chen Luo suddenly had a thought, what if the players' souls were forever imprisoned in the Western fantasy world? Players enter the Western fantasy world as a wisp of soul, but Chen Luo can easily extract an additional wisp as a means of control, without the player noticing. However, separating two souls at the same time will cause great damage to the player's soul, and may even turn them into an idiot. This is definitely not feasible for ordinary players. Chen Luo suddenly laughed. Ordinary people are different, and extraordinary people are naturally different. The top 10,000 players on the Abyss World Leaderboard are all Tier 1 Transcendents, and they've all entered the game now, so it's perfect to use them for experiments. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo quickly entered the Western fantasy world and began searching for the 10,000 players. These players are different from those who normally enter the Western fantasy world. When they log in, they can choose their race and class first, customize their character's appearance, and then enter the Western fantasy world without going through the reincarnation pool. As for their identity and survival issues after entering the Western fantasy world, that's their business. If someone is born a superhuman and still can't solve these problems, they don't deserve to play this game. These 10,000 people are now scattered among various intelligent races on the 3 continents. Chen Luo didn't bother to choose, and directly retrieved the information of the person ranked first on the leaderboard, named Hero Lu Suifeng, 32 years old, from Suzhou. Chen Luo glanced at the video footage. The person was indeed handsome, and judging from the video verification information, he also had an outstanding demeanor. It was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary person. Chen Luo didn't bother to collect information about Lu Suifeng's real life. He immediately began to peel away Lu Suifeng's soul. Lu Suifeng is currently doing bounty missions in the kingdom of Angzino in the south. He chose this profession out of necessity. With the support of the Church of the Underworld, the kingdom of Angzino has now become the largest kingdom in the south, and it continues to invade and expand. It is likely that it will unify the southern kingdoms in just a few years. The Church of the Underworld wields far greater power and influence within the Angzino royal family than the royal family itself. Pope Anmish, as the representative of death on earth, commands even more effectively than those of King Jerome. For ordinary people, obtaining a status in the kingdom of Angzino is very simple, just have faith in the god of death. As long as one's faith is sincere enough, one can obtain official status. However, Lu Suifeng, being a modern person, had no interest in this kind of belief and naturally did not choose this method. Even if he wanted to choose, he couldn't, because the Church of the Underworld has methods to test whether one's faith is sincere. As a sorcerer, if he is devout, he can learn underworld magic. Lu Suifeng had no choice but to choose another path and become a mercenary. Mercenary organizations from various countries on the continent don't care about identity or background, they only care about strength. Lu Suifeng is a first-tier mage. Although he is not very strong, he is very popular with mercenary groups. Because mages rarely become mercenaries, even serving as a nobleman's servant or bodyguard is better than being a mercenary. But Lu Suifeng had no choice, because he had no official status. No nobleman would easily trust a sorcerer of unknown origin. Lu Suifeng wasn't actually short of money, but he wanted to familiarize himself with the customs and culture of the Western fantasy world, and also because the mercenary group had promised to help him obtain a formal identity. Lu Suifeng's current mission is an escort mission to escort a noble lady to another city. My God, Joseph, what happened to you that turned you from a noble mage into a filthy mercenary? Miss Sophie looked astonished and covered her mouth with her hand, appearing quite frightened. Lu Suifeng forced a smile, suppressing his nausea, and said, "It's out of necessity." Lu Suifeng couldn't help it even if he didn't feel nauseous. This noble lady weighed at least 200 pounds, her face was like a ball, and her whole body was nothing but flesh. But she also liked to strike seductive poses, and her appearance was simply unbearable to look at. What left Lu Suifeng speechless was that this woman seemed to have taken a liking to him, frequently throwing him flirtatious glances along the way. While the other mercenaries were riding horses, she even called him aside to chat in the carriage. Moreover, this woman liked to touch him inappropriately, and would occasionally feign surprise or astonishment, reaching out to grope him. This made Lu Suifeng extremely embarrassed, and he somewhat regretted pinching that face. As a normal person, when entering a game, one would naturally not choose an ordinary face. So Lu Suifeng put a lot of effort into creating a handsome face, which resulted in the current trouble. "Oh, Joseph, if that's the case, I can have my father hire you as my bodyguard, at least 10 gold coins a month. What do you think?" Miss Sophie suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Suifeng's hand, her face full of anticipation. Lu Suifeng was extremely embarrassed. Just as he was about to break free from the noble lady's hand, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Suifeng's appearance, Miss Sophie quickly asked with a concerned expression, "Joseph, what's wrong?" Lu Suifeng didn't know what was happening. It felt like his head had been split open and a part of it had been removed. He was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his forehead. Lu Suifeng immediately shut down the pain detection system. To his surprise, even after turning off his pain system, he was still in so much pain that he almost fainted. What's even more alarming is that Miss Sophie rushed forward and hugged him tightly. As soon as Lu Suifeng was embraced by her, everything went black before his eyes, and he fell forward. In the instant he fell, he distinctly felt his head touch something soft, and then he heard Miss Sophie screaming and pulling him tightly into her arms. "Damn, was I just sexually assaulted?" Lu Suifeng had a last thought flash through his mind before he completely lost consciousness. Chen Luo hadn't expected that extracting the second wisp of soul would elicit such a strong reaction from Lu Suifeng. Chen Luo checked his condition and couldn't help but feel a little strange. As a mage, his mental strength was far stronger than that of others, so why did he become almost like an ordinary person after his soul was extracted? This is far inferior to those who cultivate themselves in Western fantasy worlds. Chen Luo didn't compare him to someone like Shang Wengsuan, but only compared him to a mage among ordinary players, and immediately discovered the problem. The mental strength of these players from the Abyss world was almost twice that of those who cultivated themselves. Chen Luo frowned, and almost instantly understood the reason. Those players who cultivated from ordinary people to the first rank, whether they were mages or warriors, all went through an extremely arduous process. Even people like Han Fei and Shang Wengsuan cultivated for nearly 20 years to achieve their current strength. Players with average talent need even longer, some have spent 20 years just to reach the first or second tier. Throughout such a long process, as long as you persevere, it will be extremely beneficial to enhance your mental strength. The people in the Abyss world were essentially forced to grow stronger by him, and their mental strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Now that he forcibly extracted a portion of it, it has been reduced to a level similar to that of an ordinary person. Chen Luo was somewhat disappointed, but since he had already extracted Lu Suifeng's soul, he might as well use him as a test subject first. There's no need to try electric shocks or anything like that, Chen Luo knows they'll definitely work. With a thought, he began to implant memories into Lu Suifeng's second wisp of soul. The player's soul is different from that of the natives of the Western fantasy world. He can freely change and enhance the strength and soul of the natives of the Western fantasy world, and modify their memories. But players are different, their souls were not born under the rules of the Western fantasy world. At most, Chen Luo could only kick their souls out of the Western fantasy world and do some processing to their souls, such as electrocution or erasing the memories they gained in the Western fantasy world. In the Marvel universe, Shang Wengsuan wanted to memorize the formula for the Super Soldier Serum and take it out, so Chen Luo could erase the related memories of the Super Soldier Serum. However, he couldn't erase Shang Wengsuan's memories from Earth. What Chen Luo is doing now is to implant another new memory into Lu Suifeng's soul. Unlike tampering with memories, implanting a memory is simply adding another memory to their soul, which is not very difficult. He belongs to a secret organization called Hunyuan. Hunyuan is a supreme being who can traverse multiple dimensions. He controls time, space, and soul, and is the embodiment of knowledge and power. He possesses an infinite lifespan. Chen Luo initially had to think for a moment, but the story flowed more smoothly as he continued. Hunyuan had been watching Earth for thousands of years. He considered this planet extremely valuable, and his goal was to control the entire planet. However, due to the vast distance between the two planes, his physical body was temporarily unable to reach Earth. Therefore, he used his immense will to descend and take a portion of Earth's humanity under his control, calling them. Chen Luo thought of several names, but after thinking about it for a long time, he was too lazy to think of any more. Forget it, let's just call him the Chosen One. It sounds high-end and classy. As for why a planet like Earth is valuable, Chen Luo was too lazy to make it up. Anyway, Lu Suifeng wouldn't doubt it after he implanted it, because it was a memory he acquired himself. The Chosen Ones are located all over the world and connect and communicate through the game's Second Life. Each of them keeps their identity very secret and does not contact each other normally, only forming a team when carrying out a mission. Well, every Chosen One can obtain extraordinary power from Hunyuan. Second Life is Hunyuan's work. The greater the contribution to Hunyuan, the richer the reward. The great primordial chaos has only one goal: to rule humanity, rule the Earth, rule the Milky Way, rule the entire universe. Well, that's too far-fetched, let's just rule the Earth. You were selected from among the masses by the Supreme Being and allowed to join the Hunyuan Reserve member. Only by passing the assessment can you become a formal member. When the primordial chaos arrives, you will become the ruling class, gaining supreme power and authority. Chen Luo chuckled as he finalized the name of the organization, describing it as the kind of villainous organization that acts as a behind-the-scenes mastermind, like those in TV movies. As for why he became a villain, firstly, Chen Luo found villains more interesting, and secondly, even if he created an organization to save the world, there would still be people willing to believe in it. Rather than believing in a bunch of saints who will save the world, people tend to believe in a bunch of evil villains who see the Earth as their own property. After Chen Luo finished writing, he immediately sent the wisp of soul back into Lu Suifeng's body. Lu Suifeng suddenly woke up in the carriage, panting heavily as if he had just had a nightmare, and was covered in a cold sweat. At this moment, Lu Suifeng realized that he was lying on a soft body. He looked up in astonishment and saw Miss Sophie, who was as round as a ball, still holding him in her arms, her eyes full of affection, as if she was about to devour him. Lu Suifeng's first reaction was to check if he was still wearing his clothes. He only breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw that he was still dressed. "Oh, Joseph, you're awake. You scared me to death." Miss Sophie looked startled and patted her chest. Unable to suppress his nausea any longer, Lu Suifeng jumped up and rushed out of the carriage, whereupon he vomited violently. To Lu Suifeng's utter dismay, Miss Sophie followed him out with a worried expression, patting his back repeatedly, completely unaware that she was the culprit behind his predicament. Just as Lu Suifeng was recovering, a new memory suddenly surged into his mind, causing him to freeze in place. Primordial chaos, ruling the Earth, extraordinary power. Lu Suifeng trembled all over, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Lu Suifeng was speaking Chinese, which Miss Sophie naturally couldn't understand, but seeing his appearance, she thought he had another episode. "Joseph, what's wrong with you?" Miss Sophie asked worriedly while taking out a handkerchief and gently wiping the stains from Lu Suifeng's mouth. It took Lu Suifeng a long time to absorb the memories that came to his mind, but he couldn't believe it for a while and felt that he needed to calm down first. Lu Suifeng glanced at Miss Sophie, and the nausea in his heart surged up again. "I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for Miss Sophie's reaction, he jumped off the carriage and hurriedly disappeared into a deserted alley before logging off. Inside a villa in Suzhou, Lu Suifeng suddenly stood up from the sofa and began to recall the contents of his mind. The next moment, the complete memory that Chen Luo had input flooded into Lu Suifeng's brain. He was suddenly jolted awake. It was really true? Lu Suifeng still couldn't believe it. He rushed to the bathroom and turned on the tap. It was already the dead of winter, and the icy cold water instantly made Lu Suifeng exceptionally clear-headed. "It's not a dream." Lu Suifeng was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the computer, turned it on, opened the browser, and searched for the keyword Hunyuan. The primordial chaos is the state before the separation of primordial energy, a state of one unified whole, the very beginning of primordial energy. Lu Suifeng was completely bewildered. This was clearly not the thing he remembered. He scrolled down, and all he saw were completely unrelated things. Undeterred, Lu Suifeng entered the phrase Hunyuan plus Second Life as an entry. As a result, countless search results appeared, but they were all about Second Life and had nothing to do with Hunyuan. After searching, Lu Suifeng felt stupid. How could such an evil organization be found in a search engine? The other party possesses advanced technology like Second Life. Controlling the network of a mere Earth should be a piece of cake, right? Lu Suifeng was deeply shocked, feeling as if he had uncovered a shocking conspiracy. No one in the world knows what's behind Second Life, and some have long suspected it's about aliens. Unexpectedly, the other party was not only an alien, but also an evil entity that wanted to rule the earth through this game. The more Lu Suifeng thought about it, the more terrifying it became. With the terrifying influence of Second Life now, it would eventually drag all of humanity into it. At that time, wouldn't the other party be able to easily influence all of humanity and eventually achieve domination over all of humanity? Moreover, Lu Suifeng also thought of what had just happened in the island nation. Wasn't that thing shouting that it wanted to destroy the world? Could that be the primordial chaos? Lu Suifeng felt ice cold all over. That must mean that Hunyuan wanted to descend upon the world, but was forced to give up because the distance was too far. No, I must tell the country this. As a young person with ideals, morality, and all four qualities, what else can I do when I encounter this kind of cult? Of course, I should call the police and report it to the state. The moment Lu Suifeng had this thought, he felt a tremor in his soul, his whole body convulsed in pain, and then he collapsed to the ground. It was a feeling like being electrocuted, and it came from the soul. It was completely irresistible. Although the electric shock only lasted for 30 seconds, it felt to Lu Suifeng as long as 30 years. Even after clicking the button, Lu Suifeng still collapsed to the ground in pain, unable to get up for a long time. At that moment, a memory came to mind. Any attempt to reveal the existence of Hunyuan or to betray Hunyuan will be punished with the death penalty. Lu Suifeng was terrified. The other party could sense his thoughts. He had only had a single thought, and he was immediately in trouble. Oh no, I'm stuck on this pirate ship and can't get off. Lu Suifeng was on the verge of tears. I never wanted to join your cult. As the leader of Conquer the World, the largest player guild in the Abyss world, Lu Suifeng has always been a figure on the Abyss points ranking. He is not only a well-known figure in the Abyss world, but also a self-made elite in the real world. He was in a panic for a while, but he quickly calmed down. Since we can't back down, let's use their power to make ourselves stronger, and then look for opportunities later. Lu Suifeng dared not think any further, for if he did, he would be electrocuted again. But that extraordinary power is something you can only dream of. Spider-Man and the superhuman who appeared in the island nation, who is suspected to be Shang Wengsuan, have confirmed that superhumans exist in the real world. If we can obtain superhuman power from this evil primordial chaos, then we can stop them. With the help of the primordial chaos, he stepped into the world of the extraordinary, and then, Lu Suifeng dared not think about it. From a human perspective, I should also remain within the chaos realm to gather more information about them, in order to prepare for humanity's future. Lu Suifeng suddenly felt as if he had become the protagonist of a movie, a hero who was about to save the earth from an evil organization. If Chen Luo knew what Lu Suifeng was imagining at this moment, he would probably burst out laughing. Chen Luo simply added to Lu Suifeng's memories the idea that he could not reveal the existence of Hunyuan and betrayal. As long as he had this thought, he would be electrocuted in the Western fantasy world. Lu Suifeng is no longer the same as ordinary players in the Western fantasy world. When he logged out of the game, the wisp of his soul that Chen Luo extracted was still in the Western fantasy world. When Lu Suifeng returns to the Western fantasy world, this wisp of soul will return to his body in the Western fantasy world, and he will not be able to detect it at all. After sending Lu Suifeng's soul back, Chen Luo began selecting members of the Hunyuan faction from among all the players in the Western fantasy world. This time, Chen Luo didn't choose a weakling like Lu Suifeng, but instead directly selected from among the players who had cultivated themselves into extraordinary individuals through their own abilities. Soon, Chen Luo found several very interesting talents. An American woman named Joanna entered the game through the PUBG map. Interestingly, she is an assassin in real life and also an assassin in a Western fantasy world. At a time when ordinary people didn't even know how to use firearms, Joanna stood out with her assassin skills and became one of the first people to enter the Western fantasy world when the PUBG map first came out. Joanna's soul transmigrated into the body of an ordinary woman in the Chris Empire, with an ordinary appearance and family background, and no special characteristics. However, after 20 years in the game, she transformed from an ordinary woman into a Tier 3 warrior and became a member of Dark Rose, the most famous assassin organization in the Chris Empire. When Chen Luo extracted the second wisp of Joanna's soul, she only experienced a slight headache, and soon everything was fine. This was the strongest of the 10 members Chen Luo had selected in the first batch. While the others would feel great pain to varying degrees, this woman was completely unaffected and continued to carry out her assassination mission. The 10 people reacted differently after learning about the evil organization Hunyuan that Chen Luo had fabricated. Some people thought their memory was faulty, some thought they were hallucinating from playing games for too long, and some believed it immediately. People like Joanna not only believed it, but were extremely excited and couldn't wait to participate in the Hunyuan assessment to obtain extraordinary power. After discovering that Joanna was an assassin, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps the profession of assassin should be added to the Western fantasy world. Warriors focus on physical training and cultivating fighting spirit, which is quite different from assassins. Assassins need powerful bursts of energy, meaning they can kill with a single blow. They don't need a strong physical body. Then I'll give you a mission, and the reward is the assassin's legacy from a Western fantasy world. After considering it for a moment, Chen Luo began to plan the assessment of the first batch of members. Chen Luo's standard is better to have none than to have bad ones. Since he is selecting subordinates, he naturally wants to choose those who are capable and interesting. Chen Luo closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and then he had a general idea, but he did not put it into practice immediately. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly thought of something even more interesting. Like Lu Suifeng, whose soul is imprisoned in a Western fantasy world, what if he died unexpectedly in the real world? Will the souls in a Western fantasy world disappear? If they don't disappear, Chen Luo can reshape the bodies of these souls in the Western fantasy world. They will also have memories of the real world, which means their lives will continue in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo found this increasingly interesting, but he couldn't verify it. He couldn't very well kill Lu Suifeng now and see if his soul would disappear. Chen Luo could do that, but it wasn't necessary. Although he has become increasingly indifferent, he is not a cold-blooded person and would not risk human lives for a trivial test. Then extract a wisp of the soul from all the extraordinary players. In case any of them die unexpectedly in reality, we'll know the result soon. Upon realizing this, Chen Luo immediately used his mind to extract a wisp of the soul from all the extraordinary beings currently online in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo didn't do anything to their souls, only that when they exited the game, this wisp of their souls would remain in the Western fantasy world. When they log in again, they will return to their bodies. In fact, Chen Luo had this idea when he met Jin Xiaohuan. At that time, he only had a vague idea that he might be able to extend her life in the Western fantasy world. However, it wasn't very clear until now that Chen Luo had extracted the souls of Lu Suifeng and the others, and he immediately knew what to do. After Chen Luo casually restored the timeline of the Western fantasy world to 1 day equal to 1 year, he returned to the real world. At the very moment Chen Luo extracted the soul, Zhang Junhao let out an angry roar in a cave somewhere in the Bag Mountains of the Eternal Night Forest. Damn these government officials! I was about to advance, why did they take away my soul fire? The soul fire within Zhang Junhao's skull was almost overflowing, and he angrily unleashed a mental attack. After years of hard work, he was finally about to break through to the 5th rank when, at the crucial moment, a large portion of his soul fire was inexplicably drained away. How could he not be furious? Chen Luo extracted the souls of extraordinary individuals, but when it came to Zhang Junhao, it became soul fire. It was this missing wisp that caused Zhang Junhao to fail in his breakthrough. Zhang Junhao naturally assumed that the government was targeting him again, otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? You just wait. The soul fire within Zhang Junhao's skull finally subsided. Just 1 more month. In just 1 month, I'll be able to cultivate back to normal. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Zhang Junhao, now reduced to a skeleton with large and small grooves corroded all over his body, fled in panic from the main peak of the Bog Mountains. When Zhang Junhao reached the foot of the mountain, his body was completely broken and scattered all over the ground. It took him half a day to piece himself back together, 1 piece at a time, when a furious dragon roar came from behind him, shaking the entire Bog Mountain range. In the sky, a giant green dragon coiled above the horizon, letting out a deafening roar as it searched for the skeleton that had just attacked it. 2 months ago, Zhang Junhao finally broke through to the 5th rank after much hard work, and the first thing he did was to find the green dragon Antoe. After Gasker was transformed into an abyssal dragon, the Green Dragon clan, apart from the mother dragon Geraldine who remained in the swamp with her unhatched dragon eggs, had its 3 adult green dragons fly out and establish their own territories. Apart from Antoate, who remains in the Evernight Forest, the other 2 dragons have flown to other parts of the Elwyn continent. For the past 2 months, Zhang Junhao has tried every possible way to kill this green dragon, whether it was controlling the undead army, launching a sneak attack, or using necromancy, all of which ended in disastrous defeat. The undead army was annihilated by Antoate's dragon breath, and no matter what spells were used, they had no effect on the dragon. Dragon scales and extremely high resistance make them virtually immune to magical attacks. Zhang Junhao's body could be instantly shattered if he were hit by the dragon's breath or swept by the dragon's claws and tail. If it weren't for the fact that the soulfire is immune to physical attacks and the corrosive dragon breath of the green dragon, Zhang Junhao would have died countless times already. Every time Zhang Junhao was maimed, he would control his soul fire to escape, run back to change into a spare body, and then relentlessly launch another attack. Just now, Zhang Junhao missed his attack and was whipped from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain by the furious Antoate's tail, falling apart on the spot. Enraged, Antoine swooped down from the main peak and began searching for Zhang Junhao. Although Zhang Junhao did not harm it, it was like an unkillable fly, making Antoite feel extremely disgusted, yet he couldn't kill it, which made Antoite furious to the extreme. It had seen elven mages and archers, as well as troll demon mages and goblins with all sorts of strange weapons. It had seen magical beasts with all sorts of extraordinary powers in the Evernight Forest, but it had never seen such strange creatures as undead. Damn skeleton, this time I'll melt you completely and teach you a lesson for provoking a dragon. Zhang Junhao buried his body deep in the snow at the foot of the mountain. Antoate searched for a long time but couldn't find him. Enraged, it spread its wings and began to spew corrosive dragon breath at the ground. Since we can't find it, let's destroy the entire ground. The corrosive dragon breath instantly poured down from the mountaintop to the bottom, covering all possible hiding places for Zhang Junhao and corroding away the ground inch by inch. However, after Antoite swept across the entire mountain range, he still couldn't find any trace of Zhang Junhao. It roared angrily to the sky, its dragon might spreading out, frightening the nearby magical beasts into trembling. They tried to run away but found they had no strength left. At this moment, Zhang Junhao had already logged out of the game and returned to reality. Zhang Shengan, even the 126th method didn't work. Zhang Junhao was hiding in the snow to wait to exit combat, because both the Western fantasy world and the Abyss world are like online games, you can only log off after exiting combat. Once offline, Zhang Junhao immediately dialed Zhang Shengan's number. His earlier harassment wasn't intended to eliminate Antoate, he was merely testing its attacks and capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengan was helping Zhang Junhao record and analyze Antoate's abilities, and constantly adjusting his attack methods. But as Zhang Junhao said, he had been courting death for 2 months, and had already tried the 126th method, but still couldn't defeat Antoine. Then there's only one last option left. Are you even capable? If you're not, don't waste my time. Not only was Antoinette annoyed, but even Zhang Junhao himself was annoyed. The difference in strength was too great, it was far too difficult for him, a 5th-tier being, to deal with a 7th-tier adult dragon. Heh, the intelligence of a mortal, Zhang Shengan chuckled. You've already tested all the methods, and now you're just one last step away from giving up? Zhang Junhao is now completely immune to Zhang Shengan's catchphrase, hee, I have the intelligence of an ordinary person, but I'm doing just fine, unlike someone who can only wander in the universe and can't do anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shengan immediately bristled. Who said I can't do anything? I've already, never mind, you're not smart enough to understand my plan. Zhang Shengan suddenly stopped talking halfway through, clearly not wanting Zhang Junhao to know what he was doing. Pa, I don't care what you're doing. I'm just asking you, will the last method work? Zhang Shengan snorted, based on the tests over this period, your chances of success are as high as 90%. What if that still doesn't work? Zhang Sheng sneered, it's impossible that it won't work. What if that still doesn't work? Zhang Junhao asked again with a disdainful look. If that doesn't work, I'll give that Enzo back to you. It's a deal. Zhang Junhao immediately agreed. Tell me the method. Zhang Shengan was stunned for a moment. When did Zhang Junhao become so intelligent that he knew how to use reverse psychology? He quickly regained his composure and said, based on the previous tests, I discovered that dragons are immune to most low-level magic and physical attacks. Unless you reach the 7th rank, it's difficult to harm them. But you also have a huge advantage, dragons have very low resistance to mental magic. Get to the point. Zhang Junhao was getting impatient. The only way is, for you to become that dragon. Zhang Junhao was stunned. What do you mean? Heh, the intelligence of mortals. An hour later, which is half a month later in the Western fantasy world, Zhang Junhao logged back in and headed towards the Bag Mountains again. That damn stench, it's that damn skeleton again. Antoite immediately sensed the ethereal aura emanating from Zhang Junhao, and promptly flapped its enormous wings, soaring into the sky. Soon it saw a skeleton walking towards it from the foot of the mountain, standing out conspicuously on the once clean and corroded mountain path. Antoine looked down at Zhang Junhao, his huge vertical pupils fixed on him. You despicable creature, you dare to show your face before me. This time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Antoite quickly opened his mouth, and a turquoise, corrosive dragon breath instantly covered a distance of tens of meters, slamming down towards Zhang Junhao's head. Zhang Junhao opened his skull as if to speak, but in the end he could only emit a mental fluctuation. Hee, your death is near, you stupid lizard. As Zhang Junhao spoke, he waved his skeletal hand, creating a mental force field that blocked the corrosive dragon breath before rushing forward. The mental energy field only blocked for a moment before being completely corroded by the dragon's breath. However, Zhang Junhao had already nimbly traversed a distance of nearly 10 meters, leaping continuously through the mountains towards Antoe. Although Zhang Junhao was just a skeleton, he possessed 5th-level mental power. He could use his mental power to accelerate, so his speed was astonishing. In just a few leaps, he rushed to the mountainside as if he were flying. Antoite was naturally not afraid of him. Instead, he angrily swooped down, his huge dragon claws grabbing directly at Zhang Junhao's skeletal body. Just as Antoite had predicted, the skeleton was torn to shreds by the dragon's claws without any resistance, carving a stunning trench in the ground in the process. Go to hell! Antoite roared and stretched out his claws to tear Zhang Junhao's skeleton into countless pieces. Zhang Junhao transformed into a ball of emerald green soul fire. This time, instead of running away, he charged directly towards Antoit's body. Antoit's furious vertical pupils widened instantly. It hadn't expected this damn thing to actually crash into it. As the emerald green soul flame drew closer to him, Antoine was first taken aback, then turned to an angry snort. "You're courting death." Antoit opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a torrent of corrosive dragon breath aimed at Zhang Junhao, ready to annihilate him with its power. After Zhang Junhao transformed into soul flame, he entered a flying state, and his speed became several times faster than before. Before Antoit could even open its mouth, it instantly transformed into a green light, penetrating its brain even before the dragon's breath could reach it. The next moment, Zhang Junhao burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha, it really works." In that instant, Antoit felt its brain being torn apart by some force, as if something was trying to crawl into its consciousness. The feeling was extremely painful, as if its soul was being ripped apart. In its agony, it plummeted from the sky. Boom! Antoit plummeted from the sky, his massive body smashing a section of the mountainside. As Antoine struggled in agony, the entire mountain trembled. "What exactly are you? You actually dared to attempt to devour the soul of a great dragon. You damned thing, get out here right now." At this moment, Antoit felt the fear of death and the pain that went deep into its bones. It frantically slammed its huge head against the ground, as if trying to squeeze Zhang Junhao out. It was futile to do so. It did nothing to help and instead made its head ache more and more, as if it were about to explode. Antoit felt the power emanating from that soul fire constantly devouring it, gradually transforming its consciousness, assimilating it into a part of the soul fire, and making it Zhang Junhao's power. Antoit desperately tried to break free from the soul fire, but it was the first time it had ever seen such a strange power, which was completely beyond the dragon's imagination, and it had no idea how to defend against this attack. Antoit's struggling strength waned, and it even felt its memories fading away, its originally red vertical pupils gradually turning into green flames. No! Antoine was horrified to discover that he might be killed by this damned skeleton. Its original massive body, which was over 400 meters long, began to shrink rapidly, as if it had been condensed, becoming only 300 meters in size. Its entire body of green scales turned into the same emerald green as the soul fire, shimmering in the sun, flashing with a cold, icy light like the edge of a blade. Its streamlined muscles also became taut at this time, like a dried corpse. Antoit felt death drawing ever closer. It desperately flapped its wings, trying to fly away in its last struggle, but as soon as it flapped its wings, it drooped limply to the ground. Why continue to struggle? Become one with me, and you will gain eternal life. Zhang Junhao burst into laughter. He could sense that Antoit was about to die, but it was just a hair's breadth away, and the green dragon just wouldn't give up. Zhang Junhao was also nearing his end, because his soul fire was still far inferior to that of a 7th-tier dragon soul. If Antoit hadn't been completely unfamiliar with soul fire before, it wouldn't have been this easy. If Zhang Junhao fails to eliminate Antoit this time, it will be on guard next time and will use its mental power to resist, leaving it with no chance to enter its brain. The two of them are now competing to see who will give in first. Their two souls are now intertwined. Either Zhang Junhao absorbs Anguat, or Anguat assimilates Zhang Junhao's soul. There is no other choice. Antoit struggled for a long time but could not get up. Its entire body began to transform into the form of an undead, and its consciousness and power were gradually devoured by Zhang Junhao's soul fire. Finally, Anguat's massive head crashed to the ground, letting out a final, mournful howl before it died. The light in its eyes completely vanished, and emerald flames ignited, replacing its original vertical pupils. Antoit's memories and soul completely merged with Zhang Junhao's soul fire, causing his soul fire to grow stronger again, and even its color became more intense. 7th rank. Zhang Junhao shouted with delight. By fusing with Anguat's soul fire, Zhang Junhao had become the green dragon and possessed the strength of the 7th rank. After Zhang Junhao completely took control of the green dragon's body, he tried to fly. With Anguat's memories, he didn't expend any effort, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Roar! Unlike the green dragon's original roar, the undead dragon's voice sounded like a demon from the abyss, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. After Zhang Junhao controlled the undead dragon to fly into the sky, he was excited and wanted to start a live stream, but he forcibly restrained himself when he remembered what Zhang Shengan had said. Zhang Junhao was unaware that Chen Luo had already sensed it when he and Antoinette merged into one. Chen Luo had a clear understanding of the Zhang brothers' ability to cause trouble, and they had become his main targets of surveillance. He would immediately notice any unusual behavior. Zhang Junhao's aura suddenly changed from the 5th level to the 7th level. Chen Luo naturally noticed this huge leap instantly. This skinny monster has this ability? Chen Luo exclaimed in surprise and immediately returned to the Western fantasy world, only to find that Zhang Junhao had transformed from a skeleton into a giant undead dragon. Chen Luo was surprised and immediately began to recount the process of Zhang Junhao transforming into the undead dragon. Soon, Chen Luo frowned. This isn't like Zhang Junhao's style, and if it were him, how could he possibly resist going live? After a moment's thought, Chen Luo quickly guessed that this was clearly Zhang Shengan's style, and that this guy was probably giving Zhang Junhao advice behind the scenes. Those two guys. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Although Zhang Junhao had become a 7th-order undead dragon, he couldn't use the power of laws or dragon language magic, so he was still far from being a true 7th-order dragon. Currently, Zhang Junhao can only use the breath of the undead dragon and the powerful physical body of the dragon. I'd like to see what you're up to. After Zhang Junhao transformed into an undead dragon, he immediately flew out of the Eternal Night Forest and headed south towards the Alvan continent. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he instantly knew what this guy was planning to do. Gasker's 2 remaining sons lived at the southern end of the continent. This guy wasn't satisfied yet, he planned to transform the other 2 dragons as well. The reason Zhang Junhao chose to go to the far-off place instead of seeking out the mother dragon Geraldine in the Eternal Night Forest was clearly because he knew he might not be able to defeat her, so he chose to target the 2 weaker 7th-tier dragons first. Once he has transformed the remaining 2 dragons, his next target will definitely be Geraldine, and the next step after that will be the dragons of other continents. Zhang Junhao is probably putting all his effort into creating an army of undead dragons. Chen Luo scoffed, "You're dreaming." Chen Luo casually added resistance to mental magic to all the dragons. If Zhang Junhao still wanted to use soul fire to transform the dragons, he might end up killing himself. In fact, that was exactly what Zhang Junhao intended, and Zhang Shengan had even devised a comprehensive plan for him. As long as the soul fire works, we'll first convert all the dragons on the Alvan continent, and then we'll go to the Roman continent. Ever since Zhang Shengan learned from Liang Bei's live stream that the lighthouse centipede had been thrown into the Roman continent, he has been determined to kill Liang Bei. However, now that the mother nest is in the universe, he is powerless to do anything about it, possessing all his skills but nowhere to use them. So he sought out Zhang Junhao. The two hit it off immediately, because Zhang Junhao also had his eye on the 2 red dragons of the Roman continent. He had been defeated by Constance several times, which made him extremely obsessed with those red dragons. Zhang Shengan only made one condition: after Zhang Junhao transformed into the red dragon, he had to help him kill Liang Bei's lighthouse centipede. Zhang Junhao readily agreed. Liang Bei was only at the 5th rank, and if he had a large army of undead dragons, what was it to destroy a 5th rank? After watching Zhang Junhao fly towards the southern part of the Alvan continent, Chen Luo calmly returned to reality. When Zhang Junhao found the other dragon, he would find a big surprise waiting for him. Chen Luo landed on the sofa in the living room and suddenly laughed. "I'll give you this task. The capital of the Chris Empire." Joanna was receiving her mission at the headquarters of Dark Rose when a notification suddenly appeared in her mind. Activate the Assassin's Legacy Quest, Shadow of Slaughter. Mission difficulty, Epic. Mission details, slay the undead dragon Antovat. Mission reward, obtain the new assassin class. Task time, unlimited. Do you accept the mission? This is a Hunyuan assessment mission. Refusal will result in disqualification from becoming a Hunyuan member. Joanna froze on the spot, and without even thinking, she happily accepted. She didn't even know what a demigod dragon was, and she didn't care at all. As an assassin who frequently walks the line between life and death, Joanna has extremely sharp intuition. This is her only chance to enter the mixed UN, so how could she possibly refuse? At this moment, Joanna finally became certain that Second Life was indeed a work of Hunyuan, just as the memory in her mind said. Otherwise, the mission would not have given such a clear hint. As Joanna chose to accept the mission, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Dragon Soul Blade. The dragon Antovat was ambushed by the undead. After his death, his dragon soul refused to enter the underworld for a long time, and this dagger was born from his powerful resentment. Using this dagger against the undead can ignore the level difference and deal 1000% damage to the undead. Joanna stared in astonishment at the dagger in her hand, and a prompt message automatically popped into her mind, telling her the name of the dagger and its abilities. After her initial surprise, she immediately drew a finely forged iron dagger from her waist, then with a flick of her wrist, the dragon soul blade struck the dagger with lightning speed. Bite! The dragon soul blade encountered no resistance whatsoever, as if it had struck mud, easily cleaving it in two. Joanna's face lit up with joy. For an assassin, the importance of weapons is self-evident. Moreover, this dragon soul blade has a 10x damage effect against undead and can ignore level differences, so even an undead dragon would be no match for it. Joanna kept swinging the dagger, getting used to the dragon soul blade. But before she could make a few moves, everything went blurry, and she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Alvan continent, Morin wetlands. The sky here is as blue as a mirror, with wispy clouds that stretch into the distance with a misty, hazy feel. The green dragon race prefers damp, watery places. After leaving the Evernight forest, the green dragon Petra found the vast Merlin wetlands and turned it into his territory. Joanna looked around at the picturesque scenery, and for a moment she didn't know where she was. Just then, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the sky. Joanna instinctively sensed danger. She moved swiftly and disappeared into a grove of trees behind her, hiding behind a large tree. Peeking out cautiously, she looked up at the sky. Then a giant, emerald-green dragon appeared in the sky. It was completely different from the dragons in the video, and its whole body exuded a strong aura of malevolence and death. In that instant, Joanna realized that this dragon was her mission target, the undead dragon Antovat. Is this a dungeon? Joanna had also played online games and knew that there were things like dungeons in games. She had just accepted the quest when she was teleported to this place and saw the undead dragon, which looked just like a dungeon in a game. However, Joanna quickly dismissed this thought. For her, it didn't matter where she was. For an assassin, accepting a mission and eliminating the target was enough. Joanna stared down at the undead dragon high in the sky, which was Zhang Junhao, and began to scrutinize him. Ordinary people could only see a black dot, but Joanna could feel the intense mental energy fluctuations and power surging from the undead dragon. With just one glance, Joanna knew the difference in strength between herself and this undead dragon. It was definitely not something she could confront head-on. Joanna's eyes remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation despite the vast difference in strength. She began to survey her surroundings, looking for any opportunities she could utilize. Soon, Joanna discovered another astonishing aura rising into the sky from the center of the wetlands. A deafening dragon roar echoed over, filled with a tyrannical aura. Immediately afterwards, a green dragon, 300 or 400 meters long, burst out of a large lake in the wetlands, soared into the sky, and met the undead dragon. Petra sensed the undead dragon before it entered its territory. It was the first time it had ever sensed such a powerful and eerie undead aura, and it even sensed a familiar aura within it, though it was unsure if it could confirm it. When it flew into the sky and saw Zhang Junhao flying towards it, it recognized him at a glance. He was its younger brother, Antoine. However, based on the aura emanating from the undead dragon, Patrice was certain that it was not his brother. This is the aura of a dead soul. My brother, he's dead. As a dragon, Petra has devoured many creatures, including magical beasts and intelligent races like elves from the continent of Alvin. After their deaths, these creatures would leave behind souls that would eventually be taken away by the underworld. Therefore, Petra is no stranger to the aura of the dead. The moment Patrice saw Antoine, he understood that his brother had not only been killed, but had also been despicably transformed into this filthy creature filled with the aura of death. No matter what you are, you killed my brother and defiled the great dragon in this way. I will tear you to pieces and soak your hateful soul in my filth, so you will forever suffer this humiliation. At this moment, anger completely filled Petra's mind. It stared intently at Zhang Junhao in the sky, flapped its huge wings, and pounced on him. Zhang Junhao was overjoyed to see this, as he had gone through a very difficult search for this green dragon. It took him more than half a month to fly from the northernmost Evernight forest to the south, and then another half a month to find the Morin wetlands. Now that Petra has taken the initiative to rush up, it's exactly what Zhang Junhao wanted. Without even thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out several streams of soul fire, which shot towards Petra. Although Petra didn't know what Zhang Junhao had spewed out, it instinctively sensed a threat and immediately opened its mouth to spew out a dragon's breath towards the emerald green soul fire. The green corrosive dragon breath and the emerald green soul fire intertwined, their colors similar, as if they had merged into one. But soon, a look of surprise appeared in Petra's vertical pupils, because those soul fires had only shrunk slightly, yet they still pierced through the dragon's breath and continued to rush toward its location. This was the first time Petra had encountered something that wasn't corrupted by the dragon's breath. As it was still in a state of bewilderment, all the soul fire flew to the front of its massive head. To its even greater surprise, when these soul flames touched its head, they all burrowed inside. Petra was initially taken aback, but then immediately used his mental power to check the situation inside the skull. Once those soul fires entered the skull, they began to tear at its soul, exhibiting extreme devouring and aggressiveness. In a mere instant, it broke into his soul, and Petra didn't even have time to use his mental power to resist. Ha ha ha, these dragons can't even withstand the soul fire. It looks like it won't be long before I can create an army of undead dragons. Zhang Junhao shouted excitedly. Patrice also realized that something was wrong. Just as it was filled with shock and anger and was preparing to find a way to expel the soul fire, its soul emitted a strong mental wave that instantly engulfed the soul fire. Ah! Zhang Junhao let out a miserable scream, which turned into a painful roar as he entered the mouth of the undead dragon. Those soul flames are actually equivalent to a wisp of his avatar, and have a direct connection with him. The annihilation of these clones by the dragon's soul was tantamount to directly damaging his soul. What's going on? Not only was Zhang Junhao filled with doubt and uncertainty, but even Petra had not expected such a situation to arise. But Patrice didn't think about any of that at the moment, because its heart was filled with immense anger and pain. This monster had killed its brother and defiled the body of the great dragon. It had to be killed to avenge Anguat. Petra roared and rushed in front of Zhang Junhao in an instant, his huge claws slamming down on his head. Zhang Junhao was still a little confused. How come he could deal with Ongguat but not this dragon? Zhang Junhao seemed to have thought of something, and his enormous dragon body suddenly trembled. Fortunately, he was in such a hurry to transform Patrice that he preemptively attacked with the split soul fire instead of going in himself. If I had been the one to merge with Patrice's soul just now, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been those few wisps of soul fire that were extinguished, but myself. Is there a conspiracy? Zhang Junhao sensed an unusual crisis. It was something he had been tricked by the government officials so many times that it had almost become an instinct. While he was still in a daze, Patrice's claws had already slammed into the head of the undead dragon. The green dragon was incredibly strong, and Zhang Junhao, caught completely off guard, was blasted straight down from the sky by its claw. Boom! The undead dragon slammed its fist into the ground, causing it to tremble violently and instantly creating numerous cracks. Zhang Junhao naturally couldn't feel any pain, and the green dragon had been modified, making its body stronger than that of an ordinary green dragon. Although the attack looked heavy, it did not actually cause much damage to the undead dragon's body. Upon seeing this, Petra immediately roared and swooped down from the sky, unleashing his dragon breath. Zhang Junhao didn't know if the undead dragon's physical body could withstand the green dragon's breath, but he dared not try. Having finally acquired such a powerful physical body, he didn't want to take the risk. Zhang Junhao tumbled over and stood still, then opened his mouth and spat out a gray, undead dragon breath at the dragon's breath. Two dragon breaths, one green and one gray, collided rapidly. Another loud boom rang out, and the two dragon breaths were locked in a stalemate in the air, neither gaining the upper hand, and for a time no one could determine the winner. Joanna saw this scene from afar, and a sharp glint immediately flashed in her eyes. Although she didn't know why the two dragons were fighting, she knew that her chance had come. Joanna didn't go over immediately, but waited patiently. Now is not the best time to make a move. Both dragons are at their peak. If she goes over, even the aftershocks of their battle could kill her. When the two dragons are locked in a life or death struggle and both are severely injured, that's when she'll make her appearance. But what Joanna never expected was that she would have to wait for months. At the beginning, the two dragons fought fiercely, but as the battle progressed, the undead dragon's decline became more and more obvious. Zhang Junhao only knew one move, the undead dragon breath. He couldn't use dragon language magic, nor had he comprehended the power of laws. Naturally, he couldn't win in time. If the undead dragon hadn't been so powerful, it would have been killed long ago. Seeing that he was no match for the enemy, Zhang Junhao decisively fled. After escaping Petra's pursuit, Zhang Junhao went offline to seek advice from Zhang Shengan. After analyzing the situation, the two of them guessed that the game developers had already figured out the loophole in their dragon transformation and had blocked that path. If Zhang Junhao continues to use that move, not only will he fail to convert Patrice, but he may also lose more and more soul fire. Zhang Junhao had no choice but to start frequently harassing Patrice, constantly gathering information about her in an attempt to find her weaknesses. Then Joanna witnessed a strange scene. Every few days, the undead dragon would come and fight Patrice, and when it saw that it couldn't win, it would quickly run away. This bizarre cycle repeated for 3 months. Joanna was completely bewildered. She couldn't understand what this undead dragon was trying to do. Knowing they can't beat it, they're trying to annoy the dragon to death? Joanna couldn't understand it, but she was very patient and waited calmly in the forest. While Joanna was observing the two dragons, Chen Luo was also observing her. Chen Luo had no interest in the battle between the two dragons. Their victory or defeat was irrelevant to him. Instead, he was growing to admire the assassin Joanna more and more. Putting everything else aside, this kind of patience alone is something that not everyone possesses. It's important to know that Joanna had no food on her when he forcibly teleported her to the Merlin wetlands. Joanna hasn't logged off for the past 3 months. When she gets hungry, she goes to hunt wild animals in the forest. To prevent the dragon from noticing the smoke from the fire, this woman was so ruthless that she ate raw meat. While you can shut down your sense of taste, you can't shut down the body's physiological responses. Humans have a different digestive system than wild animals. Wild animals can digest raw meat, but humans have a hard time digesting it. Even if they force themselves to swallow it, they will vomit it up. Joanna ate it and was perfectly fine, and when she was thirsty, she could even drink the beast's blood directly. When Chen Luo saw this, he guessed that this woman had probably eaten raw meat before. If it were Joanna's first time eating raw meat, she certainly wouldn't have no reaction at all. Even a superhuman wouldn't be able to do that. It is conceivable that this woman has likely encountered similar or worse situations in her previous missions, possibly even in real life. After watching for a moment, Chen Luo turned his gaze to the direction of the two giant dragons. He could tell at a glance that Zhang Junhao was testing Petra's strength and fighting style. Green dragons don't actually have much combat experience. After all, they have no natural enemies and can be invincible on the continent simply by relying on their physical bodies and dragon breath. They basically crush everything in their path. Not only green dragons, but all other dragon races are the same. Their fighting experience with their kind mostly comes from playful fights between siblings when they were minors. As Zhang Junhao and Petra fought for longer, he was able to hold out for longer and longer. At this rate, he might be able to kill the dragon. Chen Luo smiled and immediately sent a hint to Petra's consciousness, instructing it to summon the other green dragon. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't let Zhang Junhao get another undead dragon, otherwise, given Zhang Junhao's usual behavior, he wouldn't stop until he caused a complete upheaval. Chen Luo lost interest at this point. The battle between the two dragons was protracted and it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. He only needed to pay a little attention to it and did not want to waste so much time here. Chen Luo returned to reality and began to consider what abilities he could give Joanna in the real world. With a soul in his hands controlling him, Chen Luo wasn't afraid of her betrayal at all. As Chen Luo was pondering, he suddenly raised his head and gave a strange look towards the direction of the gate. Ding dong! The doorbell rang the instant he looked over. Chen Luo found it strange because the people outside the door were not Song Zhengxian, but two women, or more precisely, an adult and a little girl. Chen Luo changed his appearance to a different, ordinary face, then walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside the door was a woman in her early 30s, with stunning beauty and elegant demeanor. She wore a faint smile and exuded femininity. Standing next to her was a beautiful little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, who looked 7 or 8 parts similar to her. It was obvious at a glance that they were mother and daughter. "Hello, we just moved in yesterday, so we'll be neighbors from now on." The woman greeted him with a smile. "So young, is he a student?" Chen Luo randomly adjusted his appearance at this moment. He didn't look in a mirror. He knew from the voice in the woman's mind that his face should look very young. After reading the woman's thoughts, Chen Luo used his mental power to lock onto her past. He noticed that her breathing and heartbeat were normal and found no other problems. He smiled faintly and said, "Hello." It's normal for Chen Luo to be wary. He had only just arrived, and someone else had already moved in. It seemed too coincidental. After greeting everyone, the woman smiled at the little girl beside her and said, "Shishi, say hello to your brother." The little girl, Shishi, held a plate filled with flatbreads. She stared at Chen Luo curiously for a moment, then said, "Brother, these are flatbreads Mom made. They're delicious. Here, have some." Shishi held the plate high, intending to hand it to Chen Luo. Seeing the little girl struggling, Chen Luo immediately smiled and reached out to take the child, saying, "Thank you, Shishi." Shishi looked at Chen Luo with a strange expression, then suddenly looked up at the woman and said, "Mom, my brother smells really good, just like Dad." Upon hearing Shishi's words, the woman immediately looked embarrassed, and even Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm sorry, the child doesn't know any better, please don't take offense." Chen Luo was smiling and about to speak when Shishi spoke up again, her little face full of determination. "Mommy, my brother smells just like Daddy." Zhang Yuxuan felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. She coughed lightly and said, "Then we'll take our leave. Then I'll return the disc to you later." Zhang Yuxuan nodded slightly and immediately pulled Shishi back to the room opposite. After Chen Luo closed the door, his expression was somewhat strange. "Do I smell something?" Chen Luo picked up his hand and smelled it, but didn't detect any smell. Even if he doesn't shower for 10 days or half a month now, he won't smell bad. However, Chen Luo had just read Shishi's thoughts and he could indeed smell his own scent. In her perception, it wasn't an unpleasant odor, but rather a scent that made her feel close to him. Chen Luo suddenly became interested. Perhaps he really did have some kind of scent on him, but he was so used to it or the scent was too subtle that he had never noticed it. He walked to the living room sofa and sat down, shutting down all 5 senses except for his sense of smell. He focused all his attention on his sense of smell and then brought his arm to his nose. A moment later, Chen Luo smelled a faint, pleasant scent wafting out. Chen Luo was surprised to have his 5 senses shut down. After opening his eyes, he raised his arm and smelled it again, but this time he couldn't smell anything. Chen Luo understood. The smell was very faint, he could only smell it when he concentrated. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, then his figure quickly disappeared from the real world and appeared in the Marvel universe. After extracting all the relevant knowledge about biology and the human body, he returned to the real world. He closed his eyes and recalled the knowledge he had just acquired, and instantly understood what was going on. That smell was a strong hormonal scent. Chen Luo's body, having undergone genetic modification by the divine offspring, has reached a state of perfect balance, and his body has begun to exude this aura, which has a significant impact on women. Chen Luo had always thought that it was his true appearance that attracted so many women's attention, but apart from that, the biggest reason was actually his hormonal aura. Although he had changed his appearance to be ordinary, the aura that his body automatically emitted could not be concealed. This little guy is interesting, he can actually smell this scent. Chen Luo smiled, reached out and picked up a piece of cake to eat. It tastes pretty good. While eating, Chen Luo picked up his phone and called Song Zhengxian. "A mother and daughter moved into my next door neighbor's house. What's their background? Given Song Jianxian's style of doing things, he certainly wouldn't be unaware if someone moved in next to him. He probably already investigated the person's family history for 18 generations before letting them move in, making sure there were no problems. Song Jianxian hurriedly said, "I was just about to tell you about this. That woman's name is Zhang Yuxuan. She's from the Zhang family in the capital, and her background is impeccable. I just found out that they bought the house next door before us, but they haven't moved in yet. If you don't like it, I can ask them to move out." Wait a minute, the Zhang family of the capital, it can't be such a coincidence. Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, then immediately asked, "The Zhang family you mentioned in Beijing, is it the Zhang group in Beijing?" This surprised Song Jianxian even more, because he didn't expect Chen Luo to know about the Zhang group. "Yes, you know people from the Zhang group?" Song Jianxian was quite surprised. A question arose in his mind, could it be that someone from the Zhang group had been in contact with Chen Luo? "It's okay, I understand. Don't go and say anything, just let them stay here." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he hung up the phone and immediately went to the computer to look up Zhang Yuxuan's information. In just 5 minutes, Chen Luo found Zhang Yuxuan's information and couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuxuan is the cousin of both Zhang Junhao and Zhang Shengan. She is 33 years old this year and married into the Tang family, another wealthy family in Beijing, 10 years ago. Zhang Yuxuan's husband, Tang Ning, died in a car accident 2 years ago. Like the Zhang family, the Tang family is also divided into several branches. Tang Ning's family has only one son, but he owns a lot of shares in companies under the Tang family. With Tang Ning's death, Zhang Yuxuan, now a widow and orphan, naturally became the target of covetousness regarding her shares in the Tang family, making her situation in the Tang family very delicate. With the support of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuxuan could have easily taken complete control of Tang Ning's shares. However, this would inevitably lead to a falling out between the Zhang and Tang families. A year ago, Zhang Yuxuan suddenly left Beijing and moved to Zhangcheng with her daughter Tang Shishi. Although Chen Luo was unaware of the details, he could guess that it was probably due to internal power struggles within the Tang family that made Zhang Yuxuan want to stay away from that troublesome place. After learning about Zhang Yuxuan's background, Chen Luo couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He and someone with the surname Zhang seemed to have an unusually strong connection. He was dealing with Zhang Junhao when he unexpectedly found out that his cousin had moved in next door. Chen Luo casually turned off the computer. He wasn't interested in Zhang Yuxuan, but rather in Tang Shishi's keen intuition. Chen Luo is currently unsure whether her ability is innate or acquired. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door. Chen Luo extended his mental energy and sensed that it was Tang Shishi, and that she was all alone. He smiled and immediately went over to open the door. "Brother, can I play with you?" Chen Luo was somewhat surprised and asked with a smile, "Where's your mother?" "My mom is at work, she keeps making phone calls, and she doesn't play with me." "Have you told her yet?" Yes, I said it." Chen Luo sensed Zhang Yuxuan's location and indeed heard her on the phone. He also wanted to study this little one, so he smiled and stepped aside, saying, "Come in." Tang Shishi skipped in happily and curiously looked around Chen Luo's room, glancing here and there. After a while, she excitedly ran to a fish tank in the middle of the living room and looked at it. It was full of colorful fish of all kinds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chen Luo found it amusing. Tang Shishi counted to 5 on her fingers, then started counting from 1 again. He finally understood, this little guy was probably like Osiris, he couldn't count past 5. "Brother, there are so many fish in here that I've never eaten before." Chen Luo finally couldn't help but laugh. "Shouldn't you say you've never seen it before?" "I've seen it today, but I haven't eaten it yet." "How many kinds of fish have you eaten?" Tang Shishi tilted her head in thought for a moment, then started counting on her fingers again, but she had to start counting again every time she got to 5. Finally, with a worried look on her face, she stretched out one of her delicate white hands to show 5, and with her other hand, she extended 2 fingers to make a V sign. Chen Luo asked with a smile, "What is 5 plus 2? How should I know? The teacher didn't teach that." Tang Shishi retorted confidently, then gave him a disdainful look. "You're an adult, and you're asking a little kid like me. Brother, you're so stupid." Chen Luo chuckled, and just as he was about to speak, Tang Shishi looked at him expectantly and asked, "Brother, can you eat all these fish?" Seeing Tang Shishi's worried expression, Chen Luo felt he wanted to help her out, so he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Don't worry, I can finish it in one meal." Tang Shishi stared wide-eyed at Chen Luo, and asked incredulously, "So many fish, can you really finish them all in one meal?" Chen Luo nodded, his expression serious, and said, "Of course, or I can cook all these fish and watch me eat them." Tang Shishi's wish to share some of the fish with Chen Luo was instantly shattered, and Chen Luo even told her to watch him eat, which made her feel extremely sad. "So, brother, are you going to kill these pretty fish? If we don't kill it, how do we cook it? The fish are so beautiful, how could you kill them?" Chen Luo finally couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. It was indeed much more fun to be with children than with adults. The fish you used to eat were killed and cooked before you could eat them. Why can others kill fish, but I can't? Tang Shishi was stunned for a moment. She bit her finger, unable to find a reason for a while, and then shouted loudly, "How could you kill a fish?" Chen Luo laughed heartily and said, "Then I've made it. Do you want some?" Tang Shishi's eyes lit up, and she hesitated for a moment. "Eat, but Mom said I can't eat things given to me by strangers." Chen Luo nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "That's right, you shouldn't eat food from strangers. But didn't your mother introduce you to me today, and even let you give me food? How can you still be considered a stranger, right?" Tang Shishi suddenly smiled and said, "That's right, brother is not a stranger anymore." Chen Luo checked the time. It was dinner time. "Then you go watch TV first, and I'll go make you something delicious." Okay. Chen Luo turned on the TV in the living room, handed the remote to Tang Shishi, and then returned to his room. He first readjusted the time in the Western fantasy world to a 1:1 ratio with the real world before disappearing from the spot. Chen Luo went to another teleportation point in China, where there was a large supermarket downstairs, making it convenient to buy anything. Chen Luo had already decided what he wanted to buy before he arrived, so he finished in less than 10 minutes and then returned to his room. Chen Luo returned to the living room and saw Tang Shishi still lying obediently on the sofa watching TV. He smiled and immediately went into the kitchen. Back in the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo extracted the memories of many top chefs from the Marvel universe, so cooking was naturally no problem for him. As a result, Osiris became quite spoiled by the food. When he learned that Chen Luo was leaving, he said that Elizabeth's cooking was terrible and that he wanted to go with him. Before long, a rich aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, attracting Tang Shishi's attention. Tang Shishi jumped up from the sofa almost immediately, rushed into the kitchen in a few steps, and then stood on tiptoe to look into the pot on the stove. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Heavenly King covers the earth tiger. Chicken stew with mushrooms." Seeing Tang Shishi's bewildered expression, Chen Luo knew she didn't understand. "Well, to put it simply, it's just motivational fluff. It smells so good. Can we eat it now? Can we eat it now?" Looking at the little girl, Chen Luo discovered that she not only counts just like Osiris, but is also a typical foodie. What puzzled Chen Luo was that, given the family background of the Zhang and Tang families, this little guy should have no trouble getting whatever he wanted to eat, so why was he so greedy? "Wait a little longer." "Oh," Tang Shishi said with a look of disappointment on her face, swallowing several mouthfuls of saliva while her small eyes were fixed on the pot of chicken soup. After simmering for about 30 more minutes, Chen Luo lifted the lid, sprinkled in a little salt, stirred gently, and tasted it with a spoon. The fragrant chicken soup aroma wafted up, and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. When he saw Tang Shishi pursing her lips and watching intently, he smiled, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it before holding it in his hand, squatted down, and offered it to her lips. Tang Shishi blew on the soup, her mouth barely opened before drool dripped down her chin. She quickly opened her mouth and drank the spoonful of chicken soup. It was so hot and fragrant that she squinted her eyes in happiness. After swallowing the chicken soup, Tang Shishi looked over expectantly again. Chen Luo chuckled, gently patted Tang Shishi's head, pointed towards the living room, and said, "Go sit down, I'll bring it over to you." Tang Shishi nodded repeatedly, jogged to the dining table in the living room and sat down, then looked directly at Chen Luo. Chen Luo washed a clean bowl, filled it with soup, walked to the living room, and placed it in front of Tang Shishi. "Thank you, brother." Tang Shishi thanked him politely, but her eyes were fixed on the chicken soup, which looked quite amusing. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "Eat." Tang Shishi blew on the chicken soup while slurping it down, her little face full of satisfaction. Chen Luo found herself growing to like the little one more and more. Her little eyes narrowed, her gaze pure and innocent. All she had on her mind was this bowl of chicken soup, and she was completely absorbed in enjoying its delicious flavor. Tang Shishi's face was filled with a happy smile, and this smile was so infectious that it inexplicably made Chen Luo feel very happy as well. Just then, a rapid doorbell rang outside. Chen Luo looked up and immediately sensed Zhang Yuxuan's presence. She was frantically pressing the doorbell, seemingly in a great hurry. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. He immediately got up, went over, and opened the door. Zhang Yuxuan looked anxious. When she saw Chen Luo open the door, she didn't say anything, but immediately walked in and looked inside. When Zhang Yuxuan saw Tang Shishi enjoying her soup so comfortably, he first breathed a sigh of relief, then his expression changed. Without even saying hello, he rushed over to Tang Shishi. "Mom!" Tang Shishi exclaimed with delight, pointing to the chicken soup in her bowl like she was showing off a treasure. "My brother's soup is delicious." Zhang Yuxuan, with a cold expression, snatched the spoon from Tang Shishi's hand, poured the soup back into her bowl, and then grabbed Tang Shishi's small hand and slapped it hard. "What did your mother tell you?" Zhang Yuxuan's pretty face turned cold, clearly suppressing her anger. Tang Shishi burst into tears from the pain. Chen Luo frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Yuxuan to react so strongly, but he didn't say anything because he had no reason to interfere. Don't cry. Tang Shishi looked utterly aggrieved, and her crying only grew louder. Seeing Tang Shishi crying more and more sadly, Zhang Yuxuan's eyes also reddened, and she looked like she was about to cry. She picked Tang Shishi up in her arms and quickly walked outside. As Zhang Yuxuan passed by Chen Luo, she turned back and gave him a cold look. I don't care who you are or who's behind you. Anyone who dares to hurt my daughter again will pay a heavy price. Chen Luo looked completely bewildered. Just as he was about to ask a question, Zhang Yuxuan had already carried Tang Shishi and quickly left the room, returning to the apartment across the hall. Chen Luo frowned, then immediately extended his mental energy in hearing to the opposite door, where he clearly heard the conversation coming from there. I'm sorry, Shishi, Mom shouldn't have hit you. After carrying Tang Shishi into the room, Zhang Yuxuan apologized to her daughter with a sob in her voice. But Mom has told you so many times not to eat anything given to you by strangers, why can't you remember? Tang Shishi cried and said, But my brother said we've already met today, we're not strangers. Everyone here is a stranger except for Mom. Zhang Yuxuan's tone became much sterner. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Tell Mom right now, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I feel fine. Tang Shishi hesitated, sobbing as she said, Mom, that brother smells just like Dad, unlike the bad guy who gave me food last time and made my stomach hurt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan seemed to break down instantly, bursting into tears. Shishi, Daddy's gone. I don't believe it. Tang Shishi said firmly, crying out loudly, Daddy's still here, Daddy's still here. When Zhang Yuxuan saw Tang Shishi shouting, she hugged her daughter tightly, and the two of them burst into tears. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo withdrew his attention. He sighed slightly, vaguely guessing why Zhang Yuxuan had reacted so strongly and why she had said those things when she left. Tang Shishi was likely taken advantage of by malicious people because of her gluttonous nature, which may have even led to her life being in danger. Judging from what Zhang Yuxuan said before leaving, it is highly likely that it was a power struggle within the Tang family. No wonder Zhang Yuxuan was so angry that she lost her composure just now. To be willing to harm a 6-year-old girl for money shows just how depraved these people are. Zhang Yuxuan had obviously experienced something like this more than once, otherwise she wouldn't have reacted so strongly, actually believing that Chen Luo was someone sent by the other side. But that's understandable. As soon as Zhang Yuxuan entered the house, he saw Tang Shishi eating. In a stranger's house, it would be strange if he didn't think too much. Although these were all deduced from Zhang Yuxuan's words, Chen Luo knew there was a 90% chance they were true, and the timing of Tang Shishi's accident was very likely when Zhang Yuxuan left the capital a year ago. Zhang Yuxuan knew that for Tang Shishi's safety, she could not stay in the capital any longer, so she chose to leave. But why Zhongcheng? Chen Luo paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of Tang Qingyu. No way. Maybe it's just a coincidence that we share the same surname? Chen Luo thought for a moment, then quickly got up and went to the computer to search for Tang Ning's information. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, Chen Luo was surprised to discover that Tang Ning's grandfather was named Tang Tianwen, while Tang Qingyu's grandfather was named Tang Tianxiang. Of course, one cannot determine that the two are related based on their names alone, but Chen Luo also cross-referenced the information on domestic business registration websites and the shareholding information of the foreign companies originally under Tang Ning's name. Tang Ning owns as many as 27 companies, nearly half of which have a shareholder named Tang Weiman, who is Tang Qingyu's father. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, it really was a coincidence. It's unbelievable that Tang Shishi and Tang Qingyu are related by blood. Who knows, Tang Qingyu might suddenly appear here one day. Come to think of it, it seems like it's been a long time since I've been in touch with that girl. Chen Luo smiled and strolled leisurely to the kitchen, deciding to drink the bowl of chicken soup he had made first. I rarely have the time and mood to cook, so I can't let it go to waste. Chen Luo was drinking half of his soup when a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. He was just about to check if the mother and daughter next door were feeling better when he heard Zhang Yuxuan on the phone. Could you help me find out who lives in apartment 2502 next door? He gave Shishi something to eat today. Although she is fine, I can sense that this person is not simple. ASAP. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, knowing that Zhang Yuxuan's investigation would be futile. It's unknown whose name is on the house, but Song Zhengxian certainly won't use his name. After slowly finishing his soup and clearing his plate, Chen Luo returned to the Western fantasy world. Above the Molan wetlands, Zhang Junhao returned to Harris Petra after half a month. The two were locked in a fierce battle in the sky, while below, the area was already a mess. Over the course of several months, the two dragons fought fiercely here, turning the land from a wetland into a desolate wasteland. The nearby magical beasts and wild animals were all frightened away. The two dragons are evenly matched, and it's impossible to tell who will win for the time being. However, Chen Luo could clearly see that Petra had many wounds on his body, and they had not yet healed. Given the dragon's powerful regenerative abilities, the wound should have healed long ago, but a strange force is preventing it from healing. Chen Luo only needed one glance to understand what the Zhang brothers were planning. These two freaks are planning to wear down Petra little by little. The undead dragons are modified to have tougher skin than ordinary dragons, and they will not feel pain or bleed when injured, nor will it have much of an impact on their bodies. But Patrice is different, it feels pain when it gets injured, and serious injuries can affect its fighting ability. Zhang Junhao's frequent harassment, using necromantic energy to prevent Patrice from healing her wounds, is becoming increasingly dangerous the longer it goes on. Chen Luo realized their intentions but was not in a hurry, because Petra had already summoned another green dragon, Tennyson. To avoid being discovered by Zhang Junhao, Tennyson remained hidden in Petra's lair, which was nearly 100 meters deep in that large lake. Zhang Junhao was extremely excited at this moment, because he could feel that Petra's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and his combat power was also decreasing sharply. Just then, Petra suddenly forced Zhang Junhao back with a claw, then turned and swooped down into the lake. Haha, finally couldn't hold on any longer, ha. Zhang Junhao was overjoyed and immediately followed in Petra's direction. This was the first time in 3 months that he had the upper hand. Meanwhile, in Zhang Junhao's livestream, Zhang Shengan saw this and immediately shouted, "Don't chase!" His livestream room is encrypted, and currently only Zhang Shengan is in it. However, in his excitement, Zhang Junhao didn't even look at the livestream. Instead, he plunged headfirst into the lake, fearing that Petra would escape. "Don't chase! Don't chase! Don't chase after him, you idiot!" Zhang Shengan was furious. He finally understood what a terrible teammate was. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. During this period, Zhang Shengan had been recording and analyzing Petra data, and he had a very clear understanding of the green dragon's combat strength. The battle between the two dragons wasn't very intense and didn't cause Patrice any serious injuries. It's one thing for it to show its weakness so quickly, but it's even more illogical for it to try to escape to the bottom of the lake. It's practically blocking its own escape route. Zhang Shengan could guess with his toes that there must be a trap at the bottom of the lake. But Zhang Junhao was already blinded by the impending victory, his eyes were only on Patrice, and he didn't notice him at all. Zhang Shengan was speechless and could only keep refreshing the screen. "There's a trap." After refreshing the page dozens of times without any response, Zhang Shengan suddenly jumped up, rushed out of the room, and headed straight for Zhang Junhao's house. Meanwhile, Zhang Junhao had already dived into the lake and was chasing after Petra's retreating figure. The undead dragon didn't need to breathe, and its speed was only slightly slower in the water, so it didn't have much of an impact on Zhang Junhao. Just as Zhang Junhao was about to catch up with Petra, a turquoise dragon breath suddenly spewed at him from behind, followed by another giant dragon. Zhang Junhao was startled. He was stunned for a long time, never expecting that there was a giant dragon lurking at the bottom of the lake. After the initial shock, Zhang Junhao quickly realized that he had been tricked. He felt a surge of anger. He had actually been ambushed by a stupid lizard. Zhang Junhao knew this wasn't the time to think about that, because Patrice also turned around underwater and pounced on him at the same time as another giant dragon. Zhang Junhao hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the lake. 2 dragon breaths followed closely behind, moving at an even faster speed and striking Zhang Junhao's undead dragon directly. Under the powerful corrosive dragon breath, 2 deep wounds that exposed bone instantly appeared on Zhang Junhao's body. Although Zhang Junhao felt no pain, he felt a pang of heartache. This was a dragon's body, and there was nothing that could be used to repair it. "You 2 stupid lizards, just you wait." Zhang Junhao cursed inwardly and quickly headed out of the lake. Just as Zhang Junhao broke out of the water, being chased by 2 green dragons, he suddenly sensed a dark shadow rushing towards him. Zhang Junhao was slightly taken aback, because he could see clearly that it was a human figure, and it was a woman. How did this woman come to the continent of Alvin? Before Zhang Junhao could figure it out, the woman leaped up from the lakeside, soaring more than 10 meters into the air, and flew towards his head. Zhang Junhao was somewhat taken aback. What did this woman want to do? She came on strong, with an indomitable aura. Even Zhang Junhao, who was in his soul fire state at the time, could feel her astonishing killing intent. Did this woman want to kill him? Zhang Junhao suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling. He had finally managed to slay a dragon, and now someone wanted to slay him? Zhang Junhao snorted angrily, but ignored this arrogant woman. She was merely a third-tier transcendent being. With her strength, she probably couldn't even scratch a dragon's scales. His only concern was the 2 giant dragons behind him. Zhang Junhao ignored the tiny creature and focused his attention on the 2 giant dragons. He flapped his wings repeatedly, trying to speed up and escape the relentless green dragon. But at that moment, Zhang Junhao suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness creeping over him, an instinctive intuition of danger. Zhang Junhao turned his head in astonishment and saw that the woman had somehow acquired a gleaming dagger in her hand. She gripped the daggers with both hands and shot towards it like a cannonball, then raised the daggers high and slashed down at its head. Zhang Junhao was shocked and instinctively realized that he could not be hit by this dagger. He hurriedly tried to open his mouth and spew dragon breath to kill the woman first. But in his moment of carelessness, Joanna had already rushed up to him, and by then it was too late for him to react. As soon as Zhang Junhao opened his mouth, Joanna grabbed a dagger and plunged it into his massive head. The incredibly sturdy dragon scales only offered brief resistance to the dragon's soul blade before being easily pierced. What shocked Zhang Junhao even more was that as the dagger pierced through, a chilling force surged in and began to rapidly extinguish his soul fire. It was a thorough method of destruction, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Zhang Junhao realized something was wrong and hurriedly shook his huge head, trying to shake off the woman. Joanna was tossed about by the dragon's terrifying power, like a willow catkin in the wind, but her hand never loosened its grip. Zhang Junhao sensed that the soul fire on the giant dragon's head was shrinking rapidly. In just a few seconds, it had dropped from the 7th rank to the 6th rank. If this continued, it would be killed soon. Enraged, he extended his sharp claws and slammed them down on his head. Although Joanna was dizzy and disoriented from being thrown around, she remained very calm. She noticed Zhang Junhao's claws as soon as he swung them. With a resolute look in her eyes, she suddenly used all her strength to press the dragon's soul blade completely into the dragon's head, and then jumped into the lake below. The undead dragon's claws swung out, almost grazing Joanna's body. Joanna coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body suddenly accelerating in the air before plummeting into the lake at an even faster speed. The undead dragon in the sky let out a deafening roar, and blue light burst forth from its head, piercing through its dark green skin, and then exploded like a bomb, illuminating a radius of several miles with a cold blue light. The two green dragons had just emerged from the water when they witnessed Joanna stabbing Zhang Junhao in the head with a dagger and then being slammed into the bottom of the lake. Both of them were slightly taken aback, wondering what had happened, when the blue light exploded. Immediately afterwards, they felt that the damned undead aura vanished completely, and the undead dragon's body plummeted from the sky. Bang! The undead dragon's massive body crashed into the lake, creating a huge column of water, before quickly sinking to the bottom. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately laughed and casually teleported the dying Joanna back to the Chris Empire. Although Joanna seemed to complete the task with ease, someone else might not have been able to do it. Joanna is not only patient, but also extremely good at seizing opportunities. Zhang Junhao left midway, unaware that Patrice had summoned another dragon, but Joanna, who had been hiding nearby, knew. After seeing Tennyson hiding at the bottom of the lake, the woman deduced that the two dragons were planning to ambush Zhang Junhao. Like Zhang Shengan, Joanna has also observed the fighting style and personality of the two dragons over the past few months. The undead dragon is cowardly, it runs away whenever it sees that it can't win, showing no dignity whatsoever as a strong person. Therefore, Joanna made a judgment in a very short time. Zhang Junhao definitely couldn't win against two opponents at once, and given his personality, he would definitely run away. She arrived at the lakeside as Zhang Junhao dived to the bottom, knowing that this was the opportunity she had been waiting for. When the dragon soul blade pierced Zhang Junhao's head, she judged that the dagger would need some time to fully take effect. So when the dragon claw came down, she risked her life to drive the dagger completely into the dragon's body. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo casually healed Joanna's injuries and then sent her the dragon soul dagger. Aside from its sharpness, this dagger is primarily used to deal with the undead. It's not really a divine weapon, so let's just consider it a reward for her. This is interesting. They're still alive. Chen Luo sent Joanna back to the Chris Empire and was considering when to meet the woman in reality when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, because he discovered that Zhang Junhao was still alive. Chen Luo laughed and looked toward a dilapidated treehouse dozens of kilometers away from the Molan wetland. An elven undead let out an angry roar, its voice shrill and filled with grief and indignation. This place used to be an elf village. During this period, Zhang Junhao would run away whenever he couldn't win a fight. Instead of logging off, he would find an opportunity to turn all the elves in the village into undead. Just in case, Zhang Junhao specially separated a wisp of soul fire onto an undead elf. When he realized he was about to be killed by Joanna's dragon soul blade, Zhang Junhao, though reluctant to leave his dragon body, decisively chose to transfer his consciousness back into the body of this elven undead. He's lived quite a long life. Chen Luo smiled. He sensed the soul fire of the elven undead and estimated it to be around the 5th rank. However, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so to be on the safe side, Zhang Junhao separated 3 5th-tier soul flames. For a 7th-tier dragon, splitting off 3 5th-tier soul flames is merely a trivial matter. 3 5th-tier undead are nothing, but this guy has become an undead, making him increasingly difficult to kill. Since Chen Luo had already made a move once, and Zhang Junhao had survived by his own ability, he had no intention of making a second move. As before, Chen Luo kept a sliver of thought about Zhang Junhao before returning to the real world. Just as Zhang Shengan rushed into Zhang Junhao's villa, he saw Zhang Junhao return to the elven undead. Seeing this, he knew perfectly well that Zhang Junhao, that idiot, had been killed. Zhang Junhao angrily removed the equipment, trembling with rage. Just as he was about to smash something to vent his anger, he noticed that Zhang Shengan was also there. What happened? Zhang Shengan understood that cursing Zhang Junhao at this moment was pointless. Since he was still alive, there was still a chance. The most important thing now is to figure out the reasons so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Zhang Junhao took a deep breath. The video is recorded. Watch it yourself. Zhang Shengan walked to the computer, opened the recorded video, and watched it from beginning to end. The video is very short, only about 10 minutes long from beginning to end. After reading it, Zhang Shengan narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Could the dagger in this woman's hand be effective against your undead power? Zhang Junhao managed to suppress his anger, and nodded with a gloomy expression. It's not about targeting, but about restraint. Zhang Shengan's eyes flashed. Then it's clear. The game developers created this dagger to target your undead powers and sent this human woman to kill you. Zhang Junhao's eyes widened. Although he had already guessed it, hearing it from Zhang Shengan's mouth still made him feel a fire burning in his chest. It's no use getting angry now. The dragon's corpse should still be at the bottom of the lake. If you can go back in, you should still be able to control that dragon. Zhang Shengan showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she calmly began to analyze the situation. You make it sound so easy. There are 2 green dragons right there. How are we supposed to get in? Zhang Shengan gave Zhang Junhao a cold look and said, then you might as well just kill yourself. What's the point of trying to destroy the world? Bullshit. You might commit suicide, but I won't. Then come over here and listen to me. Zhang Shengan glanced at Zhang Junhao. It's not like there's absolutely no chance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junhao's anger subsided, and he immediately went over to listen to Zhang Shengan's analysis. At the same time, Chen Luo instilled all the assassin's legacy into Joanna's mind, and then left her the address of the teleportation point in New York, USA, regardless of where she was, only saying that she had to be there before dark the next day. Chen Luo sent the message directly through his mind. Joanna, having already received the assassin's legacy, had no doubts and immediately logged off to book a flight to New York. After informing Joanna, Chen Luo immediately searched his mind for cultivation techniques on Earth. After searching for a while, Chen Luo found that he only had 3 cultivation techniques from Earth in his memory. One of them was the one for Han Fei. He roughly went through the other 2 in his mind and judged that they should be more advanced introductory cultivation techniques than the one for Han Fei. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. This kind of technique was only for beginners. To become an extraordinary being like those in the Western fantasy world, he would need a more advanced technique. Chen Luo began searching his memories. If his future self could obtain cultivation techniques from ancient ruins, then perhaps there were even more techniques inside, but the relevant memories were simply not yet unlocked. Kunlun ruins, ha! Chen Luo quickly found the site where his future self had obtained these techniques. Kunlun Mountain holds a prominent position as the ancestor of all mountains in the cultural history of China. The ancients called Kunlun Mountain the ancestor of the dragon veins and the first sacred mountain of China. Chen Luo wouldn't be surprised at all if he obtained the cultivation technique there. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Kunlun Mountain when I have some free time, and set up a teleportation point while I'm at it. I still need to deal with Joanna's matter tomorrow, so it's obviously too late to go now. After pondering for a while, Chen Luo decided to help Joanna guide her chi into her body first. Time flew by and the next day arrived. Chen Luo was searching for information about Kunlun Mountain on his computer. He had only heard of it before and had never been there. In 10 minutes, he determined the approximate location of the ruins in the Kunlun Mountains. However, this general area is still very large, and it will definitely take him a lot of time to search by himself. Chen Luo thought about it and decided that he still needed Song Zhenxian's help. His time was precious and could not be wasted on searching for something meaningless. Chen Luo picked up the phone, preparing to call Song Zhenxian. He suddenly got up with a strange expression, walked into the living room, and opened the bedroom door. Tang Shishi looked at Chen Luo with a surprised expression and asked in a low voice, "Brother, are you going out?" Seeing Tang Shishi's cautious demeanor and the way she kept glancing back in their direction, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. He imitated her and whispered, "Yeah, why did you come over again?" Tang Shishi hurriedly entered the room and then slammed the door shut behind her. "Mom isn't home, so I'm coming to play with my brother." Tang Shishi still spoke softly and timidly, as if afraid of being overheard. Chen Luo also lowered his voice and asked, "Is there no one home at your house?" "Aunt Zhang fell asleep, so I pretended to take a nap and sneaked out." Tang Shishi had a smug expression on her face. Chen Luo immediately extended his mental energy over and indeed found a person in the opposite room breathing evenly, as if asleep. Without a doubt, this person is Aunt Zhang, whom Tang Shishi mentioned. She is probably the nanny that Zhang Yuxuan hired to take care of Tang Shishi. If I speak in my own home, Aunt Zhang shouldn't be able to hear me, right? Chen Luo suppressed a laugh and asked in a low voice. Tang Shishi nodded repeatedly. Yes, she's asleep, she definitely can't hear me. Then why are you speaking so softly? Tang Shishi was stunned for a moment. Right, Aunt Zhang can't hear me, so why should I talk like this? I always speak this softly. Tang Shishi, of course, would not admit that she hadn't thought of it, and she shouted loudly and confidently. Chen Luo looked enlightened and nodded seriously. I see. So, when you come to play with me, aren't you afraid your mother will beat you again? Shh, brother, this is our secret. You mustn't tell mom. Tang Shishi was startled and hurriedly said to Chen Luo. Okay, that's our secret. Chen Luo smiled and squatted down. Shishi, why do you like to play with me? Tang Shishi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said very seriously, because my brother smells like my father. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Tang Ning died 2 years ago, when Tang Shishi was only 4 years old, a time when she longed for her father's love the most. So even when Zhang Yuxuan told Tang Shishi that Tang Ning was no longer alive, she refused to believe it. It's good that you have a mother who loves you. Chen Luo muttered to himself, then suddenly smiled and asked, is there anything you'd like to eat today? Chen Luo didn't really know how to play with children. After thinking it over, he realized that the only way was to give them food, and Tang Shishi happened to be a foodie, so he could take the opportunity to see what was going on with her intuition. Tang Shishi's eyes lit up immediately. Brother, can I eat whatever I want? Chen Luo nodded. Of course. I want to eat watermelon. Tang Shishi looked excited, completely forgetting about being beaten up yesterday after drinking soup at Chen Luo's house. Chen Luo was taken aback. It was already December in Zhongcheng, the dead of winter. Eating watermelon in the middle of winter. However, since Chen Luo had agreed, he wouldn't go back on his word. Okay, you go watch the cartoon first. After sending Tang Shishi to watch TV, Chen Luo returned to his room, locked the door, and then quickly disappeared, appearing in a prefecture-level city in Hainan province. In December, this is the only place in the whole country where watermelons are produced. Chen Luo found a supermarket, bought a watermelon, and was about to leave. He thought for a moment, then bought all sorts of snacks inside, and returned to his room carrying bags of them. When Tang Shishi saw Chen Luo come out of the room carrying a watermelon, she immediately jumped off the sofa and rushed towards him, exclaiming, wow, there really is a watermelon. Seeing that she was so excited she was about to jump up, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. He immediately went to the kitchen, cut the watermelon in half, took out a spoon and stuck it in the watermelon, and then handed it to Tang Shishi. Thank you, brother. Tang Shishi eagerly took the watermelon and ran towards the sofa. Half a watermelon was still a bit heavy for Tang Shishi, she couldn't quite lift it. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled, then immediately walked over and sat down next to her. Brother, can you hold me? After Tang Shishi placed the watermelon on the sofa, she realized she couldn't see the Bunny Bears cartoon in front of her. With a quick thought, she struggled to lift the watermelon and hand it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled, but did not refuse. He reached out and took the watermelon, holding it for Tang Shishi. At this moment, Tang Shishi climbed onto the sofa and then sat directly in Chen Luo's lap. She took a spoon, scooped out a spoonful of watermelon, and fed it to herself with great pleasure. Tang Shishi rested her head against his chest, then stared intently at the television. Chen Luo was a little speechless. He hadn't been this close to anyone in a long time, and even though the person in his arms was a child, it still made him feel a bit awkward. However, when Chen Luo saw Tang Shishi intently eating melon seeds and watching TV, he suddenly laughed and quickly relaxed. Brother, do you like Big Bear or Little Bear? Tang Shishi was very loyal. After taking a couple of bites, she scooped up a spoonful of watermelon and fed it to Chen Luo. I don't like any of them. Chen Luo smiled, not minding Tang Shishi's drool, and ate the spoonful of watermelon. Why? Tang Shishi looked surprised. Because they're just as dumb as you. No, Shishi is very smart. What is 5 plus 2? How should I know? You can't even do this, no. You're the stupid one. You're the stupid one. You're the stupid one. Tang Shishi was indeed very clever. She seemed to know what Chen Luo was going to say, so she immediately shouted 3 times in a row, trying to overwhelm Chen Luo with her aura and prove that she was a smart child. While bantering with Tang Shishi, Chen Luo reached out and placed his hand on her back, probing her with his spiritual power and divine energy to observe her physical condition. This little guy seems to be born with the ability to draw spiritual energy into his body. Chen Luo was astonished. Even Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei needed his guidance to draw spiritual energy into their bodies, but this little girl, Tang Shishi, didn't need any guidance at all. Chen Luo tried to guide the flow of spiritual energy into Tang Shishi's body according to a cultivation method from Earth. In just a short while, Chen Luo felt spiritual energy enter her body, and at an extremely fast speed, even faster than the speed at which Shang Wengsuan absorbed spiritual energy that day. Interesting. This must be the kind of cultivation genius I remember from my future self. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this little guy had such keen intuition, it turned out he had such innate talent. Brother, your hands are so hot. Chen Luo snapped out of his daze and quickly withdrew his hand. He had forgotten that he had been channeling divine power into his body. Although it was meant to be exploratory, Tang Shishi was still young and couldn't take it for long. If this little guy starts cultivating now, he'll probably have at least a second-tier strength by the time he grows up. Chen Luo mentally estimated that although Earth's spiritual energy was depleted, Tang Shishi was still exceptionally talented. When she turns 18, she may actually become a second-tier superhuman. Chen Luo thought of Zhang Yuxuan and her mother's plight. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. He smiled and said, "Shishi, shall we play a game?" Tang Shishi, however, had no interest whatsoever, as her attention was entirely focused on the watermelon in front of her. "Oh, let me finish eating the watermelon before I play with my brother." Chen Luo glanced at the impatient Tang Shishi, both amused and exasperated, but didn't urge her, he simply waited for her to finish the watermelon. And so, Chen Luo watched Tang Shishi finish the watermelon, then saw her hollow out the whole watermelon and even direct him to pour out all the water. Just as Chen Luo was feeling a bit confused, he saw Tang Shishi put the hollowed out watermelon on her head. "Brother, do I look like a People's Liberation Army uncle?" Tang Shishi struck a majestic pose and asked expectantly. Chen Luo glanced at Tang Shishi with a half-smile. "You don't look like a People's Liberation Army uncle, you look like a stupid child." You are. Tang Shishi immediately became unhappy, pouting and looking very angry. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head, then suddenly asked with some curiosity, "Shishi, why do you want to be a People's Liberation Army uncle? If bad people bully my mother, and I become a People's Liberation Army soldier, they won't dare to bully her anymore." Tang Shishi said angrily, hands on her hips. Chen Luo paused for a moment, looking at Tang Shishi's angry yet serious expression, and felt a pang of sympathy for the little one. Tang Shishi had clearly seen someone bullying Zhang Yuxuan when she was at the Tang family home, or even in Zhongcheng, and she had kept it in mind. "How about your brother teaches you how to protect mom?" Chen Luo asked with a light laugh. "Really?" Tang Shishi's eyes lit up, her face beaming with surprise. "If you learn from your brother, then if any bad people bully mom again, you can bully them back." Chen Luo nodded seriously. Brother, please teach me." Tang Shishi believed Chen Luo's words without a doubt and couldn't wait to shout it out. Chen Luo smiled as he removed the watermelon rind from Tang Shishi's head, then took out a dry towel and dried her head little by little before saying with a smile, "When your brother puts his hand on your head, you will feel heat, and it will feel like something like worms crawling inside your stomach. You have to bear it, understand?" Tang Shishi seemed to understand, but she nodded solemnly, "Yes, I understand." Chen Luo placed his hand on Tang Shishi's head and began to guide her in cultivation according to the technique called Qi Refining Manual. With Chen Luo's guidance, spiritual energy began to slowly flow into Tang Shishi's head. Tang Shishi's body trembled slightly, and a look of pain appeared on her small face, but she remained remarkably strong and did not make a sound. Chen Luo knew this was the first time guiding cultivation, and when the spiritual energy circulated in Tang Shishi's body, her meridians were too fragile and could not withstand it. "Shishi, just hang in there a little longer." When Chen Luo saw Tang Shishi's stubborn little face, he sighed inwardly and immediately focused on guiding the cultivation technique. After the Qi refining technique had been circulated for one cycle, the painful expression on Tang Shishi's face finally eased. Chen Luo dared not continue to push the technique, as Tang Shishi was still too young and had already reached her physical limit. "That's fine for today. From now on, come to my brother's place once a day." Looking at Tang Shishi, who was covered in sweat, Chen Luo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and encourage her. "Shishi, you're such a strong girl." Tang Shishi wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Chen Luo expectantly. "Brother, if I get bitten by an insect every day, can I protect mom?" Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy clearly thought that when he was practicing his technique, it was insects biting him. Even though she felt pain, she was willing to endure it in order to protect Zhang Yuxuan. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Of course." Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your mother is going home. Go back quickly." Tang Shishi's little face was full of surprise. "Brother, how did you know? I have eyes that can see 1,000 miles and ears that can hear the wind." "Wow, really? Can you teach me?" Tang Shishi had no doubts whatsoever. Instead, she asked excitedly. "Okay, let's talk about it when you can endure being bitten by bugs for many, many days." "How many days is many, many days?" "Let's make it 5 plus 5. Tang Shishi looked completely bewildered, then said defiantly, "I'll go back and ask my mom what 5 plus 5 equals." Go. Chen Luo patted her head and said with a smile, "Remember, you can't tell your mother about being bitten by bugs." Yes, yes, this is a secret between my brother and me. Chen Luo escorted Tang Shishi to the door, watched her tiptoe to enter the password for her front door, carefully opened the door and went inside, and then closed the door behind her. Chen Luo returned to his room and checked the time. It was approximately 6 p.m. in the United States. After thinking for a moment, he immediately changed his appearance to resemble the one he had used to slay the abyss monster in the island nation before disappearing from the spot. Chen Luo set up a teleportation point at the top of a skyscraper in New York. When he appeared there, a blonde woman wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses looked in his direction. Joanna took off her sunglasses and looked at Chen Luo in surprise. Her eyes widened. You're that person from the island nation? Chen Luo did not answer Joanna, but merely glanced at her indifferently. This woman's true appearance was far more beautiful than in the Western fantasy world, except for a long, faint scar on her forehead, which added a touch of menace to her. After reading it, Chen Luo reached out and grabbed at Joanna in the air. Joanna then floated up uncontrollably and flew towards Chen Luo. Joanna was a little flustered at first, but she quickly calmed down, and her eyes revealed excitement instead. After pulling her clothes, Chen Luo asked her in English with amusement, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Joanna smiled and said, "You have no reason to kill me. If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have asked me." "That's interesting." Chen Luo smiled and placed his hand on Joanna's head. "I don't have much time. Close your eyes and focus your mental energy on my hands." Without saying a word, Joanna closed her eyes without hesitation and began to feel the energy flow in Chen Luo's palm. Joanna believed Chen Luo so readily not only because he appeared out of nowhere, but also because his current appearance was clearly that of the person who killed the abyss monster that day. Aside from the Second Life game company and the mysterious and powerful Hunyuan behind it, Joanna couldn't think of anyone else on Earth who could possess extraordinary powers in reality. As soon as Joanna closed her eyes, she felt a surge of energy enter her body from the top of her head. This power was so immense that it reminded her of the fighting spirit in Western fantasy worlds. What surprised her even more was that this power seemed to be even stronger than battle chi. It was a power that made her feel her soul tremble. A moment later, her body trembled, and she felt a second stream of cool air enter her body from the top of her head, beginning to circulate along certain fixed pathways in her body. At this moment, Chen Luo withdrew his hand. "Did you remember the route we just took?" Joanna opened her eyes with a look of surprise, and nodded quickly. "I remember it, very clearly. Your talent is average, but if you continue to cultivate using this method, you will eventually gain extraordinary power in reality." Joanna's eyes lit up with joy, and she immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the power your organization has bestowed upon us. This is a gift recognized by Hunyuan, and every official member will receive it. If you wish to express your gratitude, simply complete the tasks assigned by Hunyuan." After expressing her gratitude, Joanna took a deep breath and asked, "So, I'd like to ask, what obligations do I have to fulfill, and what rights do I get after becoming a full member?" Chen Luo glanced at Joanna. This woman was quite clever. She brought up obligations first, then rights, clearly trying to win his favor. "Your duty is to carry out the tasks issued by Hunyuan, while your rights are the extraordinary powers that Hunyuan bestows upon you, such as those just given to you. What if we can't complete the mission?" Joanna asked tentatively. Chen Luo smiled and said, "You can give it a try." Chen Luo didn't mention the consequences, but instead glanced at Joanna indifferently and continued, "From now on, all missions will be issued directly within the consciousness of Second Life. During this time, you should cultivate quietly." Chen Luo lost interest in continuing his idle chatter with Joanna, and his figure vanished, returning to his room. Joanna's aptitude is average, so we can only let her cultivate slowly and wait until her strength improves before she can play a role. Chen Luo actually wanted to create first or even second-tier superhumans all at once, but the conditions did not allow it. First, there are no advanced cultivation techniques. Second, the Earth's spiritual energy is depleted, so the innate conditions are not good. Ordinary people are of little use to Chen Luo, so these people can only be used as a hidden pawn, to be cultivated slowly. Chen Luo returned to his room, circled the location of the ancient ruins in Kunlun Ruins, sent it to Song Zhengxian, and then made a phone call. "Did you receive the map I just sent you?" Song Zhengxian immediately replied respectfully, "Received, Mr. Yang. Is this picture of the Kunlun Mountains?" Whether it's a phone call or a text message from Chen Luo, Song Zhengxian will receive it immediately because only Chen Luo knows that number, and his email is monitored 24/7. As long as Chen Luo sends an email, Song Zhengxian will receive a notification within 10 seconds. When Chen Luo dialed the number, Song Zhengxian had already opened the map, which had the name Kunlun Mountain marked on it, and he recognized it at a glance. "There is an ancient ruin within the area I marked in red. Send someone to search for it and let me know when you find it." Upon hearing this, Song Zhengxian was shocked. He never expected to hear such an answer from Chen Luo. If Chen Luo had mentioned historical sites, Song Zhengxian wouldn't have been so surprised, since there are countless historical sites in China. However, the ancient period refers to the era before the Xia dynasty. Because there were no direct written records at that time, the events and missions that occurred there are generally impossible to verify directly, and they are often tinged with mythology. Therefore, the ancient period is also known as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period or the mythological era. Chen Luo said there were ancient ruins there. Although Song Zhengxian found it somewhat unbelievable, he did not doubt it. During this period, through his interactions with Chen Luo, Song Zhengxian gained a general understanding of his personality. He never spoke nonsense or did anything meaningless. Since Chen Luo said there are ancient ruins here, then there probably are. Mr. Yang, may I ask what place that is? After his initial shock, Song Zhengxian couldn't help but ask the question. Ancient ruins naturally contain treasures. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Song Zhengxian was taken aback. Although he had guessed that there must be something good inside the ruins, otherwise Chen Luo would not have sent people to search for it, he did not expect Chen Luo to tell him directly that there was treasure inside. He wasn't afraid that they would find the ruins and excavate them first? If you find it, you can go dig around and see if you can get in. Chen Luo seemed to have guessed what Song Zhengxian was thinking, and said with a smile, remember to let me know when you can't get in. Upon hearing this, Song Zhengxian gave an awkward smile. Mr. Yang, you are too kind. If I find it, I will definitely inform you immediately. I just wanted to ask if Mr. Yang could let us go in and explore with you as well. Song Zhengxian wasn't stupid. He quickly realized that Chen Luo had so readily revealed the location of the ancient ruins and generously allowed them to explore it first, so the place couldn't possibly be simple. Chen Luo must have known that the place was extremely dangerous, and that they couldn't possibly explore the ruins with their abilities, which is why he said that. Of course, everything inside is yours. Chen Luo understood perfectly what Song Zhengxian was thinking. He smiled and didn't care. We'll talk about it when you find it. Okay. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he hung up the phone and casually adjusted the time flow ratio of the Western fantasy world back to 1 year to 1 day in reality. Time is running out, so he must accelerate the development of the Western fantasy world and bring out more 5th tier and Holy Realm beings so that he can break through to the 3rd tier as soon as possible. The time to flow ratio cannot be too large, otherwise it will be too late to deal with the problem when it is discovered. It's too slow and pointless. A daily flow rate compared to a year's is just right. Speaking of development, Chen Luo suddenly thought of the goblins. Alchemy has been developing for more than 20 years now, and it's time to see how they've developed. Chen Luo returned to the Western fantasy world and set his sights on the goblin territory. After the demonized army was completely wiped out, Wang Zhan led the goblins into a new era through alchemy. When the war ended, all races were busy cleaning up the catastrophic consequences caused by the demonized army, but the goblins of the Baya Mountains led by King Zhan were completely unharmed. The trolls who had enslaved them returned to the Baya Mountains at this time, but they were met with a devastating blow as soon as they returned. The goblins planted alchemical explosives along their inevitable return route. This troll clan never expected there would be a trap on their way home. Nearly a third of them were instantly killed or injured in the explosion. Before they could figure out what was going on, the artillery array composed of alchemical cannons began to fire in unison. Under the terrifying power of the alchemical cannon, the trolls had no ability to resist, and even the newly born troll magicians in their tribe could only be reduced to ashes under the cannon fire. After several volleys of fire, less than 1/10 of the troll clan remained. At this moment, a large number of goblins wielding alchemical muskets rushed out and began to besiege the remaining trolls. The musket modified by alchemy is different from the musket that Wang Zhan just created. Not only is the bullet loading speed faster, but it can also absorb some elemental power, just like the alchemical cannon, which multiplies the power of the bullets. The goblins wielding firearms faced a group of trolls still armed with melee weapons and gripped by utter panic, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The goblins had been enslaved for hundreds of years, suffering oppression and bullying from the trolls. They had endless work and exploitation every day, and there was no treatment for illness or injury. They could only wait to die. Every day, a large number of goblin slaves died miserably, and none of them were buried. This created an irreconcilable feud between goblins and trolls. Now that they had the ability to fight the trolls, they naturally showed no mercy. The troll tribe in the Baya Mountains was wiped out by the goblins in less than half a day, and even the children were not spared. The destruction of the Baya troll clan immediately shocked the surrounding troll forces, and even the goblins who were still enslaved received this astonishing news. However, most of them dared not believe it, firstly because none of the Baya trolls survived, making it impossible to verify the news. Secondly, the trolls simply did not believe that a cowardly race like goblins would dare to rebel against them, let alone wipe out a troll force that was far stronger than themselves. The trolls all believed that the Baya troll clan had been wiped out by the demonized army, and that Wang Zhan and his group of goblins were deliberately impersonating them in an attempt to rebel. Regardless of what the trolls thought, the Baya mine and the goblins there were a huge fortune. Several medium-sized troll clans from the vicinity quickly marched towards the Baya mine, wanting to seize it for themselves and continue to enslave these audacious goblins. Wang Zhan had anticipated this situation. Just like last time, he took advantage of the trolls' underestimation of him and set up traps on the road in advance. At the same time, he also forged more alchemical cannons and laid an ambush well in advance. Upon their arrival, these troll clans met the same fate as the Baya troll clan, with their main forces annihilated by the alchemical cannons. However, this time Wang Zhan deliberately left many survivors, allowing the trolls to escape back and spread the news, while sending goblin armies to liberate the goblins in these troll clan territories. This news caused a sensation throughout the entire continent of Irwin. Not only were the trolls and goblins shocked, but even the elves found the news unbelievable, or rather, they simply refused to believe it. There were 4 troll clans that went to take over the Baya mine, each with an army of no less than 30,000. Given the vast difference in strength between trolls and goblins, an ordinary troll could easily handle 5 goblins, especially since trolls now possess the extraordinary power of troll magicians. But the result was that 120,000 trolls were wiped out by less than 10,000 goblins. Whether they want to believe it or not, the fact remains that hundreds of thousands of trolls were wiped out. Even without superhuman strength, a goblin wielding an alchemical musket possesses the power to threaten superhumans, and can even reverse its huge disadvantage in size, allowing it to take on several trolls by itself. The power of alchemy was witnessed by all the intelligent races on the continent of Alvin at this time. As Wang Zhan liberated the goblins from these 4 troll territories, the goblin population in the Baya Mountains once swelled to over 1 million. As the number of goblins grew, Wang Zhan declared the establishment of the Kingdom of Baya, becoming its first king. He appointed ministers, formed an army, and began to promote and teach alchemy among the goblins. The goblins, who had been enslaved for many years, saw hope for a rise to power. They were more excited than if they had been injected with chicken blood, and the entire Kingdom of Baya was united and entered a period of rapid development. At this time, both the trolls and the elves were preoccupied with the disaster caused by the demonized army and had neither the will nor the ability to launch a new war. Having witnessed the power of the alchemical cannon, they were unwilling to provoke the goblins of the Baya kingdom and could only watch them develop step by step. In just 1 year, the Kingdom of Baya expanded from a single mine to an area equivalent to 3 human provinces. More and more goblins, upon learning of the establishment of a goblin kingdom, began to rebel against the trolls' enslavement or secretly organized escapes to the Kingdom of Baya. Wang Zhan secretly sent people to provide these goblins with weapons and resources to support their resistance and escape. At the same time, Wang Zhan also dispatched a large army under the pretext of liberating the goblins to continuously annihilate the surrounding troll clans and to receive the goblins who came to surrender. In the following years, the troll clans were engulfed in turmoil, with uprisings and fleeing goblins everywhere. By the 5th year, the goblins of the Baya kingdom had increased more than 100-fold, reaching over 100 million, and their territory had expanded to the eastern coast of the Alvin continent. Although the territory has expanded and the number of people has increased so many times, seemingly enhancing their strength, there are still many hidden problems. While most of these extra people were rescued from the troll territories that had been destroyed, a significant portion of them were refugees who had escaped from the various troll clans. This raises a serious problem: many goblins are spies. It may seem unbelievable, but it's true that goblins acted as troll spies to steal alchemy. The goblins have been enslaved for centuries, and not everyone can be awakened like the goblins of the Kingdom of Baya. Some goblins have been enslaved for generations and have long since developed a servile mentality, never questioning their own identity. For these goblins, the trolls are their masters, and the goblins of the Kingdom of Baya are all traitors. By the time Wang Zhan realized it, it was too late. Some goblins had already escaped back to the trolls' territory with alchemy. Fortunately, the newly arrived goblins only learned the basics, and unlike the goblins, the trolls were not born for alchemy. Even if they acquired it, learning it would be very difficult for them. In the short term, it was unable to pose a threat to the goblins. However, Wang Zhan learned his lesson and no longer opened alchemy to all the goblins who came to join him. Instead, he required them to make continuous contributions to the Kingdom of Baya for at least 5 years before they would have the opportunity to learn it. Although the conditions set by Wang Zhan were very harsh, for the foreign goblins, who were already in a position of perpetual enslavement, the opportunity to change their fate in just 5 years was something no goblin would refuse. With the population explosion in the Kingdom of Baya, an even more serious problem has emerged: the resource problem. Aside from alchemy, Wang Zhan starts with only 1 mine, and everything else needs to be built from scratch. Over 5 years, they obtained a large amount of resources from the trolls they had destroyed. However, the existing resources are simply not enough to support 100 million goblins. Seeing that a large number of goblins were going hungry, Wang Zhan racked his brains and couldn't sleep every night because of his worries. Finally, Wang Zhan thought of a profound saying from reality: science and technology are the primary productive forces. In the world of Western fantasy, alchemy is science and technology. Wang Zhan had a flash of inspiration and combined existing achievements in reality with alchemy to create many novel gadgets that did not exist in the Western fantasy world. For example, there are glass lamps that can be used for nighttime lighting, beautiful stained glass handicrafts, telescopes, exquisite compasses, and pocket watches that can tell time anytime, anywhere, and the variety is also increasing. Wang Zhan didn't make these for the goblins, he had his sights set on the elves. In fact, since the emergence of supernatural powers, elves have occupied an absolute dominant position on the continent of Alvin. It wouldn't be wrong to call it the continent of elves, as they occupy most of the resource-rich areas on the continent. If it weren't for the elves' low reproductive rate, they would probably have already occupied the entire continent of Alvin, instead of having less than 1/7 of its area as it does now. Wang Zhan first gave these fresh items to the royal families of the 4 elven kingdoms for free, while also expressing his willingness to form an alliance to jointly fight against the trolls. The people of the 4 elven kingdoms have always looked down on goblins, considering them crude, filthy, ugly, and uncivilized. In short, they regarded them almost as a type of magical beast. When the elves saw the alchemical items brought by the goblins, they couldn't believe that the goblins had made them, and even suspected that the goblin messenger was deceiving them. But soon they discovered the magic and allure of alchemical artifacts. Putting everything else aside, the colorful glassware alone captivated the elves. These glass artifacts are beautiful and exquisite, attracting elves who have an unparalleled passion for beautiful things, not to mention the glass lamps that provide light at night. The elves used to use plant oil for lighting at night, but this was unsafe, as it produced a smell when burned, and it was also unsafe because most of the elves' houses were made of wood. But these glass lamps are different. I don't know what kind of wicks they are made of, but the light they emit is pure and safe, and they do not produce flames. Moreover, the outside is made of glass, and some are carved with landscapes, figures, flowers, bamboo and birds, which looks very magical at night. Some are made entirely of white, jade-like glass, dazzling and radiant, like a clear ice pot, refreshing to the eye and the soul. The elves loved these things. Their only regret was that the goblins' carving skills were far inferior to those of the elves, so in the elves' eyes, it was simply a waste of resources. When the royal families of the 4 great elven kingdoms learned of the trade request made by the king and his desire to form an alliance, the kingdoms reacted differently. After all, for elves, goblins were mortal enemies 1,000 years ago. Although goblins have become slaves of trolls and are no longer a threat over the years, the elves' long lifespans have not made them forget their former enemies. But soon, Ilia, the queen of the moon elves, was the first to make a decision. They can trade with the kingdom of Baya or form alliances, but the goblins must teach the elves alchemy. Ilia's decision was unacceptable not only to the goblins but also to the elves. To the elves, goblins are inferior beings, on par with magical beasts. Now, Her Majesty the Queen is actually asking them to learn alchemy from goblins. How can the proud elves accept this so easily? As for the goblins, they've finally seized the opportunity to rise to power. If they were to hand over their alchemy now, and the elves learned it, would they still need to trade with the goblins? Ilia made this condition because she recognized the value of alchemy. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Zhan agreed. Wang Zhan had no choice at this point. Although the goblins occupied a large area, the land was barren and not suitable for agricultural production. With many goblins going hungry, Wang Zhan had no choice but to trade with the elves for resources to help them temporarily overcome the food crisis. However, Wang Zhan did not hand over the most core alchemy techniques, such as alchemical cannons. He only handed over the basic alchemy techniques and explained them to Ilia very frankly. Ilia appreciated the Goblin King's honesty and didn't propose any other conditions. Instead, she agreed to form an alliance with the goblins and establish trade relations. Therefore, Ilia invited the king to the moon capital to personally forge the alliance. The invitation was just something Ilia casually told the messenger. She thought the king would most likely refuse, but to her surprise, the Goblin King actually dared to come to the moon capital. Ilia was surprised, but she finally understood why Wang Zhan, who was only at the 3rd tier, was able to lead the goblins to fight their way through the trolls' territory and establish their own kingdom. After the moon elves and goblins formed an alliance, Wang Zhan, as promised, arranged for goblin alchemists to teach the elf kingdom's mages alchemy. At the same time, trade with the moon elf kingdom was opened, which greatly alleviated the goblins' food and resource crisis. Seeing that the moon elves had learned alchemy and were able to create those novel gadgets, the other 3 elven kingdoms couldn't sit still any longer. This time, they didn't hold back and took the initiative to contact Wang Zhan, expressing their willingness to conduct trade, with the same conditions as the Moon Elf Kingdom. Wang Zhan naturally wouldn't refuse. In any case, he had already taught the basic alchemy to the Moon Elves, and with the spies stealing them, these basic techniques would eventually spread. Keeping them to himself was pointless, it was better to exchange them for conditions more favorable to the goblins. After forming an alliance with the 4 great elven kingdoms, the kingdom of Baya entered a phase of rapid development. However, as time went by, Wang Zhan discovered a new problem: the elf population was too small. while the goblins were too numerous and reproduced faster than them. No matter how many resources the elves possess, they will prioritize supplying their own people before considering trading with goblins. This situation isn't a problem now, but as time goes on, the goblin population will increase, and since they have no land to cultivate, they will eventually face a shortage of resources. Once the time comes, the only option will be to wage war to seize the territory of the trolls and elves, which is not what Wang Zhan wants to see. So he began to worry about the future of the goblins again. Before long, Wang Zhan came up with a solution. Since there are too few elves, let's go to other continents. Isn't there also the continent of dwarves, and the continent of Ani where humans and orcs live? Their population base is huge, and if maritime trade between continents can be opened, the goblins will surely gain a lot of wealth. However, the distance between Alvin and the other two continents is extremely far. With the current navigation technology in the Western fantasy world, even without a large number of magical beasts in the sea, it would be impossible to sail that far. But now that there is alchemy, things are different. Wang Zhan thought of modern ocean liners. With alchemy and the goblin race's natural talent, creating one in a Western fantasy world wouldn't be too difficult. The first step in building ocean-going giants was naturally the steam engine. With the development of the internet today, finding the design blueprints for a steam engine is not too difficult. After Wang Zhan brought in the steam engine blueprints, he began continuous experimentation. Although it was successfully manufactured by copying the design, the steam engine differed greatly from the one in reality due to the different rules of the two worlds, resulting in very poor practicality. Wang Zhan did not lose heart and continued to work with the alchemists to improve and manufacture it, making it work in the Western fantasy world. This continued for another 3 years until Wang Zhan finally manufactured the first steam engine that could be put into use. However, the early steam engines used by goblins were all used in industrial production, such as mining and textiles. This led to the rapid emergence of various workshops using steam engines within the kingdom of Baya, further boosting the goblins' productivity. Wang Zhan was not satisfied, because he knew that if he did not develop ships capable of long-distance ocean voyages, he would fall into a predicament as the goblin population continued to grow. At that time, even if Wang Zhan was unwilling, it would still trigger a new round of continental war. This might be a good thing for some ambitious people, but Wang Zhan is not that kind of person. He only wanted the goblins to develop peacefully and securely, possessing the strength to protect themselves, but he would never initiate a war. And that's exactly what Wang Zhan has been doing all these years. Having acquired enough territory for the goblin race to develop, Wang Zhan did not think about eliminating the trolls or unifying the continent of Alvin. Instead, he focused on the future of the goblins. Wang Zhan had a very clear self-awareness: goblins could not rule over elves and trolls. Goblins are inherently inferior to the other two intelligent races, and even with alchemy, they are not necessarily able to defeat them. Therefore, Wang Zhan personally led all the high-level alchemists of the Baya kingdom to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the research and development of steamships. It took nearly 4 more years for the goblin race to finally build the first steamship in the Western fantasy world. However, due to the enormous size of the steam engine, which alone occupied nearly a third of the ship's space, coupled with the fact that the ship was made of wood, the actual number of people and goods that the ship could carry was very limited. Although the steam engine they created did not meet expectations, it gave Wang Zhan and other goblin alchemists hope, showing that ships for ocean voyages could be built. Wang Zhan continued his efforts, gradually reducing the size of the steam engine and increasing the size of the ships, eventually replacing the wooden hulls with metals such as iron. 3 years later, the goblins finally built their first metal steamship. Overjoyed, Wang Zhan immediately ordered the construction of a shipyard in Luofi, a city on the eastern coast of the goblins. The name Luofi City is, of course, taken from Chen Luo's imposter identity. Now, he is revered as a god by the goblins and called the Great Sage. The alchemists of the goblin race are also classified according to their strength in the Western fantasy world, but their highest honorary title is Sage. Currently, there are only 13 Sage titles among the goblins, all of whom were granted the art of alchemy by Chen Luo. Above the sages is the Great Sage, but so far only Chen Luo has held that title. Even Wang Zhan, as the king, has not bestowed upon himself the title of Great Sage to show respect for Chen Luo. Since Wang Zhan and the other 12 goblins with the title of Sage had been researching steam engines in Luofi City for many years, they simply opened the Alchemy Academy there as well. With the king here, this place naturally became the political center. As time went by, more and more goblins gathered here, and it gradually became a cultural and economic center. When Wang Zhan opened the shipyard, he simply made Luofi City the capital of the kingdom of Baya. What Chen Luo saw at this moment was Luofi City, a city that was very different from the royal cities of other races. First of all, there is no royal palace here. The most prominent building in the city is actually a nearly 100-meter tall statue of the great sage Luofi. Secondly, the Alchemy Academy has the largest area and the most magnificent scale. This is where Wang Zhan and the other alchemists usually conduct research and handle government affairs. It has actually become a royal palace, but it has more of an academy function. Even when Wang Zhan isn't busy, he still works as a mentor at the academy, teaching students. The fundamental reason for this is that Wang Zhan does not need a harem. As a normal human being, even though he created the goblins, even though he is a goblin now, even though he is surrounded by goblins every day, he still can't bring himself to make a move on a female goblin. At first, the goblins thought their great king had no intention of marrying for the sake of the kingdom of Baya, and they were all moved to tears, deeply touched by the king's dedication to the war. During that time, the goblins chanted the slogan, "Learn from the great king and fight for the rise of our race." Some even followed Wang Zhan's example, remaining unmarried for life until they achieved a certain accomplishment. This left Wang Zhan completely bewildered, yet he had no way to explain. When the kingdom of Baya grew stronger, King Zhan still hadn't married a queen, which made everyone in the kingdom of Baya feel something was wrong, because he was already over 40 years old. Excluding the factor of superhumans, this is already considered a middle-aged goblin among ordinary goblins. The goblins began to urge King Zhan to marry so that the kingdom of Baya could have a successor. Wang Zhan initially refused firmly, until various rumors began to circulate among the goblins. To appease the uneasy goblins, he was forced to marry a random female goblin. However, on their wedding night, Wang Zhan still couldn't bring himself to do it and eventually slipped away under the pretext of research. To avoid such a situation, he later moved into the Luofi Alchemy Academy. The tallest structure in the Alchemy Academy is a massive alchemical clock, which rattles and whirs, and the time here can be seen from afar. Chen Luo's gaze quickly swept across the entire city, noticing that its style was distinctly different from that of other intelligent races. It has a more modern feel. The goblins here are no longer dressed in rags and filth. Each of them was neat and tidy, dressed appropriately, and most noticeably, their spirit and energy had undergone a qualitative change, a world apart from their state when they were slaves. The houses in Luofi were tall and orderly, and the streets were bustling with people, making it a lively and vibrant place. Shops and exquisite goods were everywhere, and there were even advertising slogans hanging at the entrances of the shops, with goblins shouting loudly at the door to attract customers. After surveying the city, Chen Luo turned his attention back to the Luofi Alchemy Academy. Here you can see a large number of goblins running hurriedly with their short legs, each carrying a large stack of books, rushing into various classrooms. Quick, quick, today is His Majesty's turn to teach. Oh dear, hurry up and grab a seat, or you'll have to listen to the lecture outside. Oh no, I have an exam today, I can't go. The goblins were making a racket, but their pace quickened, clearly racing against time. Everything here moves at a fast pace, everyone, from teachers to students, is busy and eager. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Just as he had expected, alchemy had changed the fate of the goblin race in just 20 years. Amidst this urgency and haste, he saw the vigor and forward momentum emanating from the goblins, a great era of rapid development and dramatic change for them. At this very moment, inside the Alchemy Academy, goblins dressed in alchemy robes were running, hurrying to their classrooms, either to attend classes, conduct experiments, or take important exams. Hurry up! Time is money! We must work hard to change the fate of the goblins. Alchemy! Alchemy! Mechanics are truth, knowledge is everything. An Alchemy Academy goblin instructor stood in the corridor, holding a megaphone, raising one fist high, and shouting slogans with great passion. All the goblin alchemy apprentices who passed by immediately echoed excitedly, making the scene look a bit like a large-scale pyramid scheme, but strangely harmonious on these small, big-headed green goblins. Wang Zhan was teaching hundreds of goblins in a large classroom. Not only was the classroom packed with people, but the corridor outside was also overflowing with people. Strangely, despite the crowded conditions, not a single person made a sound. The scene was eerily quiet. All the goblins stretched out their pointed ears, afraid of missing anything Wang Zhan was saying. The core concept of alchemy is to understand the properties of matter, and then use those properties to create the alchemical artifacts one desires. And the most crucial factor in creation is, just as Wang Zhan was speaking, a goblin came running at full speed, shouting as he ran, "Make way! Make way! Urgent military report!" The goblin's voice instantly drowned out Wang Zhan's, causing all the goblin apprentices to angrily look out of the classroom at the culprit who had interrupted their lesson. However, when they heard him shouting an urgent military report, the angry expressions on all the goblins' faces disappeared. Even as the goblins trampled each other in the corridor, they quickly created a passage for the messenger goblin to run through. "Your Majesty! Good news!" The goblin rushed up to Wang Zhan, his face beaming with joy, and said, "Your Majesty, the fleet that went to explore the new continent has returned. They have just entered the port." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in an uproar, boiling over like a pot boiling over. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan was overjoyed. He forgot about class and ran outside, shouting, "Quick, to the port!" As soon as Wang Zhan rushed out, his goblin guards and the alchemy apprentices in the classroom all followed suit. Soon, the ministers of the kingdom of Baya and the common people in the city flocked to the dock upon receiving the news. Since the invention of the steamship, Wang Zhan mobilized the entire nation to build 30 metal steamships and recruited crew members from across the country. Because ocean voyages are too risky, such as encountering sea storms or monster attacks, and are full of uncertainties, Wang Zhan did not issue a mandatory order, but rather allowed people to sign up voluntarily. However, in less than a day, before the order was even issued, the number of people who had registered in Luofi City had exceeded 100,000. Wang Zhan hadn't expected the goblins to be so enthusiastic. Even after he explained the dangers they might encounter at sea, people kept signing up. This was actually due to Wang Zhan's excellent propaganda and brainwashing work. When deciding on the future development direction of the goblins, he didn't just think about it alone. Instead, just like in the Baya mine, he first started to unify their thinking. Our journey is to the stars and the sea, the world is the future of goblins, the world is so big, let's go see it. These slogans not only excited the goblins, but also made them realize where their future lay. This is also the origin of the slogans shouted by the goblin instructors at the Alchemy Academy, because Wang Zhan had unknowingly made this place a goblin tradition. Wang Zhan ordered his men to screen crew members while he downloaded a tutorial on the common language of mainland China from the forum. He learned it first and then personally taught the crew members. Nowadays, there's a lot of interesting knowledge about Western fantasy worlds on the forums, such as maps of Western fantasy worlds, languages and customs of Western fantasy worlds, character guides of Western fantasy worlds. Wang Zhan then considered that if he found the continents of Yani and dwarfs, he would not be able to trade with them if they did not speak the same language. After a rigorous selection process, Wang Zhan chose 5,000 people from nearly 500,000 goblin applicants to form an ocean-going fleet, and then began a training program that lasted for several years. Besides learning the language, we also had to eat and live on the ship, so we were able to adapt to life on the ship for a long time. At the same time, Wang Zhan also equipped each ship with the most powerful weapon the goblins currently possessed, the alchemical cannon, and each crew member was equipped with an alchemical musket and an alchemical grenade. Wang Zhan almost single-handedly supported this ocean-going fleet. When they set sail, the entire city of Luofi was deserted as people lined the port to see them off. At this moment, the ocean-going fleet carrying the hopes of the goblins finally returned after nearly 3 years, naturally touching the hearts of the entire kingdom of Baya. Chen Luo found it interesting and turned his gaze to the port of Luofi City. The port was now packed with people, with goblins completely blocking it. Without exception, all of them wore expressions of excitement and anticipation as they looked out at the sea. 8 steamships appeared there, each with a huge smokestack belching thick smoke, and continuously rotating paddle wheels propelling the massive vessels forward. Above the fleet were flags that symbolized the kingdom of Baya. Seemingly noticing the bustling scene at the port, the 8 steamships sped up and headed towards this location. Although Wang Zhan was also looking forward to it, there was still a hint of gloom in his eyes. 30 ships went out, but only 8 returned. This speaks volumes. At this moment, amidst the joyful atmosphere, Wang Zhan did not reveal much. He could only silently pray that the returning fleet would find the continent of Yani or the continent of the dwarves. Actually, it's not that no one noticed this, but in this situation, no goblin would be foolish enough to bring it up and spoil the mood. When the fleet docked, the harbor erupted in cheers and applause, as if welcoming triumphant heroes. Count Flor, the fleet's commander-in-chief, was the first to disembark from the ship. He saw Wang Zhan and everyone waiting for him at the port, and tears of emotion streamed down his face. He immediately led all his crew members to kneel down before Wang Zhan. "Your Majesty, we're back." "Good, it's good to be back. Tell me quickly, have you found the human continent yet?" "Found it." When Flor's firm and powerful answer was heard, the harbor erupted in thunderous cheers once again. All the goblins present shouted and yelled excitedly, as if nothing else could vent their emotions. Over the next few days, the entire city of Luofi was plunged into a frenzy of celebration, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire kingdom of Baya. We set off north along the coastline, and halfway there, as His Majesty instructed, we split into 2 groups. One group, led by Hearst, went north to search for the dwarf continent, while we continued east to search for the Ani continent. In the large square outside the Alchemy Academy, nearly 10,000 faculty and students listened to Flor recount his experiences over the past few years. The Academy Square was quiet, not a single goblin made a sound. They stared wide-eyed at Flor on the platform, listening with rapt attention. Of the 30 ships, only 8 returned. Not all of them had encountered accidents, 10 of them went to the dwarf continent and have not yet returned. Flor's 20 ships encountered a terrifying storm on the endless sea, as well as various powerful magical beasts. Before even reaching the continent of Yani, they lost half of their ships, but they still did not give up their search for the continent. If they had been searching aimlessly, the goblin fleet probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer, but Wang Zhan gave them a detailed map of the Western fantasy world. Flor and the others didn't even ask Wang Zhan where the map came from, and they didn't have a single doubt, because steam engines, glassware, firearms, and so on were all made by Wang Zhan, and they naturally assumed that the great king was omniscient. Knowing the exact location of the continent of Yani, and with a nautical compass as their guide, the goblins only needed to head east. Supported by their unwavering belief, they finally managed to land in the Mao Kingdom in the western part of the Yani continent after overcoming numerous hardships. At the starting point, they were laden with all sorts of alchemical items, as well as various elven artworks, and exotic elven potions and herbal remedies. Even the goblin steamships amazed humans, as it was the first time they had ever seen such vessels that relied on sophisticated machinery rather than human power. That amazing machine not only saves a lot of manpower, but also travels at a speed several times faster than a human-sized boat. Moreover, these steamships had metal hulls, making them far more robust than the wooden cargo ships that are currently the mainstream in the world. The appearance of these things in the kingdom of Mao drove the people there crazy. For the first time, the people of the continent of Yani learned that there was another continent in the world, where there was a completely different kind of human being. Although the goblins in front of us were not very good looking, everything they brought was of the highest quality. Any item could be turned into a work of art that humans would covet. When they learned that the goblin race possessed a large quantity of such items and was willing to establish a long-term and stable trade relationship with the Mao Kingdom, Floor and the other goblins immediately became honored guests of the royal family. However, the Mao royal family's main objective was to acquire the goblins' alchemical cannons and muskets. As the goblins amassed great wealth here, it naturally attracted the secret covetousness of many mercenaries, bandits, and even nobles. The strongest goblin was only Floor, a second-tier alchemist. To them, it was like a child showing off his wealth in a bandit's den with a bag of gold coins. Moreover, the goblins are creatures from another continent, so killing them and plundering their possessions will have no consequences. So, just after the goblins had acquired a large amount of gold coins, food seeds, and other resources, a large, organized group attacked the fleet that very night. Then, to everyone's surprise, these goblins were all very weak, some even weaker than ordinary humans. But when they came together with those magical alchemical firearms, their fighting power was in no way inferior to that of superhumans. These alchemical muskets are incredibly powerful and imbued with elemental energy. A single volley would be devastating, let alone ordinary people. Even superhumans below the third rank would be caught off guard and meet their demise on the spot. Only fourth-tier warriors can withstand these alchemical bullets with their physical bodies and battle aura, but they can only withstand them for a while, not the bullets that come down like a torrential rain. The alchemical muskets fired with extremely short intervals and were very powerful. After withstanding several volleys of fire, they were forced to seek cover. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. Those who went to rob the place gained nothing. Instead, they fled in disarray, leaving behind dozens of mangled corpses. After this battle, humanity finally realized that these ugly goblins were not pushovers. After the incident, Floor even offered to help eliminate the monsters that were harassing the port of the Mao Kingdom. The next day, under the watchful eyes of many people in the port, dozens of alchemical cannons on the steamship opened fire, annihilating a group of fourth-tier magical beasts that had been hiding near the port and occasionally attacking merchant ships. Everyone understood that Floor was demonstrating the power of the goblins. But they never expected that the goblins' weapon would possess such terrifying power, annihilating a group of fourth-tier magical beasts without even blowing them away. This was something that humans on the continent had never dared to imagine before. Moreover, the goblins are not very strong, and some are not even superhumans. This further deterred many people who harbored ill intentions. They also witnessed a completely new power and learned that this power originated from alchemists. In just a few days, the goblin creatures and their magical alchemists spread rapidly throughout the entire continent of Ani via the merchant ships of the Mao Kingdom. At the same time, news that alchemists could create weapons that would grant ordinary people the power to resist superhumans spread rapidly. While many people might find this exaggerated, the Mao family witnessed it firsthand and naturally didn't think it was exaggerated at all. So they immediately invited Floor to the kingdom, wanting to buy the goblin steamships, alchemical cannons, and muskets. The kingdom of Mao is showing great eagerness, even wanting to buy the goblins' weapons and ships right now, and offering incredibly high prices. Although Floor didn't know why the Mao royal family was in such a hurry, he knew that the alchemical cannon was the goblins' core technology, their livelihood, and it absolutely could not be sold to outsiders. But Floor didn't say that, because if he refused outright, the goblins would have no chance of returning to the kingdom of Baya alive. Goblins are actually a very intelligent race. Their years of enslavement have made them extremely cunning. Floor said the deal was possible, but they would have to wait until the transaction was completed before bringing more ships and weapons next time. If these ships are sold now, they will not be able to return safely to their home countries, nor will they be able to conduct any subsequent transactions. Although the Mao royal family was somewhat disappointed, they did not have any doubts. Instead, they agreed to sign a contract with the goblins and were willing to pay a deposit upfront, waiting for the goblins to deliver the goods next time. Floor readily agreed. On a completely unfamiliar continent, if he didn't agree, the other party might really resort to desperate measures, forcibly seize the item, and then torture him to extract information about alchemy. When the Mao royal family saw that Floor had agreed, they immediately treated the goblins as honored guests and held a grand state banquet to entertain them. The Mao royal family was so anxious because they were really forced into a corner. After the battle for the divine blood ended, Dui Prol, the king of the Holy Sword Kingdom who obtained the divine blood, began a new round of expansion. The Holy Sword Kingdom has now expanded northward to border the Church of Light and eastward to border the Chris Empire. These are two countries that Shang Wengsuan can no longer afford to offend. To the west lies the Endless Sea, and the only place the Holy Sword Kingdom can expand is to the south. With the southern countries being destroyed one by one, everyone now knows that Shang Wengsuan's goal is to unify the western part of the continent. Now, every country in the west is trembling under the might of the powerful Holy Sword Kingdom. The territories of the Mao Kingdom and the Holy Sword Kingdom are now separated by only one country. Once they are destroyed, it will naturally be the Mao Kingdom's turn. Amidst the adoration and cheers of nearly 10,000 goblins at the Alchemy Academy, Floor recounted his adventures over the past few years, inspiring countless goblins to yearn for his path. Not long after he stepped down, Wang Zhan sent someone to summon him. Floor, how many steamships did you promise the Mao royal family? Floor was taken aback. He had only agreed to the Mao royal family's request and signed the contract in a casual manner to protect himself, and he had never intended to fulfill it. Your Majesty, we only agreed to their request under duress. The steamship and alchemical cannon are our core secrets, we cannot sell them. Wang Zhan glanced at him indifferently. You can lose your integrity, but a country cannot. You represent the contract signed between our Baya kingdom and the Mao royal family. If we cannot fulfill the contract, how can we establish our credibility with the continent of Yani in the future? Who will be willing to trade with goblins? When Wang Zhan said this, not only was Floor stunned, but the other ministers and guards who heard it were also shocked and speechless. For goblins, who used to live in dire straits, being able to eat their fill and not be overworked to death was a luxury. So they all became extremely cunning, and many goblins actually became sycophants, extremely good at pleasing their masters, which made their reputations extremely bad. Honesty and integrity are simply a pipe dream to them. They never even considered keeping such an agreement. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Your Majesty, I object. Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot sell steamships and alchemical cannons. When the shocked goblin ministers finally came to their senses, they all knelt on the ground and shouted for help to stop them. Floor immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness, his face full of pleading. Your Majesty, it was I who signed the trade contract without authorization. I am willing to atone with my death, but we must not honor the terms of the contract. Wang Zhan said coldly, I've said it before, your vision shouldn't be limited to the Alvan continent. What we want to build is a global trading empire. And the most important prerequisite for everything, besides being able to provide them with scarce goods, is integrity. Now that you've signed the contract, even if it's our core technology, it must be strictly adhered to. His Majesty. The goblins present were all high-ranking members of the Kingdom of Baya, and they still couldn't understand it, while simultaneously trying to offer further advice. Enough! No one is allowed to mention this again. Order the shipyard and the alchemy plant to begin production according to the quantities stipulated in the contract. Wang Zhan ignored them completely, gave the order, and left, leaving the goblins completely bewildered. Wang Zhan was well aware of the goblin race's character. Even though the goblin nation had been established for 20 years, the racial character formed over hundreds of years could not be changed overnight. Therefore, Wang Zhan must cultivate a new racial character in the goblins in a way that can touch them, and integrity is the most important first step. As for the alchemical cannons and steamships, strictly speaking, they weren't the goblins' most core secrets, they were merely products of intermediate alchemy. The core of goblins is alchemy, and the ultimate secret of alchemy is not alchemical cannons, but alchemical life. However, reaching that realm is extremely difficult, because it already belongs to the realm of gods. The goblins have only learned a smattering of alchemy so far. They have spent 20 years and still haven't fully mastered intermediate alchemy. Moreover, even if the steamships and alchemical cannons were handed over to the humans, they would not be able to mass produce them because they lacked alchemy skills, and would ultimately have to purchase them from the goblins. That's why Wang Zhan decided without hesitation to fulfill the contract signed between the two countries. While Floor was recounting his seafaring adventures at the Alchemy Academy, Chen Luo appeared in the backyard of a small clock shop in Lofi City. After observing the entire city of Lofi, he discovered something interesting. In the backyard of the watch shop, a goblin in his teens was squatting in a hanging basket big enough to fit a person, excitedly installing an ignition device. Chen Luo found it interesting because the goblin was building a hot air balloon. Craig Duncan was so focused on installing the equipment inside the basket that he didn't even notice that there was someone else behind him. The wait is fine. Full fuel. This time we'll definitely succeed. Craigie excitedly leaned over the edge of the basket, untied the ropes below, and then activated the ignition device. Sizzle. When the main burner is ignited, the flames shoot upwards nearly 2 meters high, accompanied by a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the air heated by the high temperature rushed into the balloon, generating buoyancy that slowly lifted the hot air balloon up, and then it began to rise. Just as Craigie was overjoyed, thinking he was about to take off, a hole suddenly appeared in the top of the hot air balloon, and a torrent of air rushed out. The hot air balloon swayed rapidly in the yard before crashing violently into the wall. Ah! Craigie let out a scream as the canvas of the woven sphere above him fell down toward the ignition device. Craigie was horrified. If the canvas fell and caught fire, not only would he be burned to death, but his house would be burned down. Just when he thought he was about to be in big trouble, the flame on the ignition device mysteriously went out, and at the same time the canvas fell down, burying him inside the basket. Craigie was filled with astonishment. He rolled and struggled inside the basket for a long time before finally managing to lift the canvas over his head and climb out. At this moment, Craigie noticed an unfamiliar creature in front of him. It looked and had a similar build to an elf, but it didn't have pointed ears. Craigie was taken aback. He had never seen a human before, but the person in front of him looked strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. "Who are you? How did you get into my house?" Craigie stared at Chen Luo in surprise, feeling no fear or apprehension towards this mysterious figure, but rather a great deal of curiosity. "Do you know why balloons pop?" Chen Luo didn't answer, but instead asked a question in return. Without a second thought, Craigie said, "The materials used to make the balloons are too poor, they can't withstand high temperatures." Chen Luo smiled and said, "Then why not use a more durable material?" "I have no gold coins," Craigie answered readily, without the slightest embarrassment. Chen Luo chuckled, not expecting this reason. He smiled and asked, "How did you come up with this idea?" "Flying has been my dream since I was a child." Chen Luo glanced at Craigie but didn't ask him why he didn't become a superhuman. Because Craigie did not awaken his spiritual power, he could not become an alchemist, and naturally had no hope of flying on his own. Why a balloon? The more Craigie looked at Chen Luo, the more familiar he seemed, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, he did not sense any threat from Chen Luo. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's very simple, because of those advertising balloons on the street." Chen Luo quickly remembered that many shops in the city used balloons to hang their advertising slogans. The fact that the goblins could create balloons was, of course, Wang Zhan's doing. He created the balloons to hang up brainwashing propaganda so the goblins could see them every day. Later, shrewd goblin merchants learned this trick and used balloons to hang advertising slogans to attract customers. This goblin must have seen that those balloons could fly, so he thought of making the balloons bigger so that they could carry him flying. This isn't really a wild idea, many people could have thought of it. However, using a hot air balloon is something that most people wouldn't think of. In the Western fantasy world, there is no systematic knowledge of physics, and Craig must have figured out the principle of thermal expansion and contraction little by little on his own. That's interesting. Chen Luo laughed and said to Craigie, "If the materials used to make the balloon are fine, how confident are you in getting this balloon to fly?" 100%. Craigie spoke without hesitation, almost without thinking. "Alright, since you're so confident, let's make a bet." Chen Luo laughed and continued, "If you can make the balloon fly in one go, you can make a request to me." Craigie gave him a strange look. "I don't even know you. What conditions can I ask of you?" Chen Luo didn't say anything more. Instead, he reached out and beckoned, and the hot air balloon that had been smashed to pieces flew to his front. Craigie's expression froze instantly. The hot air balloon, including the ignition device, weighed at least 100 pounds. How strong must one's mental strength be to be able to move the hot air balloon over with a wave of the hand? Is this mysterious person a mage? Just as Craigie was thinking this, he saw Chen Luo wave his hand again, and the tattered canvas instantly transformed into another material. Craig recognized it at a glance. It was reinforced tinder cloth sold in the fabric store. He recognized it because he had coveted it for a long time and wanted to buy it to make a balloon bladder. However, this thing is made of alchemy and is extremely expensive, even the size of a goblin's palm requires a gold coin. Its high price is certainly justified. Not only is tinder flame retardant, but it is also very thin and light, yet has excellent tensile strength and is airtight, making it an excellent material for balloons. But how did the ball, which was clearly made of canvas just now, turn into tinder in the blink of an eye? Alchemy? Craigie had a sudden realization. He thought of the only possibility. Only alchemists can alter the properties of matter in an instant and recombine it into new elements. But Craigie had never heard of anyone who could perform alchemy with a wave of their hand. Even His Majesty the King needs an alchemical array to accomplish this. Craigie's eyes widened suddenly as he stared intently at Chen Luo. He finally remembered where he had seen this person before. He struggled to lift his head and looked up at the sky in disbelief. In the central square of Lofi City stands a statue of a great sage, over 100 meters tall, visible from anywhere in the city. You are the great sage Lofi's. Craigie was trembling all over, his eyes almost bulging out. Chen Luo smiled, but did not answer Craigie. Instead, he pointed to the modified hot air balloon and said, "Go and prove what you said." Craigie stood frozen in place, still unable to believe that the person in front of him was the legendary Great Sage. That was the entity that granted power to the goblin race and changed their destiny. Impossible, impossible, I must be dreaming. Craig muttered to himself and suddenly pinched himself hard. Ah! Craigie, in pain, realized that Chen Luo was still in front of him, looking at him with a half-smile. He finally realized that he was not dreaming. Ah! My God, is it really you, Great Sage? Craigie felt like he was about to faint. He excitedly walked up to Chen Luo, looking completely at a loss. "I'm still waiting for you to prove yourself." "Ha! Oh!" Craigie was taken aback at first, then realized what Chen Luo meant. In his excitement, he even forgot where he was. "I'm going right away. I'm going right away." Craigie snapped out of his daze and excitedly jumped into the basket. Except for the material of the balloon's bladder, everything inside the hot air balloon has been restored to its original state. Craigie's hands trembled as he turned on the ignition. Just like before, the air heated by the high temperature rushed into the balloon, slowly pulling the hot air balloon up and making it fly into the sky. Unlike other balloons, this one flew higher and higher into the sky without any mishaps, quickly reaching heights of tens to nearly 100 meters. Craigie became even more excited as he watched everything on the ground gradually shrink while the hot air balloon remained perfectly stable without any mishaps. "Ah! I'm flying! I finally did it!" Craigie was moved to tears, even more so than when he met the Great Sage Lafai's. As Craigie took flight, many people in Lofi City looked up and noticed something suddenly appearing in the sky. It was an enormous balloon with a basket hanging below it, and inside, you could vaguely see a goblin shouting excitedly, "Look at the sky, what are those things over there? Flying, flying, it's flying! A balloon that can carry people? My God, is that our new alchemy tool?" The goblins of Lofi stared at the sky in disbelief. Some stared at the sky with their mouths agape, some trembled slightly, and some ran after the hot air balloon. The entire city of Lofi was in an uproar once again. Everyone came out into the streets, leaned out of the windows, and climbed onto the rooftops to watch the hot air balloons take off into the sky. Meanwhile, inside the Alchemy Academy, Wang Zhan and the others also received the news and immediately went outside to look up at the sky. When Wang Zhan saw the hot air balloons disappearing into the distance, he was also filled with surprise. As a modern person, he naturally recognized what it was at a glance. He had originally planned to research flying alchemical tools in the next phase, but unexpectedly, a goblin had created one first. "Go and find out who put that hot air balloon up there, and bring him to me." Hot air balloon. Many goblins didn't know what a hot air balloon was, but when they saw the direction Wang Zhan pointed, they immediately understood what he meant. Your Majesty, the gas generator is flying further and further away. It looks like it's flown out to sea." Wang Zhan looked strange, with a wry smile on his face. "Send a steamship to pick him up. He shouldn't be able to fly very far. Don't let him fall into the sea and drown." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, after Craigie's excitement in the hot air balloon subsided, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, because he only thought about taking off, but forgot that he also needed to control the direction of the hot air balloon's flight. Now the hot air balloon is drifting automatically towards the endless sea. Once the fuel runs out, it will be left to its own devices to die in the ocean. What to do? Craigie was so anxious she was about to cry. The only power source for a hot air balloon is the wind, and the direction of travel is determined by the wind direction. Therefore, it is necessary to choose an airflow with suitable speed and direction in order to complete the flight efficiently. Just as Craig was jumping up and down in frustration, he discovered that the Great Sage Lafai's had also appeared in the basket. Ah! When Craig saw Chen Luo, he was initially pleasantly surprised. But when he heard what Chen Luo said, he was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then he realized, the wind was blowing out to sea just now, so that's why I flew here. So how are you going to fly back? Craigie fell into thought upon hearing this. Wind speed and direction differ at high and low altitudes. Near the sea, the wind direction changes due to the terrain and the seawater, and the wind speed decreases significantly. Upon realizing this, Craigie's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned down the flame of the ignition device. Once the balloon ran out of heat, it began to slowly descend. When the hot air balloon was still more than 10 meters above the sea, a sea breeze blew by, and the balloon's flight direction suddenly changed, heading towards the coastline. "Wow! It really works!" Craigie shouted excitedly. Chen Luo smiled slightly. This goblin had created a hot air balloon simply by observing the balloon without any prompting. This talent was considered genius level among goblins. "So, what do you want?" Craigie was stunned again upon hearing this. He remembered what Chen Luo had said earlier. He could make a request to him. "Should we make demands of the Great Sage Lafai's?" Craigie shuddered, not from excitement, but from disbelief. But after a moment, Craigie asked in a trembling voice, "Really, anything is possible?" "Certainly. I want to become an alchemist." Craigie said somewhat hesitantly, because he also felt that this was impossible. Alchemists could change the properties of matter, but they couldn't give spiritual power to someone who had no spiritual power. This was beyond the scope of alchemy. As you wish. Chen Luo laughed. He could naturally see the goblin's thirst for alchemy. However, an ordinary goblin without awakened spiritual power has no hope of becoming an alchemist for life. Chen Luo immediately reached out and waved his hand at Craigie, which changed his physique and awakened his mental power. Now that you possess spiritual power, make good use of your talent, and you will become an outstanding alchemist in the future. Craigie was stunned. In the instant Chen Luo waved his hand, he clearly felt that he was different from usual, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. When Craigie heard Chen Luo say that he had awakened his spiritual power, he could hardly believe his ears, but the great sage obviously had no reason to lie to an ordinary goblin. Craigie was trembling all over. He had known about alchemists since he was a child, and he also knew very well what kind of beings they were from his father's words. From a young age, he displayed exceptional talent in craftsmanship and the design of various machines. The clockmaker's father lacked the talent to become an alchemist, so he placed all his hopes on his son Craigie, who also dreamed of becoming a great alchemist. However, when he was 10 years old and took the entrance exam for the Lofi Alchemy Academy, Craig still remembers the words spoken by the cold and emotionless goblin in charge of the test. Unfortunately, you do not have the talent to become an alchemist. Although that goblin said the same words, equally coldly, to all the goblins without talent. But Cress still felt as if she had been struck by lightning, as if she had instantly fallen from heaven to hell. He lingered outside the Alchemy Academy for nearly a month, appearing every morning and not leaving until late at night. Craigie was filled with envy as he watched the alchemy apprentices coming and going outside the Alchemy Academy, but he could only stare in vain. It took Craigie a full year to accept the shattering of his dream. I have mental power now. Craigie was moved to tears and was about to thank Chen Luo when he realized that Chen Luo was no longer by his side. Great sage. Craigie wiped away her tears and stared wide-eyed, trying to find Chen Luo, only to find an empty sea all around her, with not a soul in sight. At that moment, Craigie spotted a fast-moving steamship on the sea, heading towards his location. The port was bustling with people, much like the grand scene a few days ago when the ocean-going fleet returned. Craigie paused, a sudden, unbelievable thought popping into his head. Are they welcoming me? Chen Luo had already returned to his room. The potential of alchemy had been revealed, and it wouldn't be long before it affected the entire Western fantasy world. With the advent of steamships, the distances between all continents will be shortened, and the civilizations of various races will clash. Hot air balloons will also be a significant change, and it is conceivable that in the near future, they will become a new mode of transportation. As a modern person, Wang Zhan would inevitably bring in some things from reality, such as trains and airplanes. With the steam engine now in existence, the appearance of these things is not far off. However, alchemy is currently monopolized by goblins, which is not conducive to the overall development of the Western fantasy world. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo decided to leave behind the legacy of alchemy for other races as well. How do we do it? Chen Luo stroked his chin and pondered. He was too lazy to personally teach others now. Soon, Chen Luo laughed. Let's just consider it as making use of waste. With a thought, Chen Luo directly imprinted a portion of the alchemy inheritance into Lu Suifeng's mind. Start the Alchemist Heritage Quest, The Path of Alchemy. Mission difficulty, Epic. Mission details, establish your own alchemy academy and train at least 10 4th-tier alchemists. Quest reward, obtain all the alchemy inheritances. Task time, unlimited. This is a mandatory task and cannot be refused. This task is also a primordial chaos assessment. Failure will result in elimination, whether in reality or the Western fantasy world. Lu Suifeng was completely bewildered. He had finally completed the escort mission and escaped Miss Sophie's entanglement. Just as he was about to claim his mission reward, a system notification suddenly popped up. When Lu Suifeng finished reading the task description, he was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Suifeng had heard of the alchemist, but not from the Western fantasy world. He learned about him from a livestream that Wang Zhan had done before the forum. But what the hell is this mission? He's only a first-tier mage right now, and he wants me to train 10 4th-tier alchemists? What a joke! What left Lu Suifeng speechless was that this was a mandatory mission, and failure to complete it would result in his annihilation, whether in reality or in the Western fantasy world. Lu Suifeng dared not doubt this statement, because he was so shocked by the mere thought of revealing the existence of Hunyuan that he almost fainted from the electric shock. If a person of Hunyuan wanted to eliminate themselves in reality, it wouldn't be too difficult. Lu Suifeng was about to go crazy. Was this guy deliberately trying to kill him? Lu Suifeng was frustrated for a long time. Since the other party had already issued this task, he couldn't resist it even if he wanted to. He could only try to complete the task. He found a place to calm himself down and then thought about what to do next. The core of this mission is to establish an alchemy academy and train alchemists. So no matter how you look at it, only by improving your own strength can you have the resources to establish an academy and train students. Lu Suifeng thought of the alchemy in his mind. If goblins could establish a country with this, it wouldn't be difficult for him to make money and increase his strength with it, right? Upon realizing this, Lu Suifeng immediately exited the game and began searching for Wang Zhan's previous videos, as well as related alchemical items made by the goblins. After Chen Luo issued the task to Lu Suifeng, he didn't pay any more attention to it, because he still had to issue tasks to the orcs and dwarves to spread alchemy throughout the land. As for the Alvan continent, it already has goblins, so there's no need to go through with this. It just so happened that there were also 10 of the earliest Hunyuan members he had selected in the dwarf and orc territory. Just like Lu Suifeng, he gave them a task to do. The consequences of failing to complete this task will, of course, be the same as those for Lu Suifeng. Chen Luo glanced at the time. It had just gotten dark outside. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly frowned because he sensed someone opening the door opposite him, but the aura was not one he recognized. Chen Luo sensed that Zhang Yuxuan and Tang Shishi were not home in the house opposite. Thief? Chen Luo quickly dismissed the idea. This was an upscale residential area with surveillance cameras everywhere. No thief would be stupid enough to come here and steal. Chen Luo walked to the door and looked through the peephole. A man dressed in all black was seen using a combination lock to crack the lock on the opposite door. Not long after, a beep was heard. The man in black tiptoed open the door and quickly slipped inside. In the instant he turned around, Chen Luo saw that the man was wearing a black mask, which covered most of his face. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo immediately opened the door and walked towards the opposite door. Chen Luo didn't need a password, he simply extended his mental energy and opened the door from the inside. As the door opened silently, Chen Luo floated up from the spot, drifting inside like a ghost without making a sound. The man in black who went in earlier didn't turn on the lights. Instead, he was holding a flashlight and searching for something inside the room, completely unaware that there was another person in the room. Chen Luo didn't disturb the man, he wanted to see what this guy was up to. Soon, the man in black took out some electronic devices from his bag and quickly installed them in some hidden corners of the room, leaving no place untouched, including the bedroom, bathroom, and living room. Chen Luo knew there was no need to read any further, so he suddenly asked calmly, "Who sent you?" The man in black was startled. He turned around abruptly and shone his flashlight toward the source of the sound. But when they looked at it, they found there was nothing there. The man in black felt a chill run down his spine. He had clearly heard a sound just now, so how could there be no one there? "Who sent you?" The man in black was terrified. He turned around again, but there was still no one in sight. Who's speaking? He frantically shone his flashlight around, but still couldn't see the person who had spoken. Could it be a ghost? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a tightness around his neck, and his whole body was lifted off the ground and flew up. The man in black watched in horror as his body floated up, his neck feeling as if it were bound by iron clamps, making it difficult for him to breathe. What horrified him even more was that there was clearly nothing in front of him. "I'll ask one last time, who sent you?" The man in black was now certain that someone was indeed speaking. "Who is seventh young master?" The man in black's eyes widened instantly. When the voice asked the question, he instinctively thought of the person who sent him. But how did they know? A ghost. The man in black was so scared he wet himself. He opened his mouth to shout, but then he found that his mouth was blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. Tang Shea Wa, ha. After reading the name of the man in black, Chen Luo immediately snapped the man's neck with a thought. The black void fire ignited, instantly burning the corpse to ashes, leaving not a single hair behind. After disposing of the body and removing all the electronic devices that had been installed, Chen Luo left Tang Shishi's house. But just as Chen Luo put his hand on the doorknob, the sound of the elevator doors opening rang out. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. He could sense that Zhang Yuxuan and her daughter had returned. If he went out now, he would be caught red-handed. This is kind of awkward. Although Chen Luo didn't do anything and even helped out, would Zhang Yuxuan think that way? Chen Luo had a headache, so he quickly floated backward and retreated to the balcony. At that moment, the sound of entering a password could be heard from outside the door. Chen Luo opened the French windows and quickly flew into the sky. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Yuxuan pressed the switch, and the moment the room became brightly lit, she saw a foot fly up towards the balcony. Zhang Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, thinking she was seeing things. "Mom, I want to eat watermelon." Zhang Yuxuan was staring strangely at the balcony. Perhaps she was seeing things, but she clearly remembered that the French windows of the balcony were closed when she left. Zhang Yuxuan ignored Tang Shishi's unreasonable request, closed the door, and walked towards the balcony. The balcony was empty, there was nothing there. Zhang Yuxuan peeked out and looked up and down, but found nothing suspicious. Most people would have let it go, but Zhang Yuxuan had been plotted against before, so she was far more vigilant than the average person. She quickly went back inside and looked around. Soon, Zhang Yuxuan noticed something was wrong. Besides the French windows on the balcony, several other places inside the house had been disturbed. Zhang Yuxuan didn't make a sound, but immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Send someone over here, someone has broken into my house." Chen Luo had already flown back home, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Zhang Yuxuan making a phone call. This woman is truly meticulous. He didn't have time to close the French windows on the balcony, and the places where he installed the listening devices were very well concealed. A normal person would never have noticed that something had been done, but Zhang Yuxuan discovered it anyway, and her first reaction wasn't to call the police, but to get someone to come over. This shows that she had already anticipated who was coming and knew that calling the police would be of little use. Chen Luo shook his head, immediately sat down at the computer, and began searching for information about Tang Xiaohua. Now that we've already gotten involved, we should at least find out the whole story. Chen Luo wasn't after Zhang Yuxuan, but rather Tang Shishi, that adorable little girl. Chen Luo's fingers flew across the keyboard as he searched, not simply looking for information about Tang Xiaohua online. What you get in that way won't have anything of importance. Just like when he searched for information about Zhang Shengan, Chen Luo hacked into almost all the important data centers at home and abroad to search for information about Tang Xiaohua. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Luo learned Tang Xiaohua's identity and why he was doing these things. Zhang Yuxuan signed a prenuptial agreement before marrying Tang Ning, meaning she cannot inherit a single penny of Tang Ning's property. This was a preventative measure taken by the Tang family to guard against the Zhang family, fearing that if something happened to Tang Ning, the Tang family's assets would fall into the hands of the Zhang family. But no one expected that Tang Ning would really meet with misfortune, and Tang Shishi became the only legal heir. Before the little one came of age, Zhang Yuxuan could only act as the guardian to manage the child. If Tang Shishi were to meet with misfortune, her estate would be inherited by Tang Ning's other immediate family members. Tang Ning's parents and grandfather, Tang Tianwen, also passed away a long time ago, leaving only her grandmother still alive. Tang Ning's generation had a very strong preference for sons over daughters, and it could be said that they were stubborn and unyielding, so she didn't like Tang Shishi at all. Her favorite person was Tang Xiaohua, because Tang Xiaohua was also her grandson and Tang Ning's cousin. If Tang Shishi were to have an accident, Tang Ning's assets would go to the old lady's name, and eventually become Tang Xiaohua's. Tang Shishi has had more than one accident in the past 2 years. The first time, she was hospitalized due to food poisoning after eating food given to her by a stranger. If she hadn't been rescued in time, she would have died long ago. She was almost kidnapped the second time, and the third time was a car accident. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but admire the Tang family. Tang Xiaohua was a beast, but when Zhang Yuxuan and her widow repeatedly suffered misfortunes, not a single member of the Tang family cared for them. In the end, Zhang Yuxuan was forced to take Tang Shishi and hide in Zhangcheng. Chen Luo was puzzled as to why the Zhang family didn't care when the Tang family was sitting idly by. Chen Luo shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Now that he has decided to help Zhang Yuxuan and her daughter, it doesn't matter whether they intervene or not. At that moment, Chen Luo heard a commotion outside. He extended his mental energy and quickly discovered that 6 strong and burly men were standing at Zhang Yuxuan's door, with the leader pressing the doorbell. Not long after, Zhang Yuxuan opened the door. "President Zhang." The leader spoke with great respect. "Check if there are any listening devices in the house, and also take all the food and water in the house for testing." "Okay, Mr. Zhang. You two come with me." Zhang Yuxuan spoke in a cool tone, and led Tang Shishi to the elevator. "Mommy, where are we going?" "I'll buy you a watermelon." "Really?" Tang Shishi's tone was full of surprise. "It's fake." Zhang Yuxuan glanced at Tang Shishi with annoyance and poked her head with her finger. "Your stomach is already full, why are you still eating watermelon?" "Mom, I can still eat." Zhang Yuxuan was speechless. He ignored Tang Shishi and pulled her directly into the elevator. Chen Luo was surprised. Was Zhang Yuxuan being too cautious? Was she planning to stay away from here altogether? Not long after Zhang Yuxuan went downstairs, she heard a sharp police siren and then stopped downstairs. Chen Luo walked to the balcony in surprise and looked down. Why didn't Zhang Yuxuan call the police earlier? Why did she wait until now? Could it be that they found something in the house? Just as Chen Luo was wondering what was going on, his expression suddenly turned strange, because the group of police officers downstairs came up and rang his doorbell. Chen Luo frowned. The police didn't go to Zhang Yuxuan's house, but came directly to his house. Obviously, there was no problem with her house, but with him. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo shook his head and chuckled, because he had already figured out where the problem lay. Zhang Yuxuan didn't take Tang Shishi to stay somewhere else just now. They most likely went to the community's property management office to check the surveillance footage. There are security cameras in the hallway outside the door, so the footage of him and the man in black going in must have been captured. Chen Luo had overlooked this point, but it doesn't matter. Chen Luo quickly adjusted his appearance, reverting to his original form. He then quickly changed his clothes before calmly walking over and opening the door. Chen Luo didn't want to go with the police, and he was too lazy to call Song Zhengxian again over this trivial matter. When the door opened, the police officers outside were all stunned when they saw Chen Luo's appearance. Even Zhang Yuxuan, who was standing behind the police officer ready to identify the person, was stunned. She hadn't expected that there was another person living across the street, and that they were so beautiful. Chen Luo was already used to it. His true appearance was too devastating, and no matter where he was, any normal person would be unable to resist taking a second look. "What's up?" The people outside simultaneously realized what was happening. The lead policeman coughed and asked, "Here's the thing, there was a case of trespassing across the street. The surveillance footage shows that someone living here broke in. Do you live here alone?" "Yes." "Do you know this person?" The police showed Chen Luo a screenshot from a video. Chen Luo glanced at it and said indifferently, "I don't know him." The people outside were stunned. The surveillance footage clearly showed that the person who broke in had been living there for several days, yet Chen Luo claimed not to know him. "Is this your property?" Chen Luo remained calm. "A friend's." "You've been inside the house the whole time?" "No, I just got back." "That person might be a repeat offender. Just to be safe, would you mind if we went in and took a look?" Chen Luo nodded indifferently and let the police officers into the house. Soon, the police officers came out empty-handed. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you." After the policeman went outside, he shook his head slightly at Zhang Yuxuan and said, "Miss Zhang, there's no one inside." Zhang Yuxuan looked surprised. "You saw the surveillance footage just now. Those two people went into my house and haven't come out since. Did they fly away?" The policeman's expression was also strange. "This is indeed very strange. We've checked your house and the rooftop, but we didn't find any clues." "Nothing's missing from your house, is it?" Zhang Yuxuan shook her head. "No." "Then I suggest you don't stay here for the time being. Find somewhere else first, and we'll discuss it further once we've investigated." The police officer gave Zhang Yuxuan a word of advice, then added, "Let's go to the property management office and check the surveillance footage again, they might have left from somewhere else." After the police left, Zhang Yuxuan returned home and was about to take Tang Shishi to a nearby hotel. To Zhang Yuxuan's surprise, Tang Shishi refused to leave. When Zhang Yuxuan tried to take the little one away, Tang Shishi cried and screamed and refused to leave. This was the first time Zhang Yuxuan had ever seen Tang Shishi like this. She couldn't understand it and asked the little girl why, but she didn't say a word, only firmly stating that she wouldn't leave. Zhang Yuxuan had no choice. She had already searched every possible hiding place in the house, and with the bodyguards around, she didn't press Tang Shishi any further. Chen Luo knew why Tang Shishi didn't want to leave when she cried and begged him not to. He couldn't help but laugh. This little guy has probably remembered it. Tang Shishi must have remembered Chen Luo's method for protecting her mother. She wanted to stay here and learn it, but she knew that Zhang Yuxuan would definitely not agree if she told him, so she stayed by crying and making a fuss. The next day arrived quickly, and Tang Shishi tried to sneak out again during her afternoon nap. But Zhang Yuxuan was afraid of encountering what happened last night again, so in addition to the nanny, she also left 4 bodyguards at home today. Tang Shishi was pacing anxiously at home, trying to sneak out to find Chen Luo, but she was caught by the bodyguards every time. After sensing the situation, Chen Luo directly used his mental power to extend over and hypnotize the nanny and bodyguard, giving them the instruction that Tang Shishi should sleep in the room. When Tang Shishi was about to slip away for the 12th time, she found that she had slipped away easily and had not been discovered by anyone. "Brother, Mom had a lot of people watching me, but I still managed to sneak out." Tang Shishi thought she had acted cleverly and bravely, and entered Chen Luo's room with a smug expression on her face. Not bad, you're very capable." Chen Luo found it amusing and couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek. "Humph, of course." Tang Shishi became even more pleased with herself after receiving the praise. "Brother, let the bug bite me. Mom will be back soon." After showing off, Tang Shishi immediately looked anxious and said. Chen Luo didn't waste any time either. His hypnosis technique was only effective for a limited time and wasn't always working. When the bodyguards wake up and find that Tang Shishi is not there will probably be a lot of trouble. Chen Luo immediately had Tang Shishi sit down and then guided her through the cultivation technique to help her absorb spiritual energy. "There's nothing we can do about it. Tang Shishi is different from Shang Wengsuan and the others. They can practice on their own after memorizing the techniques. However, the little guy is too young and his mind is not mature enough. Without Chen Luo's protection, he is likely to run into problems in his cultivation." During the second time she guided the spiritual energy cultivation, Tang Shishi's meridians had adapted to the flow of spiritual energy and were no longer as painful as before. After completing one cycle, Chen Luo returned the little guy to its original location. At that moment, Chen Luo received a call from Song Zhengxian. Mr. Yang, our people have arrived at Kunlun Mountain and are searching according to the location you marked. We expect to complete the search within 10 days. 10 days? Chen Luo roughly estimated in his mind that this time was not too long. Although he had not been to those marked areas, he had seen the map and they were mostly deep in the mountains and forests, places rarely visited by people, and the area was very large. It would be impossible to explore the entire area in 10 days without tens of thousands of people. This shows that Song Zhengxian really put his heart into it and mobilized a lot of people, otherwise, he wouldn't have told me the exact time so precisely. Mr. Yang, the areas you marked are mostly without roads, and many locations are extremely dangerous. We can only explore them using drones and satellites, so it will take time. When Song Zhengxian heard Chen Luo feel that time was slow, he quickly explained. I see. Chen Luo interrupted Song Zhengxian and suddenly said, ruins are not ordinary things. They may not be visible to the naked eye or machines, but some unusual phenomena will occur in the places where they are located. Pay close attention to these places. What do you mean by something unusual? Song Zhengxian asked with a hint of doubt. Anything that defies common sense. Understood, we will keep that in mind. After reporting the search progress to Chen Luo, Song Zhengxian politely hung up the phone. Over the next few days, Chen Luo spent his time helping Tang Shishi guide her cultivation techniques, and the opening time for the Naruto world and the Marvel world also arrived. Nearly 10,000 people went in, but this time Chen Luo didn't give them as many choices as he did the first time. Chen Luo limited each person to only one ability, and set it to a hellish difficulty level, with the timeframe set during the era with the highest mortality rate. The Naruto universe is set at the 4th Shinobi World War, while the Marvel universe is set when Thanos is about to collect all 6 Infinity Stones. If Thanos snaps his fingers, at least half of the characters will die. These two secondary positions are not of much use to him, and Chen Luo is too lazy to pay attention to them. Even if they mess things up, he can revert to his previous state in no time. After letting these people in, Chen Luo only left a wisp of his mind to monitor them, and then stopped paying attention to them. The bright moonlight shines before my bed, I wonder if it is frost on the ground. Then what? The bright moonlight shines before my bed, I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I'll ask you the following question. The bright moonlight shines before my bed, I wonder if it is frost on the ground. Chen Luo. Chen Luo was speechless for a moment, but he knew perfectly well that Tang Shishi couldn't remember the rest of the story. Come on, repeat after me. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to see 2 pairs of shoes. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then look down to see 2 pairs of shoes. After Tang Shishi finished reading, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Brother, why do I remember the teacher didn't teach it this way? Chen Luo pointed to his feet and said seriously, when you look down, aren't these our 2 pairs of shoes? Tang Shishi looked down and said with a look of sudden realization, oh, I see. Tang Shishi recited it with Chen Luo several times, and the more she recited it, the smoother it became, until she actually memorized it all at once. Brother, why does the teacher make us memorize poems? Because your name is Tang Shishi, and if Tang Shishi doesn't know how to recite Tang poems, people will laugh at you. Tang Shishi looked bewildered, her eyes wide, seemingly never expecting that the reason for reciting the poem was this. But the other children have to memorize it too, and their names aren't Tang Shishi. Tang Shishi finally realized that something was wrong. Because the other children are just as stupid as you, the only way they can appear smart is by reciting poems. No way. I'm clever and brave. What lies behind the frost on the ground? Yes, 2 pairs of shoes. Tang Shishi looked around for a long time but couldn't come out. Just then, her eyes suddenly fell on the shoes at her feet, and she suddenly shouted excitedly. Excellent, excellent, you are indeed resourceful and brave. Chen Luo smiled and gave Tang Shishi a thumbs up. Tang Shishi didn't see anything wrong with it and happily accepted Chen Luo's praise. Tang Shishi has been having a great time playing with Chen Luo these past few days. She's being mischievous, but Chen Luo not only doesn't stop her, he even acts as her strategist, offering advice and suggestions. For example, when the little one was wearing a watermelon helmet and playing the role of a People's Liberation Army soldier, Chen Luo would give her a cape to hang on her back to make her look more imposing. Tang Shishi was playing with Zhang Yuxuan's lipstick, and Chen Luo taught her how to draw it into a big cat. Then, after Tang Shishi returned home, she drew a picture for Zhang Yuxuan, which made him both laugh and cry. Zhang Yuxuan felt a little strange. Ever since Tang Ning passed away, Tang Shishi, who used to be lively and active, suddenly became silent and rarely spoke. She had completely changed. It wasn't until the last few days that Tang Shishi returned to being a child, laughing and joking more often. Zhang Yuxuan specifically asked the nanny and bodyguard, but they didn't find anything unusual. They only said that Tang Shishi had been playing by herself at home. Zhang Yuxuan was somewhat surprised, but she didn't think too much about it, assuming it was just a child's innocent nature. On the 5th day, Tang Shishi finished her cultivation at Chen Luo's house. As Chen Luo saw her off, the elevator doors not far away suddenly opened, and a group of people walked in. Upon seeing this group of people, Tang Shishi immediately abandoned her plans to go home and shrank behind Chen Luo, grabbing his leg. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. Tang Shishi's reaction clearly showed that she was afraid of the group of people in front of her. Chen Luo looked over and saw that the group consisted of men and women of different ages, but they all had something in common. The women were wearing expensive mink coats, and the men's attire also exuded a sense of luxury. Their biggest commonality isn't that, but rather that they all exude an air of arrogance and domineering. Chen Luo spotted someone he recognized in the group. This person looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a black overcoat, with narrow eyes that gave off a sinister vibe. It was Tang Xiaohua, whom he had previously researched. In that instant, Chen Luo understood why Tang Shishi was afraid. This group of people were clearly Tang's extended family members, who had come to bully them more than once. Chen Luo reached out and gently touched Tang Shishi's head, saying softly, "Don't be afraid, your brother is here." Tang Shishi's head was pressed against Chen Luo's thigh. When she heard Chen Luo's words, she nodded hurriedly. "Hey, isn't this our Shishi? Who is this guy? Why is he holding this little one so tightly? Tisk tisk, looks like Zhang Yuxuan's lover. I knew that Vixen wouldn't be able to stand the loneliness sooner or later. Is this forcing Shishi to recognize a thief as her father?" Seeing Tang Shishi and Chen Luo so close, the group launched into a torrent of vulgarities, their eyes filled with mockery as they looked at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's gaze turned cold, and he coldly uttered two words, "Shut up." Chen Luo's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the icy, biting wind outside, instantly freezing the surrounding air. They didn't know what was happening, but even though they were all wearing thick fur coats, they still felt a chill creeping up from their bones and couldn't help but shiver. Tang Xiaohua and the others looked at Chen Luo with suspicion and uncertainty. They instinctively felt a great threat from this person, a feeling of facing a prehistoric beast. Chen Luo reached out and covered Tang Shishi's eyes, then uttered a single word, "Get lost." As soon as Chen Luo uttered those words, everyone froze, their eyes glazing over. The next moment, led by Tang Xiaohua, everyone lay down and started rolling around on the ground before rolling into the elevator together. Even after they got into the elevator, they were all still rolling around inside, and even though they were all colliding, they didn't seem to be stopping. Residents on other floors were also waiting for the elevator, but when they saw the elevator doors open, they were all stunned and hurriedly ran back home. When the elevator reached the first floor, Tang Xiaohua and the others tumbled out and finally came to their senses. Meanwhile, many people waiting for the elevator outside were also dumbfounded, staring at them in disbelief. Tang Xiaohua scrambled to his feet, looking utterly disheveled. They exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing the fear in the other's eyes. The next moment, they couldn't help but cry out in pain. Some of these people are quite old, some are in their 40s or 50s. They've been rolling on the ground for so long, they're already exhausted. What just happened? Have no idea. It seems like that kid said get lost, and then we all rolled onto the ground. That guy knows sorcery. Oh my god. Everyone present was terrified, and Tang Xiaohua's expression changed drastically. His main purpose in coming today was not Zhang Yuxuan, but Chen Luo. The mysterious disappearance of the person sent 5 days ago puzzled Tang Xiaohua greatly, because even if the matter had been botched, there was no need for that subordinate to vanish. Even if Zhang Yuxuan discovered it and caught them red-handed, there should at least be some news, but strangely, there was no news at all. Tang Xiaohua couldn't understand it, but he wasn't afraid. Because he was only asking that person to go and install listening devices, even if they were caught, it wouldn't be a big deal and wouldn't affect him at all. By the third day, Tang Xiaohua still couldn't find anyone, and he knew something was definitely wrong. Tang Xiaohua used some tricks to obtain the community surveillance video and figured out what happened on the day of the incident. Just like the police and Zhang Yuxuan, Chen Luo and his subordinate never came out after they went in. They vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead, they simply disappeared in a bizarre way. Tang Xiaohua sensed something was wrong and immediately had someone check the information of the owner of the house across the street. The result was the same as what Zhang Yuxuan found out: the homeowner was just an ordinary person with no special background. Tang Xiaohua was still worried, so he encouraged the group to come and see Zhang Yuxuan. They said they were there to watch, but actually they were there to upset Zhang Yuxuan and her daughter. Tang Xiaohua originally wanted to take this opportunity to find out more about Chen Luo, but before he could even go to the door, he saw Chen Luo and Tang Shishi come out. And before he could utter a single word, he mysteriously rolled from the rooftop into the elevator. Tang Xiaohua wasn't stupid. If only one person was like this, he could understand if that person suddenly went mad. But if a dozen or so people are like this, then that's highly unusual. Tang Xiaohua didn't know what had happened, but he was certain that the disappearance of his subordinate was definitely related to Chen Luo. Just who is that guy? While Tang Xiaohua and the others were downstairs in a state of shock and uncertainty, Chen Luo withdrew his hand from Tang Shishi's eyes and said with a smile, "All right, the bad guy ran away, Shishi, don't be afraid." Tang Shishi stared wide-eyed at the outside, her face full of surprise. These scoundrels always say nasty things when they come to their house, making mom so angry she cries. Why did they run away so quickly today? Wow, brother, how did you chase them away? Can you teach me? Tang Shishi hugged Chen Luo's leg, swaying her body and acting coquettishly. Chen Luo laughed. If Tang Shishi hadn't been there, Tang Xiehua and the others wouldn't have been able to roll down so easily. How about that? Isn't your brother amazing? Chen Luo imitated Tang Shishi's usual smug expression. Tang Shishi nodded vigorously. Brother, please teach me. Please teach me. Come on, repeat after me. Brother Yang Guo is invincible, witty, brave, handsome, dashing, elegant, and incredibly talented. If you pronounce it correctly, I'll teach you. Chen Luo spoke extremely fast, at an astonishing speed, like reciting a tongue twister, finishing it in one breath. If you pronounce it incorrectly, you're just a stupid child. Brother Yang Guo is invincible, resourceful, and brave. Tang Shishi read this far, but then she couldn't continue. She didn't know the meaning of the following words, and she had never even heard of them before, so how could she remember them? What happens next? The British Army is so stupid. Okay, you're right. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. And then? You really know how to eat fish. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment before realizing that the little guy had misunderstood imposing and dignified as eating fish. Okay, you're right. What else? Tang Shishi could only remember up to this point, and Chen Luo spoke too quickly, so she could only hear a general syllable and couldn't possibly remember it all. However, Tang Shishi really wanted to learn from Chen Luo how to drive away bad guys. She racked her brains for a long time, her face turning red with frustration. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter a sentence, "He's a stupid child." Chen Luo paused for a moment, then reached out to tickle Tang Shishi's armpit, laughing loudly. "Oh, you little rascal, you actually took the opportunity to scold me." Tang Shishi giggled as she desperately tried to dodge Chen Luo's hand. "Brother, please teach me." Chen Luo patted Tang Shi's head and said, "You're too young to learn now. Wait until you're a little older." "Oh." Tang Shishi looked disappointed, but she didn't doubt Chen Luo's words. "Then, brother, does it have to be 5 + 5 days? Chen Luo sighed inwardly. "Shishi, don't worry. If bad guys come, your brother will chase them away. No one will bully you and mom anymore." "Really?" Tang Shishi's eyes widened, her little face filled with tension. "Certainly." Chen Luo smiled and nodded. "Go back now, your mother has gone home." "Thank you, brother." Tang Shishi smiled and thanked Chen Luo before running back to her home. After Chen Luo closed the door with a smile, his expression quickly turned cold. Chen Luo was planning to deal with Tang Xiehua, but since Tang Xiehua came to him, he naturally had to comply. However, Chen Luo was too lazy to make a move. Someone like Tang Xiehua wasn't worthy of his attention. Chen Luo turned on his computer, sent Tang Xiehua's information directly to Joanna, and then sent her a command in the Western fantasy world. Since Joanna is an assassin, using her to deal with someone like Tang Xiehua is making the best use of her. After giving the order, Chen Luo immediately dialed Song Zhenxian's number. "How's the search for the ruins going? As you said, we have re-established the location." It was very noisy on Song Zhenxian's side, with the roar of engines and the sounds of many tools, like a construction site. "Excuse me, Mr. Yang, there is road construction going on here, it's very noisy. Please let me find a quiet place." After a while, things quieted down a bit on Song Zhenxian's end. He said, panting, "Mr. Yang, as you said before, we found a valley. The plants and animals here are much more resilient than in other places, and we detected extremely powerful energy fluctuations. However, we can't find the energy source at all, so we are now clearing out the entire valley, searching inch by inch. Send someone to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately became interested and spoke up. Song Zhenxian was stunned for a moment. He had originally planned that if he found the ruins after the exploration was completed, he would send someone to explore them first. His idea was simple: no matter how dangerous it was inside, he had to send someone in first to check it out, even if it meant losing lives. But now that Chen Luo has said he's coming, it would be a bit awkward for them to try and get in. Song Zhenxian had no choice but to agree hastily. "Don't come to Zhangcheng, go to Mount Everest Base Camp." Song Zhenxian was surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, I'll arrange a plane to go there. It should take about an hour to get to the base camp." Chen Luo had previously set up a teleportation point at the Everest Base Camp, which was the closest to the ruins. Chen Luo waited at home for about an hour, then disappeared from his spot and appeared on a cliff not far from the base camp. He moved swiftly and flew directly towards the headquarters. At that moment, a helicopter was slowly landing outside the base camp. Chen Luo had already sensed Song Zhenxian's presence inside. He landed from the air and arrived at the helicopter in a few leaps. Before Song Zhengxian could get off, Chen Luo opened the helicopter door and said, "Let's go." Song Zhengxian was stunned for a moment before realizing that a figure had already crawled into the cabin. When Song Zhengxian saw that it was Chen Luo, he came to his senses and exclaimed, "Mr. Yang, don't waste your time." Oh, Song Zhengxian quickly responded twice, then said to the pilot in front, "Fly back quickly." After more than an hour of flight, the helicopter landed in a valley in the Kunlun Mountains. Although this place was sparsely populated and showed no signs of human activity, Chen Luo saw at least tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers who had cordoned off the area while on the road. At this time, the valley was filled with all kinds of large machinery and equipment, such as cranes and excavators. These machines were operating simultaneously, creating a chaotic atmosphere throughout the valley. At the same time, the vegetation and rocks in the valley were being leveled bit by bit, constantly moving closer to the distant mountain walls. "Mr. Yang, we were able to detect energy fluctuations inside the mountain wall, but we dug a cave there and found no clues." After landing, Song Zhengxian pointed to a mountain range in front of him and began to introduce it loudly. Chen Luo nodded slightly and immediately extended his mental energy over. An extremely large energy fluctuation emanated from the mountain's interior, but it seemed to be omnipresent, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the energy source. Chen Luo knew the problem with just a glance. The ruins were hidden by some kind of force, and even if Song Zhengxian and the others hollowed out the entire mountain range, they would not be able to find the correct location. This power should be an array. After scanning the area with his mental energy several times, Chen Luo guessed what kind of power was hiding the ruins. "Make them all stop and come back, they can't dig it out." As Chen Luo spoke, he walked directly toward the mountain wall. Seeing Chen Luo's expression, Song Zhengxian guessed that he must have figured something out. He immediately gave orders to the people around him, stopping the excavation work ahead. Chen Luo walked to the mountain wall, placed his hand on it, and infused it with a wisp of divine power. At this moment, everyone in the valley stopped and became very quiet, all staring intently at Chen Luo's movements. Apart from key personnel like Song Zhengxian, no one at the scene, whether staff or soldiers guarding outside, actually knew what they were there for. Just then, they saw Chen Luo's palm light up, emitting a golden light. They all stared wide-eyed, looking over in disbelief. Everyone could clearly see that after Chen Luo placed his hand on the mountain wall, it began to glow, and the glow became increasingly intense. The light was so intense that they couldn't tell whether it was Chen Luo's hand or the mountain that was glowing. Although they couldn't see clearly, they all understood at that moment that this place was definitely not simple. At this moment, Chen Luo frowned. With the infusion of divine power, he could sense that the range of this great formation was extremely wide, stretching for countless kilometers, yet he still could not sense its boundary. The larger the formation, the stronger the power needed to conceal the ruins. According to Chen Luo's estimation, the person who could set up such a large-scale formation must have a strength of at least the 7th rank in the real world. In other words, the person who set up this grand formation is far more powerful than him at this moment, which also means that he might be in danger if he went in. "That's interesting." Chen Luo laughed. Although this great formation was very powerful, it still relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain itself. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is depleted, its energy replenishment is very slow. Even if it goes undetected, it will disintegrate on its own in 10 or 20 years. Now, as long as we keep attacking, it will naturally break through when it can no longer replenish its resources. With a thought, Chen Luo immediately accelerated the input of divine power and began to attack the great formation with all his might. With the infusion of divine power, Chen Luo's palms began to emit golden light, and his entire body radiated a golden glow, a powerful and sacred aura emanating from within. Song Zhengxian stared in disbelief. He had noticed Chen Luo's glowing ability before but hadn't thought much of it at the time. But now, seeing it again, he was finally convinced. Is glowing a sign of extraordinary beings? Not only was Song Zhengxian stunned, but everyone else present was also dumbfounded. Before long, everyone felt the ground begin to shake slightly. At first, it wasn't strong, but as the light emanating from Chen Luo grew stronger, the shaking became more and more intense, as if an earthquake had occurred. Song Zhengxian's expression changed slightly. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer when he saw everyone unsteady on their feet. Pass down the order, everyone evacuate this area. After regaining his balance, Song Zhengxian hurriedly shouted orders to his subordinates beside him. In fact, he didn't even need to give the order. Seeing the earth shaking, anyone who wasn't a fool would know that something was wrong. In an instant, chaos erupted in the valley as everyone began to flee outside. But at that moment, the shaking suddenly stopped. Everyone looked completely bewildered, the contrast was too stark. It felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, everything was fine. "Master, Director. You're looking over there." One of his men pointed tremblingly to where Chen Luo was standing. The mountain range in front of Chen Luo suddenly shattered in that instant. Moreover, it shattered completely, just like a perfectly intact mirror suddenly breaking into pieces all over the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They had seen all sorts of things break, and they had seen scenes of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting open. But after the mountain range shattered like a mirror and disappeared without a trace, this was definitely the first time they had ever seen anything like it in their lives. What shocked them even more was that after the mountains disappeared, a completely different scene appeared before them. This was a cave with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The bright sunlight shone in, allowing them to see some things inside. Below the cave is a large hall, more than 30 meters above the ground. Chen Luo glanced at it, then slowly flew down. Those present were so stunned that they were no longer surprised to see someone who could fly. Seeing this, Song Zhengxian hurriedly shouted, quickly pull the power line over." As if following a dream, the people around quickly pulled over the power line and, under Song Zhengxian's direction, used lights to illuminate the hall below. "Mr. Yang, we'll go down and provide you with light." Song Zhengxian shouted loudly, then made a gesture to a group of soldiers behind him. The soldiers, who were already prepared, nailed ropes to the ground and then quickly slid down. Chen Luo seemed to ignore Song Zhengxian's self-deceiving shouts and stared at the palace from the air. The soldiers who had just come down were also stunned by the scale of the hall before them. This place is probably tens of kilometers long and wide. Even when they were above the cave, they couldn't see the end of it. It is like a small city. Directly below the cave was a magnificent place resembling a temple, with dozens of thick stone pillars, each requiring 3 people to encircle, supporting an intricately structured vaulted ceiling. The walls of the temple were covered with brightly colored images depicting scenes of bloody sacrifices, with both humans and animals being offered as sacrifices. Chen Luo glanced at the content of the mural. The clothing and livestock depicted there clearly belonged to ancient times. The hall was cold and eerily quiet, and everyone felt an uneasy atmosphere permeating the air. A tomb? After glancing at the mural, Chen Luo had a general idea of what kind of place this was. Such a large tomb must be an imperial tomb. In ancient times, there were only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As Chen Luo observed, he also extended his mental energy outwards. "Mr. Yang, we'll scout ahead for you." Song Zhengxian also came down from above, and when he saw the scale of the tomb below, his eyes almost lit up. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled. He knew exactly what Song Zhengxian was thinking, but he didn't care. He simply said, "Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. It's very dangerous in here. As long as you're not afraid of death, go ahead." After finishing speaking, Chen Luo ignored Song Zhengxian's reaction and flew towards the center of the tomb. Although Song Zhengxian felt a chill when he heard Chen Luo's warning, he was not intimidated. He immediately waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to advance. This temple has 3 exits, each leading to a different location. Song Zhengxian wasn't worried at all. There were tens of thousands of soldiers outside, and they could search the entire tomb, no matter how large it was. After he saw the group of soldiers go in, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and ordered, "Send down another 2,000 men." "Yes, Director." While Song Zhengxian was waiting below, he saw Chen Luo fly rapidly through the air towards the center of the tomb. Song Zhengxian didn't have the guts to fight Chen Luo for the treasures, but the tomb was so big, there must be some other treasures inside, right? Just as he was thinking this, the soldiers who had just entered through the front passage suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. Upon seeing this, Song Zhengxian was startled. He cautiously walked over and stood at the entrance of the passage, tentatively looking at the soldiers on the ground. Upon seeing this, Song Zhengxian felt his heart skip a beat. The soldier, who had been perfectly fine just moments before, now had a face so pale it was almost transparent, his eyes vacant and lifeless as he stared at the top of the passageway, looking as if he had died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Song Zhengxian felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He looked at the corpses of the soldiers lying on the ground. All of them had died in the same way. Song Zhengxian couldn't help but look up at the top of the passage, where he saw a star map on the wall at the top of the passage. This star map covers an extremely wide area, stretching from the entrance of the passage to the end of the 100-meter-long passage. I don't know what it was made of, but every star seemed to be shining brightly, and when the light shone on it, the ceiling was covered with a hazy silver glow. As Song Zhengxian gazed at the star chart for a long time, it seemed to be slowly rotating, and a tremendous pressure naturally pressed down on him, making his heart feel heavy and giving him an urge to worship the star chart. "If I keep looking, you'll die anyway." Chen Luo's faint voice suddenly reached Song Zhengxian's ears, startling him out of his reverie. Song Zhengxian shivered, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. At that moment, he was horrified to find that his knees were bent and he was almost kneeling on the ground. Song Zhengxian turned pale and hurriedly raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Thank you, Mr. Yang." Song Zhengxian wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that Chen Luo had saved him, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground like these soldiers. Looking at Chen Luo in the distant sky, Song Zhengxian couldn't help but show a hint of gratitude. "Mr. Yang, what is this?" Zhou Tian Xing 2, A Celestial Chart. Chen Luo casually recounted the origin of the star map, then continued, "It contains a bewitching illusion array that can absorb people's souls, it's a living map." Song Zhengxian shuddered again. No wonder he felt like he had almost lost his soul just now, it turned out to be something so sinister. Chen Luo only noticed the abnormality in the passage when the soldiers fell, and even if he wanted to save them, he couldn't. "Now that you know how dangerous this place is, don't send anyone to their death." Chen Luo shook his head and immediately accelerated, flying towards the high platform in the middle of the tomb. Song Zhengxian was truly terrified this time. Nearly 100 soldiers had died just like that, and this was only the entrance to the tomb. Who knew what lay beyond? However, Song Zhengxian still felt somewhat unwilling. He walked to the other two passage entrances and cautiously glanced at them. Sure enough, he also found the Zhou Tian star chart on them. Song Zhengxian gave a bitter smile, knowing that there was no way to get in through normal channels. Song Zhengxian glanced at Chen Luo in the air, then at the passageway 5 or 6 meters high in front of him. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. Chen Luo was now almost at the top of the central platform of the tomb, a huge platform that was over 300 or 400 meters high and nearly 6 miles wide and long. Above the platform was a huge dome, but there was no support in sight. Below the platform, a moat surrounded it. A silvery liquid, resembling mercury, appeared inside, propelled by some unknown force. The silvery liquid in the mountains, lakes, and rivers flowed slowly. Chen Luo glanced at it and then landed above the magnificent platform. 9 enormous, round, bronze-colored cauldrons were suspended in midair by iron chains as thick as a human leg, positioned at 9 different locations on the high platform. These enormous tripods are nearly 100 meters high and over 50 meters thick. They are so grand and massive that a person standing underneath them is not even as big as one of their feet. Chen Luo extended his mental energy over there and suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's made of wood. This indicates that the tree used to forge the wooden cauldron was at least 50 meters thick. A tree that could grow to such a thickness could be considered a rare and precious creature created by heaven and earth. This should be it. Chen Luo suddenly sensed that there were 4 metal objects inside the wooden cauldron. Each of them was about the size of an adult's palm. Since he couldn't see them, he could only tell that they were metal, but they were different from ordinary metal. With a thought, Chen Luo realized that there were more than one such metal piece inside the wooden cauldron. There were 4 metal pieces inside each of the 9 wooden cauldrons, making a total of 36. Chen Luo tried to use his mental power to control the metal piece to take it out, but as soon as he moved the metal piece, he felt the ground shake slightly. Chen Luo looked down in surprise and saw the silver liquid in the moat suddenly break away from the river and fly towards the high platform. During the flight, the silver liquid gathered together and then transformed into a giant silver dragon that was over 200 or 300 meters long in the air. This is not the kind of Western dragon found in Western fantasy worlds, but rather the image of an Eastern dragon from mythology. It has a snake's body, deer antlers, a lion's mouth, tiger's eyes, and eagle's claws. Although it is made of silver liquid, its body lines are strong and powerful, just like a real one. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded. The giant dragon flew swiftly to the high platform, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Luo, and a chilling killing intent spread around it. Chen Luo was surprised. This silver dragon was obviously guarding the 9 wooden cauldrons, or rather, the metal pieces inside the cauldrons. He became increasingly curious, as this part of his future memories did not include any mention of metal fragments. But being able to summon a giant dragon to guard it must be something extraordinary. Chen Luo couldn't immediately discern what power composed of the silver dragon, but the aura it exuded was undeniable. While Chen Luo was pondering, strange, talisman-like patterns began to flash on the giant dragon made of silver liquid. Immediately afterwards, a silver flame spewed from the mouth of the silver dragon, roaring straight toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo moved swiftly, covering a distance of nearly 100 meters to dodge the silver flames. To Chen Luo's surprise, the silver flames landed on the stone floor of the platform without causing any damage. Chen Luo had sensed the terrifying energy contained within the silver flames just now, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to dodge. The current situation either indicates that the stone floor is not simple, or that the power of the silver dragon will not harm the physical objects here, but will only affect outsiders. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a move, and the Hunyuan Brush appeared in his hand, transforming into a long sword. The divine power enveloped it, and the golden light instantly illuminated the dim underground tomb. Seeing that its attack had missed, the silver dragon roared and transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, rushing towards Chen Luo on the high platform. Although it is hundreds of meters long, its speed is astonishing. The enormous dragon roar shook the underground tomb, as if it came from the deepest hell. Chen Luo raised his longsword and transformed into a golden ray of light, charging towards the silver dragon. Boom! A loud bang was heard. Golden light penetrated into the vast silver light. In an instant, the silver light was cut into 2, suspended in the air, and turned back into silver liquid. Chen Luo stood in the air with a frown, watching as the two silver liquids twisted and deformed, eventually turning into two giant silver dragons. This thing is made entirely of liquid, so it's impossible to kill. As Chen Luo watched the two silver dragons pounce on him again, he vanished from his spot and flew directly to the 9 cauldrons in the sky. He used his mental power to simultaneously lock onto the metal pieces inside the 9 giant cauldrons and pulled them out. Chen Luo's goal was these metal pieces. He had no interest in fighting these dragons. Besides, these things are impossible to kill, so he doesn't have the time or energy to waste here. As the 36 metal pieces flew out of the shell, the two silver dragons seemed to be instantly enraged. They roared and lunged at Chen Luo with bared teeth and claws. Chen Luo smiled faintly and flew into the sky at an even faster speed. The 36 metal pieces converged and collided in mid-air, producing a crisp sound. Chen Luo looked over and saw that the 36 metal pieces were the same size as the ones he had sensed earlier, about a finger's width thick, and were engraved with many strange patterns, like talismans. The front of the metal plate had a talisman, while the back was covered with dense text written in strange, unrecognizable characters, the contents of which were unknown. Chen Luo didn't have time to think about it. With a thought, he captured all the metal pieces. The two dragons seemed even more enraged upon seeing this, and both of them opened their mouths and spewed out silver flames, increasing their speed even further. A smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips. While controlling himself with his mental power, he flew towards the metal plate. Before the silver flames even reached him, he had already controlled all the metal pieces around his body. With another thought, the metal plates covered his body like armor, and then he disappeared from the spot. The only thing Chen Luo could bring into the Western fantasy world was a small area around his body, which was exactly the size of these metal pieces. As Chen Luo disappeared into the tomb, the two silver dragons missed their target and let out furious roars. The entire underground tomb trembled violently, and the hundreds of meters high platform instantly cracked into countless large and small stones, which crashed heavily to the ground with a deafening roar. A deep crack appeared in the ground, swallowing the collapsing platform and the 9 wooden cauldrons whole. Song Zhengxian was stunned when the silver dragon appeared. Although he had guessed that things would not be simple, he did not expect that a dragon would appear. He was ordering the soldiers who had just come down to plant explosives at the entrance of the tunnel, preparing to blow it up and continue exploring forward. Seeing Chen Luo locked in a fierce battle with the silver dragon, Song Zhengxian was completely stunned. Not only him, but the soldiers were also stunned, and even forgot what they were doing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were filming a movie. Song Zhengxian was the first to come to his senses and immediately ordered his soldiers to blow up the passage first. Unexpectedly, before they could even make a move, the entire underground tomb began to shake. When the high platform completely collapsed, the tombs within a radius of dozens of miles shook violently. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Zhengxian dared not continue exploring and had no choice but to hastily order a retreat. The group ran frantically towards the outside, and large sections of the ground behind them sank in one by one, sending sand and dust flying dozens of meters high. The dust storm raged wildly in all directions, and the underground tomb, which was already very dark, was now completely plunged into darkness. When Song Zhengxian and the others rushed out along the path they had come from, they found that the ground outside was also shaking violently, and countless boulders were falling down from the underground tomb. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar came from the underground tomb. Large swathes of land continued to sink, and the entire underground tomb collapsed and was completely buried by the mountain. Song Zhengxian and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them, speechless for a long time. Chen Luo had returned to the room he had been staying in. He glanced at the metal plates covering his body and casually waved his hand, arranging them neatly in the air. Chen Luo casually took out his phone and took a picture of the scribbles on the screen, then searched for it online. Unsurprisingly, there was no relevant content. The search results were all strange. Chen Luo reached out and picked up a metal piece to examine it. The material of this thing was also very strange. Although it was metal, it felt as soft as silk. Chen Luo tried to apply a little force, and the metal plate quickly dented into a fingerprint. But when he withdrew his hand, the indented fingerprint returned to its original state. Chen Luo was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the metal to be so magical. He examined it for a moment and realized that he had no choice but to investigate it himself. Chen Luo vanished from his spot and arrived in the Marvel Universe, where he extracted all the ancient writing-related knowledge from linguistics, before returning to his room. He reached out and beckoned another metal piece over, then began to stare at the text on it. This time, with knowledge of linguistics and ancient writing, the experience was different from the first time when it seemed like gibberish. Although the inscriptions on the metal plate are very old, traces can still be found. With Chen Luo's current mental capacity, he could still barely deduce one or two of the words above. With nothing else to do, Chen Luo decided to concentrate fully on deriving and translating the text above. It took nearly 10 days for Chen Luo to translate the text on a metal plate. Wind God Talisman. Chen Luo read the text aloud as he looked at it. After reading the entire text, he he understood what it was. The talisman engraved on the front of the metal plate is a cultivation posture, while the back contains cultivation text. Only by combining the two can one cultivate this wind god talisman. Chen Luo immediately sat down cross-legged as instructed on the metal plate, cleared his mind of all distractions, and then began to follow the instructions. A strange flow of energy arose out of nowhere and began to perform some wondrous transformations on the body. At that moment, the divine power within Chen Luo surged forth and merged with this strange energy, and then this power was integrated into the divine power. Chen Luo was astonished. The power brought by the wind god talisman could actually enhance the power of the gods, which was something he had never expected. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes. His hands slowly slid, like the wind, his fingers tracing the image of the wind god talisman in the air. The divine power within Chen Luo's body suddenly trembled, and his skin turned a faint blue, which gradually transformed into the golden light unique to divine power, emitting a soft whistling sound like the howling of the wind. Gradually, the sound caused the outside air to resonate, and a breeze began to flow in the room. Chen Luo's body was lifted up by the tiny gust of wind, floating in the air and gradually gliding with the wind. Chen Luo did not rely on mental power at this moment, but did so entirely with external energy. He felt completely relaxed, as if he could no longer feel the weight of his body. With a thought, Chen Luo flew out quickly, several times faster than when he controlled it with his mental power. After flying back and forth several times, Chen Luo was certain that the power wielded by this wind god talisman was very similar to the wind-based laws of the Western fantasy world. In other words, if he fully mastered this wind god talisman, he would be able to master the wind-based laws of Earth. However, Chen Luo sensed that, just like in the Western fantasy world, to fully master the wind laws on Earth, one would need to reach at least the 7th rank. Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly turned his gaze to the remaining 35 metal pieces. If this is the wind god talisman, then the rest must represent other laws of power. Chen Luo reached out and beckoned all the metal pieces over. Sure enough, he found that each piece had 2 characters on it that were the same as those on the wind god talisman, namely the characters God Talisman. Chen Luo suddenly became interested. If he could control the power of the laws on Earth, he could become an omnipotent being here as well. Chen Luo immediately devoted all his attention to translating the divine talisman. With the experience gained earlier, Chen Luo translated all the remaining divine talismans in just 5 days. Water God Talisman, Thunder God Talisman, Mighty God Talisman, Soul Talisman. Every time Chen Luo translated a divine talisman, he would try to see if he could cultivate it. To Chen Luo's surprise, he could not cultivate every divine talisman. Aside from the Wind God Talisman he initially possessed, he could easily master only the Thunder God Talisman and the Soul God Talisman, and the power he cultivated could be fused with divine power. Other divine talismans are cultivated very slowly, as if one is walking through mud, and are very difficult to master. After trying them all, Chen Luo had a general idea of what was going on. These divine talismans can draw upon external energy to change and evolve themselves, but you can't just choose whichever type you want to cultivate. The divine talisman will select the right person. For example, he can only cultivate the Wind, Thunder, and Soul talismans. Although he can also cultivate others, their effects are extremely limited. To determine which one works for a specific person, you'll need to try them one by one. Once Chen Luo understood the reason, he immediately summoned all the metal pieces and casually released a burst of void fire. Although the metal sheet was made of a magical material, it could not withstand the power of the void fire. In an instant, it was engulfed by the black flames and disappeared completely. Chen Luo knew without a doubt that these divine talismans were the most advanced cultivation techniques on Earth, and if they fell into the hands of others, they might pose a threat to him. Such a dangerous thing could only be mastered by him alone. Now that all the cultivation methods for the divine talismans are in Chen Luo's mind, no one else can have a chance. Half a month ago, Song Zhengxian ordered people to re-excavate the underground tomb. There might be other cultivation methods inside, but they would definitely not be as good as these divine talismans. Chen Luo's method of judgment was also very simple. These divine talismans touched the power of the laws, and the underground tomb collapsed after he obtained the divine talismans, which undoubtedly showed that this thing was the most important thing inside. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and decided to first see which type of talisman Tang Shishi could adapt to. The cultivation techniques I taught her before were too low level, which was a waste of her talent. When Tang Shishi found another opportunity to sneak over, Chen Luo had already tested all 36 divine talismans on her. This little one could adapt to the Ice Divine Talisman and the Vitality Divine Talisman, and could cultivate them simultaneously. Chen Luo immediately adjusted Tang Shishi's cultivation method, allowing her to cultivate both divine talismans simultaneously. The effect was also very obvious. With the same amount of cultivation time, the effect was more than 10 times stronger than the previous cultivation method. However, Chen Luo still did not allow Tang Shishi to continue her cultivation. The little guy is still too young. Although he no longer feels pain when guiding spiritual energy, it will still damage his body in the long run. After seeing Tang Shishi off, Chen Luo opened his email to check if Joanna had finished her task. Chen Luo received an email 10 days ago. When he opened it, he saw a photo of a car accident scene. The above description is simple. Tang Shiawa was covered in blood, lying motionless in a pool of blood, clearly dead. You're quite efficient. Chen Luo smiled and checked if Joanna was online. Upon discovering that Joanna was in the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo immediately left a message in her mind. The content was simple. Joanna was asked to go back to the place where they first met. Joanna left the Western fantasy world the moment she received the message. Because Chen Luo's message to her mentioned that he was very satisfied with the task she had completed and wanted to give her a new reward. Overwhelmed with excitement, Joanna forgot all about the Western fantasy world and immediately logged off to head to New York again. When Joanna was first granted power, she noticed changes in her body that were more intense and noticeable than those she experienced after becoming a superhuman in the Western fantasy world. She cultivated according to Chen Luo's method. Although the progress was very slow, she could clearly feel that not only her mental strength was getting stronger, but also her 5 senses and physical strength were getting stronger at an observable pace. This filled Joanna with awe for Hunyuan, this mysterious and powerful organization. If she used to believe in God, now Hunyuan became her only faith. As for whether Hunyuan is an evil organization, Joanna doesn't care at all. She understood the law of the jungle when she was a child in an orphanage. Since the Hunyuan are more powerful than the people on Earth, what's wrong with letting them rule the Earth? Although Joanna couldn't understand why Hunyuan would ask her to kill a weakling like Tang Shiawa, it was not difficult for her at all. But this thought only lasted a moment. As an assassin, one doesn't need to know why the employer wants to kill. A day later, Joanna arrived 3 hours earlier than the agreed time and waited there. At this time, Chen Luo was conducting experiments at various teleportation points around the world, testing the probability of being chosen by the divine talisman. Chen Luo himself is not a reliable reference. He possesses extraordinary power, as well as the power of thunder and strong mental strength, so it is not surprising that he was chosen by the thunder and the soul talisman. Tang Shishi herself is very talented, so it is not surprising that she was chosen by the divine talisman. Therefore, Chen Luo tested ordinary people. Chen Luo selected more than 100 people of different races, genders, ages, and countries. After nearly 2 days, Chen Luo quickly came to a conclusion: not everyone will be chosen by the divine talisman, and the chance of being chosen by 2 divine talismans at the same time is extremely low. Of the 100 people Chen Luo tested, the chance of being chosen by the divine talisman was less than 10%, only 1 person was chosen by more than 2, and none were chosen by more than 3. Chen Luo roughly figured it out: the chances of extraordinary individuals being chosen by the divine talisman are far higher than those of ordinary people. For example, he easily gained the approval of 3 divine runes, and as his strength increases, he will likely be able to master even more divine runes. This is somewhat similar to the X gene, which makes the strong even stronger. After Chen Luo finished the test, he immediately arrived at the teleportation point in New York. When Chen Luo appeared, he didn't waste any words and immediately waved his hand, beckoning Joanna over. Do not resist, Hunyuan will bestow new power upon you. Chen Luo placed one hand on Joanna's head and casually waved his hand, causing 36 divine symbols to light up in the air. This is a testing method that Chen Luo developed during the 2-day testing period, which can quickly filter out the corresponding divine talismans. To Joanna's astonishment, the 36 mysterious runes began to circulate around her. Soon, 1 rune burrowed into her brow, and the remaining runes disappeared at the same time. Vajra rune. Chen Luo had a strange expression on his face. These runes were divine runes for tempering the physical body, which could enhance the strength and power of the body. If cultivated to the extreme, one could achieve the state of physical sainthood. It would be normal if it were a tall, strong man, but the fact that the Vajra rune chose a woman seems a bit strange. A woman becomes a human shield. This scene is truly unbearable to watch. However, Chen Luo was only slightly surprised. He immediately guided the Vajra rune cultivation method to circulate within Joanna's body, and at the same time imprinted the Vajra rune cultivation posture into her mind. From now on, we will cultivate using this method. After saying this, Chen Luo left Joanna, who was looking at him with awe, and disappeared without a trace again. After returning to Zhongcheng, Chen Luo thought of Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. Now that I have the souls of these 2 people in my hands, controlling them is a piece of cake. I might as well see if they can be chosen by the divine rune. These 2 are now considered half superhumans, and their chances of being chosen by the divine rune are extremely high. Even if the rune doesn't choose you, it's okay. Just consider it an extra test. Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Song Zhenxian's number, asking directly, where are Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei now? Song Zhenxian was still excavating at the underground tomb site when he received the call. He paused for a moment, then quickly replied, they're still in Zhongcheng. Song Zhenxian didn't know why Chen Luo had suddenly summoned Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei, and he didn't dare to say that the two of them were still being held captive in the military base. Tell them to wait for me in the lab. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Song Zhengxian didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly agreed. Less than half an hour later, Song Zhengxian called Chen Luo to tell him that the two of them had arrived at the laboratory at Hunyuan University of Science and Technology. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo changed his appearance and appeared in the laboratory. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were somewhat uneasy because Song Zhengxian had simply had them brought here without asking where they were going. When they arrived at the laboratory, they were both a little surprised, because they had obtained the cultivation method here last time, so they naturally knew where they were. These two were no ordinary people. They quickly guessed that Chen Luo probably wanted to see them. Just as I was thinking this, Chen Luo suddenly appeared in the laboratory without any warning. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were slightly startled. Even in the Western fantasy world, they had never seen anyone possess such an ability. After Chen Luo appeared, he didn't waste any words. He casually waved his hand at Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei, and 36 divine talismans appeared near their bodies and began to rotate around them. Circulate the cultivation technique. Chen Luo glanced at the two of them and said calmly. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were staring in astonishment at the 36 runes. When they heard Chen Luo's words, they exchanged a glance and then began to circulate their cultivation techniques. Although they didn't know what Chen Luo wanted to do, they were very clear that they couldn't resist. As the two guided the flow of their internal energy, the 36 divine runes outside suddenly accelerated, and then one green and one black rune entered Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei's bodies respectively. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly laughed. Power rune, destruction rune. Among the 36 divine talismans, there are naturally differences in their levels, arranged roughly in a pyramid shape. The most core and top ranking of these is the Soul Talisman, which is the first of the 36 talismans. Below it are the 3 talismans of time, space, and reincarnation, which are similar to those in Western fantasy worlds. Next are the symbols for life, the 5 elements, strength, and destruction, followed by secondary symbols such as immense strength and Vajra, forming a complete system of symbols. The fact that Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were chosen by these 2 divine talismans is quite remarkable, considering the foresight. Chen Luo reached out and grabbed both of them at the same time, placing his hands on the tops of their heads. Practice according to the new technique I've given you, it's a more advanced technique. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he imprinted the power talisman and the destruction talisman into their minds. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei trembled violently as a new memory flooded into their minds. This memory contains cultivation methods and postures, as if it were engraved on my soul, impossible to forget. The world is about to undergo a great change. Seize the time to improve your strength in reality. Once you become first-tier superhumans, I will grant you new power. Chen Luo glanced at the two of them indifferently, then vanished from the spot in an instant. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei looked at each other, their expressions both strange, a mixture of joy and doubt. Their minds far surpassed those of ordinary people. They understood perfectly well that there is no love without a reason, nor is there hatred without a reason. Chen Luo's first attempt to help them cultivate could be considered an experiment, but now he's giving them even more advanced cultivation techniques, which seems rather abnormal. However, Chen Luo's appearances and departures were always very brief, and he said very little, making it impossible for them to determine the game company's intentions. Chen Luo returned to his room and entered the Western fantasy world. 21 years have passed since he last adjusted the timeline, and many significant changes have taken place in the Western fantasy world. These significant changes are brought about by the spread and diffusion of alchemy. The capital of the Weimar Kingdom was a city located on the eastern coast called Latour. To the north of Latour lay the Kingdom of Aden, a nation renowned for its trade. Influenced by the Kingdom of Aden, Lada City also had a very developed trade and was a bustling trading port city. Every day, in addition to a large number of ships from the Orcish Kingdom, merchant ships from various kingdoms on the continent also stop outside Lada City. In recent years, many goblin merchant ships have also come to conduct long-distance trade, making the area even more prosperous. With the support of a large amount of gold coins, the docks in Lada City were built neatly and impressively. This is not only the dock, but also the largest market in Latour. After unloading their cargo, a large number of merchant ships can immediately begin trading here. Unlike before, the Kingdom of Weimar mainly sells the monster cores and corpses of underwater monsters. Now, it produces mostly various magical alchemical items. Here you can buy everything from small, smokeless alchemical lamps to large steamships weighing tens of tons. If you have enough gold coins, you can even buy alchemical muskets and alchemical explosives that are prohibited from sale. Every new alchemical item creates a sensation, gaining popularity and acclaim from everyone, and even at exorbitant prices, it remains in high demand and short supply. These exquisite and wondrous objects, beyond the imagination of ordinary people, come from Joseph's Alchemy Academy in Latour and their affiliated alchemy workshops. This newly established academy was founded by Joseph Scott, an alchemist from the Kingdom of Ancino in the south of the continent. He was later said to have been wanted by the Church of the Underworld for spreading heretical ideas there, and fled to the Kingdom of Weimar 15 years ago. Here, he gained the appreciation and assistance of Prince Austin Carter, and established the Joseph Alchemy Institute. He started with just one room and gradually developed it into a super-large academy covering nearly 100,000 square meters and with nearly 5,000 alchemy apprentices. Although Joseph only possessed the strength of a third-tier alchemist, it did not prevent him from becoming a legendary figure in the Weimar Kingdom, and even gaining considerable fame throughout the entire human kingdom. The main reason for this is that everything bearing the mark of Joseph's Alchemy Academy can fetch a high price on the market. Any student graduating from the Alchemy Academy becomes a sought-after candidate for employment by various alchemy workshops and nobles. Because in the eyes of nobles and merchants on the continent, alchemy apprentices are practically walking gold coins. As long as they are willing to invest, they will generate a lot of wealth, making it a business that is almost guaranteed to make money. After viewing the port of Lattice City, Chen Luo appeared on the streets of Lattice City and began to stroll around the city. The city's appearance has changed dramatically since more than 20 years ago. Chen Luo saw workshops everywhere: textile workshops, military workshops, steelmaking workshops, gold refining workshops, and all sorts of handicraft workshops. As the steam engine was introduced from the Goblin Kingdom of Baya to the continent of Yani, and after more than 20 years of continuous improvement, its production efficiency continued to increase. The steam engine gradually became the main production tool of major workshops, completely changing the traditional production method. As a result, the store's goods became increasingly abundant, with many items that had never been seen before, such as, most importantly, books. In the past, knowledge in the Western fantasy world could only be preserved by copying. However, since Joseph, the dean of the Joseph Alchemy Academy, invented movable type printing 10 years ago, and with the gradual popularization of papermaking workshops have spread all over the world. Books, which were originally only treasured by nobles, gradually became affordable for commoners in the Kingdom of Weimar. The people in this city of Latour have also shown a significant difference in their mental outlook compared to other human cities. The working class can be seen coming and going everywhere on the streets, working in the workshops. Workers have become the most important and numerous class in the city of Latour. Besides being dressed more elegantly, their eyes were also filled with immense confidence in the future. Clearly, working in the workshop brought hope and significant changes to their lives. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. Weimar political news. Prince Austin Carter has been named Crown Prince by His Majesty the King. An accidental explosion occurred at the gunpowder workshop, killing and injuring at least 30 workers. The Legend of King Dupu Prol of the Holy Sword Dynasty, Volume 21. Written by the renowned Bard Hampton after 10 years of personal travel to 17 countries. Don't miss this exciting story. His Majesty the King has issued a decree that all apprentices of the Joseph Alchemy Academy can apply for jobs in the national workshops after graduation, and will have official status and receive national benefits. Joseph Alchemy Academy's admissions information for this year has been released. Come and take a look. Several newsboys, carrying or on their backs a large burlap sack, ran through the streets of Latour, loudly hawking their wares at the corners of intersections. They shouted various attractive calls, drawing many passers-by who took out their money to buy newspapers. Wow, the third prince has finally been named Crown Prince. He's been fighting with those two princes for over 10 years. SHH, are you looking for death? How dare you say that? Everyone knows that the third prince is wise and virtuous, so what is there to be afraid of saying? Fine, you're not afraid of death, but I am. Some people on the street who received the newspapers exclaimed in surprise, while others whispered among themselves. As soon as someone bought a newspaper, a large crowd immediately gathered around them, eager to see the contents. Some even asked literate friends to read the articles aloud. In no time, a crowd quickly gathered around the person who had the newspaper. With the spread of printing technology, the price of books was continuously reduced, which gave common people the opportunity to learn. In particular, the establishment of a large number of alchemy academies made knowledge no longer a monopoly of nobles and the wealthy. Even ordinary people at the bottom of society can buy books and have the opportunity to learn to read and study. A year ago, the dean of Joseph's Alchemy Academy invented the newspaper, which was originally intended for use in the academy for learning and communication. But as time went on, this novel thing called newspapers spread beyond the academy, gained popularity among the common people, and immediately had a huge impact in Latour and even the Kingdom of Weimar. After realizing the terrifying influence of newspapers, the Kingdom of Weimar immediately understood that this was a very powerful tool and quickly seized control of most of the newspaper factories and brought them under royal control. A few newspaper workshops survived because they were backed by powerful nobles and the Joseph Alchemy Institute. These newspapers were not published every day, but irregularly, sometimes only once every 10 days or half a month. Moreover, they always contained important political news, so every time newsboys appeared, a large number of people would buy them. Give me a newspaper. Chen Luo smiled and waved to the newsboy. The newsboy immediately smiled and handed him a newspaper. "Sir, 2 silver coins." Chen Luo was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the newspaper to be so expensive. Even in a relatively wealthy area like Lada City, 2 silver coins were equivalent to a typical family's daily living expenses. Most families really couldn't afford to buy it. Chen Luo smiled, casually tossed a gold coin to the newsboy, took a newspaper from him, and said casually, "Keep the change." The newsboy hurriedly took the gold coin. He first checked its authenticity in his hand, and after confirming that it was real, he quickly chased after him, saying, "Sir, here's your change." Chen Luo stopped in surprise, turned around and glanced at the newsboy. Judging from his clothes, he must be from a poor family. A gold coin would have been a windfall for him, yet he remained unmoved and even offered to give him change. "Didn't we say we didn't need to look anymore?" The newsboy bowed to Chen Luo. "Thank you, sir, but I only take what I deserve, and even if you give me this gold coin, I can't keep it." Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. He understood what was going on after just one glance at his surroundings. There were quite a few thugs nearby, clearly hooligans and bullies, staring in their direction, their eyes fixed on the gold coins in the newsboy's hand. No matter the era, darkness will always exist. Especially now that Lada City is developing so rapidly, countless people have become rich overnight, creating a lot of wealth myths. Naturally, this has attracted many desperate people who want to make a fortune. Chen Luo found it amusing. He reached out and took the gold coin, then casually took out 2 silver coins and handed them to the newsboy. "Is this okay?" "Thank you, sir." At this moment, Chen Luo noticed that the thug's gazes had shifted from the newsboy to him. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head. Most of these people were members of gangs or similar forces in Lada City. After seeing the newsboy return the gold coins, they didn't dare to mess with him anymore. The reason is simple: nowadays, newspaper workshops are either owned by royalty or supported by high-ranking nobles and alchemy academies. Newsboys were essentially their employees, though not formal staff, but these gang members hiding in the shadows certainly wouldn't dare touch their money. However, the extra money the newsboy received in Chen Luo's obvious outsider attire are not included in this list. "Sir, are you a businessman from out of town?" The newsboy also noticed that the gang members were eyeing Chen Luo. With his back to them, he asked in a low voice. "Well, I guess so. Those people across from you are from the Brotherhood, and they might be targeting you. You seem to have plenty of money, so you can check into the Marissa Hotel. That place is Earlhausen's territory, so it's not only very safe, but they can also provide guards." The newsboy whispered a reminder. Chen Luo smiled and didn't seem to mind, but suddenly looked at the newsboy and asked, "What's your name?" "Lucius. I've just arrived in Latour and I need a guide. Would you be willing to help?" Lucius hesitated for a moment, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Chen Luo with suspicion and asked, "Sir, you are not a spy, are you?" After the rise of Joseph's Alchemy Academy, neighboring countries not only poached a large number of alchemists from Lada City at high prices, but also sent countless spies to try to steal Joseph's Alchemy Academy's more advanced alchemy techniques. There are countless cases like Chen Luo's, who enter the city under the guise of merchants and adventurers, and use tourism as a pretext to conduct espionage activities in Lada City. Chen Luo chuckled and said, "Do you think I would tell you the truth if I were a spy?" Lucius shook his head. "No, but I still want to ask, and see if the gentleman will say it himself." "Oh, why?" Chen Luo asked with interest. "Because the eyes of a person do not lie." Chen Luo found the teenager increasingly interesting. He chuckled but didn't answer Lucius. Instead, he turned and left, saying, "Come find me at the Marissa Hotel after you've sold the newspapers." Watching Chen Luo's departing figure, Lucius paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and continued running and shouting in the street. He had to hurry up and sell the remaining newspapers, otherwise he might lose his job, and there were countless people waiting in line for it. By the afternoon, Lucius, having been busy all day, hadn't even had time to eat. He was hungry and tired, and just wanted to go home, have a meal, and then go to sleep. But at that moment, Chen Luo's image suddenly popped into his mind. "Come find me at the Marissa Hotel." The voice seemed to possess a magical power, lingering in Lucius's mind. As he hesitated about whether to go over, he realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Marissa Hotel. "You've come at the perfect time, let's go." Chen Luo came out of the hotel at this moment. Lucius paused for a moment, then, as if waking from a dream, followed behind Chen Luo. "Sir, if you are here for tourism, I suggest you go to Joseph's Alchemy Academy first, which should take about half a day. After that, you can go to Maple Forest Mountain outside the city. It is the most beautiful time of year for maple leaves. There are also many windmill workshops there, which are very scenic, all together with the maple forest. In the evening, you can go to Nightingale Street, where there are many taverns and our Latour's specialty maple wine. If you're looking for women, there are plenty there too. I can introduce you to some very high-class ones." Hearing Lucius rattle off the tourist attractions of Latour with such familiarity, and even knowing exactly how to find women, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he interrupted him and asked, "How old are you this year?" Lucius paused for a moment, then quickly replied, 14 years old. "Do you still have family?" "It was just my father and me." When Chen Luo saw Lucius mention his father, his expression turned somber, and he guessed that his father's condition was probably not good. If Chen Luo wanted to, he could find out why Lucius was so precocious, but he was too lazy to look. When you leave, if you want to buy souvenirs or alchemy tools, you can go to the market at the port. You can buy almost anything produced by the Alchemy Academy there. I can also introduce you to the Alchemy Workshop. You can avoid taxes by buying directly from them, so the prices are cheaper than on the market. Chen Luo glanced at Lucius. This little guy looked only 14 years old, but he was as experienced and mature as 24. He must have tasted the bitterness and sweetness of life to become the way he is now. Even so, it is truly remarkable that Lucius still holds on to a steadfast belief. Chen Luo smiled and said, "In that case, take me to the alchemy workshop first." Lucius smiled and immediately led the way, heading towards an alchemy workshop in the city. On the way, Lucius asked Chen Luo for his name and introduced him to the culture, scenery, and customs of Latour. The two walked and talked, and soon Lucius led Chen Luo to a place called the Amon Alchemy Workshop. This is a 5-story building with a large area. The first floor alone is over 300 square meters and is filled with alchemy tools. There were also many customers inside negotiating and purchasing goods. Lucius greeted the workshop clerks familiarly and then asked Chen Luo directly, "Mr. Luofi, what kind of alchemical tools would you like to buy?" Judging from Lucius's appearance, Chen Luo guessed that he probably had some part-time job here, otherwise he wouldn't be working as a shop assistant. "Since we're here, of course we have to buy an alchemical musket." Lucius laughed and said, "Then you've come to the right place. Mr. Archimonde's workshop is most famous for its alchemical muskets." As Lucius spoke, he walked to a display case and took out a musket about half a meter long, which looked like a flintlock pistol. This is the latest type of repeating musket. It only needs to be loaded once to fire 10 bullets in succession. It also has fire properties and is extremely powerful. Chen Luo took the gun and began to examine its construction. To him, the gun was naturally very crude, but it could indeed fire in rapid succession, just as Lucius had said, and its power was not bad. What intrigued him was that this alchemical musket was slightly different from those made by different alchemists. "How much does this gun cost?" Chen Luo asked casually, while beginning to recount the manufacturing process of the gun. 60 gold coins. Chen Luo nodded, a look of surprise suddenly appearing in his eyes. "Do you sell alchemy tables here?" Lucius paused for a moment, but quickly replied, "Yes, there is, but it's very large and needs to be custom made. It's not something you can buy anytime, anywhere. Even if you could buy it now, it would be difficult to take it with you." "Sure, but I need to see your alchemy table first. Mr. Luofi, I need to ask Mr. Archimonde." Lucius hadn't expected Chen Luo to make such a request, and hesitated for a moment before answering, "Go." After handing the alchemical pistol to Lucius, Chen Luo wandered around the shop on his own. The alchemy table is an alchemical tool developed by the Joseph Alchemy Institute 10 years ago. Its function is very simple, just like how ships used to be powered by manpower, which was gradually replaced by steam engines. The alchemy table is like a steam engine in the alchemy process. It can perform various processing in alchemy according to people's wishes. The alchemy process that originally required a lot of effort and was difficult to achieve the standard has been replaced by the alchemy table. Although the alchemy table is now very rudimentary and limited in function, it has greatly accelerated the alchemist's ability to create various alchemical items, much like the steam engine replaced handicrafts. Every alchemy apprentice with spiritual power can manipulate it, and can do so with far greater precision than ordinary alchemical items, thus creating many alchemical products that were previously unimaginable. After the alchemy table was invented, alchemy cannons, which were rarely seen on the market, could be mass-produced. Although the alchemical cannons forged by Joseph Academy are not as powerful as those made by goblins, their use on the battlefield can easily change the outcome of a battle. No matter how many superhumans there are, they cannot withstand the relentless barrage of the alchemical cannon. So even though the Weimar kingdom guarded against it with all its might and even imposed the death penalty, it still couldn't prevent the secret of the alchemy table from being leaked. When alchemy tables appeared in neighboring countries, they knew they couldn't stop it. With the widespread use of alchemical cannons, many merchant ships are now equipped with them to ensure safety at sea. With the advent of steamships, routes that used to take a month were shortened to just 10 days, or even less. This not only revived maritime trade on the continent of Yani, but also connected the 3 known continents in the world, making trade between them more frequent. Maritime safety became paramount, and alchemical cannons became the guarantee of safety, playing a crucial role in dealing with both sea monsters and pirates. Chen Luo was just thinking of making use of waste when he gave Lu Suifeng this task, but he didn't expect the guy to do so well. It not only cultivated a large number of alchemists, but also changed the entire life of the Weimar Kingdom, and even had a significant impact on the landscape of the Western fantasy world. Putting aside other things, Shang Wangsuan's Holy Sword dynasty had already almost wiped out the Western countries, and its territory had expanded more than 5 times over. More than a decade ago, it changed the kingdoms into dynasties. Just as Shang Wangsuan was preparing to take down the last 8 kingdoms in the west in one fell swoop, the Mao royal family purchased a large number of alchemical cannons from the Goblin Kingdom of Baya and formed the Mao military alliance with the remaining countries. The 8 kingdoms were terrified at this point, and they truly contributed money and strength to resist the powerful Holy Sword dynasty. They even went so far as to purchase rudimentary alchemy techniques from goblins and ask them to help train alchemists. Low-level alchemy had long been circulating on the continent of Alvin. Wang Zhan knew that even if the Mao royal family didn't buy from them, they would go to the elves and trolls to buy from them. Wang Zhan readily agreed and, on this condition, signed a long-term trade agreement with them, most of the terms of which were naturally favorable to the goblins. With the support of the goblins, a large number of alchemical muskets and cannons were transported to the Mao military alliance, and they helped train a large number of alchemists. The Mao Military Alliance's national alchemy workshops produced swords, muskets, alchemical cannons, and other weapons day and night, while some alchemist apprentices were conscripted and sent to the battlefield. However, facing the Glory Knights, who were all extraordinary beings, and with the invincible Shang Wangsuan by their side, almost no city could withstand the onslaught of the Holy Sword dynasty's army. The Mao Military Alliance nearly collapsed in the early stages, but in the later stages, with the continuous addition of alchemists, various alchemical creations were continuously poured into the battlefield. Although it cannot compare with the Holy Sword dynasty in terms of high-level combat power, it has firmly held back the Holy Sword dynasty in terms of low-level combat power. The power of the alchemical cannons and alchemical muskets was fully demonstrated. The alchemical cannons were mounted on the wall, and as soon as the enemy appeared, they would be bombarded with artillery fire. Even superhumans would not be able to break through in a short time. Even if the enemy reaches the city walls, they will still be met with melee weapons such as alchemical explosives and alchemical muskets to launch another round of attacks. For the first time, the alchemists' war potential and power were fully revealed. No matter how strong Shang Wangsuan and the Knights of Glory are, their numbers are ultimately limited, and they are not strong enough to ignore the power of the alchemy cannon. The Holy Sword dynasty suffered its first Waterloo, and was completely dragged into the quagmire of war. After 3 years of continuous siege against the Mao Military Alliance, the ordinary soldiers, except for the Knights of Glory, were already weary. With people yearning to return home and anti-war sentiments emerging within the country, Shang Wangsuan was forced to temporarily abandon his plan to annihilate them and instead choose to withdraw his troops back to China. Upon returning to China, Shang Wangsuan's first act was to order his men to go to the goblins to purchase alchemy techniques and alchemical cannons. At the same time, he interrogated the alchemists captured on the battlefield about their alchemy skills. However, to Shang Wangsuan's surprise, Wang Zhan refused to trade with the Holy Sword dynasty, citing commercial credit as the reason. When the Kingdom of Baya signed a trade agreement with the Mao Military Alliance, it explicitly stipulated that it would not trade with the Holy Sword dynasty and would not sell any alchemical technology to the Holy Sword dynasty. Shang Wangsuan immediately felt a headache coming on. Although they were all players, Wang Zhan was not giving him any face, and he had no way to deal with him. As a modern person, Shang Wangsuan was well aware of the power of firearms on the battlefield. Before the Holy Sword dynasty acquired the technology for alchemical cannons, Shang Wangsuan could only watch helplessly. However, slowing down the pace of unification does not mean that Shang Wangsuan has given up. This forced Shang Wangsuan to have only one option left: break through to the Saint Realm. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Shang Wangsuan will be able to fly, and his speed alone will make him fearless against alchemical cannons. After that failed invasion, Shang Wangsuan ordered people to go to the eastern part of the continent, namely the Weimar Kingdom, to hire alchemists and purchase alchemical cannons, while he began to break through to the Saint Realm with all his might. However, Shang Wangsuan did not expect that breaking through to the Saint Realm would be so difficult. With his talent, he spent 7 years but was still stuck at the peak of the 5th rank, unable to make any further progress. Shang Wangsuan was not discouraged. He trained again in the Marvel world, and the time difference was not much. Shang Wangsuan's efforts to unify the country were halted by alchemy, and in Mixia faced the same problem. Over the years, the southern region of the mainland experienced countless wars and gradually became unified. While this process was nominally accomplished by the Kingdom of Ansino, everyone knew that it was all due to Amishu, the Pope of the Church of the Underworld. After Chen Luo left, and Mixia's strength improved rapidly, and he officially broke through to the 5th rank when he was 40 years old. At that time, the Ansino royal family had actually become a puppet of the Church of the Underworld, because apart from nominal rule, the Ansino royal family had no real power. Anmixio held both divine and military power in his hands, firmly controlling the kingdom of Angzino. King Jerome was also honest and had no ambition. He simply stayed behind and cooperated with the Church of the Underworld in political propaganda. Even if he had any ideas, there was nothing he could do. Firstly, Anmixio's strength was undeniable, and secondly, he had a black dragon. Apart from the holy domain, no one could rival him. Moreover, with each victory of the Church of the Underworld in wars, the Temple of the Underworld was built in every city it conquered. The belief in the god of death gradually replaced the diverse religious beliefs in the south, becoming the only orthodox faith. When the kingdom of Ansino, under the leadership of Anmishu, unified the southern kingdoms and established the vast Ansino Empire, it bordered the kingdom of Chris in the north. The entire population are believers in death, and his prestige has reached an unparalleled level. At this time, the landscape of the human race had been reshuffled. The country is divided into 4 parts: the Church of Light in the far north, the Chris Empire in the center, the Holy Sword Dynasty in the west, and the Ansino Empire in the south. Except for the east, which is still surrounded by dozens of kingdoms of varying sizes, the rest of the country has formed stable and powerful centralized states. The Chris Empire and the Church of Light have not expanded in recent years, not because they have lost their ambitions, but because their territory is already too large to govern. It is better to collect taxes from vassal kingdoms. Secondly, the 2 countries check and balance each other. If the Church of Light expands, the Chris Empire will inevitably send troops to support it, and vice versa. However, Anmixio had no such concerns. After unifying the south, he immediately set his sights on the eastern kingdom. The Chris Empire is powerful, and like Shang Wengsuan, Anmixio dares not provoke it for the time being. Because of the terrifying poisonous swamp in the west, he would have to take a long detour to expand westward, but there were not so many concerns about the east. After analyzing the situation in the Eastern Kingdom, Anmixio launched an invasion of the Eastern Baka Kingdom from the southeast 5 years ago with 200,000 cavalry and 400,000 infantry, claiming to be a million-strong army. The weak kingdom of Baka was powerless to resist and quickly marched north from the border, with one eastern kingdom after another being destroyed by the army of the Ansino Empire. Like the Mayo royal family, the eastern kingdoms were aware of the Ansino Empire's ambitions, and they knew very well that Anmixio would not stop until he had completely destroyed the eastern kingdoms. They followed the example of the Mayo royal family and formed the Eastern Military Alliance, with the remaining 20-odd kingdoms uniting to resist the powerful Church of the Underworld. Under the original circumstances, the Ansino royal family had an absolute advantage, because in addition to possessing 5th-tier strength and the Black Dragon Augusta, Anmish also has the powerful faith of the Church of the Underworld. For those who believe in death, death is not the end, but the highest glory. Those who die fighting for their faith can enter the divine kingdom under the god of death and enjoy eternal bliss. Under such circumstances, the people of the Ansino Empire were not afraid of death at all. They were like madmen on the battlefield, seeking to die in battle. However, the reality was quite different. Anmixio's progress was initially very smooth, but when he arrived in the Weimar Kingdom, he encountered a major setback, just like Shang Wengsuan. They witnessed the power of alchemical cannons for the first time, and the Ansino Empire's army was stunned by the bombardment of various alchemical items. Before this, they were invincible and had gradually stopped taking these weak kingdoms in the east seriously, but they never expected that these kingdoms would bring out such powerful weapons. Although they were not individually strong, they could easily inflict heavy damage on their army with these alchemical tools. Anmixio realized something was wrong, and after losing nearly 100,000 men, he immediately ordered the army to retreat. After maintaining a safe distance, Anmixio immediately ordered people to investigate how the alchemical cannon came to be. It turned out that this item came from the Joseph Alchemy Academy in the Kingdom of Weimar, and that the dean, Joseph, was a member of the Kingdom of Ansino 10 years ago, but for some unknown reason, he was labeled a heretic and wanted by the authorities. Anmixio was so angry he almost vomited blood, and ordered someone to investigate what exactly happened 10 years ago. Soon, his subordinates came to report. 10 years ago, Joseph had already established an alchemy academy and workshops within the Ansino Empire, and the products he produced were very popular, earning him a large amount of gold coins. This situation naturally attracted the attention of Kru, a priest of the local Church of the Underworld. However, instead of reporting it, he exploited the alchemy workshop. Kru imposed a tax 5 times higher than before on Lu Suifeng's alchemy workshop and forced him to pass on his alchemy skills to his confidants, attempting to master the art himself. Lu Suifeng had an epic mission to complete, so he naturally wouldn't willingly become Kru's slave. Therefore, he chose to escape immediately. But Kru was no fool, he had already sent people to monitor Lu Suifeng. As he fled, a large group of superhumans and soldiers went to capture him. Fortunately, Lu Suifeng had made preparations in advance and secretly prepared a hot air balloon. When the soldiers of the Church of the Underworld arrived, he flew out of the city in a hot air balloon and, with the help of the noble lady Sophie, escaped to the Kingdom of Weimar. Once Anmixio understood the whole story, he flew into a rage and ordered his men to bring Klu from the country to the battlefield, where he personally executed him. Anmixio was not angry about missing out on alchemy, but because the priests of the Church of the Underworld had become corrupt right under his nose. Anmishu's parents died because of the corruption of these clergy, and he hated these clergy the most. But Anmixia knew there was nothing he could do about it. The Church of the Underworld was growing stronger and stronger, becoming the only faith within the Angzano Empire. This led to the priests in various regions wielding more and more power, completely overriding the local administrative institutions. Anmixia's task is to control the overall situation of the entire empire, and he cannot guarantee that every priest is a devout believer and absolutely loyal and honest. When Anmish learned that the person behind Crew was High Priest Oliver, he knew that the battle could not continue, because his mind was in turmoil. As the Church of the Underworld has grown in power over the years, the differences between Anmishu and Oliver have become increasingly pronounced. Oliver began to indulge in pleasure and became complacent, and to this day he is only at the third level of cultivation. This was only achieved with the massive resources provided by the Church of the Underworld and with the help of Anmixio. Anmishu, on the other hand, disciplined himself and devoted himself to spreading the faith of the Church of the Underworld. This trend actually emerged when Chen Luo had just changed their fate. Chen Luo had long anticipated this situation, but he did nothing about it because it was Anmixio's choice, and he would naturally bear the consequences. Anmixia knew that Oliver had changed from the person he used to be, but the two had relied on each other since childhood and were closer than family members. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade Oliver, Anmixio simply let him be. However, upon investigation, Anmixia discovered that there were dozens of people like Crew, all of whom were backed by Oliver and obtained their priesthood by offering large amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and beautiful women. Then they would exploit believers to amass wealth, giving more money to Oliver in exchange for higher positions. They have unknowingly become parasites within the Church of the Underworld, bringing extremely negative consequences to the Church. However, everyone knew about the relationship between Anmixio and Oliver, and no one dared to report it to Anmixio. If Joseph's matter had not been discovered, he would probably still be kept in the dark. Anmixio immediately ordered a withdrawal of troops and returned to Carlo City to begin purging these corrupt elements within the city. To make an example of them, Anmixio executed all the corrupt priests who had been discovered, and even their families and relatives were not spared. They were either executed or exiled. This action brought a refreshing change to the atmosphere of the Church of the Underworld, and everyone was delighted. However, Anmish did not touch Oliver, but greatly reduced the power of the high priest, preventing him from having the power to appoint new priests. This also sowed the seeds for the later turmoil in the Church of the Underworld. With the withdrawal of the Church of the Underworld, the eastern countries witnessed the power of alchemy and immediately began to promote it with all their might, placing even greater emphasis on it than on the extraordinary professions of mages and warriors. At this point, training more extraordinary professionals wouldn't be enough to stop the Church of the Underworld. It would be better to train more alchemists and manufacture more weapons and cannons. The Eastern Kingdoms became a paradise for alchemists, and Joseph's Alchemy Academy became a sacred place in the hearts of all human alchemists. In the Eastern Kingdoms, alchemy has become the most sought-after profession, even surpassing that of the extraordinary. Because they could bring change and wealth, people aspired to become alchemists, believing it to be a miraculous profession that led to instant success. After the first generation of alchemists from Joseph's Alchemy Academy graduated, some stayed in the Kingdom of Weimar to develop their careers, while others accepted high-paying offers from other countries and went there to develop their careers. Originally, the royal family of the Weimar Kingdom prohibited the outflow of talent, but Lu Suifeng persuaded the royal family, saying that this would help strengthen the Eastern Kingdom, and that more advanced alchemy was still in the Alchemy Academy. In reality, Lu Suifeng was thinking about that epic mission. If alchemy wasn't allowed to spread, how could more advanced alchemists appear? At that time, Lu Suifeng's influence in the Kingdom of Weimar was already considerable. Even the royal family dared not disrespect him and had no choice but to turn a blind eye. In this way, not only did alchemy spread, but Lu Suifeng's reputation also rose even higher. However, Lu Suifeng was still very troubled, because although Joseph's Alchemy Academy had a large number of alchemy apprentices graduating every year, only 1 in 100 could become an alchemist. The prerequisite for becoming an alchemist is awakening spiritual power, and people with this aptitude are as rare as mages. Lu Suifeng spent 15 years training only 5 third-tier alchemists, and he himself only possessed the strength of a third-tier alchemist. However, even an ordinary graduate, rather than an alchemist, was sought after by numerous nobles and lords. Because the Alchemy Academy teaches a vast and boundless range of knowledge, such as mechanical manufacturing, learning how to make glass, manufacture clocks, smelt iron, design ships, and advanced mathematical geometry. These are the foundations of alchemy. Even if one cannot graduate as an alchemist, simply obtaining a diploma signifies that one has learned a great deal. In addition to knowledge about alchemy, Joseph's College also offers other subjects such as architecture, philosophy, literature, planting and animal husbandry, and even medicine. However, the core knowledge of alchemy, such as the formula for gunpowder, the synthesis of various metals, the manufacture of special materials, and other profound mysteries of alchemy, are beyond the reach of ordinary students. A large number of Alchemy Academy graduates flooded into the cities of the Weimar Kingdom and the surrounding Eastern kingdoms, causing a huge impact on the entire Eastern Kingdom. All sorts of novel objects and strange changes are happening in the Eastern Kingdom. Some of the people trained at Joseph's Alchemy Academy became doctors or alchemists, establishing their own clinics and pharmacy workshops, and many previously difficult and complicated diseases were resolved. And it allowed many people who couldn't afford doctors to be cured through inexpensive alchemical potions. Some trainees became weapon craftsmen, watchmakers, and glassmakers, establishing their own workshops, becoming workshop owners, and beginning to amass great wealth. These workshop owners grew rapidly, leveraging the port advantage of Latour to sell their alchemical products worldwide. This led to their rapid expansion, requiring them to hire more people to help with production, resulting in a large influx of workers. This was the scene Chen Luo saw when he first arrived in Lada City. Workshop owners and workers had become a new class, but because they appeared so early, the phenomenon of exploiting workers had not yet emerged. Those who graduated as alchemists, such as third-tier alchemists, became highly sought after by major nations. Some chose to stay and teach, some chose to serve the Kingdom of Weimar, and others returned to their hometowns to establish their own alchemy academies and workshops, modeled after the alchemy academies. At this time, a large amount of alchemical products continued to flow into the entire continent, and the world-famous alchemical products brought endless wealth to the Weimar Kingdom and the Eastern countries. Alchemists were cherished by nobles of various countries, who treated them like treasures, because each alchemist represented wealth. As wealth accumulated, it also caused drastic changes in social classes, and numerous internal contradictions began to emerge, along with the covetousness of many foreign countries. Chen Luo waited for a moment, and then Lucius brought over Archimond, the owner of Amon Workshop. "Hello Mr. Lofi, I am the owner of this workshop. I heard you are interested in purchasing an alchemy table?" Achmond looked to be in his early 40s. When he saw Chen Luo, he greeted him with a smile. "Yes." Archimond was observing Chen Luo when he appeared, but he found that even with his strength as a third-tier alchemist, he couldn't see through Chen Luo's cultivation level. This situation only proves one thing: Chen Luo's strength far surpasses his. Archimond wasn't too surprised. Lada City was currently exceptionally prosperous, with a large number of extraordinary individuals coming and going every day, including many 4th and 5th tier extraordinary individuals. Alchemy tables cost at least 100,000 gold coins, and unless you're a high-level superhuman, you really wouldn't dare to buy one. "How many do you need?" "One is enough." Achmond paused for a moment, then hesitated slightly before saying, "If it's just one unit, the price will be a bit higher." "Price? 150,000 gold coins." "Sure," Chen Luo said calmly. "I'll take the one from your workshop and send it to the Marissa Hotel." Archimond wore a strange expression. It was one thing for Chen Luo not to haggle, but to also want the alchemy table in his workshop was truly bizarre. Could it be a corporate spy? As Achmond was thinking this, Chen Luo had already tossed a stack of papers into his hand. Achmond stared in astonishment at the stack of gold notes in his hand, 15 in total, each with a face value of 10,000. The gold notes were something Lu Suifeng proposed to the Weimar Kingdom more than 10 years ago. The reason was naturally that the import and export trade of Latour City was becoming more and more prosperous, and carrying a large number of gold coins was neither safe nor convenient for transportation, which was very detrimental to trade. The paper used to make the gold notes was an alchemical substance, and the technology was in the hands of the Weimar royal family. Just like the paper used to print banknotes today, it was impossible for ordinary people to imitate, and even high-level alchemists could not create it. Besides the alchemical paper, it also contains the unique mark of the Weimar royal family left by the alchemist. Anyone with mental power can detect it, thus eliminating the possibility of counterfeiting. However, although the gold notes are convenient, they are currently only circulated within the Kingdom of Weimar, as other countries do not recognize them. After confirming that the gold note was genuine, Achmond immediately smiled and agreed, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right now." Chen Luo nodded slightly, then turned and left Amon's alchemy workshop. Lucius's eyes lit up with joy. He glanced at Archimond, and when the other nodded with a smile, he immediately followed behind Chen Luo. Lucius brought Chen Luo here for a reason. The alchemy workshop would give him a commission of 1,000th of everything he bought. Chen Luo just bought 150,000 gold notes worth of goods, which means he will receive at least 150 gold coins in commission. Despite working so hard, Lucius could only earn a maximum of 2 gold coins a month, which was equivalent to 6 years of his income, enough to make his life comfortable for the foreseeable future. "Mr. Lofi, it's getting late and there are no more sights to see. How about I take you to Nightingale Street? You can try our specialty maple wine." Chen Luo glanced at Lucius with a half-smile. "Looks like quite a few places are hiring you for part-time jobs." Lucius, on the other hand, was extremely frank and made no attempt to hide anything. "I am very grateful that Mr. Archimond and the others are willing to give me a meal." Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Interesting. Then take me to try it and see if the wine you're talking about is as good as it sounds. Lucius immediately smiled and led the way toward Nightingale Street. Thanks to the influence of alchemy, the city of Lada has now surpassed the major trading cities of the Kingdom of Aden in terms of prosperity, becoming the most prosperous metropolis in the East. The bustling crowds of wealthy merchants and extraordinary individuals have transformed this place into a city that never sleeps, and Nightingale Street is the best place to go in the city at night. Lucius led Chen Luo into the Nightingale Street intersection, where rows of taverns lined the street. Not only were people coming and going on the street, but the taverns were also bustling with activity. "Mr. Lofi, this way please." "No, let's go to this one." Chen Luo didn't follow Lucius, but instead headed towards a tavern on the street corner. "Mr. Lofi, this is a mercenary tavern. You know mercenaries aren't exactly known for their tempers, and they can easily cause trouble if they drink too much. It might not be very safe." Chen Luo smiled, not taking it seriously at all. As he walked inside, he asked curiously, "What does mercenary tavern mean?" "This is not just a tavern, but also the office of the Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries come here to accept missions or gather information." "Do you have the maple wine you mentioned?" "Yes, there is, but it's probably not very authentic." "It's all right." Chen Luo pushed open the door of the mercenary tavern and walked straight in. Upon entering, one sees a large number of warriors wearing leather or armor, some of whom have their longswords and weapons laid out on the table. Among them are knights dressed in fine clothes, as well as men who look as destitute as vagrants. The lobby on the first floor was chaotic, with beautiful waitresses and scantily clad dancers moving about. Some were pouring drinks for the mercenaries, others were flirting with them, and still others were sitting on their laps, their actions full of provocation and innuendo. Some of the dancers are alluring and charming, with a foxtail swaying beneath their short skirts, exuding a unique allure. Vampires, huh? Chen Luo found it interesting. Besides humans, there were also vampires, orcs, goblins, and even dwarves and elves, though in smaller numbers. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. With the development of ocean voyages, the various races in the Western fantasy world have now begun to have frequent contact. He came here because he discovered these different races. Madeline, Madeline, Madeline. As soon as Chen Luo and Lucius sat down, they heard a burst of cheers erupt from inside the tavern, directed at a woman in the center. Chen Luo followed the gaze of the mercenaries and was somewhat surprised, because a woman on the stage had just finished a hot dance, which made the mercenaries shout excitedly. To Chen Luo's surprise, the woman named Madeline was actually an elf. "Ha, what's this?" Ordinary elves, whether male or female, are slender and fair-skinned, but the elf named Madeline had dark skin, as if she had undergone tanning, exuding an unusual and alluring charm. What's most unusual is that although Madeline, the female elf, is smiling seductively, Chen Luo can sense a strong dark aura emanating from her. Chen Luo quickly recalled the origins of this strange elf and soon understood why she was black. Dark elves, huh? A smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips. No wonder there's such a strong dark aura. Trundle is really working hard. After creating the goddess of darkness in that small village, Trundle began to gradually spread his mission to other places. At first, he made good progress. After all, it was just a small village with a small population, and its remote location did not attract the attention of the Surti Elf Kingdom. However, as Trundle's missionary work accelerated, the Dark Church began to grow rapidly, amassing nearly 1 million followers in just 10 years. At that time, the northern kingdom of Hilde Elf had only a population of over 20 million after the demonized army. Suddenly, 1/20th of the population became believers of the goddess of darkness, which immediately alerted the Hilde royal family that something was wrong. When they learned that it was created by an elf named Leopold, who was possessed by Trundle, they almost immediately chose to suppress him. At that time, Trundle was only at the 3rd rank, and even with nearly 1 million followers, he couldn't withstand the power of the entire Seldi Elf Kingdom. In less than a year, the Dark Church fell apart. Trund eventually led more than 100,000 followers to flee into the Eternal Night Forest. They escaped the pursuit of the Hilde Elf Kingdom by taking advantage of the complex terrain, the numerous powerful magical beasts, and the threat of dragons. Before his strength had grown, Trundle dared not leave the Eternal Night Forest, so he had no choice but to lead his followers to settle there. To escape the monsters in the Eternal Night Forest, Trundle, like the goblins, carved out a cave city in a mountain, named Undercity, and made it the new headquarters of the Dark Church. However, even though he was forced to come here, Trundle still did not give up his ambitions for the entire continent. He sent his loyal followers to preach far and wide, enticing many elves to worship in Undercity. While this approach had some effect, over the years it only brought a little over 1,000 followers to Undercity. Since we cannot bring in new believers from outside, we can generate them from within. Trundle began to vigorously promote the importance of childbirth, encouraging believers to have more children to strengthen the faith in the goddess of darkness. To this end, Trundle devised a dark spell that increased the elves' fertility at the cost of shortening their lifespan. As a result, a large number of elves are born every day. However, due to the influence of dark magic, coupled with the fact that Undercity never sees sunlight, these elves gradually mutated, becoming the Madeline Dark Elves they are today. Decades later, the population of Dark Elves finally exceeded 1 million. With the continuous development of dark magic, the strength of Dark Elves also began to steadily increase, and they were no longer afraid of the monsters in the Eternal Night Forest. At this time, all the elves in Undercity had turned into Dark Elves, and there were no normal elves left. Just as Trundle was preparing to leave the mountain, he received news of the discovery of a new continent, where there were billions of humans and orcs, many times more than the elves. Trund immediately became interested and promptly dispatched an advance force aboard the goblin steamships to the continent of Annie to scout out the situation. When he received concrete results and realized that faith was lacking in many places, Trundle immediately decided to shift his focus to the continent of Annie. While the goblins' maritime trade was developing rapidly, Trundle had already sent nearly 50,000 Dark Elves over. Although this number seems huge, it is like a ripple in the ocean among the billions of people on the continent of Yanni, and is not significant at all. Furthermore, Trundle dispersed these Dark Elves throughout the major cities of the continent of Annie, rather than concentrating them in one place, so they did not attract much attention. In fact, humans, orcs, and even Dark Elves all have a fondness for them. The appearance of the Dark Elves, especially among humans, caused a sensation. Elves are similar to humans, but without any flaws. They are as beautiful as angels descended to earth, like the darlings of the gods, making others feel ashamed of their own appearance. Although Dark Elves are a bit dark-skinned, it doesn't affect their beauty. Meanwhile, Trundle arrived on the continent of Ani. He discovered that humans were easier to manipulate than elves because humans were greedy and their hearts were filled with all sorts of desires. Trund discovered that he could firmly control these people by using the Dark Elf women, and he wouldn't even flinch if he got them to change their faith. Thus, in less than a few years, the beauties of the Dark Elves quickly entered the harems of the kings of various kingdoms, as well as the wives or mistresses of nobles and wealthy merchants. For a time, kings and nobles alike considered it an honor to marry a beautiful Dark Elf. Using the powerful weapon of beauty, the Dark Church also gained substantial financial and resource support, enabling it to rapidly develop on the continent of Yanni. In less than 5 years since Trundle arrived, the Dark Church has surpassed Undercity in number, reaching as many as 2 million followers. Trundle was extremely clever. He not only used his beauty to influence the high-ranking officials of various countries, but also allowed the Dark Elves to infiltrate the lower levels of society. Because he knew very well that controlling the upper echelons could only bring resources, while the foundation of faith still lay with the common people at the bottom of society. Especially these low-level civilians and mercenaries, who have long been on the margins of society, harbor much discontent and anger. With just a little guidance, they can be led to join the dark faith. Places like the Mercenary Tavern are one of the places Trundle uses to influence the lower classes. That was a fantastic jump. Madeline, one more. Madeline, stop being a dancer here, come with me instead, I promise you'll live the high life. You fatso, you think you can afford to support Madeline? You can't even support yourself. The first floor was noisy and chaotic, with many people arguing and cursing. However, due to the taboo surrounding the Mercenary Guild sign, no one dared to cause trouble there. The Eastern Kingdom can be considered the cradle of mercenaries, because it is home to dozens of countries of varying sizes, and the constant warfare and conflicts have led to the emergence of a special form of organization on this land, mercenaries. They are hired by various countries to go directly to the battlefield and help those countries fight, but all they care about is money. If they are paid enough, some mercenary groups will even switch sides on the battlefield and attack their original employers. Over the decades, various mercenary groups, large and small, have been established year after year, ranging from small mercenary teams of 3 or 4 people to mercenary groups of thousands of people. Eventually, a special management organization was formed, which became the Mercenary Guild. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on the Mercenary Guild's territory will not only be punished, but may even be expelled and have their mercenary status revoked. 2 glasses of maple wine. Chen Luo sat down at the bar and waved to the bartender, then stared at the woman named Madeline with great interest. Yes, sir. The bartender quickly handed over 2 glasses of mixed drinks. Chen Luo picked up a glass and handed it to Lucius, asking with a smile, "Can you drink this?" "Thank you, Mr. Lofi." Lucius didn't stand on ceremony and took a sip of his wine. When Lucius noticed that Chen Luo's eyes were fixed on Madeline, he suddenly smiled and said, "If Mr. Lofi is interested in elves, I know a very high-end place that provides elves, but the prices there are very expensive." Chen Luo chuckled. This Lucius was really precocious for his age. Not only did he do everything, but he also knew a little about everything. "Oh, how expensive is it?" Chen Luo asked with a curious expression. "Starting at 1,000 gold coins." Chen Luo smiled. "It's indeed not cheap." As Chen Luo spoke, he instantly enveloped the entire city of Lada with his consciousness and immediately discovered that there were at least 500 dark elves in the city, most of them women. They were found throughout the royal palace, in the homes of nobles and master craftsmen in Latour, and in the high-class places Lucius mentioned. To Chen Luo's surprise, Trant was also in Latour City, and even in the royal palace. He didn't need to think to guess what this guy was up to. He wanted to control the Weimar royal family and use it to influence the entire Eastern Kingdom. The emergence of Joseph's Alchemy Academy placed the Weimar Kingdom at the absolute core of the Eastern Kingdoms. By controlling the Weimar royal family and the Alchemy Institute, he could effectively control the entire Weimar Kingdom, which would allow him to gradually spread the dark faith. Chen Luo noticed but didn't bother to interfere. The dark church was just starting to gain momentum, so he let Trun work harder. Once the dark faith had grown stronger, they could find someone to harvest it. However, choosing a candidate for the goddess of darkness is a problem. The Dark Law is also one of the candidates for the 13 main gods, and it is also a very important divine position. Chen Luo frowned and pondered for a moment, then quickly put it out of his mind. It was still a long way from the Dark Church's full development, so there was no need to rush. What if I wanted that woman? Chen Luo suddenly pointed at Madeline and looked at Lucius with a smile. Lucius paused for a moment, then said, Mr. Lafayes, as far as I know, the elves here do not sell themselves. I don't care whether she sells herself or not, I only ask if you can do it. Lucius looked at Chen Luo with surprise, and seeing the smile on his face, he vaguely understood that Chen Luo was testing him. How many gold coins can Mr. Lofi offer? Lucius snapped out of his daze and immediately asked. A gold ticket. Chen Luo said casually. Lucius paused, noting that the lowest denomination of the gold notes was 10,000 gold coins. However, he now had a sense of security. Since Madeline was working as a dancer here, she must need money. 10,000 gold coins a night is not a loss for her. Please wait a moment. After Lucius finished speaking, he immediately walked towards Madeline on the stage. As the dark elf Madeline finished her dance and walked down from the stage, a group of mercenaries shamelessly surrounded her, some inviting her for drinks, some for meals, and some offering gifts. That scene was a veritable gathering of sycophants. Madeline laughed and flirted with the mercenaries, but she refused to agree to any of their advances or let any of them take advantage of her. Miss Madeline. Lucius walked over and called out Madeline's name loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Madeline and her group of sycophants were taken aback and looked at Lucius with strange expressions. They could all tell that although Lucius looked mature, he was clearly a teenager. What, little brother, are you going to buy me a drink too? May I? Lucius immediately replied. Madeline was stunned. She had only meant it as a joke, but she hadn't expected Lucius to actually ask that question. Haha, where did this little rascal come from? Has his fur grown long? Oh my, our Madeline is so charming, even the little kid is in heat. Get lost, you little brat. A group of mercenaries immediately began to laugh at him, and some even tried to push Lucius away. Okay. Madeline suddenly chuckled and gave Lucius a meaningful look. But can you afford to hire him? Lucius immediately nodded and said, of course. The mercenaries were all taken aback. They had been fawning over her for so long, but they never expected Madeline to accept an invitation from a little kid. Let's go then. Lucius immediately led the way, taking Madeline to the bar where she sat down next to Chen Luo. Miss Madeline, what would you like to drink? Let's have maple wine. Madeline glanced at Lucius, then her gaze suddenly shifted to Chen Luo. Chen Luo, however, was smiling as he looked at Lucius, having naturally overheard their conversation. Lucius only brought Madeline to him, but he hadn't yet said the important thing. Speak, little brother, what is the real reason you called me here? Madeline wasn't stupid. Seeing the expressions on Lucius and Chen Luo's faces, she knew things weren't that simple. Miss Madeline, I saw you once before when you went to the slums to preach the doctrines of the Dark Church. Madeline paused slightly, glanced at Lucius, and then couldn't help but giggle. No wonder you looked familiar. Where are you from? Lucius nodded, then said earnestly, if I have a way to help you expand your followers, can you grant me one request? Madeline laughed, a look of interest on her face, and said, oh, tell me your plan and your conditions first. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Lucius. This little guy was getting more and more interesting. When he went to Madeline, he didn't mention the money for sleeping with her at all. Instead, he tricked Madeline into coming over first. Lucius knew that if he said it directly, regardless of whether Madeline agreed or not, those mercenary sycophants would be the first to make trouble for him. When Madeline arrived, Lucius still didn't mention the matter of sleeping with her. Instead, he first addressed what she cared about most, hoping to pique her interest in listening to him continue. The Dark Elves come here to spread their dark faith, and what they care about most is how to quickly gain followers. Lucius immediately deduced what Madeline cared about most simply by seeing her go to the slums to preach, and he might even have just guessed it. But when Madeline showed interest, whether Lucius had already guessed it or was just guessing, he was certain that Madeline really cared about this. Miss Madeline, you have never lived in the slums and do not understand the thoughts of the people there. Although your teachings are moving, they do not have much appeal to the people in the slums. They live on the brink of starvation every day. No matter how eloquent your words are, until they see tangible benefits, they'll only see you as a pretty face and won't care about what you say. Madeline glanced at Lucius in surprise. She hadn't expected that at all. She can attract believers to join her sermons in other places, such as the Mercenary Tavern, which has attracted quite a few believers. Madeline had assumed that people living in the slums, at the very bottom of society and with no hope in sight, would find it easier. But to her surprise, the people there seemed to be listening intently, but in reality, they were all staring at her private parts. Madeline visited several slums, but with the same result, which made her want to give up on these places. Then tell me, what should I do? Madeline looked at Lucius, her eyes lighting up. It's simple, just throw money at it. Lucius spoke eloquently. As I said before, many people in the slums go hungry every day. If you are willing to spend some money, even just enough for them to have some porridge, they will definitely be willing to change their faith. What you've done is quite simple: make books out of the teachings of the dark church, and have everyone who comes to collect porridge take one home. The next time they come to drink porridge, they must memorize 1 or 2 pages from the book. Over time, they naturally memorized the entire content, and even those who weren't believers were gradually influenced. Madeline stared at Lucius in shock. If they followed the little guy's suggestion, based on her understanding of the people in the slums, it really might work. Moreover, she doesn't need to waste her breath. All she needs to do is spend a little money to get some porridge. Madeline paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "How old are you?" Even Chen Luo couldn't help but admire Lucius. He was truly a talented person. His struggle in darkness since childhood had made him extremely adept at understanding human nature. 14. Madeline paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Little one, how about joining our dark church?" Now it was Lucius's turn to be stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Madeline, I don't believe in God." When Chen Luo heard Madeline's words, a thought suddenly struck him. He had always subconsciously believed that the goddess of darkness needed a woman. However, the goddess of darkness was created by Trundle himself, and Chen Luo may not necessarily need a woman. We can replace the title Dark Goddess with Dark Overlord instead. Lucius is so young yet has such a mind. If he were to join the Dark Church, he would mature by the time the Dark Faith grows stronger, and then he would be ready to receive the Dark Faith. That would be such a shame. Madeline did not continue to persuade Lucius, as the place was too noisy and not suitable for lobbying. Now that we know his background, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. She's a third-tier superhuman, surely she can handle a child? Is this the only solution you've come up with? Lucius laughed and said, "Of course not." "Oh," Madeline laughed. "Then continue. If I'm satisfied, I'll grant you any request." Madeline's words were full of flirtatious intent, and she even gave Lucius a flirty wink. The sycophants around him all had bloodshot eyes, and their gazes toward Lucius were now filled with murderous intent. Lucius's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said slowly, "There are many children in the slums like me, either from single-parent families or simply orphans. They also can't get enough to eat and can't see any hope for life. If your dark church can provide them with free food, open schools so they can attend school, and spread its faith while they learn, they will naturally become faithful followers of the dark church when they grow up." Madeline was stunned again, and even the mercenaries who were watching the conversation were dumbfounded. They looked at Lucius as if he were a monster. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly the prototype of those church schools in reality. It would be a waste for the little guy to think of this instead of going into missionary work. Chen Luo suddenly exclaimed because he had read Lucius's thoughts at that moment. "With the help of the dark church, plus the commission I received, we should be able to help Sean and the others improve their lives. As long as they can read and write and acquire knowledge, they can change the fate of all the children in the slums. As for faith and such, it doesn't matter." Chen Luo looked at Lucius in surprise. He had underestimated the little guy. He had been planning to use Madeline and himself from the very beginning. He made a quick judgment the moment Chen Luo proposed that test. As a local strongman in Latour, Lucius knew everything about the city. While others might not know the extent of the dark church's influence there, he certainly did. The missionary methods mentioned earlier were probably already conceived by Lucius when Madeline first went to the slums to preach, but he simply never took the initiative to approach the dark church. Now that Chen Luo had made that request, Lucius immediately thought of this solution. He could both utilize the power of the dark church and obtain money from Chen Luo to help the children in the slums. "Miss Madeline, may I now state my terms?" Madeline snapped out of her daze and said with a charming smile, "Go ahead, your method might work. I keep my word, and I'll take any conditions." Lucius turned his gaze to Chen Luo and said quickly, "Please have Miss Madeline keep this gentleman company for the night." Madeline was taken aback, and her gaze involuntarily turned to Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries present glared angrily, some staring at Lucius, others at Chen Luo, showing signs of going berserk. Lucius didn't look at the hell, but instead looked at Chen Luo. "Mr. Luofi, you keep your word, don't you?" Chen Luo clapped his hands and laughed. Of course it counts. Then please give me the money tomorrow. Chen Luo found it increasingly amusing. Lucius wasn't taking any money now, but was asking him to pay tomorrow, clearly knowing that this group consisted of desperate criminals. If you see him holding a gold note, you can forget about leaving here alive. Chen Luo laughed and waved his hand, taking out a gold note and stuffing it into Lucius's hand. This is the 10,000 gold coins I promised. If you survive to tomorrow, remember to come to Marissa Inn to find me, and I will give you another gold note. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he left the tavern without waiting for anyone's reaction. Lucius, who had been so confident just moments before, was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Chen Luo to stuff a gold note into his hand. That's 10,000 gold coins. When Lucius heard what Chen Luo said as he left, he was immediately jolted awake, because he noticed that all the mercenaries around him were staring at him, or more precisely, at the gold note in his hand. 10,000 gold coins would be enough for these mercenaries to kill their own fathers, let alone a newsboy with no background or extraordinary power. Lucius thought for less than a second before crumpling the gold notes in his hand into a ball and throwing them at the most crowded spot in the tavern. The mercenaries went berserk and rushed toward the gold note, disregarding all the rules of the mercenary guild. Lucius quickly seized the opportunity to slip away, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. As soon as he left the mercenary tavern, he heard the sounds of fighting coming from inside, followed by flashes of various battle auras and magical lights. Lucius's expression changed, and he immediately began searching for Chen Luo on the street. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find Chen Luo. Instead, they discovered that many mercenaries rushed out of the tavern and headed straight for him. Lucius was stunned. He had already handed over the gold notes, so why were these people still causing him trouble? He reacted quickly and figured it out in an instant. As Chen Luo said, as long as he's still alive when he gets to the Marissa Hotel at dawn, he'll still have a gold ticket. The mercenaries clearly took his words to heart and wanted to capture him to exchange for gold tickets for tomorrow. Come with me. While Lucius was still in a daze, a slender wrist grabbed his arm and dragged him into the crowd. Lucius looked in astonishment at the person in front of him, only to find that it was Madeline, the dark elf dancer from the mercenary tavern. Chen Luo had already returned to the Marissa Inn and was examining the alchemy table. When he noticed Lucius's actions, he couldn't help but laugh. The guy reacted quite decisively, throwing the gold notes away to save his own life first. As for Madeline saving Lucius, that's to be expected. If Madeline hadn't noticed such an interesting person, she would have been fine, but now that she has, she's going to try and recruit him. The dark church invited him in, which saved a lot of trouble. Chen Luo smiled and then focused his attention on the alchemy table. This is an object about the size of a sewing machine, weighing several hundred kilograms, and made entirely of alchemical metals. Chen Luo placed his hand on it and instantly analyzed the entire alchemy platform. Metal cells, huh? Lu Suifeng is quite an interesting guy. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately became interested. This alchemy table is entirely made of metal cells, and the core elements that make up these metal cells are silicon and iron. They form a cell-like bubble structure and are endowed with some characteristics similar to living organisms, allowing them to evolve the ability to reproduce and evolve on their own. These metal cells possess stable cell structures and metabolic systems, enabling them to obtain energy from the outside world to sustain their life systems, thus forming their own unique life forms. Although it is currently only in a cellular state, it already possesses the rudiments of alchemical life. If this trend continues, it may give rise to metallic life, which is true alchemical life. Alchemical life forms are far more powerful than carbon-based life forms. They do not need to breathe or eat, and their physical strength far exceeds that of carbon-based life forms. As long as they have energy, they will not age and will continue to live, easily achieving the immortality that humans crave. Even if their bodies are damaged, they can simply replace the damaged parts, and can even maintain their immortality through self-repair by metal cells. However, although the metal cells were created, the refining was extremely difficult, otherwise, the alchemy table wouldn't have sold for such an outrageous price as 150,000 gold. At this rate, achieving alchemical life would likely be as long as the evolution of cells into humans. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then reached out and placed his hand on the alchemy table. In the blink of an eye, the alchemy table began to shrink and deform rapidly, becoming 1/3 of its original size, about the size of a suitcase. It looks like just an ordinary metal block, and its structure is unusually simple compared to the previous one. Chen Luo reached out and weighed it in his hand. It was about 100 pounds, which a first-level alchemist should be able to lift. Chen Luo placed the improved alchemy table aside and suddenly looked towards the direction of the royal palace. Inside the royal palace, within its magnificent golden splendor, the soft yet bright light of the alchemical lamps illuminated the entire palace. On the throne, an elderly man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, wearing a crown, leaned against it, while a dark elf concubine sat on the throne beside him, nestled in his arms. Manan Carter, the king of Weimar who reigned for nearly 80 years, was gradually approaching the end of his life. His eyes were sunken, his body was extremely thin, and he looked as if he might die at any moment. Your Majesty, he is the greatest sage of our race, Pope Leopold, who possesses unparalleled divine power. The Dark Elf Queen looked at Trundle, who was walking in from outside the hall, and introduced him to Manan with a smile. As long as you believe in the goddess of darkness, she can cure your illness and grant you eternal life. Dressed in a black robe, Trundle, led by a servant, walked to the foot of the throne. Seeing Trundle's arrogant expression and his complete lack of respect for the king, the waiter immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you? Kneel down! He. Trund let out a strange laugh and looked at the waiter. A mortal dares to presume to kneel before the gods. His crime deserves death. With a wave of his hand, Trundle unleashed a black ripple that instantly struck the waiter. The next moment, the waiter let out a scream, turned into a wisp of black smoke, and then disappeared without a trace. Assassin! The guards in the hall immediately changed their expressions and drew their alchemical muskets, aiming them at Trundle. Meanwhile, the extraordinary individual shone with the light of battle aura and magic, preparing to attack him. Stop! Ma Nan shouted, stopping the guards in the hall from attacking Trenton. Seemingly due to using too much force, Ma Nan immediately began to cough incessantly. He coughed so hard it was as if his lungs were about to come out. The dark elf concubine quickly put on a distressed expression and reached out to touch his chest. Your Majesty, are you all right? A flush crossed Manan's face. After finally recovering, he looked at the dark elf woman with a doting expression in his eyes. It's all right, Lucia, don't worry. Manan withdrew his gaze and looked at Trundle below the throne. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Can you grant me immortality?" Trund laughed wildly. Of course, the goddess of darkness is omnipotent. Manan stared at Trundle with his cloudy eyes for a moment, then slowly asked, "So, what do you want?" "Faith, I need the Dark Church to be the sole faith in the Weimar Kingdom. I can promise you that, but I need to see results first." "Of course." With a confident smile, Trundle strode toward the throne. The palace guards looked tense and wanted to step forward to stop him, but Ma Nan ordered them to retreat. Trundle stepped onto the throne, waved for the dark elf to step back, and then placed his hand on Manan's heart. A dark, eerie light shone from Trundle's palm and quickly entered Manan's chest. The next moment, Manan's body trembled violently as if he had gone mad, and his expression was extremely painful. Seeing the situation was dire, the palace guards hurriedly tried to rescue Manan, but at that moment, the dark elf woman coldly rebuked them, "Step back." The palace guards all knew the woman's place in Manan's heart, and for a moment they froze, not knowing what to do. Just when they were caught in a dilemma, they saw that Manan's body stopped trembling. Immediately afterwards, to everyone's astonishment, Manan's previously dry skin began to regain its luster at a visible speed, and his aged body began to straighten up. In a very short time, Manan went from being old to middle-aged, looking at least 20 years younger. Everyone was stunned, staring at Manan in disbelief, and for a long time no one could utter a word. Is this real? Manan suddenly stood up from the throne. He excitedly looked himself up and down, then reached out and pinched his body in disbelief. When he realized he had regained his youth, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is truly a miracle. Trund bowed slightly and said with a smile, "All of this is a blessing from the goddess of darkness. Please praise the great goddess of darkness." Manan was overjoyed and laughed loudly, "Praise be to the great goddess of darkness." After Manan finished speaking, his gaze suddenly turned to the dark elf Lucia. "Tomorrow I will convene a royal council to establish the Dark Church as the state religion. Pope Leopold, please come to attend tomorrow. I will not accompany you today." Manan couldn't wait any longer and went over to embrace Lucia, heading towards the palace behind. Manan was so old he could barely walk, and he could only look at this beautiful dark elf with a mixture of desire and helplessness. Just now, he felt his lower body, which had been dormant for many years, suddenly become active again, and he no longer cared about Trundle. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Trundle bowed, smiled, and left the palace. At this moment, in the Marissa Hotel, after seeing Manan regain his youth, Chen Luo immediately understood what had happened. That spell wasn't an illusion, it truly restored Manan's youth, but at the cost of sacrificing the lifespan of others. Trundle used the spell Dark Harvest to collect the life essence of others and transfer it to Manan. Although this spell is incredibly powerful, it has a limited number of uses on a single person. Similar to the longevity serum, its effect is halved the second time, and halved again the third time, until it no longer has any effect. Moreover, the conversion efficiency is very low. For every 20 years of lifespan that Trundle extracts, less than 2 years can be transferred to another target. In other words, while Manan regained 20 years of his youth, Trundle extracted at least 200 years of lifespan from everyone else. Chen Luo smiled faintly and immediately withdrew his gaze. For the foreseeable future, the Weimar Kingdom, and even the Eastern Kingdom, would likely be anything but peaceful. Time flew by, and soon it was dawn the next day. Soon there was a knock on the door, and Chen Luo waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. Lucius stood outside the door, looking somewhat tired, his gaze towards Chen Luo quite complex. Mr. Luo, I've arrived. You're here to ask for gold tickets? Lucius shook his head and said respectfully, no, I want to follow you, Mr. Luo. Oh, Chen Luo laughed. Why do you want to follow me? Because I know you are no ordinary person. You must be an extremely powerful superhuman. By following you, I have the opportunity to change my destiny. How do you know? Your eyes, your demeanor, and the information I've obtained from Mr. Archimon confirm that you are at least a fifth-order transcendent. Chen Luo smiled faintly, give me a reason to accept you. Lucius laughed too. Shouldn't you be the one giving me the reason? Chen Luo glanced at Lucius in surprise, knowing that he was referring to the test. This little guy is very clever. He guessed that Chen Luo wanted to take him in, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted his time on him. Chen Luo couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh, very good, I haven't met such an interesting little guy like you in a long time. Upon hearing this, Lucius was overjoyed and immediately knelt down on the ground, saying, Lucius greets his master. Chen Luo waved his hand, making him stand up, and said calmly, don't be too happy yet. I won't take you with me, nor do I have time to, but I can give you the power to change your destiny. Lucius hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, Mr. Luo, although I am not a superhuman, I learn things very quickly. Whatever you ask me to do. Chen Luo waved his hand, interrupting Lucius, I will make you a superhuman, and a very strong one at that, strong enough to surpass the vast majority of people in this world. Lucius looked bewildered. Chen Luo's tone was too arrogant, reason told him that this was a joke. But seeing the calm expression on Chen Luo's face, Lucius's intuition told him that it might be true. I grant you the power to change your destiny, but if you don't do it well, there's a very high chance you'll die. Are you prepared for that? Chen Luo ignored Lucius's reaction and continued speaking calmly. Lucius's expression shifted several times, then he gritted his teeth and said firmly, any risk is worth taking if it can change my fate. Chen Luo laughed heartily, waved his hand, and beckoned Lucius over. To Lucius's astonishment, Chen Luo reached out and touched his forehead. A black light shone from Chen Luo's fingertip and then entered Lucius's mind. Lucius was trembling violently, as if he were in great pain. He reached out and clutched his head tightly, letting out a scream. Lucius felt a little better when the black light disappeared, but the next moment, he began to tremble with excitement. In his mind, a new inheritance called Dark Divine Arts appeared, which contained cultivation methods and divine arts from the first-tier transcendent to the seventh-tier epic. Although Lucius didn't know what dark magic was, the fact that he could cultivate to the 7th-tier epic level was already a rare feat. Nowadays, apart from the existing churches with large faiths that have clear cultivation paths, such as the Church of Light and the Church of the Underworld, other extraordinary individuals, such as mages and warriors, can only cultivate through their own exploration. Being able to cultivate to the 7th-tier epic level is enough to prove that this dark divine art is a legacy no less than that of the Church of Light. Lucius also thought of a question that made his heart tremble, isn't the opposite of light darkness? Does this mean he is going to make the Church of Light his enemy? Now that you have accepted this inheritance, I will give you your first task. Chen Luo sensed Lucius's thoughts and smiled, then immediately said, become the Pope of the Dark Church. Upon hearing this, Lucius's mouth dropped open in shock once again. Mr. Luo, what did you say? You heard me right. I'm letting you join the Dark Church and become their Pope. Lucius felt his mind was a complete mess, and he was instantly confused, unable to understand Chen Luo's intentions. Calm. Chen Luo uttered 2 words calmly. Lucius was jolted awake, his previously chaotic thoughts instantly returning to normal. Are you sending me in to be a spy? Chen Luo chuckled, you're so smart, why don't you try to guess? Lucius paused, pondered for a moment, and slowly sorted out his thoughts. The names of dark magic and the dark church are so similar, so it should be dark magic that corresponds to light magic? Continue. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Lucius knew he had guessed correctly. After thinking for a moment, he added, you possess the inheritance of dark magic, yet you asked me to infiltrate the dark church and become its pope. It must be that you yourself are unable to do this, or rather, disdain to do it. Chen Luo smiled slightly, very good. With this kind of brain, it won't be too difficult for you to become the Pope of the Dark Church. After you complete this task, I will grant you new power. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he pointed to the improved alchemy table and said, send this thing to the Joseph Alchemy Academy and give it to Dean Joseph. Tell him that Hunyuan gave it to him and that he should study it carefully. Lucius was startled. He knew, of course, who Joseph was. The headmaster of the Alchemy Academy had countless students, and almost all of them occupied high-ranking positions in the Weimar Kingdom. Those wealthy and powerful workshop owners were just one example. Even nobles and soldiers had his students, which made Joseph's status and influence in the Weimar Kingdom second only to the royal family. Moreover, it's not just the Kingdom of Weimar. The Joseph Alchemy Academy can influence any country affected by alchemy. But Chen Luo spoke of this person as if he were instructing some servant. Who exactly is this person in front of me? While Lucius was filled with doubt and uncertainty, he discovered that Chen Luo had mysteriously disappeared. He paused, then rubbed his eyes incredulously. Mr. Lo Fi? Lucius searched the room thoroughly, then rushed outside and onto the balcony to look around, but still couldn't find Chen Luo. Lucius was dumbfounded, and felt immense awe for Chen Luo. He paused for a moment, then rushed to the alchemy table, intending to take it to the Joseph Alchemy Academy. But when Lucius tried to lift it, he discovered that it weighed over 100 pounds and he couldn't lift it at all. Lucius had no choice but to pack everything up and find someone to carry it to Joseph's Alchemy Academy. A few days later, the improved alchemy table appeared in Lu Suifeng's office. Given Lucius's status, he couldn't even get through the gates of Joseph's Alchemy Academy. However, Lucius did not give up. Instead, he waited outside the Joseph Alchemy Academy for Lu Suifeng to appear. Lucius was afraid of losing the alchemy table, so he dared not leave. He bought some food and water and stayed outside for several days and nights, even losing his job selling newspapers in the process. When Lu Suifeng finally went to the palace to meet King Manan, he was blocked by the accompanying guards and alchemists as soon as he rushed up. Lu Suifeng is now as famous as an idol star in Lada City. Whenever he goes out, people often surround him, so it's no longer surprising. If Lucius hadn't shouted the word Hunyuan and been overheard by Lu Suifeng, he probably would have wasted the last few days. Lu Suifeng was startled when he heard the words Hunyuan. He had never even heard of this organization in reality, let alone in the Western fantasy world. When Lu Suifeng learned that Lucius had come to deliver the alchemy table and to allow him to study it, he disregarded the king's summons and immediately took the improved alchemy table back to the academy. Inside Lu Suifeng's office were more than a dozen of his personal disciples, plus Lucius. When Lu Suifeng touched the new alchemy table, he sensed that it was unusual. After spending several hours figuring out the device's functions, Lu Suifeng's face showed surprise. He then reached out and crushed a glass of water on his desk. Lu Suifeng's students were all stunned, wondering what he was going to do. When Lu Suifeng placed his hand on the alchemy table and activated his spiritual power, everyone's eyes widened immediately. All that could be seen was the glass shards on the alchemy table slowly gathering together under Lu Suifeng's hands, then instantly turning into a pile of gravel, and then from gravel into a glass water glass. Lu Suifeng picked up the glass water cup and smashed it violently onto the marble floor. The glass bounced on it like a ball, but remained completely undamaged. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what had happened. The glass, which was just moments ago so fragile, has had its hardness altered after being reshaped and transformed by the alchemy table. This alters the properties of matter? The material itself hasn't changed, the glass is still glass. It seems the teacher used the alchemy table to increase its hardness. My God, this will definitely bring about huge changes to the future of alchemists, no, to the entire world. Lu Suifeng's students swarmed to the improved alchemy table, their eyes gleaming with fervor, their bodies trembling with excitement. They looked at the alchemy table as if it were a sacred object, almost kneeling down to worship it. These are active metal cells. Although Lu Suifeng had expected this, he was still so shocked by what he saw that he was speechless for a long time. Lu Suifeng seemed to have grasped something, and his whole body trembled slightly with excitement. These active metal cells are already more capable of growth than metal cells. If we continue to explore in this direction, then, alchemical life will emerge. Wait, what if I use these active metal cells in a modern steam engine? Active metal cells can absorb energy on their own, without burning coal, and will not produce pollution. They only need to be charged once, and can replenish their energy while being used. As long as it is not completely destroyed, it can continue to generate energy to keep the steamship running. My God, isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Lu Suifeng muttered to himself as if possessed, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Perpetual motion machines exist only in the concept of the real world. For hundreds of years, humans have tried to create such a thing, but all attempts have ended in failure. So much so that everyone began to doubt whether such a machine could possibly be manufactured. But in the Western fantasy world, a world with extraordinary power, it was achieved through a single active metal cell. When Lu Suifeng's other disciples heard his mutterings, they instantly understood what he meant and could foresee what would happen if the active metal cells were applied to the steam engine. Their eyes widened in shock, some even shedding tears. Lucius, standing to the side, was stunned to see this group of alchemists, renowned throughout Latour, acting like children, frantically surrounding the alchemy table. These people are certainly not crazy, but what could drive them to such madness must be extraordinary. So who exactly is Mr. Lafaiz, who provided this item? Lucius grew increasingly astonished and curious, but he showed no sign of it on his face, simply standing quietly to the side and watching. If active metal cells were used to create a steam engine, it would possess its own power, and for a ship, it would be like its heart. No, it would be a kind of life in itself, even though it has no self-awareness. It possesses the ability of metal cells to self-repair and evolve, ensuring its endurance. Moreover, it can be manipulated at will according to the alchemist's wishes, which greatly enhances its maneuverability at sea. Add the alchemical cannon, and it's practically a sea monster. Wait, why did I only think of steamships? If that's the case, we could use them to build submarines and steam airships, and then the problem of long-distance transportation would be solved. Lu Suifeng felt as if he had opened a door to a new era. As long as he could refine these active metal cells and create a real metal-activated steam engine, the Western fantasy world would surely usher in a brand new era, an era that would change the world. Upon realizing this, Lu Suifeng immediately gathered his students, who, as if possessed, studied the new alchemy table day and night, trying to find a way to extract active metal cells from it. It wasn't until many days later that Lu Suifeng suddenly remembered there was still someone in the office. "Hey, what are you still doing here?" Lucius had been there for the past few days, but the group of alchemists were so engrossed in studying the alchemy table that they completely forgot about him and didn't notice him at all. Lucius didn't dare to disturb him, so he just sat quietly to the side. Fortunately, someone brought him food every day, so he wasn't worried about starving. When he got tired, he would just lie down on the table and sleep. When he was thirsty, he would get himself some water. He didn't bother Lu Suifeng and the others. "Mr. Lofeis asked me to learn alchemy from you," Lucius said without batting an eye. Lu Suifeng was stunned for a moment, and a sense of vigilance immediately arose in his heart. Was this guy sent by Hunyuan to monitor me? This guy looks like a native of a Western fantasy world, and he's just a kid. But no matter what, Lu Suifeng has no power to resist Hunyuan now. Hunyuan is the god of this Western fantasy world, and it wouldn't take a second to kill him here. In reality, it might take some time, but killing him wouldn't be too difficult. Lu Suifeng sighed helplessly and beckoned to a student, Jonathan. "Take him to the Alchemy Institute and let him learn the basic alchemy theories and knowledge first." "Okay, teacher." Jonathan looked longingly at the alchemy table. Even though he had only been away for a short while, he was still reluctant to leave. Lucius was trembling with excitement. He had only been testing the waters and hadn't held out much hope. To everyone's surprise, Dean Joseph didn't even have any doubts. He only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It's important to know that admission to the Joseph Alchemy Academy requires an exam, and everyone, regardless of whether they are noble or commoner, is treated equally. There is no difference in treatment. The exam is held twice a year, with at least 500,000 candidates from the Weimar Kingdom and the Eastern Kingdoms, but only 500 are admitted each day, meaning only 1 out of every 1,000 candidates is admitted. Such an outrageous acceptance rate demonstrates just how difficult it is to get in. But he only mentioned Mr. Lofia's name briefly, and even used that name to fool people, and he still got in. As Lucius thought about this, he felt even more awe. This Mr. Lofeis was probably a godlike figure. Suddenly, a strange thought popped into Lucius's mind. He was going to infiltrate the Dark Church again, and he was also impersonating someone else here. He had to be careful to avoid being discovered. Did they infiltrate 2 places? Lucius didn't notice that Lu Suifeng was watching him closely. When Lu Suifeng saw the strange expression on Lucius's face, he immediately knew that he had made the right judgment. As expected, he was sent to monitor me. Looks like I'll have to be careful around this kid from now on. Lucius noticed Lu Suifeng's gaze at this moment and looked up in surprise. Their eyes met, but they both looked away guiltily. "Damn, we've been found out." "Oh no, has Dean Joseph noticed something?" The two of them looked as if they had been caught in the act, both showing strange expressions before quickly hiding their true feelings and pretending to be nonchalant. "Sigh, go ahead and learn the basics first." "Okay, thank you, Dean Joseph." Lucius bowed respectfully and then followed Jonathan out of the dean's office. After leaving Lattice City, Chen Luo reappeared in Lofi City on the Alvan continent. Humans have already developed alchemy so rapidly, so the goblins, as the first race to possess alchemy and with extremely high racial talent in it, should have developed it even faster than humans. When Chen Luo appeared in Lofi City, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Wah! A railway track stretched outwards from the city of Lofi, leading into the distance. The straight railway tracks stretched along the horizon until they disappeared into the distance. Chen Luo chuckled, "Interesting, they've actually come up with a train." The first thing Chen Luo noticed was the steam locomotive billowing black smoke, which roared as it drove from afar. It wasn't fast, about the same speed as an old-fashioned tin train, but it was definitely the most advanced and fastest means of transportation in that era. When the train stopped at the Lofi City train station, the neatly dressed goblins quickly jumped off the train and hurried towards the city. Meanwhile, the goblins waiting below for the train to arrive hurriedly jumped onto the train one by one. Whether they were getting off or getting on the bus, the goblins all seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were rushing. "Don't push. Let's check tickets first." A goblin ticket inspector in uniform shouted loudly. "Everyone boarding the vehicle must undergo inspection. The carrying of any alchemical weapons or gunpowder is strictly prohibited. Guards, please check carefully. Line up. Anyone cutting in line, get out. Leave in an orderly manner, do not rush." Outside the station, goblins stood on a high platform, using megaphones to maintain order. Everyone, carrying large and small bags, boarded the train or left the train station amidst the pushing and shoving. At the entrance and inside the station, there were also a large number of goblin guards in uniform carrying alchemical weapons to help maintain order. Chen Luo found it interesting. Not only did this train station resemble the rudiments of modern society, but the entire city of Lofi was as well. Compared to when he came more than 20 years ago, Lofi City has expanded more than tenfold, and is home to more than 10 million goblins. Over the past 20 years, the goblins first made a fortune through the war between the Holy Sword Dynasty and the Mao Military Alliance, practically scraping the flesh off several countries of the Mao Military Alliance. Then, through long-distance trade, they sold alchemical items between various continents and earned a great deal of wealth. With this wealth, the goblins began to research and develop more alchemical tools, creating a virtuous cycle that allowed the entire goblin race to develop rapidly. Today, the population of the Kingdom of Baya exceeds 500 million, and Lofi City is not only the economic center of the Kingdom of Baya, but has also become the economic center of the Alvan continent. Even elves and trolls have to come to Lofi City to buy more advanced alchemical items. You can already see quite a few elves here, but of course you can't see trolls. They mostly order their enslaved goblins to come here to buy the alchemical items they need. The development of Lofi City spurred urban development throughout the entire Kingdom of Baya. With the increasing development of maritime trade, the city of Lofi alone could no longer meet the resources needed for export, and it was necessary to bring in goblins and resources from other cities. As the economy developed, the various cities within the Goblin Kingdom became more interconnected, creating an urgent need for a way to link them together. Thus, trains and steam airships were born. The steam locomotive appeared more than 10 years ago. It was based on the modern train diagrams and operating principles presented by Wang Zhan. After repeated research and improvements, it was finally developed. Initially, they used mining carts, which were later upgraded and transformed into transport trains for coal and other goods. Initially, it could only be used for short-distance transport, but after continuous improvements by Wang Zhan and the Goblin alchemists, it was eventually transformed from a cargo train into a passenger train. For the past 10 years or so, the goblins have been building railways all over the country, connecting half of the Baya Kingdom with railways. Meanwhile, large, manned steam airships were also developed by Craigie, the goblin who first invented hot air balloons. After being granted spiritual power by Chen Luo more than 20 years ago, and then being taken in as a disciple by Wang Zhan, Craig's talent was fully unleashed. Now, he has not only become the youngest third-tier alchemist, but has also made the greatest contribution to the development of trains, and has independently developed a steam airship for long-distance travel. In almost any mechanical-related field, Craigie can always find a solution. In addition to manned steam airships, Craigie also developed war airships based on this technology. Warships and manned airships may seem to differ by only 2 words, but the level of difficulty is completely different. The most important weapon on the war airship is, of course, the alchemical cannon, and there are many things to consider when mounting it on the airship. The weight of the alchemical cannon, the recoil during firing, the accuracy of the shot, and the speed of flight. Any error in any of these factors would render the war airship ineffective. Originally, all of this was very difficult, but when Lu Swifeng's metal cells for making the alchemy table spread to the Kingdom of Baya, Craigie was suddenly inspired. Using metal cells to create alchemical cannons and steam engines greatly reduced their weight, significantly improving the speed and maneuverability of the warships. After years of improvements, the weight of the alchemical cannon and the airship were continuously reduced, until finally Craigie created a small war airship. To maintain maneuverability, this airship was equipped with only a small alchemical cannon, and it was also very small, only able to carry 1 goblin pilot to control it. After that, Craigie became a national idol among the goblins and was regarded as a role model. Many goblin children dreamed of becoming ace pilots of warships. Chen Luo also went to see the combat airship that Craigie had made. It was about the size of a fighter jet and had the basic form of a modern aircraft, but the only limitation was the hot air balloon on it. Hot air balloons are made of ordinary materials, and their sturdiness is far inferior to that of steel and metal. They can be used to deal with ordinary people, but if they encounter superhumans, such as mages and archers, they will be finished as soon as they shoot through the hot air balloon. However, the goblins have also realized this problem and are developing more robust hot air balloons, such as those made of lightweight yet hard alchemical metals. With Wang Zhan, a modern person, around, they might actually be able to build an airplane for them in the future. Chen Luo surveyed the entire city of Lofi and found himself inside a train that was leaving the city. This was a steam locomotive carrying more than 20 carriages. After all the passengers boarded, it left Lofi City and headed towards the next city. "Children, it will only take us 2 days to reach the ancient fortress." A goblin woman laughed as she spoke to the 5 children who were perched on the windowsill. 5 goblin children opposite Chen Luo swarmed to the edge of the glass window, excitedly looking outside. It was clearly their first time riding a train. "Mom, does the train really go that fast? Mommy, can I ride on the train? Wow, there are so many people. Sir, may I switch seats with you? The 5 goblin children jumped around excitedly, especially when they saw the train slowly starting and the world rushing past the window. Their eyes lit up with excitement. When Chen Luo saw the 2 goblin children excitedly asking to switch seats with him, he smiled and immediately got up to make room for them. The 2 goblin children immediately thanked them excitedly, then pressed their faces against the window and stared wide-eyed outside. Don't stick your head out. Okay, Mom. The goblin woman politely nodded her thanks to Chen Luo, then quickly scolded the 2 goblin children. Although Chen Luo was human at this moment, he appeared as a goblin to the goblins around him. As the train billowed black smoke and pulled out of Luofi City, Chen Luo's gaze swept across most of the city from inside the train. By this time, Luofi City had seen many high-rise buildings. Compared to when I first visited, the buildings were generally at least twice as tall, with some buildings already over 100 meters high. Although the city continues to expand, the housing problem is becoming increasingly strained as more and more goblins flood in, forcing the city to build houses higher and higher. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. If this trend continues, the goblins might be the first to have housing price problems. If Luofi develops for another few decades, it will be similar to those international cities in the United States in the early 20th century, except that it has a more magical atmosphere. The appearance of trains and airships made Chen Luo feel as if the Western fantasy world was constantly moving towards the world he was familiar with. However, Chen Luo still cannot guess what the future holds. Possessing alchemy is equivalent to possessing infinite possibilities. The goblins have already created these things, they might even break out of the universe one day. However, the goblins are not without their own problems. Just like in real society, industrialization has brought about a lot of environmental issues. In the early days, Wang Zhan was only focused on development and didn't consider environmental issues at all. The establishment of various large-scale factories, especially those producing chemical alchemy and pharmaceutical alchemy products, initially did not attract enough attention from the goblins, ultimately leading to serious environmental pollution. It wasn't until a large number of goblins fell ill and collapsed that Wang Zhan realized the environmental problems had appeared prematurely, and he had no choice but to order a cleanup operation. However, by then the damage was too great to be done. Just relocating those alchemy factories out of Luofi City had already cost a huge amount of money, not to mention environmental remediation. As wealth accumulated, a dramatic shift in social hierarchy also occurred among the goblins. Wealth flowed uncontrollably toward the major alchemists, and a trend toward monopoly emerged. After acquiring vast wealth, these alchemy workshop owners naturally sought political power and wanted to exert greater influence on the national policies of the Baya kingdom, tilting their interests in their respective fields. At this time, Wang Zhan's prestige among the goblins was like that of a god. He could suppress these emerging nobles with his personal prestige, and there were no major problems for the time being. However, as the gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen, this situation will eventually become uncontrollable, and numerous internal conflicts among the goblins have already begun to emerge. Meanwhile, the trolls gradually united to prepare to fight against the kingdom of Baya. Over the decades, troll alchemists have not become as powerful as goblins, but they possess equally powerful demon warlocks. When the two are combined, they can still pose a threat to goblins. Chen Luo could foresee that in the near future, a war would break out regardless of whether Wang Zhan liked it or not. At that time, the landscape of the Alvan continent will likely undergo new changes. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and focused his mind on the steam engine that was driving the train. Although the steam engine still generates steam by burning coal, unlike trains in reality, it is controlled by alchemists. By controlling the internal pressure, power, and steam condensation, they can easily and accurately control the acceleration and deceleration of steam locomotives. When the active metal cells spread to the kingdom of Baya, this situation will definitely improve further, and there will be no need to burn coal anymore. The active metal cells alone can do the job. First time taking a train? A middle-aged goblin in his 40s sitting opposite Chen Luo noticed that Chen Luo was staring intently outside with great interest on his face, so he immediately asked a question. Chen Luo smiled and nodded. This goblin had the strength of a third-tier alchemist, which was considered a relatively high status among goblins. The goblin alchemist smiled. It's all thanks to His Majesty and Sage Craigie. His Majesty invented the steam engine, and Sage Craigie modified the steam engine from metal cells, pointing us in the direction of the future. The Sage Craigie is currently modifying the airships. In the near future, iron airships similar to steamships will appear. In the future, we will not only have a powerful navy, but also a powerful air superiority capability. We are studying how to make steam locomotives smaller and build small steam locomotives that can be used by individuals, which will become the latest mode of transportation. The goblin alchemist's face was beaming with excitement, still filled with wonderful aspirations for the future. Most of the goblins on the train were just like him, still full of enthusiasm and ambition, just as they had been more than 20 years ago. Sir, are you an alchemist? Chen Luo listened quietly, but the goblin children next to him suddenly shouted excitedly and stared wide-eyed at the goblin alchemist. "Yes, I am an alchemist." The goblin alchemist smiled and nodded. "Wow, sir, my dream is to become an alchemist. Sir, could you teach us alchemy?" In an instant, not only the goblin children were excited, but the surrounding goblins also heard the commotion and rushed over. At this moment, Chen Luo smiled, looking at the already bustling carriage, and realized that he had silently exited the Western fantasy world and returned to reality. As soon as Chen Luo returned to his room, he saw dozens of missed calls on his phone, all from Song Zhengxian. Chen Luo suddenly frowned and looked into the room, only to find a young man there. When he saw Chen Luo, the young man was stunned. Although he had heard of Chen Luo's abilities, he was still quite surprised when he saw him in person. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Xiao Wei, a clerk from the Research Institute." After bowing respectfully and greeting him, Xiao Wei hurriedly bowed and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry we came in without permission, but something serious has happened. Director Song couldn't get in touch with you, so he instructed me to wait here for you." "What happened?" Chen Luo asked casually. "Song Zhengxian is a very discreet person. He generally won't bother you unless you give him an order. More than 20 phone calls, and someone even waiting here for him. Clearly something unsolvable has happened. It's too complicated to explain, so I'll just show you a video." Xiao Wei was clearly prepared. He immediately turned on the TV and played a video. The scene shown is still the ancient ruins of Kunlun Mountain. As many large excavators operate on site, the ruins are gradually dug up. Boom! After an explosion, the ground of the ruins was completely dug up, and a metal door panel appeared under the feet of the excavators. Chen Luo couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this, because the light emanating from that thing looked like a modern alloy, and it didn't seem like something produced in ancient times at all. Immediately afterwards, the staff quickly cleared away the contents of the container and painstakingly dug out the metal object. To Chen Luo's surprise, although this thing was buried deep under the ruins, it was unusually large. Song Zhengxian and his team dug down several hundred meters before they finally saw the full picture of the metal shell. This huge metal shell is so smooth that it doesn't look like metal at all, without any visible texture or protrusion. "This is a spaceship." Chen Luo stared at it for a moment, then asked in astonishment, "You think so too?" Xiao Wei nodded immediately. "Our experts, through analysis, also believe that this is an alien spaceship, dating back at least hundreds of thousands of years." Chen Luo was stunned upon hearing this. He never expected that there would be an alien spaceship beneath the ruins. Such an important matter was completely omitted from my future memories. How could there be a spaceship? Chen Luo pondered with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, but he quickly came to terms with it. If even something as illogical as the Hunyuan Brush had appeared, then aliens weren't so strange after all. How big is this spaceship? According to our measurements, it is about 600 meters high and nearly 10,000 meters long. Based on this volume, it can carry at least 1 million people. After answering quickly, Xiao Wei said anxiously, "But that's not the point. Please read on." At that moment, the top of the spaceship suddenly shone brightly, and immediately a scorching beam of light shot out from the spaceship. A dazzling light burst forth from the ground and shot straight into the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently. The camera started shaking, and soon a red, lava-like light burst forth, piercing through all the nearby staff and turning them to ashes before the scene disappeared. "Is this the spaceship's defense system?" Chen Luo suddenly asked. Yes, no one expected that its defense system would still be functional after hundreds of thousands of years. The next video quickly appeared on the television, showing a hatch opening on the spaceship, and then 5 robots flying out. Iron Man? Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. He wasn't so surprised now. It was normal for robots to appear on such a massive spaceship. These robots are about 3 meters tall and their appearance is roughly similar to that of humans. No, they are even stronger than Iron Man. Xiao Wei clearly didn't find Chen Luo's remark funny. As they spoke, the 5 robots flew above the army outside. They opened their mouths towards the sky and the ground, and with countless intense red beams of light streaking across the sky, several helicopters in the air were destroyed. The large excavating equipment on the ground, as well as the vehicles on site, were quickly turned into a sea of fire by the explosion. They did not stop, but flew forward rapidly, and the red light swept across their flight path. The ground was quickly plowed by red plasma, leaving behind huge trenches several meters wide. The troops below reacted and attacked the robots in the sky. Armed helicopters also took off, but they were shot down one after another. When the bullets and missiles they fired hit these robots, they were stopped by an invisible force field, which then turned into a one-sided massacre. The military personnel at the ruins were only on guard duty and did not carry any powerful weapons. They collapsed instantly under the attack of these terrifying robots. The entire Kunlun Mountains were engulfed in flames, and countless workers and soldiers screamed in agony, turning the area into a living hell. After everyone had fled, the robot surveyed the ground once before heading back to the spaceship and entering through the open hatch. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. These people were completely innocent. Chen Luo warned Song Zhengxian so many times, but even after he obtained those divine talismans, he had no intention of continuing to explore the ruins. However, Song Zhengxian could not control his greed. If he hadn't excavated the ruins, this would never have happened. You attacked again later, didn't you? Xiao Wei gave a wry smile. When alien spaceships appeared, how could the people on board give up exploring? They launched several attacks and even used weapons of mass destruction, but they couldn't even get close to the spaceships. Xiao Wei tapped the remote a few more times, and another video started playing. Countless missiles flew toward the robots and then exploded violently in front of them. However, either the invisible force field outside their bodies blocked the damage, or even if the force field was broken and some damage was caused, the damaged parts on the robot quickly repaired themselves and became as good as new in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw this, not because of the robot's power, but because of their self-repairing ability. This ability is exactly the same as the ability of the alchemical life form he had envisioned. Are these robots alchemical life forms? Have Song Zhengxian send a helicopter to the Mount Everest base camp? Chen Luo stared at the robot on the screen and gave the order without looking up. Xiao Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this, as Chen Luo clearly meant he was willing to help. When Song Zhengxian sent him here, he was only holding onto a sliver of hope, since they were the ones who had unearthed the robot, and Chen Luo might not be willing to help. The researchers even suspected that the spaceship belonged to the game company, and that Chen Luo was merely using the search for ruins as an excuse to actually find the spaceship. Given the size of the spaceship, they likely harbored a large number of combat robots inside, which, if released, could potentially cause devastating damage to Earth. Just a few combat robots were enough to render them helpless and cause them heavy losses. Heaven knows how many such robots were on that spaceship. Even the spaceship's own defenses are terrifying. What if that spaceship were to be deployed? After several days of analysis, the researchers at the Institute have figured out what the spaceship initially emitted. It was plasma energy. It is a weapon that uses high-temperature plasma as a means of killing, and is therefore also known as a plasma weapon. Its temperature can reach millions to tens of millions of degrees, which can directly turn most obstacles into steam, and its destructive power is quite amazing. With current technology, it is very difficult to create plasma in reality, but it is even more difficult to launch it as a bullet and hit the target, because plasma dissipates quickly in the air. Therefore, such things currently only appear in games and movies. Humans currently have no ability to create plasma weapons. The people at the Research Institute came up with all sorts of ideas, but couldn't come up with any solutions. In the end, Song Zhengxian felt that they should contact Chen Luo. Even if they wanted to hide it, they couldn't. Those robots caused such great destruction, and they sent troops there several times. It was not only widely known domestically, but also abroad. Chen Luo reached out and took the remote control from Xiao Wei's hand, then played the footage of the robot repairing itself several times. Chen Luo's memory and visual abilities at this point meant that he could memorize it completely after watching it only once. When it played for the 5th time, he paused the image and asked, "Have you analyzed the robot's self-repair capabilities?" "We have analyzed it, but because the video was taken from a great distance, the experts can only roughly determine that those robots are probably silicon-based life forms made of metal." Silicon-based life. Chen Luo fell into thought. After looking at it several times, he was basically certain that the robots were silicon-based life forms or mechanical life forms, and were extremely similar to alchemical life forms. This is why Chen Luo immediately decided to go and take a look after seeing their self-repairing abilities. Moreover, the location where the spaceship appeared was very strange, right below that tomb, which could not be a coincidence. Chen Luo speculated that these spaceships were most likely suppressed by ancient cultivators when they appeared, but since they couldn't completely destroy them, they buried them underground in such a large tomb and then sealed them with a large array. Those 9 wooden cauldrons were most likely the key to the seal, but he took away the 36 divine talismans, causing the seal to fail, and then it was blown out by Song Zhengxian and his group. But no matter what, Chen Luo had to go and see for himself to confirm. After waiting for half an hour, Xiao Wei informed Chen Luo that the helicopter had reached the Mount Everest base camp. Chen Luo then vanished from his spot and reappeared at the Mount Everest base camp. He moved swiftly, shooting out like lightning. After mastering the Wind God Talisman, Chen Luo's flying speed increased several times, not much slower than that of cars traveling at high speeds. A few seconds later, Chen Luo spotted Song Zhengxian in the distance. Half an hour later, Chen Luo returned to the valley where he had come from. The valley was now a scene of devastation. The ground was scorched, deep ravines stretched across the landscape, and the entire mountainside had turned black. "Mr. Yang, the spaceship's warning line is about 2 kilometers. If we go any further, those robots will be deployed." Song Zhengxian led Chen Luo to a stop when they were still quite a distance from the spaceship. Behind them were a large number of researchers and military personnel stationed, and their eyes were now focused on them. This distance was a conclusion they reached after countless trials and bloodshed. As long as you don't break in, it won't trigger an attack, and the robots won't fly out of the warning line to attack. Chen Luo stared at the spaceship, his mental energy sweeping over it, and he quickly got a general idea of what the spaceship looked like. The next moment, Chen Luo's expression changed slightly. Is it absorbing energy? Chen Luo suddenly looked at Song Zhengxian and asked. Song Zhengxian was stunned for a moment, not expecting Chen Luo to be able to judge it with the naked eye. His expression turned grim. Yes, Mr. Yang. We detected that it is absorbing solar energy, and in addition to solar energy, it also seems to be absorbing the energy of photons and electrons in the surrounding area. We speculate that it may be accumulating energy, and once it has collected all the energy, something unexpected may happen. During this time, we also tried to communicate with the people inside the spaceship, but we didn't receive any response. Chen Luo knew that Song Zhengxian and the others were afraid that the spaceship would actually move. If it flew away, that would be fine, but if it attacked humans, the consequences would be unimaginable. Have your men retreat. Chen Luo glanced back at the large number of staff members. Okay. Even if Chen Luo didn't say anything, Song Zhengxian wouldn't dare stay here. Chen Luo clearly intended to go inside. If a fight broke out, even if they were hit by the aftershocks of the energy, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After seeing Song Zhengxian order the researchers and troops to retreat several miles, Chen Luo slowly flew into the sky, searched around with his eyes, and then quickly flew towards a distant mountain peak. After landing at the mountain peak, Chen Luo summoned the Hunyuan Brush and inscribed a teleportation array there before turning around and flying towards the spaceship's location. Just as Chen Luo flew past the warning line mentioned by Song Zhengxian, the hatch of the spaceship in front opened, and 5 robots flew out rapidly. They were even faster than Chen Luo at this moment, and before they even arrived, they all opened their mouths and spewed out red plasma cannons. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. These 5 red plasma cannons were still hundreds of meters away, yet they had already heated up the air. Feeling the scorching temperature and the rapidly spreading heat wave, Chen Luo neither dodged nor avoided it. He summoned the Hunyuan Brush, which transformed into a long sword, and swung it at one of the plasma beams. A golden sword light shot out and collided with the plasma cannon. Boom! The golden and red rays of light intertwined and exploded instantly. A massive blast of air swept outwards, causing the robots to be pushed back. A golden light emanated from Chen Luo's body, blocking the shockwave, and he continued flying forward at an undiminished speed. Before the plasma could even arrive, Chen Luo's longsword shot out golden light, piercing through one robot after another with lightning speed. Their protective forces were as fragile as paper, and were torn apart instantly. Then, black void fire ignited on the sword light, transforming into clusters of black flames that fell from the sky. At this moment, the spaceship's hatch opened, and more robots rushed out from inside, only to be pierced by the sword light in Chen Luo's hand and then ignited by the void fire. But the robots inside seemed endless, and hundreds more flew out in an instant. Hundreds of robots crisscrossed the sky, their red and blue plasma cannons intertwined. Chen Luo in the sky was completely unaffected and continued to approach the spaceship at his speed. He could easily dodge the plasma cannons at his speed, and if he couldn't dodge them, he could cut them down with his sword light. The aftershocks of the energy explosion couldn't even break through the protective energy shield around him. In an instant, the robots in the sky exploded and crashed, bursting forth with lights of various colors. Black and red flames illuminated the sky, as if it were the end of the world. Song Zhengxian and the others were speechless with shock in the distance. Although they were very far apart, the drones and satellites they controlled still transmitted the battlefield situation clearly. My God, he took on nearly 1,000 robots all by himself. What are those black flames? They're so terrifying. This is already the power of gods and demons. The researchers and soldiers felt their legs go weak and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Looking at the scene in the sky, they felt like their minds had gone blank. They couldn't handle 5 robots, but Chen Luo easily destroyed hundreds of them by himself, and now he can easily handle nearly 1,000 robots. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and nearly 1,000 robots disappeared one after another. At this moment, the crew inside the spaceship seemed to realize that these robots were no match for Chen Luo, and stopped adding more robots. When only one robot remained, Chen Luo swung his sword and destroyed the plasma cannon it fired. He then reached out and grabbed at the robot in mid-air, and the robot's body flew uncontrollably toward him. The robot seemed to sense something was wrong. Suddenly, scorching flames erupted from its feet as it struggled violently, increasing its speed in an attempt to break free from the force. Chen Luo snorted coldly, his mental strength increasing significantly once again. Come here! The robot suddenly accelerated and flew towards Chen Luo. As it flew in front of him, Chen Luo swung his longsword down, striking the force field outside the robot's body. Sizzle! A sharp sound rang out, and the force field was instantly shattered, piercing the metal on the robot's chest and tearing a gash to reveal the silver metal inside. However, it is still made of metal and contains no parts. But in just 1 second, the opening rippled like water and began to repair itself. As it was healing, it was blocked by the sword blade formed from the Hunyuan Brush, preventing it from continuing. The next moment, Chen Luo saw the liquid metal rapidly spreading towards him along the sword's edge. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he immediately withdrew his longsword, severing the strand of liquid metal. While controlling the robot to prevent it from breaking free, Chen Luo also used a wisp of his mental energy to control the liquid metal, suspending it in front of him. It really is an active metal cell. After observing the internal structure of the metal, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. These active metal cells were many generations more evolved than the ones he had created in the Western fantasy world. The metal cells inside this clump of liquid metal have now transformed into neuronal units, which are highly differentiated metal cells and serve as the basic structural and functional units of the entire robot, responsible for transmitting commands. After Chen Luo figured it out, he was even more surprised. Although this thing had evolved for many generations, it still came from the original active metal cells. But those things were created in a Western fantasy world, yet they appeared on Earth. Did these aliens happen to be researching mechanical life as well? As Chen Luo was pondering, he suddenly looked up in the direction of the spaceship. Dozens of gun turrets rose up inside the spaceship, and then red lights appeared on the muzzles as dozens of plasma cannons, each as thick as a water bucket, shot out. Chen Luo's gaze sharpened. These plasma cannons blotted out the sky, blocking all his possible movements. Their power was on a completely different level from the small-caliber plasma cannons fired by the robots. Chen Luo was preparing to teleport away directly. He had left a teleportation array on that mountain peak beforehand to prepare for this situation. But just as he was about to leave, he discovered a problem. Song Zhengxian and the others were within the range of the plasma cannon. If he had dodged it, none of them would have survived. Chen Luo sighed. If they were Japanese, they would be dead, but these people were his compatriots, and he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Besides, he still needed Song Zhengxian. Chen Luo raised his longsword and poured divine power into it. A powerful golden beam of light shot into the sky, and a violent storm swept up, scattering all the clouds in the sky. Chen Luo slowly raised his longsword and swung it downwards, sending a golden beam of light hurtling towards the dense plasma cannons. Rumble! A deafening explosion rang out, and the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The violent storm and light caused by the collision of energy blinded everyone. It took quite a while before Song Zhengxian and the others were able to open their eyes. A powerful beam of light pierced the sky from the direction of the valley, and the energy fluctuations and photon spillovers made the sky look like a dream. A moment later, the beam of light slowly disappeared. Everything on the ground, from the mountain peaks to the rocks and trees, evaporated completely at that moment, creating a vacuum. Song Zhengxian and the others were utterly astonished. This scene was beyond human capability. Step back a little further. While Song Zhengxian was in a daze, he suddenly heard Chen Luo's voice in his ear. Song Zhengxian suddenly felt a jolt. Although he didn't know how Chen Luo had carried the sound so far, he knew he had to run even further. Otherwise, if they are caught in the crossfire, they will all be wiped out. Back off. Run as far away as you can. Song Zhengxian turned around and immediately shouted an order to the people behind him. Chen Luo was also blasted away by the enormous energy, before he regained his footing in the air and continued shooting towards the spaceship. As he drew nearer, the cannons on the spaceship flashed red again. Chen Luo snorted coldly, his speed increasing again. Before the cannon's light could even illuminate, he had already landed on the spaceship, raised his longsword, and slashed down at the spaceship's hull. The longsword formed from the Hunyuan Brush was incomparably sharp and pierced through the outer shell of the spaceship in an instant. However, to Chen Luo's surprise, the spaceship's outer shell was extremely thick, and the longsword was nearly 2 meters long, yet it still couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, the outer shell also has a self-healing function, repairing itself as soon as damage occurs. Chen Luo's gaze turned cold, and the void flame instantly ignited. The incinerating effect also worked on these metals, burning a huge gash in them in no time. Moreover, no matter how those silver liquid metals were repaired, they could not stop the void fire from burning. Just as the red plasma cannon was about to fire, Chen Luo rushed into the spaceship through the opening. Is nobody here? After entering the spaceship, Chen Luo found that it was not quite what he had imagined. The lights were flashing constantly, the alarms were blaring loudly, and there was not a single person in sight. Many passageways were blocked off by metal doors. Chen Luo released his mental energy and began to search the entire spaceship bit by bit. He did not find any living creatures, but he sensed a large number of combat robots flying over again. Chen Luo frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of these robots, there were just too many of them. If he were to be attacked by them, he wouldn't be able to handle it. There are no people, yet these robots can attack autonomously. They must be operating according to a program, or there must be a command system in place. While Chen Luo was pondering, the passageway door opened, and a large number of robots flew out. Whether it operates according to a program or has a command system, it should all be in the spacecraft's control center. However, this spaceship is like a small city, and even with his mental strength, it would probably take him several days to search it completely. Moreover, the command system is mostly an inanimate object, and he might not be able to sense it even with his mental power. Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly had an idea. These robots were like alchemical life forms. Why not try using alchemy to transform them into his own alchemical items? Chen Luo had previously tried alchemy in the real world, but due to the different rules, it could not have any effect on matter on Earth. However, these robots were clearly not matter on Earth. Upon realizing this, Chen Luo immediately swung his sword to repel the robots, and then used his mental power to grab one of them. Break down! Chen Luo used his mental energy to lock onto the robot and quickly began to analyze its elemental composition. Almost instantly, Chen Luo understood the robot's structure. Then, with a thought, the white metal robot instantly transformed into a ball of silver liquid metal and floated in the air. Chen Luo was surprised. He had vaguely guessed that alchemy would be useful, but he did not expect it to be so simple that it could reconstruct the entire robot in one go. Reconstruction. With another thought, Chen Luo transformed the liquid metal into a silver robot identical in size to himself in an instant. At that moment, Chen Luo felt a connection between himself and the robot, and he knew that he could control the robot through his mental power. Chen Luo had a strange look on his face, which seemed unusual to him, but at this moment, countless robots flew over, and Chen Luo didn't have time to think about it. He first gave the order for the robot to defend against the attack, and then his mental power spread out. Break down. Reconstruct. Break down. Reconstruct. As Chen Luo continued to use his mental power to decompose them, these robots were constantly being transformed into robots that he could control, which then turned around and attacked the robots that were constantly rushing out of the spaceship. As Chen Luo continued to advance, he controlled more and more robots, and the attacking robots inside the spaceship suddenly disappeared. It's unclear whether there were no more, or whether the control center realized that sending more robots would only result in casualties, and thus stopped this pointless activity. The spaceship's internal defense doors and energy fields were all activated, using all its energy for defense in an attempt to halt Chen Luo's advance. However, the spaceship had been sealed for countless years and had been unable to absorb energy. It had only just been blasted out and hadn't had a chance to absorb much energy. Even if it used it all for defense, it wouldn't be of much use. If given enough time to absorb it, Chen Luo wouldn't be able to break in so easily. Just breaking through these energy fields would have exhausted him half to death. With nearly 200 robots now, Chen Luo saved himself a lot of trouble and simply ordered them to take him to the control center. Although these robots were transformed into his alchemical creatures, they could still communicate with the previous control center. Chen Luo followed the robot through dozens of maze-like passages. The view in front of him became wider and wider, and finally he sensed from the robot that the center of the spaceship was at the end of the passage. Chen Luo's flight speed suddenly increased, and he rushed out of the passage in an instant. The moment he flew out of the passage, Chen Luo felt a beam of fused light shine down from the sky, illuminating the outside world. Chen Luo looked up and was astonished to see a clear blue sky overhead, with the sun shining brightly. The next moment, Chen Luo realized something was wrong. What was on it was actually a metal panel, a light source and sky simulated by the spaceship through the energy it absorbed. When Chen Luo looked down, he found himself above a cluster of cities. This is a massive, technologically advanced city, like a scene from a science fiction movie, with each building hundreds of meters high, so tall that you can't see the ground at a glance. Transparent metal pipes connect the buildings, linking them together. And high in the air there are suspended train tracks, and in the distance there is another train on the tracks. Above the cluster of skyscrapers, there are numerous vehicles resembling hovercars and countless wrecked robot remains, but no signs of life can be seen. The entire city exuded a desolate and deathly stillness, like a giant graveyard, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. While looking around this dreamlike, technologically advanced city, he followed the robot as it flew towards a skyscraper in the very center of the city. As they drew closer, Chen Luo sensed an immense will emanating from the skyscraper, and it was so powerful that he knew without a doubt that it was aimed at him. Chen Luo also released his spiritual power, which collided fiercely with this will. The next moment, an invisible storm rapidly spread out from the point of clash. Chen Luo grunted and flew backward through the air, knocking over several robots behind him. That will also weakened in an instant, seemingly without any chance of appeasement. Chen Luo shook his head, and his confused mind finally cleared up. In their first encounter, Chen Luo unexpectedly suffered a setback. However, things inside that building weren't much better. Chen Luo snorted coldly and accelerated again, flying towards the building. He is now certain that the will is at the center controlling this spaceship. Once we get inside, we'll definitely be able to figure out where this spaceship came from. The will seemed to be very afraid of letting Chen Luo in, and began to send out mental attacks in an attempt to stop him. However, its mental strength was only about equal to Chen Luo's. The two were locked in a stalemate in the air for a while, but in the end, Chen Luo tore open the wall of the building and forced his way in. Chen Luo was stunned as soon as he entered, because the entire skyscraper is actually empty, with only a huge sphere of light floating in the very center. Inside, a large amount of light constantly moves and flows, as if one can see data information churning within a vast ocean. Chen Luo sensed that the will originated from this sphere of light. To his astonishment, there were at least millions of different consciousnesses crowded together within the sphere, eventually coalescing into this enormous will. Tell me your origins, or die. A black void fire appeared in Chen Luo's hand and slowly floated towards the ball of light in the sky. When Chen Luo saw the sphere of light, he understood that as long as the sphere of light was destroyed, the will inside would have nothing to bear and protect, and would instantly be reduced to ashes under the rules of Earth. The consciousness within the sphere of light immediately sensed the threat and let out a sharp mental shriek, attempting to disperse the void fire. However, no matter how much mental energy it unleashed, the void fire remained unaffected and drifted straight toward the sphere of light. Wait, I have no ill intentions toward this planet. Sensing the mental fluctuations from the other party, Chen Luo stopped the ball of void fire and calmly returned the message with his mental power. Tell me your origins. I am the Starry Sky, a Luffy-class space mothership belonging to the Alchemy Empire. Chen Luo was stunned upon hearing this. The words used by this will were extremely familiar: Alchemy Empire and Luffy level. This gave him an extremely absurd feeling. Are you an alchemical life form? Chen Luo, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly asked a question. Yes, I am this cosmic mothership. A sense of confusion lingered within that flustered emotion, and then a beautiful female elf with exquisite features emerged from the sphere of light. She had a graceful figure with captivating curves, and wore a light, semi-transparent dress that revealed even her most intimate parts, exuding an alluring charm. How did you know about alchemical life forms? Based on my analysis of this world, there shouldn't be any supernatural powers here. Also, how did you refine the alchemical puppets I control? After the appearance of this elf appeared, the voice of this will also changed to a soft and beautiful female voice. Chen Luo froze on the spot, not because of the beautiful female elf, but because the appearance of an elf on the sphere of light made his mind go blank. What the hell, how could it be an elf? At this moment, Chen Luo was truly dumbfounded. The alchemical life form spaceship was one thing, but the appearance of a female elf was definitely not a coincidence. The reason this alchemical being created an elf was simply because it had analyzed the aesthetic standards of humans on Earth, and therefore deliberately made it this way to confuse him. But she never imagined that Chen Luo knew about elves and alchemical life forms. No. Chen Luo immediately sent his consciousness into the Western fantasy world, quickly scanned it, and found that everything there was normal and that no cosmic mothership or alchemical life form had developed. Then his consciousness returned to the spaceship. Based on the trajectory of development, it would take at least several thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years, for a Western fantasy world to break out of the universe and for alchemical life forms of this level to emerge. Even if the timeline is wrong, how did they end up on Earth? And it came from tens of thousands of years ago, so the timelines on both sides don't match up at all. I need your flight logbook, retrieve it. After calming down, Chen Luo suddenly shouted urgently at the ball of light. Insufficient permissions, only the captain has the authority to access the navigation log. Then go die. Chen Luo gave a cold shout, and several more bursts of void fire shot out. The female elf on the orb of light let out another shriek, exclaiming in alarm, I remember now. This is demon fire. You are a demon. Chen Luo frowned. He didn't bother to ask what the alchemical life form meant, and simply said coldly, my patience is limited. Retrieve the logbook immediately. The female elf seemed frightened. She hesitated for a moment, then stammered, all right, you can put away these demonic flames first. You have no right to negotiate with me. All right. There was a hint of resentment in this alchemical life force. Starry Sky's navigation log has been unlocked. The female elf on the sphere of light vanished instantly, and the image of a middle-aged human slowly emerged, speaking directly to the screen. Without even thinking, Chen Luo guessed that this person must be the captain of the Starry Sky. In the year 14,878 of the cosmic calendar, a demon from the depths of the universe suddenly appeared in the first star system. Its demonic fire could burn space, and it could appear anywhere it wanted to go. It possessed the same spatial power as the moon goddess and the space goddess Irelia. We call it the mother of demons. In addition to spewing demonic fire that burns everything, it can also devour all matter in life, and it can continuously give birth to demonic species that target us, based on the planet's power system. Neither superhumans nor alchemical beings are its match. No matter what means we use, we cannot harm it. Even gods have fallen into the mouth of the demon mother. The entire first star system became its nourishment, planet after planet was devoured, and its race grew ever stronger. The scene suddenly shifts from the captain to the cosmos, where countless enormous black shadows float, moving nimbly like fish as they slowly glide across the stars. Each of them has a different shape and may look inconspicuous, but they are actually extremely large, each about the size of the space mothership. When Chen Luo saw the thing in the starry sky that the alchemical beings called the Mother of Demons, his expression suddenly changed, because he recognized it that was clearly the mother nest. At level 5, the mother nest is only a few hundred meters long, but the mother nest in the picture is at least tens of thousands of meters long, and there is more than one. The mother nest is a war machine by nature. Having grown to such a massive number in size, it is estimated to have reached the 10th rank. In addition, it can selectively hatch powers that counter enemies, so killing gods is not a difficult task. No wonder the alchemical lifeform on the starship said earlier that the void fire was demonic fire, that was something he extracted from the mother nest. The mother nest must have released void fire while devouring these planets. Sure enough, the next moment the screen showed dozens of mother nests, spewing black flames from their mouthparts as they fell from space onto the long-withered planet. The void fire, which incinerates everything, rapidly reduced planets to ashes. We tried to communicate with it, but were rejected. It seemed born to devour and destroy everything, utterly disdaining to communicate with its prey. Our war with it was like a farce, all our weapons were like toys to it, and we couldn't even get close to the Mother of Demons. Ultimately, we found a record about the Mother of Demons in the ancient dwarven history book, the Epic of Aeli. In the ancient records from tens of thousands of years ago, it appeared on the icy continent, but was destroyed by Aeli, the first dwarven chief god. But the current Mother of Demons has destroyed the second-generation dwarven chief god who wielded the artifact Stormhammer without much cost. Even gods and artifacts have become its food. Damn it! It has become even more powerful. The Mother of Evil and the countless demons it has spawned are constantly attacking us, and billions of people have perished in its jaws. After the fall of the dwarven chief god and the sky god, we lost contact with the divine realm. Have the gods abandoned their people? The alchemy empire is finished, Alpha Star is finished, and the first star system is completely finished. In just 2 years, we not only lost our home planet Alpha, but also several colonies. In the year 14,880 of the cosmic calendar, 103 great sages of the empire, pooling the empire's resources, forged the largest cosmic mothership, the starship, and transformed it into an alchemical lifeform called a Protoss. Carrying the empire's last surviving citizens, they set sail for the distant 19th star system. Damn it, the Mother of Demons is catching up again. She has the ability to traverse space, and even if we make a space jump, she can still catch us. We have nowhere to escape, we have lost all our territories, and we can only wander in the universe with no idea where to go. Just as we were about to make our final space jump, we were finally stopped by the Mother of Demons, and a sense of despair spread throughout the starship. Just when we thought we were doomed, the moon goddess and her majesty Ilia, the goddess of space, descended, blocked the Mother of Demons, and opened a spatial passage for us to escape from there. However, the Mother of Demons sensed His Majesty's intentions and ignited the spatial tunnel with demonic fire as we entered. Her Majesty Ilia's spatial divine power and demonic fire intertwined, creating a violent spacetime storm that destroyed a large number of people aboard the starship. In the final moments, everyone inside the spaceship chose to abandon their physical bodies and preserve their consciousness within the Protoss's quantum brain. After an unknown amount of time in the space tunnel, we finally broke free from the spacetime turbulence, but we entered a different universe. This was not our world. Chen Luo saw this, and then the video suddenly cut off, with no further content. What happens next? Chen Luo suddenly looked up at the alchemical life form star spirit in the sphere of light. The Protoss said in a low voice, "In the spacetime turbulence, my body suffered severe damage, and even the core biobrain was destroyed. Most of the data inside has been lost. It is extremely lucky that I survived." Chen Luo remained silent for a moment. He could tell that Xingling was not lying. Are the consciousnesses inside all survivors? Yes, but when the biocomputer was destroyed, their consciousness was destroyed, leaving only pure mental energy, which became a part of me. Chen Luo finally understood why the star spirits possessed such immense spiritual power. It was a collection of the spiritual power of millions of people. Even a pig would have terrifying spiritual power. If it weren't for this sphere of light, or the biocomputer, which limited the Protoss's ability to unleash their mental power, Chen Luo probably wouldn't be a match for her at this point. However, Chen Luo had no time to care about these things at the moment. The Alchemy Empire was clearly a country in the Western fantasy world that had entered the space age, but it had been destroyed by the Mother Nest. Back then, even the gods were no match for the Mother Nest, and they couldn't stop it from destroying the Western fantasy world. So here's the question, where the hell did I go? This is the question that Chen Luo cares about most. No matter how powerful the Mother Nest is, under his rules, everything is just an ant. Although the Mother Nest in the image was powerful, Chen Luo was certain that as long as he was there, he could destroy it with a mere thought. The problem is that he never appeared from beginning to end, and according to the navigation log, after the fall of two gods, he lost contact with the gods of the divine realm until Ilia appeared. The realm of gods must be the kingdom of gods. What happened in the kingdom of gods at that time? Chen Luo pondered for a moment, filled with doubt and uncertainty, but couldn't make sense of it. So he simply asked Xing Ling, where did the creator god go? Have no idea. The Protoss answered very decisively, I was born after the mother of sin appeared. My most important role was to lead the remaining population of the Alchemy Empire to escape. There are no records of the creator god, and much of the information was lost after the quantum computer was damaged. As the celestial spirit spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked in a strange tone, wait, why do you know about the creator god? Chen Luo didn't answer, but frowned and continued to ask, you really don't have any records about the creator god? My memories are mostly fragmented, but I overheard the captain and crew talking and they mentioned that not long after entering the cosmic era, there was no news of the creator god. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Did this mean he had disappeared? Chen Luo seemed to remember something, and suddenly his consciousness returned to the Western fantasy world, where he began searching for the location of the mother nest. The next moment, Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. The Abyss World's mother nest still exists, but Zhang Shengan's mother nest, which was exiled to the universe, has disappeared, and he is also offline. After checking several times and failing to sense the mother nest, Chen Luo realized something was wrong. That mother nest has actually disappeared from the Western fantasy universe. The mother nest had absolutely no ability to evade his search. There was only one possibility for this situation, it somehow managed to break away from the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo was startled when he thought of the scene of the destruction of the mother nest and Zhang Shengan's desire to destroy the world for his brother. Without hesitation, Chen Luo immediately began to trace the history of the mother nest's exile in the universe. After the mother nest was exiled into space, nothing really happened. Zhang Shengan was basically offline, helping Zhang Junhao devise strategies behind the scenes. However, when Zhang Shengan logged on one day, he unexpectedly sensed a wisp of void fire. Although the mother nest no longer possessed the void flame, it could still sense the special energy, and it wasn't far from its location. Although Zhang Shengan didn't know where this void fire came from, he suddenly felt motivated and decided to search for it. Zhang Shengan searched for decades. When the time flow rate was normal compared to the real world, he would go offline to help Zhang Junhao. Once the time flow rate changed to 1 day equals 1 year, he would continue to search. As he drew closer to the wisp of void fire, the thing seemed to sense the presence of the mother nest and move toward it. When two things move at the same time, they get closer together even faster. Finally, 10 years later, Zhang Shengan found that wisp of void fire. When he saw the worm with the void fire, he recognized it instantly. It was the first space worm he had ever created. The two insects met in the boundless universe. They were created by the same person and possessed the same void fire. Zhang Shengan hardly had to spend any effort to have the mother nest devour the space worm. Having devoured the space worm, the mother nest not only regained the void fire, but also gained the ability to travel through space. At this moment, Zhang Shengan sensed an even more powerful void fire. Zhang Shengan thought it was some other space worm, and immediately began to move excitedly in that direction. With the void flame and the space worm's ability to traverse space, Zhang Shengan's speed in the void was naturally different from before. After another 10 years, he finally felt that he was very close to that void flame. However, what appeared before Zhang Shengan was not a space worm, but an abyss world. From the very beginning, what he sensed was the void fire within the abyss world's mother nest. Just then, Zhang Shengan's mother nest strangely obtained a large amount of void fire. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, because he discovered that at the same time, the void flame within the mother nest of the abyss world had disappeared. Chen Luo immediately understood that the void flame within the mother nest of the abyss world had been transferred to Zhang Shengan's mother nest body. In a Western fantasy world, the only one who could possess such abilities, besides oneself, is the will of the abyss. Chen Luo only needed a moment to think before he realized that the will of the abyss had discovered this mother nest with the ability to travel through time and space and had taken the initiative to contact Zhang Shengan before Zhang entered the abyss world. These two entities had clearly made a secret deal, allowing the abyss will to extract the void flame from the abyss world's mother nest and hand it over to Zhang Shengan for fusion. After that, Zhang Shengan's mother nest left the abyss world, and later the abyss monsters appeared in Tokyo, and the abyss will obtained the coordinates of Earth. When Chen Luo began monitoring the abyss world, the mother nest disappeared at that time, and the abyss will retreated, leaving no trace. Chen Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood why the will of the abyss had remained silent after determining Earth's coordinates. This guy told Zhang Shengan the spatial coordinates of Earth, allowing him to travel from the Western fantasy world to Earth using the void fire and spatial teleportation ability of the mother nest. To confirm his suspicions, Chen Luo immediately began to trace back to the last location where Zhang Shengan's mother nest appeared. The next moment, he saw the mother nest use void fire to tear through space, then it went inside. Finally, the void fire disappeared, and the mother nest vanished as well. Zhang Shengan, that bastard. Chen Luo was truly enraged. Although he didn't know what deal the Abyss Will and Zhang Shengan had made, he was certain that with the coordinates provided by the Abyss Will, the mother nest must have already appeared in this universe. If nothing unexpected happens, it is on its way to Earth, and its destination is obviously him. Zhang Shengan's mother nest possesses the strength of the 5th rank, which is nothing in the Western fantasy world, but on Earth it would be a huge problem. That thing can eat anything and turn it into its own nutrients. It's likely that even before they reach Earth, they will have spawned a considerable number of Zerg. Once the Zerg army arrives, they will be even more terrifying than the monsters of the Abyss. At this moment, Chen Luo finally understood what the 3-year crisis was, and what could be more dangerous than the mother nest descending upon Earth. Chen Luo was startled. Could it be that he did not appear in the universe calendar of the Western fantasy world because of the mother nest? So that's why my future self returned the Hunyuan Brush? Countless questions arose in Chen Luo's mind, but he couldn't worry about them now. He had to start preparing immediately. He suddenly looked up at the Protoss in the biocomputer. Transfer the captain's authority to me. This starship is an alchemical life form. Although it would be difficult to deal with a Tier 10 mother nest, it would be sufficient to deal with a Tier 5 mother nest. Chen Luo must have it in his hands no matter what. Demon species cannot obtain captain's authority. I am not a demon. Chen Luo had no patience to argue with the Protoss about whether they were demon races. The void flame reappeared, coldly stating, I'm not discussing this with you. Chen Luo originally thought Xingling would back down, but to his surprise, she, who had been so timid before, refused again. When I was born, the great sages programmed me with a self-destruct sequence in case I was attacked by demons and there was a possibility of death. The Protoss's tone was firm. He was clearly not joking. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Judging from the crisis the Alchemy Empire had faced at the time, what the celestial spirit said was very much in line with the situation back then. When there is no hope of survival, choosing self-destruction and taking the enemy down with you is the best option. If I were a demon, how could I possibly refine your alchemical puppet? Chen Luo knew he had to prove his identity first, otherwise if the Protoss really executed the self-destruct program, he would be devastated. Xingling hesitated for a moment. This was indeed one of the many things she couldn't understand about Chen Luo. According to her prior analysis, this planet was not capable of producing extraordinary powers, but Chen Luo possessed them. Even the most powerful sage in the Alchemy Empire couldn't directly refine the alchemical puppet she controlled, let alone instantly transform them into her own servants. The Protoss could not imagine any other being capable of achieving this level of skill, except perhaps the alchemist god. However, Chen Luo also possesses the demon flame, which is something the Protoss find even more incomprehensible. If Chen Luo were a demon, given their nature of devouring and destroying, this planet should have been completely devoured long ago. Who exactly are you? After pondering for a moment, the Protoss finally asked the question. You can think of me as the avatar of the creator god of your world on this planet. Chen Luo was in a hurry to leave and didn't want to explain anything too complicated, so he quickly spoke up. If he claimed to be the original body, the Protoss probably wouldn't believe him. A clone would be far more credible. What? A beam of light suddenly burst forth from the bio-brain. The star spirit was clearly not expecting to hear such an answer from Chen Luo, and appeared somewhat excited. How can you prove it? Chen Luo said decisively, I have no way to prove it, but I can tell you that I taught alchemy to Pitman, the first king of the goblin kingdom of Baya, under the identity of the great sage Lofi, and it was spread to the entire Western fantasy world through Joseph of the Human Race and the Joseph Alchemy Academy. That's why I can refine your alchemical doll. Because it was born under the rules of a Western fantasy world, and I can control all the laws of that world. If I wanted, I could refine the entire starship right now, but your size is too large, and refining it would take you a lot of time. And the mother nest, which you call the demon mother, could descend upon this planet at any moment. I need to be fully prepared. I have no time to waste on you. The Protoss fell silent, and then various lights swirled within the biocomputer, as if it were deep in thought. What you're saying sounds incredible, but based on the analysis of various information I've gathered, what you say is about 80% credible. However, that's not enough for me to completely believe you. Explain your verification method. The Protoss are not just alchemical beings, strictly speaking, they are also a super artificial intelligence, and all the supercomputers on Earth combined might not be a match for them. Since she said that, she must have calculated some verifiable method, so Chen Luo didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Please try to refine the starry sky ship. You don't need to refine it completely, just prove that you have the ability. The celestial spirit's tone became much more serious. Chen Luo immediately covered the starry sky ship's hull with his mental power and began using alchemy. However, the starry sky was simply too large. With his current mental power, he could only cover less than 1% of the area, and unlike the alchemical puppet, it could not be refined instantly. A section of the starry sky ship's hull suddenly began to liquefy, turning into flowing liquid metal, and then gradually began to deform according to Chen Luo's will. That's fine. At this moment, the Protoss suddenly spoke up. I sensed it just now. You have indeed mastered the power of the laws of alchemy. I believe you are an avatar of the Creator God. Then, grant me the highest authority over the starry sky now. Please wait a moment. As soon as Xingling finished speaking, another fist-sized ball of light flew out from the biocomputer and quickly flew in front of Chen Luo. Please place your hands on it. Chen Luo wasn't afraid of the star spirits plotting against him, and simply reached out and placed his hand on it. Immediately afterwards, a virtual control panel popped up on the orb, displaying a language written in Goblin script. Transferring Captain's authority, please inject your mental energy. After Chen Luo injected his mental energy as instructed, another prompt immediately popped up on the interface, this time in Elven script. Please say your name in Elvish. Chen Luo. Chen Luo immediately spoke his Chinese name in Elvish. The interface changed again, and a line of Dwarven text appeared, authorization in progress. Please place a drop of your blood on the orb. Chen Luo frowned, glanced at the Protoss in the biocomputer, and said directly in the Dwarven language, "Are you sure you need blood?" The image of a Protoss elf appeared in the biocomputer, and she immediately spoke in the Orc language. To ensure everything goes perfectly, this is the final procedure. I'm pretty sure that transferring permissions doesn't require bloodshed, so don't waste my time, just complete the permission transfer immediately. This time, Chen Luo spoke the language of the Orcs. The Protoss seemed to finally relax after hearing Chen Luo speak the Orc language. The transfer of Captain's authority has been successful. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Luo, you have become the second captain of the Starry Sky. At that moment, Chen Luo was able to instantly sense the information of the entire starship, just like the alchemical puppet he had refined before. Its size, the location of each functional area, and even how much energy it needs to absorb to take flight again all came to mind. Will it take another 10 days before it can fly? Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then immediately asked Xingling, is there any way to speed up the energy absorption process? Given the technological level of this planet, the only way to accelerate the absorption process is to use electricity, but this would require too much electricity and could potentially paralyze the power grid here. It's better to paralyze the power grid than to wipe out the humans, Chen Luo said after a moment's thought. I'll have them find a way to replenish your energy and stop attacking the humans here. As you wish. Chen Luo's figure vanished instantly, appearing outside the teleportation point of Kunlun Mountain, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, flying towards Song Zhenxian's location. At the same time, Chen Luo sent a video of the mother nest appearing on the dwarf continent to Song Zhenxian's email address. Song Zhenxian and his men had already run more than 10 kilometers away. After feeling safe, he sent out a drone to check the situation. But as soon as the drone flew over, they saw a golden light shoot rapidly from the sky, reaching their heads in an instant. Before Song Zhenxian could react, he saw the golden light plummet down and land in front of him. Mr. Yang, are you all right? When Song Zhenxian saw that it was Chen Luo, he immediately asked with great surprise. There are 2 things you need to do now. Chen Luo didn't answer, but spoke directly. Please speak, Song Zhenxian said politely, not daring to be negligent. First, I have taken control of that spaceship. It will no longer attack you. Now it needs electricity to replenish its power. No matter what method you use, give it enough power. Second, I just sent you a video to your email. That thing is called the Mother Nest, and it's about to descend upon Earth maybe in a month, maybe in a day. Pass the message back as soon as possible and prepare for war. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot, leaving Song Zhenxian speechless. Chen Luo returned to his room, first turned on his computer, found Zhang Shengan's phone number, and then used the phone number to pinpoint Zhang Shengan's current location. With a swift movement, he vanished from the room once more and reappeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper in Beijing. At that moment, several men in suits were smoking on the rooftop. They were startled to see Chen Luo appear out of nowhere in front of them. When they saw Chen Luo leap off a building hundreds of meters high, their eyes widened in disbelief, and some even dropped the cigarettes they were holding without realizing it. The next moment, they ran together to the edge of the building and looked down. Holy crap! Someone jumped off a building. Quickly, call the police. Just as Chen Luo was about to land, his speed suddenly decreased, and he landed lightly on the ground. The people above him hadn't noticed yet, but those in the distance were already watching in astonishment as he fell from the sky, each one grabbing their phones to record a video. After Chen Luo landed, he saw a black Audi parked on the side of the road. He moved swiftly and rushed in front of the person, using hypnosis on him. Give me the car keys. The man offered no resistance and simply handed over the car keys. Chen Luo opened the car door, got in, and first copied his driving skills from the Marvel Universe. Then he reappeared in the car and immediately stepped on the gas. The Audi's engine emitted an unpleasant roar, and then it shot off like an arrow. Although Chen Luo knew Zhang Shengan's current location, he was unfamiliar with Beijing and could only find his way there using navigation. Chen Luo glanced at the distance on the car's navigation system. It was only about 100 kilometers away. However, Beijing was notorious for its traffic jams, and even though it wasn't rush hour, there were still many cars on the road. Chen Luo, however, had no such reservations. After replicating the driving skills of the race car drivers and stunt drivers from the Marvel Universe, this situation was nothing to him. Chen Luo stepped on the gas pedal and accelerated continuously, quickly reaching nearly 200 miles per hour. At such high speeds, in the heavily trafficked city of Beijing, an ordinary person could easily be killed in a car accident if they weren't careful. But with Chen Luo's reaction speed and eye-catching ability at this moment, weaving through traffic was like child's play, without any hindrance. He maintained a speed of over 200 miles per hour without hitting any car. Such a high-speed chase on the streets of Beijing naturally attracted the attention of passers-by and drivers. Awesome, daring to race cars in Beijing. He got caught by the traffic police. Let's see if he can still act so arrogantly. That's at least 200 miles per hour. Was he trying to commit suicide? Holy crap, that's a tough guy. I don't even dare to speed in my Lamborghini, and this beat-up Audi dares to be so arrogant. Someone tried to capture the scene on camera, but as soon as they took out their phone, the Audi vanished from sight. Chen Luo sped along, running countless red lights, until a sharp siren blared behind him as a traffic police car finally caught up. Chen Luo didn't even glance at it, continuing at an extremely high speed, and at this moment they had reached an extremely busy intersection ahead. The traffic here is extremely heavy. As the red light was about to turn, all the vehicles slowly came to a stop, except for a black Audi that was still accelerating. The drivers on the road were all startled. The traffic ahead was not only heavy, but also extremely fast. At the speed of this Audi, if it rushed past, it would result in a fatal accident. Chen Luo was incredibly fast, weaving through the vehicles and reaching the intersection in just a few seconds. He then ran the red light and dashed towards the center of the road. The car driving in the middle of the road also noticed something was wrong. Just as they were about to see what was going on, a black Audi sped towards them from the right like a black whirlwind. The driver in the first car was terrified and hurriedly accelerated to try and avoid him. But the black Audi was going too fast. The moment he stepped on the gas, it was already right in front of him. Just when everyone thought they were about to collide, the Audi suddenly flew up. Due to the enormous inertia, the entire vehicle soared into the air and flew out like a cannonball. The police cars that caught up from behind and the drivers waiting at the intersection witnessed a scene they would never forget. The black Audi suddenly flew into the air, spanning dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the opposite side of the road with a grating screech of tires. Then it continued speeding forward until it disappeared without a trace. After Chen Luo used his mental power to control the car to land, he glanced at the distance and saw that there were less than 5 kilometers left, which was already within the range of his mental power. Chen Luo memorized the approximate location, immediately slammed on the brakes, pulled over, opened the car door, and soared into the sky, transforming into a golden ray of light as he flew away. Chen Luo's speed was no slower than that of a car, and since he was traveling in a straight line in the air, he landed on the balcony of a duplex villa in just 5 minutes. There were 5 people inside the villa at the moment. Although Chen Luo didn't know which one was Zhang Shengan, he had already identified the person inside and would find out once he went in. Chen Luo, with a cold expression, strode into the villa. As soon as he entered the room, he saw 2 familiar people, Zhang Junhao and Zhang Shengan. You're saying the Western fantasy world is the real world? Yes. How is that possible? Zhang Junhao had an incredulous expression on his face, and he was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. The abyss monster that appeared in Tokyo, and... As they were talking, Chen Luo walked in, and both of them were startled at the same time. Who are you? How did you get in? When Zhang Junhao saw Chen Luo, he stood up in surprise and looked at Chen Luo with a wary expression. With a blank expression, Chen Luo waved his hand, and Zhang Junhao's body flew out uncontrollably, crashing through a wall behind him and disappearing without a trace. Chen Luo didn't even glance at Zhang Junhao. He reached out and made another move, and Zhang Shengan's body flew into the air and quickly rushed in front of him. Where is the mother nest now? Zhang Shengan's face was filled with astonishment and panic. His body was suspended in the air, and his neck felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, which was exerting force little by little, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. Especially when Zhang Shengan saw Chen Luo's cold and emotionless eyes, a chill suddenly ran through him. He knew it was killing intent, and an extremely strong one at that. Furthermore, Chen Luo's questions made Zhang Shengan immediately understand the other party's background. Apart from people from the game company, it was impossible for anyone to get to the heart of the matter in just one sentence. I don't know. Chen Luo sneered and casually waved his hand, and a flame of void appeared, then floated towards Zhang Shengan. Zhang Shengan's eyes widened suddenly. He recognized it at a glance. It was the void fire he had created in the Western fantasy world. So, the Western fantasy world really exists. The next moment, Zhang Shengan suddenly cried out in alarm, "I really don't know." After the mother nest entered the spatial tunnel, my consciousness was swallowed up by that consciousness called the abyss. Zhang Shengan naturally knew the power of the void fire. Anyone who came into contact with it would surely die. With his intelligence, he quickly guessed that since the other party was able to ask where the mother nest was, they must know what had happened to the mother nest in the Western fantasy world, otherwise they wouldn't have come directly to ask this question. So Zhang Shengan didn't even think twice before telling the truth. At this moment, Chen Luo was able to read Zhang Shengan's thoughts and judge whether what he said was true or false, and he was not lying. "What deal did you make with the will of the abyss?" Zhang Shengan coughed violently as he hurriedly said, It said it was from the game company and asked me to do a test for it. As long as the test is completed, it will give me more void fire. But yesterday I sensed the presence of the mother nest on Earth, but it was quickly devoured by the abyss you mentioned." "Idiot." Chen Luo suddenly felt a surge of anger and casually slammed Zhang Shengan away. Boom! Zhang Shengan crashed through several walls and tumbled down from the second floor into the villa's back garden before finally stopping. Chen Luo felt a surge of anger spreading, unsure whether it was from Zhang Shengan, the will of the abyss, or himself. Chen Luo now fully understands that the cunning and treacherous will of the abyss, upon discovering the power of Zhang Shengan's mother nest, planned to control this war machine and bring it to Earth. It first used the islanders, manipulating them behind the scenes to create the abyss monster as an anchor point for finding Earth. The reason why the will of the abyss did not open the spatial passage directly was because it knew very well that even if it did, Chen Luo would arrive immediately to stop it. Ultimately, it will turn into a tug-of-war, and Chen Luo may even find its hiding place, putting it in a dangerous situation. Immediately afterwards, the will of the abyss impersonated the game company and fooled the fool Zhang Shengan, causing him to open a spatial passage to Earth. It's not surprising that the abyss will knew this. It had been secretly observing the players for hundreds of years and had been able to subtly influence the islanders to create abyss monsters. It's not surprising that it knew Chen Luo had introduced the players to Earth in the form of a game. However, the moment the spatial passage opened, the will of the abyss devoured Zhang Shengan's will within the mother nest, completely kicking this fool out of the game. He had no idea that the other end of the space tunnel was Earth, nor did he know that the mother nest would come to destroy Earth. Ultimately, it was Chen Luo's overconfidence bordering on arrogance that led to this situation, as he allowed Zhang Shengan to cause trouble. Therefore, Chen Luo didn't know who he should be angry at, or perhaps all three. Chen Luo moved swiftly and flew to the garden outside the villa. His anger had nowhere to go, and on a whim, he wanted to kill Zhang Shengan, that scoundrel. But at that moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from nearby, and the people inside the villa, along with many others from the vicinity, rushed over. They looked at Chen Luo flying in the sky, then at Zhang Shengan covered in blood, and their expressions changed drastically. Chen Luo naturally didn't care about them. Just as he was about to use his mental power to snap Zhang Shengan's neck, he heard a crisp sound coming from the crowd below. "Elder brother." Chen Luo looked down in surprise and saw Zhang Yuxuan leading Tang Shishi into the crowd. Shengan, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, a middle-aged woman dressed as a noblewoman rushed towards Zhang Shengan's location with a panicked expression. When she saw Zhang Shengan unconscious, tears welled up in her eyes, and she hurriedly shouted to the people behind her, "Call 120 quickly." The people around were staring at Chen Luo in the air with suspicion. Some people suddenly realized what was happening and went to call for an ambulance, while others looked at Zhang Yuxuan and her daughter. Judging from their expressions, they clearly recognized Chen Luo. "Wow, brother, you can actually fly. Did you come here to find me?" Tang Shishi had no idea what was going on and thought Chen Luo had come to see her, her face full of excitement. Zhang Yuxuan stared in astonishment at Chen Luo in the sky, then at Zhang Shengan on the ground. She was still a little confused and didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard what Tang Shishi said, Zhang Yuxuan instinctively shielded her behind him. Chen Luo sighed slightly. He had come here to kill people, so he naturally didn't use his true form. Seeing Tang Shishi's excited expression, Chen Luo's murderous intent subsided considerably. He glanced at Zhang Shengan one last time before disappearing from the spot. In the end, Zhang Shengan was just a fool who was being used. Killing him wouldn't solve the problem of the mother nest. Chen Luo was actually angry at his own carelessness. Now that Tang Shishi had interrupted him, he was too lazy to do anything more. However, we absolutely cannot let those two mischievous Zhang Shengan and Zhang Junhao enter the Western fantasy world. The moment Chen Luo disappeared, he added both of their accounts to the permanently banned from logging in list. After Chen Luo disappeared, he returned to his room, and at that moment Song Zhengxian called. "Mr. Yang, I've seen the video you posted. I'd like to confirm with you, is what you said true?" Song Zhengxian's voice trembled slightly. He didn't want to believe it, and he didn't dare to believe it, but he knew Chen Luo very well and he would never joke about something like this. "It's true, and I also want to tell you that the Western fantasy world and the Abyss world are real worlds, just not in this universe." The mother nest has already entered this universe through the spatial portal. I suggest you not only prepare yourselves, but also spread this news. Make sure all of humanity is ready, otherwise it will be too late when the mother nest truly arrives.